Hey guys, how are you? Like this video now, your like encourage me. Chapter 1. In Qianlong continent, the year of Diun is 68,961. Southern region, Tianfeng country, Yunqi city. In the backyard of the Ling family. Rumbling. With a loud noise, the rockery more than 10 meters high crashed into pieces. Call. Ling Tian exhaled a mouthful of foul air with black impurities. Is this the power to break the limit of the human body's martial Dao? Looking at the cultivation results in front of him. On Ling Tian's handsome and delicate face, there was a rare look of joy. With his pure physical strength, he probably has no opponent in the entire Yunqi city, including the older generation of martial artists. Of course, his goal is not limited to this. Call out. The silver ring in his hand shone with a faint silver light. The system is loading. System loading is complete. Ding dong. The moment the cue falls, an illusory and hazy translucent figure slowly emerged. Of course, only Ling Tian can see this scene. You are no longer just the power to break the limits of the body tempering realm. The phantom's voice came out, and this voice was almost exactly the same as Ling Tian himself. How to say? Ling Tian frowned, the other party seemed to have something in his words. Because, even if it is the power of the real dragon of the beast and real dragon when it is in body tempering, it is at most 100,000 catties. And your random blow just now has already reached this strength. That is to say, you have broken the physical limit of the body tempering period of all races in the world. Shui Ying's tone was very serious, not half a joke. Isn't it the demonic beasts with high bloodlines that were born with a very high realm? Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he heard the words, the higher the bloodline, the stronger the demonic beasts were born, not to mention the legendary beasts. Hehe, it is indeed what you said. But they are not born with strong realm strength, they are in the body of their parents, or they have already started to improve on realm before they were born. That is to say, they started to practice in the womb. That's right. It can be explained like this. It turns out that the journey of cultivation itself has its own rules. So, who are you? This question, Ling Tian has not only asked for the first time. I said, I am you, and you are me. Of course, you can call me a destiny system now. Su Ying spoke slowly, this was the first time he told Ling Tian his own title. Destiny. Ling Tian frowned slightly, every time he asked who the other party was. The first answer you get must be, I am you, and you are me. But the next sentence is different every time. For the first time, Ling Tian knew that the reason for his time travel was exactly what the other party did. That's right. It's been almost 2 years since Own traveled to this world. From a world called Earth. Travel to the current fantasy world where strength is the most important thing. Confused from the beginning. And then to the genius of the Ling family who is well known in the whole city at this moment. He has gradually adapted to this fantasy world. The second time, Ling Tian knew that there is a limit to a journey of cultivation. And all he needs to do is to break through this limit. What ultimate strength? That is more than 10 times that of ordinary realm practitioners. Now, he has done it. Today, Ling Tian's physical strength is more than 20 times that of the same realm practitioner. This is the power beyond the limit, or a full double of the transcendence. In Qianlong continent, martial arts are the most respected. Everyone who wants to practice to become a real martial artist, the first step is to temper and strengthen the body. Body tempering realm is divided into 9th stage. Ling Tian is now the body tempering 9th stage, that is, the pinnacle of the body tempering realm. Above the body tempering is Pahai, opening up the Dantian space in the abdomen to open up the Qi Si. Open up the Qi Si, you can swallow the world's spiritual Qi, and officially enter the path of cultivation. On top of Pahai, there are realms such as Kaling, Jinyu, Mingzu, Life and Death Entrance, etc. The reason why the Ling family can become one of the largest big families in Yunqi City is because the family has a strong man who is in the spiritual realm. Open spirit realm martial arts. In this kind of mortal city, he is definitely the top master. As for true martial realm, people like Mingzhu realm will only exist in sect's sacred land. That is the world that truly belongs to martial arts. This is also Ling Tian's next destination. Teng teng teng. There was a sound of hurried footsteps, mixed with the sound of metal clashing. Who is coming? I don't know which expert came to my Ling's house. Did you know this? Okay. The big men in armor and holding big knives were looking cautiously, looking around with ferocious eyes. But when they saw the handsome young man in front of them, there was still a hint of immatureness. And the rockery gravel in front of the boy. They froze. Ling Tian, young master, wouldn't this be? Leading a big man with a relatively strong aura looked at Ling Tian with an unbelievable tone. The big man's name is Ma Tao, and he is the captain of the Ling family's guard. The reason why they dared to come aggressively was because they heard the sound of the rockery bursting just now. I thought some master sneaked into the Ling family to make trouble. But looking at the current situation, there are no masters, but maybe Ling Tian young master did it. What's going on, Tianer, are you all right? Another masculine voice came. An imposing middle-aged man appeared in the arena with a group of older masters from the Ling family. This middle-aged man is the current head of the Ling family. Ling Jinjian. Also Ling Tian's father in this world. Tianer, could this be you? As the head of the family, Ling Jinjian couldn't help feeling a little lost when he saw the situation in front of him. Well, it's just normal practice. Ling Tian nodded, his tone very casual and calm. But these words fell into the ears of everyone present, but they were like thunder. Because for a general practitioner at the peak of the body tempering realm, the limit strength of the body is at most about 5,000 catties. Body tempering realm practitioner. After all, he is still a mortal. Even some geniuses, or Tianjiao monsters, can only be twice as good as ordinary people at most. That's 10,000 jin of strength. But this Ling Tian. Can you smash the rockery in front of you? This rockery is carved from marble. To break it, at least 100,000 catties of strength is required. This power is probably difficult for the sea opening realm martial arts who opened up the Qi Sea to achieve. So, how could Ling Tian's words not shock them? Chapter 2. Gilu. I don't know who swallowed his saliva first, breaking the weird silence in the arena. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, looking at the rockery and rubble in front of the young man. Just ask. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have believed that such a terrifying power could even rival the power of a martial artist at the opening spirit realm? Could it be the young man in front of him? My God, did you really do this? Ling Jinjian knew that his son would not lie, and there was no need to lie. In just 2 years, the miracles created by Ling Tian are really too many. Entered the body tempering realm at the age of 14, and reached the peak of body tempering in the same year. No one knows how long Ling Tian spent in the middle. Because these two news came out almost at the same time. In just 2 years, the deeds of this great genius of the Ling family have even been turned into stories by storytellers. This story is chanted in Yunqi City every day. Some outsiders, when they heard this story, did not believe that it was a 16-year-old boy who created such a miracle. It's nothing to make a fuss about, let's all go away. Ling Tian waved his hand, his tone was very flat. Do you want to explain yourself? Do you want to keep a low profile? Excuse me. Strength he does not allow. Ling Tian's character is so direct. Ling Tian, I want Ling Tian. That's what my name means. He is destined to be a man who will be above this world. What are these small achievements in front of you? Of course, this small achievement in his own eyes is an incredible miracle in the eyes of others. The peak of the body tempering realm breaks the practitioner's limit strength, which is twice the limit force. This kind of talent, this kind of strength, let alone the Ling family. Even Yunqi City, Tianfeng Nation, and sect forces. Even the legendary Sacred Land did not have such a terrifying talent. Even the legendary King Physique, Divine Physique, and Dao Physique, no one can surpass Ling Tian in terms of physical strength. Ling Tian's physical strength has surpassed the power of a real dragon, surpassed the limit of the same realm of all races in the world. Another point is, since I have traveled to this fantasy world, I never thought of being a timid person. A genius is a genius, so why pretend to be a waste? Does that make any sense? Hearing Ling Tian's indifferent words, everyone didn't say much. This world is so realistic, in the face of powerful strength, even if you are a teenager, they will maintain awe of you. Patriarch, have you made a decision? After Ling Jinjian and others left Ling Tian's courtyard, they didn't really disperse. Instead, everyone gathered in the family meeting hall to discuss the biggest bet in the history of the Ling family. What do you guys think? Ling Jinjian pondered for a moment. Although he was the head of the family, he still absolutely asked all the elders about matters related to the survival of the Ling family. Patriarch, I agree. Patriarch, I also agree. Old man, this old man also agrees. The last voice of the old man who was struggling and hesitating came out, and everyone was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the second elder would agree. After all, the second elder's grandson was abolished by Ling Tian himself. The reason is simple. His grandson molested Ling Tian's maid a year ago. And it was only a verbal provocation, and no one really dared to do it directly. Even so, he was still miserable. Not only was Ling Tian beaten into a cripple, even his lower body was crippled by Ling Tian. From then on, he could only lie in bed all day in a daze. Don't look at me like that, it's about the future of the Ling family. Although the old man still hates that kid, he has to admit that he is definitely the hope of our Ling family. Two elders' face flushed, it was obvious that the choice he made required a lot of courage. Regarding this, everyone's expression was slightly dignified, and no one laughed at the second elder. Well, since that's the case, let's start selling off the Ling family property today. 3 days later, set off. Finally, Ling Jinjian's solemn and forceful words came out. The Ling family. This top family has stood in Yunqi City for hundreds of years. They want to put the entire family's wealth on this young man named Ling Tian. This time, is there anything else to explain? After everyone left, Ling Tian slowly turned around and looked at the phantom of destiny beside him. The other party has been by Ling Tian's side from beginning to end. Apart from Ling Tian himself, no one can see his existence. Next, you can completely release yourself and win the first place in Tian Test Tewi. Destiny's phantom's tone was obviously cautious and relieved. This is the first time he has spoken like this. How mysterious, or rather terrifying, the origin of destiny is. No one in the entire continent knows, and no one can even guess. But even so, Destiny was also briefly shocked by the power Ling Tian possessed at this moment. This is several times stronger than he had imagined. As for why they feel relieved, no one knows. Although destiny exists in the form of a system, it is more like a soul body with autonomous consciousness. Why? You must join Xiantian Sacred Land, there is what you need. Besides, apart from the number 1 sacred land in the southern territory, it is difficult for other places to provide the cultivation resources needed to support the myriad spirits. Hearing these last words, Ling Tian frowned slightly. Indeed, the cultivation resources I need are beyond the imagination of others. As for his physique of all spirits, Ling Tian himself is not too clear about it. This world is nothing but mortals, geniuses, and so on. There are also some people with terrible special talent constitutions on it. This special physique has a spirit body, a king body, a sacred body, and even a god body. Although the own physique is called myriad spirit physique, it sounds like a spirit physique. But Destiny Phantom told himself that after Wanling's physique grows up, even if it is a divine physique, it will be vulnerable in front of him. Most importantly, Ling Tian's talent is more than just invincible in physique. To this, Ling Tian nodded without any hesitation. Since you want to stand above this world, so no matter what king body or god body it is, it will all be trampled under my feet. Ling Tian after truly releasing herself. How scary will it be? Maybe he doesn't know himself now. Chapter 3. 3 days later. Early morning. The Ling family is in the courtyard, looking at the young people with hopeful eyes in front of them. These uncles of the Ling family couldn't help showing a smile of relief. These young people are the candidates who are planning to follow their family to Tianjiao city this time. Tianjiao city. It is the holy city of the southern territory. Since the last great catastrophe, the entire Qianlong continent has been hit and consumed like never before. The major forces have also maintained a state of peace for a long time. However, if the sect forces need to develop and continue, they need fresh blood of talents. Those so-called geniuses are exactly the talents needed by the major forces. If it had been, they would have fought for a Tianjiao, and they would fight to the death. But now, they can no longer withstand such consumption, because the catastrophe is not completely over. One day, there will be a comeback. To this end, in Qianlong continent, whether it is the southern territory or the other 3 domains, or the central plains of the Wu domain, every 3 years, a collective selection of talents with martial arts talents will be carried out. This day was called the Tian Test Conference. On this day, all young people under the age of 24 and above the body tempering realm 6th stage are eligible to participate in the Tian Test Conference. Participants who stand out in the Tian Test Conference will have the opportunity to join the powerful sect and become a real martial artist in the future. Even, some Tianjiao evildoers may have the opportunity to join a certain sacred land force. Certainly, these arrogances all have the right to choose their own. This also prevents the major forces from fighting for talents. In the backyard of the Ling family, Ling Tian was sitting in the lotus position, frowning tightly, as if thinking about something. At this time, a clear and pleasant voice came from behind. "Young master, it's time to go, everyone is waiting for you." A lovely-looking girl in a blue sarong walked slowly to Ling Tian's side, standing obediently with her hands folded. This is a well-behaved girl who is Ling Tian's personal maid. Yuaner. In the Ling family, apart from Yuaner and Ling Jinjian, no one dared to set foot in Ling Tian's backyard. Even those guards yesterday were worried about Ling Tian's safety, so they dared to ignore this rule temporarily. Ling Tian likes to be quiet. He doesn't like to be disturbed. In this fantasy world, strength is the rule. As the first genius in the history of the Ling family, Ling Tian, his words are of course the rules. Heard the words. Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes. Understood, prepare hot water for me, I need to take a bath. Because of practice, Ling Tian was above his body. From time to time, some sticky impurities will be discharged. This sticky feeling is uncomfortable. Certainly. Ling Tian also knows that whenever his body has impurities discharged, this shows that his body has been washed again, and his own strength will be stronger. Patriarch, the hour is about to pass, is this Ling Tian? In the main courtyard, next to Ling Jinjian thought the old man's tone was hesitant. The time to set off was almost here, but the Lord Ling Tian hadn't arrived yet. It's not so much that the Ling family is taking the future youths of these families to Tianjiao city this time. Rather, these people are in Ling Tian's favor. Because there are at least tens of millions of miles from Yunqi city to Tianjiao city. Such a long distance, if it is at the normal speed, it will take at least tens of hundreds of years for the entire Ling family. Fortunately, Tianjiao city because of its special importance. Between all major cities in the entire southern region, there are teleportation formations that can lead to Tianjiao city. So that young people no matter where they are can have the opportunity to participate in this Tian test conference. After all. And who knows, will super geniuses of talent appear in remote places? There have been real cases, more than once. Just 1,000 years ago, the barbarians in the southern region had a royal body. The real royal body may not be encountered in the entire southern region in 3 years. That is a special cultivation physique, and the future is limitless. This time, because of Ling Tian's talent, the Ling family decided to use the power of the whole family to spend a lot of money to go to the capital of Tianfeng Kingdom. Then use the teleportation array in the capital to head to Tianjiao city. If there is no Ling Tian, these Ling family youths in front of them may never have the opportunity to go to the sacred Tianjiao city in their entire lives. The reality is that cruel. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Just when everyone was anxious, a boyish voice with a hint of childishness came out. Hearing this, he looked sideways. A young man with a handsome appearance is walking slowly and leisurely. See this scene. The young people present were jealous and unhappy. But those are individual people. Most of the young people, including the elders in the clan, looked at Ling Tian with fiery eyes. If this young man stands out in the Tian test conference, the Ling family will definitely prosper. At present, this seems to be a desperate move. Actually, it was also unanimously agreed by the entire Ling family. Why could Ling Tian make them make such a desperate move? That's because of the boy in front of him. Ling Tian, at the age of 14, has already reached the peak of the body tempering realm. Most people have to be at least 18 years old before they can start to temper their bodies. If the bone age is not strong enough physically, then it cannot bear the pressure brought by body tempering. Not to mention Ling Tian, who started body tempering at the age of 14 and reached the peak at the age of 14. This kind of talent, not only the Yun's Hailing family, but even the entire Tianfeng kingdom is hard to find. Although, Ling Tian's realm hasn't grown any more in the past 2 years. But everyone knows that Ling Tian is deliberately suppressing cultivation base. As for the reason for the suppression, in their eyes, of course, it is for the blockbuster of this Tian test conference. Besides, the benefits of breaking through on the Tian test conference are countless times better than using ordinary cultivation technique breakthroughs in this tiny place. Tianjiao city has the means arranged by Saint. What is Saint? That is the existence that everyone in the entire continent needs to look up to. Chapter 4. It's time to go. Looking at these people's fiery eyes, Ling Tian also smiled slightly. He didn't have much dislike for this family that came through time. There is no such thing as the so-called dislike of the protagonist in the novels of the previous life, all kinds of ridicule and bullying. When you have strong enough capital, there is no such thing as the flow of passing through waste wood, the flow of retiring marriages, and the flow of family despise. Who wants to have trouble with a genius? Call. Riding a tall and handsome green-scaled horse, looking at the scenery surrounded by mountains and rivers in the distance, Ling Tian couldn't help but yearn for it. This is also the first time he has traveled far in this world. Even though he has been a human being for 2 lifetimes, it is inevitable that he will have some expectations. Curious. The so-called Tianjiao city, those so-called sect powers. Even the legendary sacred land, what would it be like? As for those geniuses who participated in the Tian test conference together, Ling Tian didn't really care. If there is no invincible heart that is proud of the same generation, how to stand out in the Tian test conference, and how to become a real powerhouse who stands proud of the world. Sacred land, I don't want you because you're a genius. What they want is someone who can beat the geniuses of his generation. That's called Tianjiao, called evildoer. Da-da. Da-da. Sudden. There was a loud clatter of horseshoes. Looking back, Ling Tian frowned slightly, these people were actually the cavalry of the top family forces in Yunqi city. Haha, Patriarch Ling, why don't we go together? At first, a rough old man spoke kindly and casually. But his eyes kept looking at Ling Tian, who was beside Ling Jinjian, intentionally or unintentionally. Ling Tian also knew about this rough old man. This person is a member of the royal family of Yunqi city. Ling Tian can be sure that the purpose of their trip is still for themselves. The so-called colleagues are just excuses. To be honest, these people are really persistent. Just so, Patriarch Ling, you're a little uninterested. You actually set off half an hour earlier than us. Another urgent voice came. These people are elders or patriarchs of several other big families. What are they here for? Of course it is Ling Tian. Or they are here to send beauties and property. Elder parents, my Ling family may not come back. Ling Jinjian opened his mouth with a half smile. What he said was indeed true. After all, the Ling family was ruined this time, even if the Ling family was the top family in Yunqi city. But the sum of their properties can only cover the travel expenses to Tianyi city at most. There is no extra money to return to Yunqi city. Hearing this, Wang Jiada elder, who spoke first before, laughed again, and said, Brother Jingyan, where are you talking? My little granddaughter is also turning 16 this year, but she has reached the age of marriage. What do you think of my previous proposal? You and I are married. Us. Our royal family's dowry is here. As he spoke, the elder Wang Jiada pointed behind him. Follow your eyes. I saw iron boxes several feet long in the middle of the Wang family's motorcade. It must be the dowry in his mouth. You don't need to guess, all the iron boxes are gold coins, and there are even spirit stones used in martial arts. Muir, if you haven't come out to say hello to Mr. Ling Tian, maybe he is your future husband. Wang Jiada elder smiled and said. Talking. Behind him, a woman in a light red dress slowly raised her pretty face shyly. The girl's face was obviously a little red. After all, it is indeed too rare for this kind of woman to stick to a man. And her beauty is not to say that she ranks first in Yunqi city, she is also in the top 3. For Wang Jiada elder's move, there are no surprises for the other companies. Without waiting for Ling Jinjian or even Ling Tian to speak, the rest of the big families also expressed their opinions immediately. Brother Jingyan, our Zhou family also has the same intention. Look, this is my home. And we set up a family. These families rushed to speak one by one, and the members of the Ling family also had strange eyes. Did not expect. Some families actually looked at Ling Tian's calm eyes and thought that Ling Tian didn't like women of this age group. So, the next scene. It really makes people a little didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mr. Ling Tian, my youngest daughter from the Zhou family is 22 years old. She is proficient in all kinds of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The key is that she has a beautiful appearance and a charming figure. Compared with those girls, she is much more sensible. FK off, the third-year female junior has something to say about holding gold bricks, but you are too old. That's right, Mr. Ling Tian, look at my little girl who has just turned 12 this year and is still developing. She is very cute and cute. I will definitely listen to Mr. Ling Tian in the future. As soon as the man's words came out in the end, everyone present was dumbfounded. 12, brother, are you serious? Although boys and girls in this world are sensible earlier. But what can 12 years old do? It seems that nothing can be done. As the person involved, Ling Tian's eyes finally changed. Certainly. What has changed is not excitement or hotness, but weirdness. The 22-year-old can still understand. Is it a little too much for 12 years old? In the previous life, I was still a child at the age of 12, or lowly. For this kind of thing, the silver bracelet must be rewarded. Sure enough, people in the fantasy world really do anything for the sake of strength and profit. These people are obviously very optimistic about Ling Tian and want to tie up with Ling Tian. Even, some families were deadly enemies with the Ling family before. So why didn't they kill a genius like Ling Tian? At any rate, they used to be hostile too. The reason is simple. They dare not. There is no need for this. Whether the Ling family's move is successful or not, Yunqi City will no longer be their home. If it fails, their Ling family will not return, because they don't have that ability. As for Ling Tian's success, of course, take over the rest of the Ling family and give them a better future. Ling Tian has always been decisive. This time, without any hesitation, he directly rejected these people in front of him. Although the other party was unwilling, he had no choice but to give up. Because Ling Tian didn't even explain anything to them. In Ling Tian's heart, there is no need to explain to others what he wants to do. Chapter 5. Time flies. 3 days have passed. The Ling family's team was less than half a day away from the capital. This is usually not a lively channel, but at this moment it is like a disturbance. Many forces and many families, like the Ling family, went to the capital with all their strength. They have no way out. Do you have any regrets? Beside, Ling Jinjian looked at Ling Tian with a smile and asked. What to regret, of course, is the matter of those families asking for marriage. To this, Ling Tian also just smiled flatly and shook his head. The meaning was very clear. No matter how beautiful these women are, Ling Tian will not consider these matters of love for children for the time being. After all, in this world where power is paramount, the most important thing right now is to focus on improving your own strength. Of course, another important point is that Ling Tian really didn't take a fancy to those women either. Looking at the gradually rising red clouds in the west, Ling Tian also shook his head helplessly. Unexpectedly, it would take so long to enter the capital. It seems that the test meeting that day may be more lively and interesting than I imagined. The capital of this ordinary country alone is already full of water. Entering a city is a full queue for half a day. Then, before the teleportation array ahead, they queued up for another 3 hours. Next, the Ling family in Yunqi City. Beside the teleportation formation, a soldier in golden armor held a jade token in his hand, and kept looking around. Obviously, he was looking for the Ling family's team. Next, the Ling family in Yunqi City, the last 10 breaths, otherwise it will be void. Okay. When the soldier said the last sentence, he seemed to feel something. Following the gaze of perception, a pair of handsome and mysterious eyes are looking at him calmly. You. Those eyes made him feel uncomfortable, and then fear. It seems that the owner of these eyes is some kind of terrifying mysterious existence. But upon closer inspection, the other party was obviously just a teenager. Dare to ask, is the young master a member of the Ling family? It has to be said that this soldier is also considered a fine individual. Otherwise, how did he get into this good job? He knows who should be provoked and who should not be provoked, let alone be provoked. Obviously, this teenager belongs to the latter. This is not the first time he has been in charge of guarding the teleportation array. This kind of sharp and mysterious eyes, this kind of eyes that make people feel pressure involuntarily. Needless to say, this boy is definitely a genius who is preparing to participate in the Tian test conference. This kind of genius, if he cannot be offended, he will never offend. Yes, let the people in front get out of the way first, we are a bit too crowded. Ling Tian spoke calmly, but he appreciated the change in the other party's attitude. Otherwise, with this attitude, he cannot guarantee that this person can continue to live. As for the rest of the Ling family, they were already dumbfounded. Since they entered the capital city, they have indeed been a little timid. Even because of Ling Jinjian's absence, no one dared to answer the guards' questions. To this, they also sincerely admire the genius of the Ling family from the bottom of their hearts. Genius doesn't just refer to talent and heart. Give way to those in front. The soldier heard the words and hurriedly evacuated the crowd in front of him. These people were like the Ling family at the beginning, they didn't dare to say anything, they completely followed the orders of the soldiers and followed them honestly. After all, although they are one of the best forces in small local towns, they are really nothing in the capital. The top powerhouses of these families are only at the opening spirit realm. The cultivation base of Kaling realm can be seen everywhere in the capital. Thus, not only the Ling family, but almost all the big local forces in the capital city are showing a little timidity. Such a timid performance made these people in the capital look down upon him. For a genius like Ling Tian, even if he really killed this soldier here, absolutely no one would dare to do anything to him. If the major sect forces of the Tian Test Conference know. If someone dared to attack the geniuses who participated in the Tian Test Conference at such a time, the entire Tianfeng nation might change hands. The crowd dispersed. Ling Tian led the members of the Ling family slowly to the teleportation platform with several battles in the upper circle. The people from the major forces around were also slightly surprised. This boy looked about 16 or 17 years old at the most, but he was actually the head of the entire family. They looked at the geniuses of their own family next to them, and they were really pissed off. Don't worry. There are still people. Looking at the soldiers beside him who were preparing to activate the teleportation array, Ling Tian spoke again. The tone is still very flat, very indifferent. But the more he is like this, the more obedient these people are. That's it. Because of a young man, a strange passage appeared outside the impenetrable teleportation array in the capital. The atmosphere is also quiet and a bit weird. Sorry, I'm late, I didn't expect the medicine pill store. After a while, Ling Jinjian looked nervous and hurried over. The tone was comfortable, even if he, as the head of the family, made such mistakes, he should bear the corresponding responsibility. Only. Halfway through Ling Jinjian's words, he stopped abruptly. Looking at the crowded crowd around him, and then at the weird passage in front of his eyes. With an uneasy mood, he slowly walked up the teleportation array. Until all the members of the Ling family disappeared, he still didn't feel relieved. Above a certain attic in the capital city, a woman with a veiled figure and an enchanting figure was watching with great interest the direction in which Ling Tian and the others disappeared. Okay. This little brother is really interesting. Until, before Ling Tian disappeared, he raised the corner of his mouth and cast an equally interested look at her. Miss, we should go. The space squirmed slightly, and an old woman in common clothes appeared beside the woman. This method, at least, can only be achieved by the cultivation base of the master realm. Mommy, what do you think of that little brother just now? The woman didn't leave, she was still thinking about that handsome but childish face. The talent is good, the heart is amazing, he is a character. The old woman pondered for a moment, and gave an evaluation that she thought was fair. Just good. Mommy, you're wrong. If it's just good, how can a person from a small town have such a disposition? Look, he will definitely stand out in this sky test conference. Even, shine brilliantly. Chapter 6. This is the holy city. Looking at the bustling scene of crowds of people around, looking at the city which covers an area of at least 10,000 li. The members of the Ling family didn't care about the dizziness caused by the teleportation at all, and they had already started to look around with curious and hot eyes. And beside them, there are also such families and forces. Here, there are at least 20 teleportation arrays. Of course not. Ling Tian smiled slightly, his tone was very calm, but in his heart he was thinking about the matter of the woman in the attic far away. He found that since he communicated with Destiny last time, there was a faint feeling in his mind. This kind of induction has greatly enhanced his 5 senses and intuition by more than several times. This is why he can find the woman. Yes, this is indeed not a holy city. This is Linen City, one of the transit cities leading to Tianese City. Beside the teleportation formation, several guards spoke kindly, especially the one who was the first, looking at Ling Tian with surprise. He has been in charge of the transfer of the teleportation array in Linen City for nearly 1,000 years. He had seen too many people in these remote places. Basically, the people who come here are like country bumpkins entering the city, all kinds of amazed. But this is definitely the first time he has seen a young man as calm as Ling Tian. If he hadn't seen those members of the Ling family next to Ling Tian, the guard would have doubted whether Ling Tian would be the son of a top power. Top forces generally would not use this kind of public teleportation array. But it is unavoidable that there are some young masters who like to sneak out to play in the mortal world in their eyes. This is actually not Tianese city. This time, not only the members of the Ling family were shocked, but also the other people in the nearby teleportation array. Wu Xiu's hearing divine sense is very keen, and the guard didn't deliberately lower his voice just now. At the same time, the members of the Ling family are more respectful to the genius young master of their own family. They are all from the same family, and they all came from the same place. They are like idiots entering the city. But Ling Tian is like a calm lake, undisturbed. Is it time to come? Ling Tian looked at the front left and whispered to himself. After finishing speaking, a crisp female voice came over. Commander Lu, let me come here. A woman in a pale gold dress slowly landed. The woman looks to be about 23 years old, with a pretty figure and delicate face, especially the ethereal and noble aura exuding from her body. She is not ordinary at first glance. This kind of woman is definitely not seen in Yunqi City. The appearance of the woman also caused many young people with unstable perseverance to lose their minds for a while. Miss, how can I bother you personally? It's okay, you go down. Finished. The woman turned around gently, and smiled at Ling Tian, like peach blossom noodles, very charming. The crisp and pleasant voice came out again, saying, why don't you walk with me? Straightforward without any fancy inquiries. Ling Tian himself was not surprised at all, because he had already discovered that this woman had been paying attention to him in midair for a long time because of his subterranean induction. This induction seems to have something to do with destiny. Just call him destiny induction. Wait a minute, people from my Mo family don't need to trouble Miss Gan to lead the way in person. Another cold female voice came. Look back. From the teleportation array that the Ling family had just stepped out of, a woman in a black long dress walked out, followed by a seemingly ordinary old woman. The woman wore a black veil on her forehead, and her face could not be seen clearly. But that cold and moving voice, from the enchanting figure wrapped in the skirt. This is definitely a rare beauty. Are you from the Mo family? The young lady in front of Ling Tian frowned slightly. Why are people from the Mo family here? We met once, right? The woman in the black long skirt walked to Ling Tian's side slowly with light steps. Her graceful figure exuded a refreshing orchid fragrance. Yes, but why am I yours? Ling Tian smiled politely, coupled with his handsome and delicate face, he couldn't help but make some powerful women in the distance slightly distracted. This boy is so handsome and calm. To be precise, it's not just you, your entire Ling family is from my Mo family. The old woman behind the woman was the first to explain, with a slightly dissatisfied tone. But seeing his lady's slightly cold eyes, she immediately restrained herself. The old woman continued, the Tianfeng kingdom where your Ling family is located and dozens of mortal kingdoms in the surrounding areas are all under the jurisdiction of my Mo family. As soon as these words came out, the foreheads of everyone in the Ling family were covered with cold sweat, and the others around them also took a deep breath. It turned out to be the Mo family who ruled Kings Hu's million-mile territory. The Mo family can't do it. The ancestor of the Mahists is the 8-star sect. Cover up the moon. One of the 6 powerful core elders. The 8-star sect has the top power of the King Realm powerhouse. In the southern territory, the sect forces above the mortal kingdom are divided from 1 star to 9 stars. A one-star sect can be said to be the most common sect force, but it can definitely lead more than 3 mortal kingdoms. And the territory of these 8-star sects can span millions of miles, and at least hundreds of mortal kingdoms. Sect still has strong kings in charge. As for the 9-star sect, it is a powerful person with an imperial realm. When sacred land doesn't care about worldly affairs, the powerhouses of King Realm and Emperor Realm are definitely the top power users in the Southern Territory. As for sacred land, as the name suggests, the sect of Saint must have been born to be eligible to be called sacred land. It can be seen from this that the Mo family is indeed a family of top power. It is even comparable to the general 6-star or even 7-star sect. With such a force, it is not too much to say that the Ling family belongs to them. In the eyes of other people around, such words are still a kind of honor for the Ling family. Just this simple sentence. After the incident of the Ling family, within the territory ruled by the Mo family, things will definitely flourish. However, what the woman met was Ling Tian. He didn't like this feeling very much. He was him, he didn't belong to anyone, he didn't belong to any force. Even if this woman treats her with appreciation and kindness, that's not okay. Chapter 7. Sorry, I don't know any Mo people, and I'm not one of you. Ling Tian's tone was very calm, but it was not calm in the ears of others. There are still people who take the initiative to reject the goodwill of the Mo family. Although the old woman's tone was a bit arrogant, she did have the capital to be proud. A young lady of this power will take the initiative to speak to you. For others, it is definitely a great joy, a great opportunity, and a great kindness. Could the attitude of the young man in front of him be a little too arrogant? Miss Gan, is it right, will it be faster to walk with you? Ling Tian didn't care about the shocked gazes of others, but glanced at the other 10 teleportation formations on the left. That is the formation leading to Tianjiao city. Even if there are 10 seats, there is still a long queue of tens of thousands of meters around. It can be seen from this that the Sky Survey Conference is indeed a lively and prosperous world. Okay. Of course, my name is Tianjiao, I don't know how to call the young master. The young lady was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Ling Tian to show such a face to the Mo family. But then there were some surprises. It seemed that his vision was really good. This young man must have an extraordinary future. As for the guards around the teleportation array, they were already stunned. They are very clear about their own young lady's temper. When did the second lady of the city lord's mansion take the initiative? When did you become so gentle? In fact, this is also the first time she followed her father's order to choose and make friends with these future heavenly talents. What she didn't expect was that for the first time, she really met a man who made her pleasing to the eye. What's more, he didn't expect that the boy's character was so forthright and unruly. She appreciates this, or rather likes it. I'm down to Ling Tian. Then there's Miss Lao Xinyao. Ling Tian's tone was also very direct, and he didn't feel that there was anything wrong. This woman is so polite to herself, so why isn't it also a kind of bet? You know, the city lord's mansion is now surnamed Jian, but it will not always be surnamed Jian. In the fantasy world, the weak are prey to the strong, whoever has the biggest fist has the final say. The same is true for the city lord's mansion. If one day, this dry family declines, the position of the city lord will be replaced at any time. Under this potential crisis, in addition to its own strong strength, making powerful friends is also an effective way to grow your own. They may not be able to make friends with the forces who can be the backstage of the city lord's mansion. But what if you make friends with a genius who will be all-powerful in the future? The hope is small, but it is easier and more convenient than the former. Master Ling Tian, this way please. Xinyao smiled slightly, although the young man in front of him was a little arrogant in the eyes of others. But in her eyes, she could feel that Ling Tian was such a blunt and indifferent person, and he didn't do it on purpose. With such a mind, if nothing else happens, he will definitely be a character in the future. Now she is a little more polite, and there is nothing wrong with her. After finishing speaking, Tianjiao waved her slender and white right hand, and a road in the sky leading directly to the city lord's mansion slowly emerged. This is one of the highest treatment for the city lord to receive distinguished guests. The moment this avenue in the sky appeared, people from the local forces in linen were also slightly surprised. It seems that there should be a powerful force or person in Linen City. But no one expected that it was all because of a handsome young man from a remote place. Etc. Young man, you have to think clearly about everything. The old woman of the Mahist family looked a little gloomy. How could she be so humiliated by the Mahist? Go. Tianjiao looked a little hesitant, but soon became a Jedi and winked at the guards beside him. Immediately, the latter understood, and stood in front of the old woman. It's just that they were a little nervous in their hearts. Linen City can definitely be regarded as a well-known city in the southern region, but if it really conflicts with Mahist forces, future, there may be a lot of annoying troubles. Mommy, come back. The woman in the black skirt smiled slightly, her eyes flickering with an inexplicable light. Miss, but he. I said, come back. Looking at the unwilling old woman, the woman in the black dress who was still smiling a moment ago became icy cold, and everyone around felt a biting chill. She might be a ghost. Yes, miss. Seeing this, the old woman shuddered and retreated immediately. Miss Mo, how about I walk with you? Among the crowd, a handsome young man in his 20s came out slowly with a folding fan in his hand. That faint smile, that sassy pace, is like Mr. Pian. Seeing this, Ling Tian smiled slightly, probably watching a show. His excellent destiny sense can be felt to deal with the inner tension is actually extremely tense. Destroy him. The woman in the black skirt was taken aback for a moment, and then icy words came out. A faint killing intent spread around. The young man also froze, and quickly explained, Miss Mo, don't you like handsome people? What? A miserable howl sounded, the young man who was flirting just now. Now. The whole body was flushed red, and his face was as pale as a pig's liver, as if he was enduring the most terrible pain. His hands and feet had been bent and broken by the old woman at 180 degrees, and the position of his abdomen was also sunken. Not to mention participating in some kind of test conference, I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to be immortal in the future. In the fantasy world, such a useless person would be as happy as dead. Handsome? Do you have Ling Tian handsome? Even if there is, do you think these two outstanding women are attracted only because they are handsome? It has to be said that this man is also seeking his own death. Just based on the identities of the two women, they have never seen what kind of young people they are. The reason why they will be attracted by Ling Tian. That's because Ling Tian really has something different and attractive. Since Mr. Ling Tian refuses to show his face, then Xiang Lan bids her farewell. The woman in the black dress coldly watched all this end before turning around and speaking coldly to Ling Tian. It's just that the tone is much gentler than that of other people. But it can also be heard that she is somewhat angry. It was the first time in her life that she was rejected in public. Wait. Why don't the three of us go together? Chapter 8. The three of us. Tianjiao and the woman in the black skirt were taken aback at the same time. Because the one who opened the mouth was none other than Ling Tian, who they were fighting for. What's the meaning? The woman in the black skirt also frowned. Could Ling Tian's appetite be a little too big? Bear's paw and fish, can he have both? Is Mo Xianglan right? Yes. Ling Tian didn't answer the other party directly, but instead asked the name of the woman in the black dress. As for the latter, she nodded without any hesitation. After all, she had already mentioned On's name just now. Anyway, we are going to Tianjiao City. I think the teleportation array used by the city lord's mansion, these people should still be able to accommodate them. Ling Tian's tone was very easygoing, and that kind of calm feeling made everyone unable to help but calm down slowly. What? That's for sure, Sister Xian Glan, why don't the three go together? Gan Xinyao was at a loss at first. What does Ling Tian mean? However, as the second lady of the city lord's mansion, she quickly reacted. Even the guards of the city lord's mansion around cast admiring and grateful eyes on Ling Tian. Why? After this incident, Ling Tian can pat his and leave anyway. Maybe he won't return to Qingzhou in the future, and he might not even come to Linen City. But because Linen City offended the Mo family's young lady, some Mo family will inevitably make things difficult for them in the future. In this world, in addition to strength, face is also very important. Especially some hot-blooded martial arts cultivators even regard own face as more important than life. Ling Tian's move is not greedy for beauty, he wants to want both beauties. In other words, he didn't think about it at all. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble to Linen City because of himself. So, the best way is for the three of them to walk together, and this contradiction will be naturally resolved invisibly. Gan Xinyao naturally thought of this too. Those guards also obviously guessed a thing or two, so they cast grateful eyes on Ling Tian. As for the Ling family behind Ling Tian, they couldn't figure out what the current situation was. But no matter what, Ling Tian young master definitely won the admiration and respect of many people present, which also made the Ling family proud. Well, there is Lao Xinyao little sister. Of course, Mo Xian Glan also thought of this, which also made him more interested in this young man. Now that the interest is stronger, we can explore more secrets together. I won't be as embarrassed as I was just now, so why not do it? Her name, Mo Xian Glan, is definitely an existence that countless young heroes look up to in Qingzhou. Today, being rejected by a teenager here. After passing out. Even if she didn't care, some gossip could not be avoided. That's it. A handsome man walked side by side with two graceful beauties, and disappeared like a stream of light on the avenue in the sky. A moment later, when the avenue in the sky slowly dissipated, the crowd around them finally exploded. They didn't dare to talk about it just now, but now that the Lord is gone, they can no longer bear the curiosity in their hearts. Damn it! Who is that boy? It seems to be called Ling Tian, it's really enviable. What's the use of being envious, you have a handsome parent. Pull it down, isn't the Erbai that was abolished just now handsome? He has an attractive temperament, okay. Everyone said something to me, there was jealousy, envy, and awe. Even if this kind of thing falls on them, it is probably useless. Can they have the calm mind of Ling Tian? Can they have a wise and clear mind like Ling Tian? In just a few short breaths, everyone had already appeared in a magnificent mansion. Here is the reception hall of the city lord's mansion. This time, although everyone in the Ling family was excited and curious, they were no longer as amazed as before when they entered the city like bumpkins. They didn't want to lose Ling Tian young master's face because of themselves. Although Ling Tian doesn't care much about these superficial things, it still makes him a little bit satisfied. Mr. Ling, Sister Xian Glan, there are still 7 days left in the Tian test conference, why don't you two temporarily stay in the city lord's mansion? Gan Xinyao, who was walking in the front, had a charming smile and a gentle tone, and the maids and servants in the living room were slightly dazed. The second miss is indeed very approachable, but as the second miss, the inherent arrogance is always there. But now he is so gentle to a girl? Miss Xinyao's kindness, Ling Tian appreciates it. Ling Tian smiled slightly, and continued, it's just that we want to reach Nanan City earlier and see the long-awaited holy city. Hearing Ling Tian's words, although Gan Xinyao was already prepared, she was still slightly disappointed. As for the maids and servants around him, they don't even understand. Judging by the outfits of the Ling family, they must have come from a remote place, such a good place as the city lord's mansion. If it were someone else, I would definitely wish to stay here for a few more days. The spiritual qi in the city lord's mansion is more than 10 times stronger than the outside, and there are many spirit gathering formations here. Mo Xian Glan beside her didn't speak either. Obviously, she meant the same as Ling Tian. If it wasn't for Ling Tian, she wouldn't have come here either. Their Mahast's handwriting is no worse than here. The reason why I want to use the public transmission formation is just because I don't want to be so ostentatious. She also passed through Tianfeng country because of her own business. It was by coincidence that he met Ling Tian again. As for the Ling family, they have completely obeyed Ling Tian's wishes now, let alone have any own opinions. Since that's the case, Xinjiao doesn't want to keep Mr. Ling Tian anymore. Gan Xinjiao smiled mildly, the brilliance of the jade hand flashed, and 2 jade bottles appeared. Looking at the 2 jade bottles in her hand, she continued, I also ask Mr. Ling Tian to accept this marrow cleansing and bone shaping pill so that I can perform better in the Tian test conference. Chapter 9. Washing marrow and sloughing bone pill. Miss, this. The space fluctuated slightly, and an old man in plain clothes slowly appeared. This should be the master who secretly protected Gan Xinjiao. After all, how could the descendants of such a powerful force have no protective measures, even in the sphere of own influence? This medicine pill? Seriously? Ling Tian hadn't heard of it, but seeing the astonished look on the old man's face, this medicine pill must be really extraordinary. Washing the marrow and sloughing the bone pill, a low-grade medicine pill. It can cleanse and transform the body of a practitioner Wuxiu, so that his talent can be improved to a higher level. Even people who don't have martial arts talents, after taking this medicine pill, they can have talents beyond ordinary martial arts. Mo Xian Glan next to her took the initiative to explain for Gan Xinjiao. It was obvious that this was definitely a big deal. Heavenly low-grade medicine pill, that is also heavenly. In Yunqi City, and even in Tianfeng country, the most advanced medicine pill I've ever heard is only at the spiritual level. And above the spiritual level, there are the earth level, the true level, and finally the heavenly level. This level of medicine pills, even for big powers like the Mo family and Linen City Lord's Mansion, probably don't have a few pills a year. Except for pill refining masters who can refine this medicine pill, few think that its complexity and success are also very low. Of course, the materials used are also extremely precious. Just when everyone thought that Ling Tian would be panic-stricken in the face of such generosity, and quickly declined. Ling Tian stretched out his right hand, and a suction came out. The jade bottle in Gan Xinjiao's hand fell firmly into his hand. Miss Xinjiao's kindness, Ling Tian appreciates it again. But Ling Tian said and put one of the jade bottles into the silver ring in his hand. He threw the remaining bottle back to the other party and said, this bottle represents my acceptance of your favor, and I don't need the remaining bottle. Seeing Ling Tian's calm and casual behavior, the people in the city lord's mansion frowned. Gan Xinjiao was also absent-minded for a moment. What does this mean? On the contrary, Mo Xian Glan looked back and smiled, because no one could see this charming smile through the veil. Miss, is it worth it? Looking at the teleportation formation, the figures of Ling Tian and others gradually faded away. The old man beside Gan Xinjiao finally couldn't help but speak. Actually, at first, he just wanted to stop the behavior of his second lady. After all, a sky-level medicine pill can casually make friends with a future genius. But the second lady's shot is everything. Each jade bottle contains 3 marrow cleansing and bone shaping pills. It means that the young lady pressed herself directly on Ling Tian's body. It's okay if Ling Tian really becomes a character in the future, but if he doesn't, my second young lady will have to pay the corresponding responsibility. In a world where power is paramount, everything is so cruel. Uncle, I have watched so many Tian test conferences, and I have never looked at anyone directly. Those so-called geniuses, when they arrive in Tianese city, they are at most ordinary people or even mortals. Since, this time, I've taken a fancy to it, why not bet a little bigger? And, didn't you catch the meaning of his last sentence? Tianjiao smiled confidently, she believed that On's vision could not be wrong. What's the meaning? The old man frowned, could it be that the young man named Ling Tian had something to say? In this regard, Tianjiao didn't explain anything. This move of his own is actually a test for Ling Tian. Choosing to accept, either Ling Tian is greedy, or has full confidence to stand out. Choosing to refuse shows that he is not fit to be a strong man in his heart. The strong, why do you have to be timid? Ling Tian's straightforward, unruly, calm, and strong character is what Tianjiao and Mo Xianglan value and are attracted to. Unfortunately, Ling Tian has no choice. He did a way that no one could have imagined, but was even more arrogant and confident. I am willing to accept your favor, which means that I, Ling Tian, will definitely pay it back in the future. Returning half of it represents my Ling Tian's favor, which is far more than this price tag. This is what Ling Tian expressed. It is not too much to say that Ling Tian is arrogant for a favor that cannot be exchanged for 6 heaven-level medicine pills. This love, rather than being exchanged by the medicine pill, it is better to say that Ling Tian is happy and willing to give it to the other party. Others don't know how to do it. But Mo Xianglan and Tianjiao understood it. This young man is interesting. Oh my god, this is too. The Ling family, who had gradually become calm under the influence of Ling Tian, couldn't help but exclaimed again. The handwriting in front of me is really, some are too amazing. Nearly 10,000 feet around, they are all within the range of the teleportation array. This is a huge giant teleportation array, and it can go back and forth to different places at the same time. This is definitely a masterpiece that Saint can do. Looking at the buildings outside the teleportation array, almost all of them are majestic and resplendent. Even in the air, there are several towering lofts standing majestically. As for how big Tianjiao city is, they don't know. Because, there are at least 1 million young men and women who came to participate in this Tian Test Conference. This is still just a person who participated in the Tian Test Conference. Not to mention the family power that came with them, how many people there are. There are also sect representatives who came here to observe, as well as local people living in Tianjiao city. This city can at least accommodate hundreds of millions of people. Call. After leaving the teleportation array, everyone couldn't help breathing greedily. The spiritual chi here is even richer than Linen City and the city lord's mansion. The whole city is like a practice sacred land. Underneath, there is definitely a super large spirit gathering formation. It can connect several giant teleportation arrays in different directions at the same time. A vast city that can accommodate hundreds of millions of martial artists. A majestic city where a loft building can be suspended in mid-air. A spiritual chi full of practice sacred land. A city where power Wuxiu can be seen everywhere, full of voices. This is the holy city of the southern region, Tianjiao city. Chapter 10. Hello, are you here to participate in the Tian Test Conference? A woman in a palace dress with a good appearance and figure walked over with a smile. She has been in charge of receiving all kinds of geniuses who come here all the year round, so she has already cultivated a pair of discerning eyes that can recognize people. As soon as her beautiful eyes swept away, the woman knew that there were people of all ages in this group. But obviously, it was this young but handsome boy who took the lead. And the woman in a long black dress next to the boy. That's right, is there a place to live here? Ling Tian smiled faintly, looking at the jade slip in the other's palm. He also knew that this woman should be in charge of receiving records or something. May I ask where you are from, and the names of the candidates who will participate in the Tian Test Conference? As the woman spoke, a faint brilliance appeared on her right index finger. Cloudstone City, Ling Tian, and. Speaking, Ling Tian paused for a moment, looking at his father in this world, Ling Jinjian, the head of the Ling family, with a rare embarrassment. Okay. Also, Ling Fei, Ling Wu, Ling Mo. The latter was a bit puzzled for a moment, but quickly realized it, and then Ling Tian continued to speak. For this, the Ling family was also ashamed. As the original leader of the Ling family, the patriarch of the Ling family finally came in handy at this moment. Because Ling Tian didn't know the names of everyone in the Ling family, he didn't bother to find out. After all, there are still some young men and women in the clan who also want to participate in the Tian test conference. If you perform well and get some appreciation from sect, you will be able to flourish in the future. Little hope, but better than nothing. Cloud Rock City. The woman muttered to herself and searched her mind for a moment, as if she had never heard of this small city. She has been in charge of the reception here for 100 years. Not to mention all the cities in the southern region know about it, but more than 90% of them still know about it. Even she can't think of this Yunqi city, which shows that Yunqi city is indeed a bit remote. However, she will not look down on the Ling family and others because of this. Geniuses are also possible in remote places. The odds are slim. But there are indeed many such examples. Where is this lady? After recording the information of the Ling family and others, the woman looked at Mo Xianglan again. She could feel that the other party's background should be extraordinary. No, I have my own place to go. Mo Xianglan's tone was very cold, with a natural noble and indifferent temperament. Okay. The woman in charge of reception nodded with a smile, but she was shocked inside. The sentence that can have its own place here is not casually said. She was also secretly glad that she did not ignore the other party. Although she is just an ordinary guest here who is in charge of receiving guests, she is also a martial artist of the true martial realm early stage. This kind of martial arts is absolutely not available in Yunqi city where the Ling family is located. Even Tianfeng Kingdom is rare. This is the handwriting of the holy city of the southern region, and the guests in charge of the reception are existences that many people look up to. One thing, the Ling family didn't even realize it. That is, after they followed Ling Tian, their minds changed a lot. If they had encountered such a powerful woman before, they would definitely be very nervous, afraid that it would be difficult for them to speak. But now, in just a few days, they have begun to adapt. I have to admit that Ling Tian owns a strong body and is slowly affecting the people around him. The same is true for the top forces and the reasons why the sects are strong. In addition to having a strong background, there is also the atmosphere. Even if he is a good-for-nothing, seeing that he is surrounded by hard-working geniuses, can he not be affected? Okay, then the young masters and ladies will come with me. As for the clansmen who accompanied me, I can only apologize, and I need to find a place for myself. After everything was settled, the woman apologized a little. For the young men and women who came here to participate in the Tian test conference, whether they are geniuses or useless, Tianese city has arranged everything for them. As for the accompanying family members, that must not be taken care of. Even if it can be taken care of, it is not necessary. The purpose of the Tian test conference is mainly to select young fresh blood. To put it bluntly, they have no obligation to take care of these ants in remote places. Okay, Tianer, you don't need to worry about us, take care of yourselves, and use your full strength to welcome the Sky Test Conference. Ling Jinjian was the first to speak, and behind him, the Ling family also cast encouraging glances at the descendants of On. This is the Ling family's desperate bet, as long as they win, they cannot lose. As for living, they probably can only find a way out of the city to settle down for 7 days. Today, the place to live in Nanjing is probably beyond the reach of even the most common hotels and inns. In Linan City, Ling Jinjian asked some servants of the city lord's mansion that the most common residence there cost 3 spirit stones a day. Even if you just stay in the city, you still need to pay spirit stones every day, and this is only the price of Linan City. Looking at Tiananjing's handwriting, it is estimated that it will be at least 10 times higher. There are 30 spirit stones a day, and the annual income of the Ling family is about the same, and there are more than one of them. Fortunately, there was no cost for teleportation from Linen City to Tianyi City, and they could find a way to live outside the city for a few days with their remaining savings. What if there is this? Ling Tian frowned slightly, and as he spoke, he took out a jade tablet engraved with dry characters from the storage ring. Is this the recommended jade token from the transit city? The receptionist's almond eyes were slightly startled. She didn't expect this young man from a remote place to be recommended by the city lord's mansion in the transit city. It seems that this young man must have an extraordinary future. This jade card is not something that ordinary cities can have, and there are no more than 100 transit cities that can be recommended. And each transit city with recommendation qualifications can only recommend at most one young man or woman who participated in the Tian test conference. In other words, there are at most 100 young men and women who can have this quota. It is not an exaggeration to say. Except for some successors of top powers. The 100 people who can be recommended by the transfer city are definitely one of the best among all the young men and women who came to the Tian test conference. There are at least 1 million young men and women participating in the Tian test conference each time. Take 100 out of 1 million. One can imagine. How high is the gold content of these 100 people? Chapter 11. She even gave you this. It seems that she is going to lose herself in it. Mo Xianglan beside her was also slightly surprised. No wonder Gan Xinyao proposed to have a few words with Ling Tian alone before parting. It seems that it is to give this to Ling Tian. Oh? What does this jade tablet represent? Ling Tian raised his brows. It seems that this jade tablet has more stories than the marrow cleansing pill. My lord doesn't know something. This jade tablet is. The woman in charge of the reception gave a brief explanation of the origin of the jade plaque. The words paused for a moment before continuing softly. This jade token is also the qualification to enter the sky. In other words, every large transit city like Linen City will have a quota every 3 years. Then why do you say that Gan Xinyao lost herself? Ling Tian nodded after listening to the other party's explanation. He didn't care about reaching the sky. He cared more about what Mo Xianglan said. After all, he didn't want to receive another favor that he didn't understand. Because, if my guess is right, she only has one chance to recommend this sky-high recommendation qualification. If you make a wrong bet, you may have to listen to his father in the future and get married obediently. So, you have to work hard. Mo Xianglan covered her mouth and chuckled, but the tone of the last sentence was a bit weird. So that's the case, then she will be free in the future. So confident. Of course. Ling Tian's tone was firm, and he had no doubts about what Mo Xianglan said. Even in a small place like Yunqi City, in order to curry favor with themselves, those families can send the best women in the family to marry at will. What's more, a power at the level of the city lord's mansion needs marriage to form an alliance with other powers. Of course, if you want to break these shackles, you have to have stronger strength. Like sacred land, it almost never does those corners. With unrivaled strength, only others will curry favor with you. Who else will you use to form alliances with? Therefore, strength is what Ling Tian needs most. Then son, do you want to use this recommended jade token now? In addition to gentleness, the tone of the reception woman now has a hint of awe. The handsome young man in front of him may be far behind him in the current realm. But the person who can get this jade medal. Future. There is a good chance it is. An all-powerful and dominant character. Use it. Ling Tian nodded slightly. Since it was already in his hands, why not use it? Seeing Ling Tian nodding, the woman no longer hesitated, and stretched out her white jade hands to make a few subtle moves. With the appearance of this spell, a tower-shaped building suspended in mid-air actually had a slight fluctuation. Ling Tian's eyes were also fixed. Could it be that this is the so-called ascent to heaven? Then, a bright light shot out. The target of this light is exactly where Ling Tian and the others are. Linen City recommends the person who ascends to the sky. Yunqi City, Ling Tian. Please enter the 68th place in ascending heaven. A loud and clear sound that was far away in the sky but close in front of us resounded throughout Tianjiao city. At this moment, the eyes of countless people looked to the direction where Ling Tian and the others were. They want to find out who that young man named Ling Tian is. And the jade token in Ling Tian's hand also slowly changed, with an additional tower-shaped building logo compared to before. The word Jian that was originally engraved on the jade plate also ran from the center to the lower right corner. Instead, the two big characters climbed to the sky. Suddenly, a golden road appeared at Ling Tian's feet. Miss Yen Glan, you. Looking at the golden road under his feet, Ling Tian was not as excited as others imagined. On the contrary, she looked at Mo Yen Glan calmly. Master Ling Tian doesn't need to care about us, someone is already waiting for us. Mo Yen Glan smiled slightly, stretched out her slender fingers to point at a point in the air. At the same time, a golden road not much different from Ling Tian also appeared at her feet. It's just that there is no loud and clear voice like Ling Tian's. You are Tianjiao city, a distinguished guest of Wangtian Tower. The woman in charge of the reception was also extremely shocked. What's going on today? In the past 100 years, she has only once received a genius who was able to live in the Ascension Tower. As for the big shots in Wangtianlu, she is not qualified to contact them at all. But now, a future man of the hour, a successor of a great power is right in front of her eyes. This is incredible. It turns out that Miss Yen Glan had already prepared for it, and Ling Tian kindly accepted it. Goodbye. Ling Tian's tone of voice towards Mo Yen Glan was much more gentle than before. The latter froze when she heard the words, then she bent her eyebrows and said, "Goodbye." After speaking, Ling Tian took everyone in the Ling family to take the lead on the golden road leading to the Sky Tower. Looking at the backs of Ling Tian and others leaving, the old woman beside Mo Yen Glan asked suspiciously, "Miss, who are you?" She was a little puzzled, why the lady refused to leave, why did Ling Tian say thank you for the lady's kindness? Because we have no sense of distance. Mo Xionglan's red lips parted slightly, at that moment she even wanted to take off her veil, but she couldn't take it off now. No sense of distance. The old woman muttered to herself, totally not understanding what this young lady meant. "Mommy, do you know why he didn't treat us as friendly as he did to the Gan family at the beginning?" "Why?" "Because it's the sense of distance." That's right, Ling Tian was very upset because of the old woman's high-spirited tone before. Even though the other party came here with good intentions towards him, it was the same. On the contrary, Gan Xinyao's status is also countless times higher than that of the Ling family, but because of Ling Tian's relationship, she treats them equally and is much more polite to the Ling family. This is what makes Ling Tian satisfied. As a result, Mo Yen Glan has always wanted to improve the gap between the two caused by this sense of distance. After all, Ling Tian is a man. If Mo Yen Glan went directly to Wangtian Tower in such a dazzling way just now, invisibly, it seems to be much higher than Ling Tian and others. That's why she wanted to wait for Ling Tian to leave before doing all this. Now, Ling Tian went to climb the sky, and she also took the initiative to tell the other party that she would go to the sky. The gap between the two gradually faded away imperceptibly. Now she has a much higher status than Ling Tian, but she still chooses to get along with Ling Tian on an equal basis. Corresponding. In the future, when Ling Tian stands at the top of this world, she will also get along with her on an equal basis. This is Mo Xionglan's little thought. Chapter 12. Good life is enviable. Isn't that right? That's going to heaven. That woman is also very extraordinary. Wang Tianlu must at least have the power of a strong person in the life and death realm to be eligible to go up. Hey, I don't know who among those people is called Ling Tian. Nonsense, it must be the boy at the front, only he has been calm. Wait until the two golden avenues of Dengtianlu and Wangtianlu disappear. The crowd below also became lively again. There are 3 most famous buildings in Tianjiao city. It is called the second floor of the Ichinamiya. The first palace, of course, refers to the most majestic and luxurious palace at the highest point, known as Tiannangong. Tiannangong, only those who are above the king level or representatives of the sacred land are eligible to stay. Next is Wangtian Tower. Wangtianlu is a subsidiary force of the 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star sects, and only those who have the power of life and death are eligible to live in it. As for ascending to heaven, only geniuses who already have full potential before the start of the Tian Test Conference are eligible to enter. There is no requirement for the number of people in Nangong and Wangtianlu. However, there is a way to ascend to the sky. Because the genius who can live here means that he can ascend to the sky in the future and become a strong one. There were only 200 people in total. 100 of them are descendants or disciples of some great powers, but they have not broken through the sea-opening territory before the Sky Survey Conference, so they are eligible to participate in this prosperous age. The other 100 must be recommended by the city lord's mansion of a large transit city like Ling Tian. Of course, except for these 3 highest status and most famous sky buildings. There are also other attic buildings floating around. These are for the forces below the 7-star sect and the families of the geniuses who climbed to the sky. Of course, there are also some powerful forces in Tianjiao city. Now, inside Wangtian Tower, a few middle-aged men and women around 4 inquiries were having a good time drinking and talking happily. Brother Tingxian, are you planning to recommend someone this time? Just so, Yulinan city hasn't had any talented talents for 9 consecutive years. Listening to these people's words, a man in a pale gold robe with a gentle face couldn't help but frown. Indeed, he has not recommended anyone in Linan city for 3 consecutive days. Because every recommendation will pay a corresponding price. Every time the Tian Test Conference, anyone who recommends to live in Dengtianlu city lord's mansion must participate in a gamble. This unwritten rule has lasted for thousands of years. And Qian Tingxian, the city lord of Linan city, has lost for 30 years in a row. What is lost is the interests of Linan city, and what is lost is the future of the city lord's mansion. Therefore, Qian Tingxian directly gave up the recommended candidates for the recent sessions. Since there is no hope of winning, it might as well just give up. Just when Qian Tingxian was about to respond to the provocation of these people, a loud voice resounded throughout Tianjiao city. Linan city recommends the person who ascends to the sky, Yunqi city, Ling Tian. Please enter the 68th place in ascending heaven. As soon as the voice came out, everyone present changed their colors slightly. Even Qian Tingxian himself almost spit out the fine wine he just had. What's the situation? Linan city recommended someone who ascended to the sky, but the city lord himself didn't know? Brother Tingxian, it turns out that you have already been selected. No wonder you are so calm this year. That's right, then the rules will remain the same this time. 3-year mining rights for 3 medium spirit stones veins and 1 high-grade spirit stones vein. How? Everyone said something to each other, and Qian Tingxian himself could not refuse. Although this gamble was originally initiated by several city owners privately, but later it gradually evolved into a rule that everyone must participate in today. He can't do anything special in Linan city, can he? Just when he was feeling uneasy, the messenger jade slip in his arms flashed slightly. A clear and pleasant female voice sounded in my mind. Father, Ling Tian is the bet placed by my daughter. Success, my future is my own decision. Failure, the future depends entirely on father's orders. This is climbing to the sky. Ling Tian frowned slightly, because this place was different from what he had imagined. Looking from a distance, Dengtianlu is very majestic. It was only when I got close to it that I discovered that there are 9 floors in Dengtianlu, and 9 is the number of supreme. Each floor is about 100 feet in space, and the upper and lower floors are only a few battles apart. How can so many geniuses live in a place of this size? But he quickly realized and said, could it be a self-contained space inside? The woman in charge of receiving Ling Tian was taken aback for a moment. Ling Tian actually knows about his own space? Young Master Ling Tian, this is indeed a space of its own. Where you live, all cultivation facilities are complete. Although the woman was a little surprised, she still explained it warmly and gently. Have everything. Indeed, there are everything you need for living in the bedroom, dining room, living room, bathing in hot springs, etc. Besides that, there are training rooms, pill refining rooms, martial arts arena, etc. The woman explained patiently while leading the way. Soon, a circular blue light curtain appeared in front of everyone. Please show the ascension order. Humming, the space fluctuated slightly, and two ordinary middle-aged men appeared in front of the light curtain. This method can at least be achieved by those in the Fate Master realm, even those in the Life and Death realm. In the realm of Life Master, the strong man who dominates one side. Life and Death, the top combat power of the 7-star sect. In ascending the sky, but only the person in charge of guarding the entrance and exit. A genius who is enough to live in a skyscraper has a very high gold content. It is impossible for Tianjiao city to let them have any accidents. The two in front of them are just the tip of the iceberg guarding the many masters here. As for Ling Tian himself, he wasn't too shocked. If there were no such protective measures, then this place wouldn't deserve to be called Ascend to Heaven. Call out. Seeing this, Ling Tian waved his right hand, and the jade token in his hand flew towards the two of them like a stream of light. Ling Tian himself was calm, but the expressions of the latter two fluctuated slightly, because Ling Tian's move was not easy. Chapter 13. Could it be blood and blood? The two looked at each other, and had some rough guesses in their hearts. Very well, you can go in. Also, if you have enough guts, you can go to the top floor to try your luck later. After the two people in charge of guarding the entrance and exit of Dantian building confirmed it. Return the token to Ling Tian, and add a meaningful sentence. Oh? Then I will definitely go, thank you two seniors for your kindness. Ling Tian smiled slightly, and slightly cupped hands to the two of them. He is confident and crazy, that's right. But this does not mean that Ling Tian is a person who does not understand etiquette and gratitude. Hehe, young people don't have to be polite, you are very promising. After the two finished speaking, their figures gradually faded, and the light curtain behind them also slowly squirmed, turning into an open door. Master Ling, please come inside. As for your family members, we will have someone to receive them soon. Don't worry, the place where they live is definitely one of the best places to live in Tianjiao city. The reception woman's tone was more respectful than before, and even the eyes she looked at Ling Tian became a little tender. Obviously, the current Ling Tian must already be a figure in the future in her heart. As for the tender look in his eyes, there was nothing abnormal about it. The strong love the beautiful, why can't the beautiful love the strong? Although she is more than 100 years old, in the cultivation world, those under the age of 300 are basically called the younger generation. The difference in age is nothing. However, she also knew that she could only think about it silently in her heart. Well, thank you for your hard work. Ling Tian smiled gently at the woman. The other party has always been very friendly since they came into contact with them, which made Ling Tian quite satisfied. As for the rest of the Ling family, he didn't give any further instructions. They are all grown ups, do I still have to be their babysitter, and I have to tell them everything? With that said, Ling Tian had stepped out and disappeared from the eyes of everyone in the Ling family. Buzz. The gate slowly closed, and once again returned to the original light curtain. Haha, look at those people, they are geniuses. No, it's nothing more than ants in the borderlands. Even if they live in this tower, they are still barbarians. Hehe, you don't have to say that, Brother Wang, what if someone really has a great genius? In the hall on the first floor of Dantian building, nearly 100 people were gathered in two groups. The group of people in front are dressed gorgeously, and the clothes and accessories on their bodies are all magic treasures above the spirit level. The remaining group of people, although compared with ordinary people outside, are still luxuriously dressed. But compared with the former, it looks much shabby. No matter how glamorous the latter's clothes are, they are still mortal clothes after all. How can they compare with the former's magic treasures? Why, are you not convinced? A group of people in the former were talking happily, while the latter glared at them one by one, daring to speak out. Okay. A newcomer is here. It should be the one from Linen City. I wonder how long he can last. I bet he lasts up to 3 breaths. Accompanied by joking words. The space squirmed slightly, and a handsome young man appeared in everyone's eyes. This young man is naturally Ling Tian. 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ended, the two groups of people were stunned at the same time. What happened? Hey, don't you see any difference here? The man who had just bet that Ling Tian could only last 3 breaths spoke with a slightly cold tone. Hearing this tone, Ling Tian frowned and said, "What should I find out?" As soon as the words came out, the air seemed to be quiet. In the corner, a woman in a white dress and a veil also slowly turned her head to look at Ling Tian. Interesting. The melodious voice of a yellow warbler came from her cherry-like charming lips, but no one could hear it. Even if they heard it, no one dared to look back at her. After all, this woman is too scary. Brother, don't you notice that there is an invisible pressure here? Among the other group of people, a man with a simple and honest face couldn't help reminding. After all, no accidents, Ling Tian should be the one from Linen City, so he can be regarded as the same group as them. Is there? It's okay. Ling Tian spoke lightly, he could feel the kindness of the other party, and his tone was a little better than before. It shouldn't be, is there something wrong? Both groups frowned at the same time. There is a test in climbing the sky. Every young person who has just entered here must bear the double pressure of body and spirit. Only those who have survived the 3-breath time are eligible to stay here. If you can't hold on, you will be kicked out by the rules of ascending to heaven in an instant. The people recommended by the transit cities used to be close to 90, but now the number of people sitting here is less than 50. It can be seen that this test is indeed very strict. Of course, the longer you last, the higher your living floor and status will be. The group of gorgeously dressed young men and women in front of them are the outstanding children of some powerful forces. The latter is a young hero recommended by the main mansions of the major cities. However, regardless of the former or the latter, there are unqualified people who are kicked out under this test. It's just that the difference in quantity is somewhat obvious. The number of the former who was kicked out in Ascending Sky Tower is only 8 so far, but the number of the latter is already close to 40, a 5-fold gap. I also think there is something wrong. It seems that no matter how powerful the handwriting is, there will always be mistakes. Everyone said something to each other, and they were sure that there must be something wrong. Humph, a bunch of trash. If you can't do it, it doesn't mean that others can't. When the cold woman's voice came out, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then furious. But when he saw that the person who spoke was the woman in a white dress and a veil, she suddenly stopped. The origin of this woman is not simple, and it is even rumored that she may be the existence of a royal body. Congratulations to Linen City for recommending the person who ascends to heaven, Ling Tian. Successfully passed the test of ascending the sky and suppressing it perfectly. You can stay on the 8th floor of Dantian building, the 4th place. A loud voice sounded, and slowly spread throughout the entire Dantianlu. Chapter 14. Silence. A pinch of silence. Especially those powerful disciples who thought there was a problem with Dantianlu, their eyes widened. How is this possible? It wasn't the first time they heard such a sound, but it was definitely the most shocking one. Before this, this voice appeared twice. The first time, it was a man named Yu Yangfei, who was a descendant of the second elder of the nine-star sect Chixia sect. And he is still a king. He is temporarily living in room 3. The second time, it was a woman named Luo Qingcheng. There are too many versions of her origin. But one thing that is undeniable is that she definitely also has an extremely powerful physique. She lives in room 2 now. As for who is in room 1 on the 8th floor of Dengtianlu, no one knows. They don't even know whether the people living inside are male or female. Gilu. Are you really the person recommended by Linen City? Are you really from a remote place called Cloudstone City? Finally, after a moment of silence, someone couldn't help asking. However, it doesn't matter if they are disciples of great influence, or people who are also recommended by the city lord's mansion. They looked at Ling Tian with awe. They can suspect once, but they will never doubt twice. This is the means arranged by Saint. The great emperor has disappeared for 70,000 years, and now the world's top power is Saint. If they dare to suspect indiscriminately again, it will be disrespectful to Saint. Somewhere, they're going to get some bad luck karma. This thing sounds mysterious, but it does exist. Certainly. Undeniable, Ling Tian nodded slightly, and simply said 2 words. But it was like a sledgehammer hitting everyone's heart. Could it be that a peerless genius with a royal body will come out of a remote place again? In remote places, it is indeed possible to have exceptional talents, or geniuses with special physiques. That's why Tianese City spent so much human and financial resources. The reason why everyone in the entire southern region should have the opportunity to participate in this prosperous world. As you say, cast nets in large areas and fish extensively. Just like the barbarian king body that appeared in the barren land thousands of years ago, it was a harvest. 1,000 years may seem like a long time, but for the top sect and sacred land, it is very short. If it is a sect like 7 stars or 8 stars, let alone 1,000 years, it is considered 10,000 years. If you can get a disciple with a king's body, it will also make the entire sect's senior management laugh from ear to ear. King body, that is a physique with the talent to step into the king state. And a strong king realm can support an 8-star top sect. Even in sacred land, king realm powerhouses are definitely an important backbone. Haha, alas, didn't you just say that we are all country bumpkins and ants? That's right, don't dare to speak now. The young people recommended by the city lord's mansion were distracted for a while, but immediately shouted after recovering. You! The children of the big forces, born with a golden key in their mouths, have been so superior since childhood. When have they ever been provoked like this? But when they saw Ling Tian, they didn't dare to refute anything. After all, Ling Tian has already personally admitted that he is the person recommended by the Linen City Lord's mansion. Under the influence of the family for many years, they already know more than ordinary people. Do you really think these people are as dandy and arrogant as they appear on the surface? In fact, they are all human beings. Otherwise, how to represent the own family and the own forces to come to the Tian Test Conference and become a blockbuster? Ling Tian's talent is stronger than them, this point has been confirmed by Deng Tianlu at least once. They will have no doubts. Then they should keep a low profile accordingly, try not to make Ling Tian angry. Knowing that he is not as good as the other party, but still going to provoke him, that is a fool, not a genius who can reach the sky. Go ahead, I'm not interested in taking care of these things. Who knows, Ling Tian generally doesn't speak, but when he speaks, it's astonishing. After finishing speaking, without waiting for other people to react, Ling Tian began to take a step and looked around by himself. Wait, brother Ling Tian, what do you mean? Could it be that you are afraid that the power behind these people will fail? It's completely unnecessary, they are just a group of dogs who look down on people. That is, with the talents of the Ling Tian brothers, it is possible to surpass the forces behind them in the future. Those youths who were also recommended by the city lord's mansion immediately panicked when they saw that Ling Tian did not intend to join them. As for those powerful young men and women, their faces were gloomy. Snob? Some even had a bad temper and almost shot directly. But he was stopped by some people around him who remained calm. Again, the people they can enter here are not idiots. Anyone is at least one in a million geniuses. Only those who are not bad in talent and character are qualified to be called geniuses. For these people's words, Ling Tian didn't care. What did he do with them? As On observed, he discovered that there must be some weird existences in this ascending building. Etc. Another urgent man's voice sounded, and a young man in his 20s directly blocked Ling Tian's way. Roll. Ling Tian's eyes were slightly condensed, and his tone was very cold. Hehe, I thought you were so powerful, but I was afraid of what's behind them. Suddenly, the man was interrupted before he finished speaking. I saw a bland fist coming towards his cheek. This speed, this power, did not give him any chance to react. Of course, even if he reacted, so what? Boom! In an instant, there was a loud noise, and the man's body was like a kite with a broken string, flying upside down for more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. Slap! Ling Tian clapped his hands casually, then turned around and said to the crowd, "What I do has nothing to do with you. If you want to stand out and have status, you should not rely on others, but rely on your own fists. You keep saying that people are powerful, so why don't you have this idea? Would you rather be a dog or a human? If you are a human being, try to make yourself stronger instead of talking nonsense here." After finishing speaking, Ling Tian walked slowly towards a passage on the upper left of the hall. Only a group of bewildered young men and women were left behind. They were shocked and did not recover for a long time. Chapter 15. Wait a minute, how about your colleagues? A cold female voice came from behind Ling Tian. The person who spoke was the woman in white with a veil on her head. The most important thing is that she is the Luo Qingcheng who lives in the second room. With a beautiful woman, why not do it? Regarding this, Ling Tian, who had a cold and serious face just now, smiled. Coupled with his handsome and delicate face, this smile must have a super lethal effect on most women. Luo Qingcheng was also slightly taken aback. Obviously, she did not expect Ling Tian's expression to change so quickly. But that's what makes it interesting. Because Ling Tian is not like those good-for-nothings in Luo Qingcheng's eyes. Ming Ming is very curious about herself, and she will sneak glances at herself from time to time, but all of them act timidly in front of themselves. Or just pretend like you don't care. And what about Ling Tian? It is what it is, and there is no idea of preparing to hide anything. Wait until that handsome figure, together with that graceful figure, slowly disappears behind the entrance to the second floor. Everyone finally came back to their senses slowly. FK, Mr. Ling Tian is right. I also feel that if we rely on him to bully others, does it make any difference to them? Yes, I want to be a human, I don't want to be a dog, I'm going to practice hard. Those young people who were recommended by the city lord's mansion clenched their fists and looked determined. Practice. Hehe, do you still want to practice? Didn't you just say that we are bullying others and bullying others too much? Brothers, beat them up. After Ling Tian left, those disciples of great influence couldn't bear it anymore. Even those who stopped everyone just now couldn't help but fight again. Even so, the boy named Ling Tian has already been deeply imprinted in their hearts. Because, Ling Tian's words really touched everyone's heart. Birth, status, and background are important, but the most important thing is one's own strength. If I have no strength, will I still be favored by the family and the forces behind me? If these people failed this trip, they didn't show their own talents in the Tian test conference. In the future, after they go back, will they still have the current treatment? On the contrary, the same is true for the people recommended by the city lord's mansion. If they could have Ling Tian's strength, would anyone dare to challenge them? Of course not. In the final analysis, own strength is the most important thing. Two groups of people, after a thorough fight. But no one noticed that in the lobby on the first floor of Dengtianlu, there were several illusory figures of middle-aged and old people looming. It's qi, blood, and qi, that's right. Unexpectedly, after so many years, there will be a person whose physical body has reached the limit again. It seems that the bell of this Skytest conference may ring 9 times. That's right, the 9 bells of the Tian Test conference have indeed not appeared for a long time. I remember the last time, it was the young man who possessed the divine body of Tian Gang. He could only count 8.5 times that time. After all, he has the blessing of a divine body, and this young man named Ling Tian seems to be just a mortal. Otherwise, he should be able to surpass Su Yangfei in room 3. Several people chatted with each other, with the light of expectation in their eyes. Among these people, 2 of them were the power Wuxiu who guarded the entrance and exit of Dengtian building. And the elders beside them are the core elders who manage Dengtianlu. Don't know what to call you yet. As he spoke, Ling Tian's footsteps fell, and the surrounding scenery slowly changed. They had already reached the 4th floor of the Ascend to Heaven building. Luo Qingcheng. Nice name. The same to you. The 2 looked at each other and smiled through the veil. Everything was in silence. Ling Tian also gradually became curious about this woman named Luo Qingcheng. The same is true for the latter. The stairs between each floor of the sky-climbing building are actually a test. It is a kind of repressive test of human nature and spirit. For people with unstable minds, the stairs between each floor are as long as hundreds of thousands of steps in their eyes, and there is no end in sight. In the eyes of Ling Tian and Luo Qingcheng, it is only the 9th rank. It can be seen from this that the 2 people's hearts are indeed very good. I'm curious, are you really from a remote place? Luo Qingxiu's cold but pleasant voice came out, and her slender jade legs also slowly stepped up the passage steps leading to the 5th floor. Yes, no. Ling Tian smiled slightly, made a fool of himself, and followed the other party's pace. What he said is indeed true, the past Earth is indeed very remote to the fantasy world, and it doesn't even exist. As for saying no, of course it refers to the issue of xingxing and mental energy. This is what Luo Qingcheng is mainly curious about. How can a person in a remote place have a mental energy that exists side by side with her? This kind of mental energy is somewhat similar to divine sense, but not exactly the same. Otherwise, it is impossible for the 2 of them to be able to walk on the ground easily under the mental test of ascending to the sky. What about you? It seems that you are not a few years older than me. Before Luo Qingcheng could continue to question, Ling Tian asked the other party instead. Those who can participate in the Tian Test conference must be under the age of 24 and have no breakthrough. Talented people like Ling Tian and Luo Qingcheng basically need to suppress their realm. I'm not telling you. In response to this cold and repulsive woman blinked playfully and accelerated again. Ling Tian has his own secret, so why doesn't Luo Qingcheng have one? Moreover, this secret may not be much worse than Ling Tian's. Looking at the graceful and charming figure in front, at the long white dress swaying in the wind and the dancing hair. The corner of Ling Tian's mouth raised slightly. This woman is interesting. Chapter 16. Do you know what's on the 9th floor? On the 8th floor of Ascending Heaven Tower, Ling Tian and Luo Qingcheng sat facing each other. The air here seems to have a hint of milky white. The spiritual qi of Linen City is more than 10 times stronger than that of Yunqi City. And Tianese City is at least 5 times the size of Linen City. Not to mention climbing to the sky, it is more than 10 times that of the outside world. Now, at this moment, ascending to the 8th floor of the Tianlu, spiritual qi is already looming like its essence. The spiritual qi here is at least 10 times that of the 1st floor. That is to say, the 8th floor of Dengtianlu is thousands of times the place where Ling Tian once lived. 7 days of cultivation here is worth several years of cultivation in remote places. And this is just one of the benefits of ascending to heaven. It can be seen from this that this ascending to the sky does have his uniqueness. With such a good practice place, in just a few days, most of the geniuses who have climbed to the top of the sky can go one step further. Although it is still necessary to suppress the realm and cannot break through, but in the body tempering realm, the physical body can definitely be stronger. After all, apart from Ling Tian, perhaps there is no one in this world who can reach the limit strength of the human body. Not to mention, surpassing the limit like Ling Tian. 9th floor. Luo Qingchen's tone was slightly surprised, and he continued, "Do you want to go there?" "Yes, if possible, I would like to go and see." Ling Tian discovered that the top 100 climbers are eligible to live on the 8th floor. Unfortunately, only he, Luo Qingcheng and that Ouyang Fei could really come up. As for who was in room 1, Luo Qingcheng said that she didn't know either. The top floor of Dengtianlu is said to be a mustard space, which is different from the self-contained space we live in. It should contain the power of mysteries, which can only be comprehended by powers above the life and death realm. Luo Qingchen's tone was not very sure. Obviously, she had heard about it herself, and had never really been there. Hearing Fang Bing's cold and pleasant voice, Ling Tian thought for a moment and said, "Aren't you curious? Haven't you been there before?" "No, because the pass to ascend the sky can only go to the 8th floor, and there is no entrance to the 9th floor at all." Luo Qingcheng shook her head. If she could, of course she would explore it out of curiosity. As for her icy tone, Ling Tian was used to it and didn't really care. This was not done on purpose by Luo Qingcheng, it was caused by her special physique. Talking to Ling Tian, her tone was already several times gentler than talking to other people. "I see." Ling Tian nodded, but slowly analyzed in his heart. Since the pass for ascending the sky can only lead to the 8th floor, why did the two masters guarding the entrance want to try on the 9th floor by themselves? There must be something weird in it. But since I can't figure it out now, let's not think about it. There are only 7 days to climb the sky, and 7 days later will be the Sky Test Conference. Ling Tian didn't intend to waste time on this uncertain matter. After bidding farewell to Luo Qingcheng, Ling Tian finally entered the 4th room belonging to Own. Call. Taking a deep breath, the whole person feels refreshed a lot. The concentration of spiritual qi here is similar to that of the 8th layer. But there seems to be a faint trace of other energy in it. This kind of energy can help cleanse the body. Although it is very weak, it is indeed getting stronger. Look at the several light doors in the room. Ling Tian walked into the light door marked spiritual spring bath first. Chirp. Coo. There was a sound of birds chirping, and bursts of flowers smelled. This is a world full of birds and flowers. There are well-behaved birds flying and circling in the sky. There are green trees and colorful flowers on the earth. In the middle there is a half milky white and translucent pool. The width of the pool is about the size of 10 battles. No surprises, the liquid in the spirit pool should be spiritual fluid. Spiritual fluid is a much more precious cultivation resource than ordinary spirit stones. In the currency system of this world, except for the gold coins used by mortals, martial arts all use spirit stones. Spirit stones are divided into low grade, middle grade, top grade, and top grade. The conversion ratio between each level is 1:100. The annual income of the Ling family is as high as 30 low-grade spirit stones. And the spiritual fluid in the pool in front of him is at least thousands of high-grade spirit stones, formed after melting and refining with great supernatural powers. That's the equivalent of 10 million low-tier spirit stones. This is definitely a super big deal. Of course, Deng Tianlu dared to do this, in addition to having the capital and strength himself. And there are no more than a handful of people who can live on the 8th floor at each Tian test conference. In addition, these people can only cultivate in the spirit pool for 7 days at most. 7 days, Even if it is a king body or even a legendary god body, it can only absorb less than 1/10 of it at most. The price of millions of low-grade spirit stones is nothing to the ascending building jointly funded by the major forces. It's a pity that they would never have thought that there would be such a monster as Ling Tian. Those who were able to live here in the past, who has a special physique and a powerful talent. They can absorb less than 10% of the spiritual fluid at most. For Ling Tian, that could be 30%, 50%, or even all of it. Take off your robe. Enter the spirit pool, stretch, and lie down comfortably. In just an instant, Ling Tian felt all the exhaustion from the journey was swept away. I feel as if I am immersed in a warm ocean. This feeling is very comfortable. Why are these geniuses desperately trying to show themselves and shine? They just want to be able to enter the top sect, and even enter the sacred land. Especially the latter, I believe that there will definitely be no shortage of methods like climbing to the sky. In the final analysis, Dantian Lu is formed by everyone, and the geniuses who get the benefits don't know who will go to sect or sacred land. Therefore, they will not do their best at all, and no one will be so impartial. But only own disciples can enjoy the things in one's own territory, and there must be a better training place than this spirit pool. Opening the sea is to open up Dantian space, and expand it a little bit in the future. Opening the spirit realm is to open up the brain's divine sense and enhance one's own divine sense little by little. True martial realm is to quench the pill refining field spirit power, turning it into the power of true essence. These realms are from small to large, from details to backbone. Why can't the body tempering realm be reduced from small to large like this? Ling Tian lay comfortably in the warm spiritual fluid, but in his heart he wondered whether the body tempering realm should have higher powers. If people knew what Ling Tian was thinking, they would definitely think him crazy. The limit of human strength is 50,000 jin of strength, while the strength of a real dragon in the body tempering realm is 100,000 jin. 100,000 caddies is the limit of all races in the world, and this is the limit of the rules of the world. The current Ling Tian, under full strength, has surpassed the power of a real dragon. He still thinking about doing another breakthrough? Chapter 17. Use your body as a furnace, suck. Ling Tian is a decisive person. Since he thought of this, he immediately started to experiment. Accompanied by Ling Tian's loud shout, at this moment, On's physical body began to devour and absorb the surrounding spiritual fluid like a sucker. The spiritual fluid entered the body. Ling Tian did not let the energy of the spiritual fluid flow throughout the body as before, but under the control of his powerful mental energy. Slowly send these rich energies to the epidermal cells of his right hand. What? A painful groan came from Ling Tian's mouth. At that moment just now, Ling Tian only felt that his right hand was about to explode. Therefore, he hastily stopped what he was doing. You can do experiments to become stronger, but it must be done under the condition of safety. Otherwise, his right hand will be crippled. Before the life and death realm, Wuxiu does not have the ability to regenerate a broken limb. Is this idea not working, or is there something wrong? Ling Tian looked at his swollen right wrist, and gradually frowned. Wait a moment. Ling Tian seemed to have discovered something suddenly, and then he gritted his teeth, and a force gathered from his body to the swollen right wrist. This time, Ling Tian is no longer devouring energy, but emitting energy outside. Looking at the traces of black blood spilling from his wrist, Ling Tian's eyes also gradually became hot. It turns out that if the physical body wants to become stronger, it cannot just swallow energy. Instead, it is necessary to swallow and expel impurities at the same time. If at the end, the own body does not have the slightest impurities, it is full of explosive power. How scary would that be? And in Ling Tian's bold vision, the present is not all. Since the martial artist of true martial realm can compress and purify own spirit power into true essence, then why can't I also compress and refine the energy in the physical body? The idea is bold. If it fails, it is very likely that it will explode and die. However, Ling Tian still wants to try. Use your body as a furnace, inhale again. Ling Tian's voice came again, and energy flowed into On's body again. Absorb. Drain the impurities. Such a cycle, after half an hour has passed. Success. Ling Tian looked at On's right hand in surprise. Now, his right hand is as white as jade, even more beautiful than a woman's skin. But hidden under this jade color is an unparalleled powerful energy and blood. Blast out with a punch. Set off waves of air. The strength of his right hand has once again broken through the 100,000 Jin level. And on top of this, thousands of caddies of strength were added. If the whole body is like this, does that mean that Ling Tian's physical strength may reach 110,000, 150,000, or even 200,000? One must know that Ling Tian is still in the body tempering realm at this moment. Not even a real martial artist. Not only does he have to surpass the most powerful true dragon power in the world, he also has to surpass it twice. Ling Tian has great ambitions. Thinking of this, Ling Tian still didn't have any hesitation as before. Directly and decisively absorbed the energy in the spirit pool again. These spiritual fluids are transformed from top-grade spirit stones. The impurities rate of top-grade spirit stones is already very low, and the spirit power contained in it is also very pure. Even so, after these spiritual fluids entered Ling Tian's body, they had to be refined and purified. Finally, it is absorbed by the epidermis of the body, and then the impurities are discharged again, and then purified. Do this dozens of times. It is not an exaggeration to say that only 1% of this rich spiritual fluid energy is actually absorbed by Ling Tian. The extra 99% has been repeatedly refined into impurities by him. It seems a bit wasteful. But this is 1% of the energy that Ling Tian really absorbed. If it is known to the outside world, it will definitely cause a huge sensation. This is simply unprecedented creative breakthrough. And it is a body tempering realm, created by the most basic practitioner. Time passed slowly, and Ling Tian was completely immersed in the ocean of cultivation. This is a process of continuous improvement. Let alone a day or two, even a year or two, decades, or 100 years is not too long. This kid hasn't come out for 6 days, are you sure you told him? I said it, the two of us said it together, how could we make a mistake? Outside room number 4, an old man with grey temples and 2 middle-aged men were communicating solemnly. The old man is one of the real managers of this ascending building, and he does not belong to any force. And these 2 middle-aged people are the 2 powers guarding the entrance to the Dantian building. Did that kid just give up? It shouldn't be. I don't think his character is like the kind of person who gives up easily. The old man muttered to himself. After this Ling Tian entered the number 4 gate, he never appeared again. Not to mention finding the entrance to the 9th floor. This made the old man a little anxious. It's not easy to meet Ling Tian, a peerless genius whose physical body has reached its limit. He is the most promising candidate to enter the 9th floor. If possible, the old man even wanted to break in immediately to see what Ling Tian was doing. In order to protect the privacy of some geniuses, especially some king body geniuses. Before their physiques were fully discovered under the Heavenly Test Conference. It is necessary to try to avoid letting any forces know, otherwise how can there be fairness? In case any of the top 9-star sect or even Sacred Land knew the real situation of the other party, they threw out an olive branch privately. It is obviously not authentic to other forces. Therefore, the first 5 rooms on the 8th floor all have isolation formations arranged by Saint himself. Even if it is the divine sense of a king-level powerhouse or even a king-level powerhouse, it is difficult to spy on the situation inside. Just when the people outside were in a hurry, Ling Tian, who was the person involved, finally slowly opened his eyes. Looking down at his white skin like jade all over his body, he couldn't help being a little excited. Stretch out your right hand and slide it against your abdomen. A line of blood appeared. But miraculously, this bloodline wound healed automatically in just an instant, returning to its original state. It was as if the wound just now had never appeared before. From now on, I'll tell you not to be dead-skinned. Ling Tian is quite satisfied with his cultivation results this time. But, how much own power has reached, I still have to try. At this moment, a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Ling Tian's eyes. There are a few simple big characters written on it. Climbing to the sky, Ling Tian, please take care of the 8th floor. Chapter 18. It's a pity, otherwise I really want to take them all away. Get up and put on your robe. Ling Tian looked at the Lingqi behind him and muttered to himself. Although this spirit pool was only about a third smaller than before he practiced. However, the spiritual fluid, which was previously filled with milky white, has become a translucent color. The remaining 2/3 of the spiritual fluid is estimated to have almost the same effect as the low-grade spirit stones. It has to be said that Ling Tian's cultivation is indeed a bit too resource-intensive. Such a rich spiritual fluid pool, if it were someone else, it would probably be possible to cultivate from the body tempering realm to the master realm. Similarly, Ling Tian's harvest is also huge. He has not developed Dantian yet. With his current physical strength, he has the confidence to fight against Wuxiu, who has opened the spirit realm. Why don't you ask them for a pool later? Ling Tian's star eyes turned slowly, but this method was quickly rejected by him. Be kind. It is equivalent to absorbing and taking away 10 million spirit stones. This figure is enough to make a big sect feel bad. But, this spiritual fluid can be given up. However, he believes that this training room has more than these benefits, right? After having this idea, Ling Tian didn't go out to meet the so-called steward who climbed to heaven. Instead, go back to the hall of the room again, find the light door that says pill refining room, and walk in. The scent of the medicine seems to be very weak. Walking in, Ling Tian didn't feel the strong medicinal fragrance as he thought in his heart. Thinking about it carefully, it should indeed be like this. Those who can live in Dengtianlu will have to participate in the Tian test conference in at most 10 days. Where is the time to delve into pill refining? Looking around for a moment, Ling Tian's eyes focused on the 4-foot-high alchemy furnace in the middle. To be honest, this alchemy furnace is really not big. Even a little small, not enough to meet the needs of a real pill refiner. But the reason is also very simple. Before becoming a real martial artist in the pioneering sea realm, practitioners in the body tempering realm cannot control the spirit power of the world, so they cannot control medicinal herbs from the air. You can only rely on yourself to manually select the elixir. The 4-foot-high alchemy furnace just reaches the chest position of an ordinary practitioner, which is just right. Of course Ling Tian doesn't care about these things. His gaze has shifted to the locker on the right side of the pill refining room. Ling Tian's plan is very simple, to see if there are any cherished heavenly and mortal treasures to take out. Due to his current destiny induction and his own physique, he has a far superior perception of heavenly and mortal treasures that contain attribute energy. Generally, it's useless. This is okay. After picking for a long time, Ling Tian finally only harvested 4 elixir plants that were quite satisfactory. 1 4-color flower, 1 crimson fruit, and 2 cherry moss. There are still some gains, these are heavenly and mortal treasures above the true level. As for the others, Ling Tian is not interested. His talent is destined to enter the sacred land. At that time, the resources for self-cultivation there will definitely be several times better than those in front of you. Ling Tian still has this confidence. In addition to the pill refining room, Ling Tian went to the weapons training ground for a stroll. Unfortunately, there is nothing to receive here. Because the martial arts field is a space similar to an illusion. The enemies and weapons inside are illusions. In the martial arts arena, I can do whatever I want, but these are not real, and I can't take them out. This made Ling Tian a little disappointed. If you let outsiders know what he thinks, I don't know how he will feel. Want Ling Tian to be greedy? I still think that Ling Tian is an insatiable person. Neither. If you think about it carefully, you will find that among the people who lived in the ascending sky building, he was the only one who did the right thing. Because isn't the thing prepared by Deng Tianlu just for the genius who is qualified to live here? Others dare not or are embarrassed to enjoy it. But Ling Tian doesn't care about these details, he only cares about following his own nature. If I have the strength to stay in room 4, then I should have the qualification to enjoy everything here. This is the uninhibited heart that the strong should have, the unfettered free heart. This kid, don't come out yet. Why don't we start that formation, go in and have a look. It's getting late outside. Tomorrow is the Sky Test Conference. There is no time to delay. Outside room number 4, several people looked at each other, ready to start the formation of the ascendant. The space fluctuated slightly, and Ling Tian's figure slowly walked out from the light curtain in room 4. Looking at the two middle-aged people in front of him, and the old man with grey temples. Seniors, who are you? Ling Tian frowned slightly. What is this for? Peep yourself? The latter was obviously a little embarrassed, and immediately explained, we just worry about you, you have not heard from you for more than 6 days. Besides, there is the isolation formation arranged by Saint, and we can't see the situation of the facade, so they're going to force their way in? This is definitely not going to be said. Although Ling Tian is a junior, they are seniors. But it's better not to talk about such embarrassing things. I see. Hearing this explanation, Ling Tian's brows gradually eased, thinking that he was peeping at him. If that's the case, I still feel a little angry in my heart. Even if the other party is the power of life and death, you can't peep at yourself. This is the basic principle. If Deng Tianlu couldn't even guarantee this, Ling Tian would leave immediately without hesitation. Seeing the change in Ling Tian's expression, the old man who had never spoken was slightly shocked in his heart. This young man, with energy and blood all over his body like an oven, seems to have more hope than he imagined. Most importantly, this young man's mood is definitely worthy of a king. Facing the situation of life and death, under the principle of own power did not flinch, and his tone was calm and calm. Is this really a boy? If it weren't for Saint's means at tomorrow's Sky Test Conference, no one would be able to deceive own bone age. The old man really wondered if Ling Tian could be some old monster who changed his appearance and breath. After all, Ling Tian is really too calm. Chapter 19. You want me to go to the 9th floor of the Tianlu? Yes. Senior, are you sure you're not messing with me? Ling Tian's eyes were suspicious, but in his heart it was not easy to laugh. Let yourself go to the 9th floor. Ling Tian himself is really curious about the 9th floor of the Sky Tower. However, the old man told Ling Tian that they didn't know the entrance to the 9th floor, and Ling Tian needed to find it by himself. Isn't this a fuss? Are you sure this isn't an international joke? We really didn't mean to joke with you. Even this old man, whose breath was as steady as the sea, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This matter is indeed a bit funny to say. Okay, senior, you are also a Wangqiang sealer anyway, so just go ahead. Looking at the three of them, Ling Tian took the initiative to speak. He knew that there should be some secret existence in it. And this secret is not necessarily good for me, it may also be bad. That's why the three powers were a little embarrassed when they spoke. It seems that they have a guilty conscience. But this also indirectly proves that the purpose of the three powers is more out of good intentions. Otherwise, with one Wangqiang sealer and 2 life and death realm powers, why bother to be so polite and embarrassed to a junior? No matter how strong the talent is, before he grows up, he should still be in awe of those who seal Wangqiang. On this point, Ling Tian still has self-knowledge, he is not a brainless and arrogant impulsive boy. Alright, let's explain it carefully for you first. As for whether to go or not in the end, the choice is in your own hands. The old man took a deep breath. Apparently, he hadn't mentioned the secret of the 9th floor to anyone. Time passed little by little. Following the old man's narration, Ling Tian stretched out his right hand involuntarily, pinching his chin and meditating. It turns out that the 9th floor of the ascending tower is said to have the means of the great emperor. Emperor. Since the last great emperor in the world. Longevity great emperor. After disappearing, there will be no emperor-level powerhouse in the world. The reason for this, and what specific secrets there are, no one knows. But what is undeniable is that even the strongest in the imperial realm is his own most common method and the most common arrangement. That is also an existence that makes the whole continent awe, even saint cannot spy on it. That's why no one knows the entrance to the 9th floor of the Dantian building. But if there is a predestined person, this entrance will emerge by itself. Obviously. Ling Tian is the predestined person in their eyes. It is necessary to meet the conditions of a predestined person. First of all, the physical body must reach the limit of the human body to give birth to qi, blood, and qi. In addition, there must be a mental energy far beyond ordinary people. These 2 points Ling Tian not only perfectly matched, but also surpassed. If nothing else. Since the legendary 9th floor of the Ascend to Heaven building is arranged by the great emperor. So, here, there is likely to be the opportunity of the great emperor. The opportunity of the emperor realm peak powerhouse is definitely an existence that can drive the entire continent crazy. However, there is one thing that makes the old man hesitate. Just 10,000 years ago, there was also a young man with great talent who went in. Even that young man is very likely to be a god body. The divine body is a rarer and more powerful physique that surpasses the king's body. It is also one of the most powerful physiques in the world. With this kind of physique, it is possible to become a holy existence in the future. If it was in ancient times, it would have the talent of becoming an emperor. Hearing this, the other party doesn't need to continue to explain, Ling Tian can guess 1 or 2. That is to say, after that person went in, he never came out again. Ling Tian's tone was very calm, and what he said was quite right. Yes, 10,000 years have passed, and that person and the 9th floor of Dengtianluo have never appeared again. So, do you still want to try? The old man nodded. Undeniably, he was very optimistic about the young man in front of him. There was even a moment when he didn't want Ling Tian to try. Otherwise, if Ling Tian also disappeared like the divine body 10,000 years ago, that is definitely another loss for the southern territory. But the will of the saint, the last wish of the great emperor, has to be obeyed again. That's right. This is the 9th floor of the skyscraper. It was one of the backhands arranged by the longevity great emperor before his fall. Of course I have to try. Since it's an opportunity for a strong man in the imperial realm, why not try? Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all, and the words came out, making the 3 people on the opposite side slightly surprised. The young man in front of him has absolutely no disposition, and he can remain calm even in the face of the powerful king realm. Why are you so restless now? But if you think about it carefully, the opportunity for a strong man in the imperial realm, even a saint, would fall behind the curtain, let alone a young man. Was Ling Tian dazzled by the temptation of the opportunity in front of him? Of course not. That mysterious destiny induction seems to be telling Ling Tian himself in the dark. This is definitely a big opportunity that is good for you, don't miss it. What exactly this destiny induction is, Ling Tian himself can't figure it out. But this intuition is absolutely accurate, Ling Tian can be sure of this. Since you have made up your mind, we can start now. Just as the old man spoke, the space fluctuated slightly. 2 seemingly ordinary old men with introverted breath appeared in the field again. If nothing else, these 2 are also Wangqiang sealers. But well, Ling Tian looked at the three Wangjiang seals with strange eyes. Because the three of them actually have 90% similar looks. Seems like these are three brothers, maybe even triplets? Hee, young man, don't look at the three of us so surprised. We are indeed the three brothers, the three sword kings who used to be all-powerful. An old man in a golden robe spoke first, with memories and arrogance in his tone. Just when he was about to hear Ling Tian's surprised and exclaimed words. The golden robe old man's complexion slowly became embarrassing, and his eyelids kept twitching. Three sword kings? Never heard of it. Ling Tian dug his ears, what he said was not a lie, he really hadn't heard it. Damn, young man, don't indulge in cultivation all day long, you should also learn about the legends of the outside world. The three of us are the ones who have dominated the southern region for thousands of years, the Iron Sword King and the Silver Sword King. This old man is the Golden Sword King. Now, you can call this old man the Golden Sword King. The three spoke together, and this time, Ling Tian's eyes finally changed slightly. The three Wangjiang seals are still three brothers, and their titles are also very similar. They are all sword cultivators. Especially the person at the head is already an emperor. I see, the three seniors are really extraordinary. Ling Tian nodded and spoke sincerely. Whoever can become a strong king is not a man of the hour. Moreover, they are still three brothers. Judging from the appearance of the three of them, the brotherhood must be very deep. Such a strong person is willing to watch over this perennially deserted Dengtianlu. These are indeed the three powers worthy of admiration. Chapter 20. Yes, yes, children can be taught. The three of them were obviously very satisfied with Ling Tian's change of attitude. However, they were not in a hurry to talk about the 9th floor. Instead, it started to transmit sound secretly. Dage, do you really want this boy to try? I don't think it's worth forgetting, this kid is very much to my liking. I think what the third brother said is right. His calm, free and unrestrained character is very suitable for sword cultivators. How about, the three of us accept him as a disciple, so the opportunity of great emperor should be reserved for the rest. The three of them frowned while performing divine sense sound transmission. Obviously, this question made the three of them a little tangled. Because Ling Tian's temperament is too much to their liking. Ling Tian respected them not because of fear, but because of their contribution to the southern territory. Body tempering realm, can be so calm in the face of the powerful in the imperial realm, and can joke with them and talk happily. Tell it, who will believe it? In addition, Ling Tian talent is so strong, if he becomes a sword cultivator. At the very least, there will be one more power user titled Sword King in this world. If you enter the 9th floor, it is not certain whether you can come out. Ling Tian appreciates the kindness of the three seniors, but I have made up my mind. Please tell the three seniors how to do it. Seeing the three people whose expressions were constantly changing, Ling Tian also had some warmth in his heart. He could feel that the three of them really had deep kindness towards Own. I thought that after traveling to the fantasy world, the characters here would be the same as those in the previous life novels, all kinds of brainless, all kinds of targeting the protagonist. But it is not. It's a more real world, and a more realistic one. You have talent, you have the ability, so naturally someone is optimistic about you. There will be no brainless people who will trouble you. Who would be a fool who can survive in this? The weak are prey to the strong. These power holders in front of them are willing to pay for the southern territory. Of course, this does not exclude those with sinister hearts. Take the three people in front of you, they are optimistic about themselves, don't they also have a purpose? Although this purpose is good intentions for himself, in the final analysis, it also has a stake. If you have no value, you will naturally be abandoned. So, Ling Tian will not let down his vigilance just because of the few people in front of him. At any time, you must keep a hand in your heart. This is Ling Tian's own principle, and it is absolutely indispensable to be on guard against others. You are not afraid. The three spoke at the same time, looking at Ling Tian with piercing eyes. They wanted to see through this boy. Why are you afraid? Ling Tian smiled confidently. He was also afraid of this, he was also afraid of that. What kind of strong would he still be, and what would he do in this day's test conference? Wouldn't it be nice for an Xin to be a genius admired by the whole city in Yunqi City? Why are you afraid? The three muttered to themselves, repeating Ling Tian's words. Suddenly, they seemed to think of something. They laughed out loud at the same time. Dage, second brother, you also found out. Third brother, we should think the same. Swordsman. There must be a moment to go forward bravely, never back down, the heart of the sword that would rather bend than bend. The three of us brothers, have we ever flinched from those ferocious opportunities? The three of us, when faced with the encirclement and suppression by thousands of troops, have we ever flinched? Where Jianfeng passed, shed tears and blood, it's all dust. The three of them talked to themselves boldly. At this moment they were awakened by a young man. Years of comfort and ease in ascending heaven almost wiped out their fearless sword heart. Isn't the current Ling Tian the same as they were all powerful back then? Although realm is a little short, it is definitely not far away. If Ling Tian would shrink back, it would prove that their vision was wrong. If you don't go, you can avoid that potential threat, but you will also lose your fearless heart. Go, even if you die, you will not regret it. But, the previous idea, they are right. Then it was wrong. Although death without regret, the words of going to death are not suitable for Ling Tian. He has been a human being in 2 lives, and he cherishes his own life more than ordinary people. Ling Tian would not make such an unsure choice. He believes that the destiny induction brings own intuition, and there must be great opportunities in it. Of course, even in this situation, Ling Tian still needs to have a fearless heart to make such a choice. In that case, let's start now. You directly release the power of qi and blood in your whole body, and trigger the induction on the 9th floor, and there will naturally be a reception. Finally, the three of them looked at each other with solemn tones. In this regard, Ling Tian can stop wrangling with them. Senior, before the Tian test conference, please help me keep it a secret. Ling Tian solemnly said something that made the three of them puzzled. Confidential? Use me as the furnace, qi and blood as the guide, open. Ling Tian didn't explain anything, everything still needs to be proved by facts. After speaking, he sat in the Ling Tian lotus position, fully unleashing the energy and blood in his body. Originally, his jade-white skin had already been hidden by him. At this moment, it emerged again. The surrounding quiet spiritual qi also began to tremble slowly at this moment. A trace of invisible gang qi began to wreak havoc around. This. The three of them are also terrified, even though they are already Wangqiang, and there is even a strong man in the imperial realm. Still shocked by the boy in the body tempering realm in front of him. What kind of limit force is this? It has simply exceeded the limit. They also understood why Ling Tian wanted them to keep it secret. As far as Ling Tian's physical strength is now displayed, what kind of test conference does he still need to participate in? When the news spread, someone would come to the door immediately and offer an olive branch. With such a talent, it doesn't matter what is fair or unfair, the only way to do it first is to be the first. But this is the full strength of Ling Tian? Surely not. This is just Ling Tian's true dragon power without completing undead skin. Still, he believes that's enough. Now his display of strength is twice the human limit. It is more than enough to trigger the induction of the 9th floor. As I said just now, you still need to keep a hand at any time, and you can't reveal all your own cards. Rumbling. Suddenly, climbed to the sky above the sky. The space was slightly distorted, and an invisible wave spread out. All this, no one can find out. At the same time, the space on the 8th floor of Dengtianlu also distorted. Chapter 21. This is. Ling Tian looked around in surprise. Because this is still the 8th floor, but the 3 powerhouses have disappeared. The entire 8th floor of the Sky Tower. At this moment, there is nothing but myself. The original full-bodied spiritual chi also disappeared. As if, everything just now was just a dream I had? Young man, this is the mustard space. A voice that was far away in the sky but close in front of him reached Ling Tian's ears. The feeling of this voice to Ling Tian is also constantly changing. Sometimes vicissitudes, sometimes full of energy, sometimes youthful, sometimes mature. Mustard space. Ling Tian pinched his chin unconsciously with his right hand, facing the mustard space. He really didn't know. The mustard space is a power of overlapping spaces. You are still on the 8th floor of Dengtianlu, but you are not on the 8th floor of Dengtianlu. Do you understand? The ever-changing voice reappeared. If ordinary people were here and put aside their fear of the great emperor, they would have jumped up and scolded their mothers long ago. What are you talking about? Sometimes you will be there, and sometimes you won't be there, so whether you are there or not. The atmosphere gradually became quieter. That ethereal voice was obviously not in a hurry, he or she seemed to want to test Ling Tian. Ling Tian himself also began to meditate. He likes this feeling of exploring new things. Mustard space, self-contained space. Overlap, in, not in. Ling Tian muttered to himself, obviously, the above words were the key. Suddenly, Ling Tian seemed to think of something. He stretched out both hands at the same time, drew a circle with his left hand, and drew a circle with his right hand. The 2 circles are identical in size and shape. If the space between senior and me is tentatively defined as the 2 circles drawn by my hands. So, senior is on my left, and I'm on my right. The 2 spaces look exactly the same, but they are not in the same place. Now, I gradually close my hands, and the 2 spaces that are not in the same place but are the same gradually overlap together. The last overlapping space is the space I am in now. That's the overlapping mustard space, right? When Ling Tian's words came out, they sounded a little weird, even a little twisted. But with the cooperation of his hands' gestures, it is easy to understand. In fact, there are more than 1 towers. In another mysterious place there is also a tower to heaven. At this moment, the 2 ascending towers are under the link of a great supernatural power of the profound meaning of space. Gradually overlap together, forming the mustard space in front of you. That is to say, Ling Tian's current location is actually just the overlapping projection of the 8th floors of the 2 skyscrapers. And he himself is still on the 8th floor of Dengtian building in Tianese City, and has not really moved for the time being. Of course, if he can also go to another sky-climbing building in a certain mysterious place. 2 identical skyscrapers. At this point, in fact, a channel similar to the spatial teleportation array has been established. You are really good. After a while, that ethereal voice came again, with admiration and a hint of surprise in his tone. This mustard space with overlapping projections is a top-level space mystery. Not to mention Ling Tian is still a body-tempering realm. Even in some life and death realms, the king realm might not necessarily understand the principle of the mustard space. It sounds like one thing, but it's another thing if you really have to do your own research and find out. The atmosphere became strangely quiet again. Aren't you curious? Of course I'm curious. Then why didn't you take the initiative to ask? What should I ask? Can the senior give me the opportunity? Ling Tian smiled slightly. Here, others are the landlords, what he should do is to listen. It's hard to imagine that your bone age is only 16. That voice was not stingy with own praise. Ling Tian really didn't look like a 16-year-old boy. I don't know which great emperor the senior is. Great emperor? Hehe, I was indeed in the emperor realm when I was alive, but strictly speaking it doesn't count. Hearing this, Ling Tian frowned slightly. Why do these power users like to say such illusory words? Yes, yes, no, yes. It has to be so mysterious. Does it appear to be of a high style? The space fluctuated slightly, and a blue transparent soul body appeared in front of Ling Tian's eyes. This is an old man in his 70s, tall and thin, kind-hearted, and dressed in a grey Taoist robe. It seems to give people a sense of immortality, and people can't help but want to surrender and get close. Ling Tian knew that this was returning to basics. When Wuxiu reaches the Emperor's realm, he will start to get close to the Dao of heaven and earth. Whether it is a saint or a great emperor, they are like ordinary people in the world without actively releasing their own power. Is the senior the last great emperor? Long-lived great emperor. Ling Tian spoke calmly, but he was a little shocked in his heart. It seems that this matter is not simple. That's right, in the previous battle, I transformed myself into Tao. But before dissipating, I used one of the 3 souls and 1 soul to arrange the current backhand. When someone with predestined relationship appears and fulfills my last wish, I will completely disappear in the world. The old man who claimed to be the great emperor of longevity spoke with a sad and lonely tone. In the past, he was the most powerful man in Qianlong continent, the great emperor. He is also a strong man in the imperial realm who has lived the longest, but in the end he incarnates in his body, lingers here in the form of a remnant soul, waiting for someone with a destiny. I have to say, this is really a bit of a sad feeling. I don't know what is the last wish of the senior. Ling Tian's tone was slightly excited. Even though he has always been calm, he can't help the heat in his heart. After all, this is the opportunity of the great emperor powerhouse. And this is the last and most famous emperor realm powerhouse. Chongsheng Great Emperor. It is impossible to say that you are not excited, that you don't want to get this opportunity. Chapter 22. Do you know the origin of the year of Emperor Yun? Longevity Great Emperor didn't mention the so-called opportunity directly, but seemed to want to talk to Ling Tian. The origin of the year of the Emperor's fall, isn't it that after you fall, there will be no more emperors in the world? What year is it? The year of Emperor's death is 68961. Ling Tian's handsome and attractive eyes also turned slightly. It can be said that no one in the entire continent knows the origin of the year of Dayun. But judging by the tone of Chongsheng Great Emperor, there is something in the words. Could there be some secrets here? Has it been almost 70,000 years? Actually, the real year of Emperor Yun should be counted from 120,000 years ago. Longevity Great Emperor didn't ask Ling Tian any questions this time, but started to narrate by himself. Following the other party's narration, Ling Tian gradually got a little addicted to it. Unexpectedly, the origin of the year of Dayun is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Once in the Qianlong continent, martial arts are the most respected, and there are many races. The emperor established the country, the saint established the sect, and the great emperor preached. It can be said that whether it is human beings, monster races, or various other special races, all in a state of prosperity. Even in the smallest mortal kingdom, everyone practices martial arts. A strong man who is as big as the emperor can pick up the stars and embrace the moon, and his power can shock the world. King realm powerhouses who are all powerful now were definitely not very rare at that time. At that time, only powers above the emperor realm were eligible to establish a sect. Now, an ordinary true martial realm martial artist is eligible to form a one-star sect. With a strong man in the imperial realm sitting in the town, that is the top 9-star sect. At that time, the sacred land was not eligible to become a sacred land with a saint. The real sacred land must be a top sect with a great emperor sitting in it, or a top sect who has given birth to a great emperor, to be eligible to be called a sacred land. To put it simply, today's practice world as a whole is lagging behind by an overall realm compared to the past, that is, in ancient times. However, all of this changed in an accident millions of years ago. Millions of years ago, the rules of heaven and earth in Qianlong continent suddenly changed. Saint can no longer continue to sense the world, can't truly return to basics, and can't become an emperor. And those strong men who have already stepped into the emperor's realm also felt this change. Moreover, after the changes in the rules of heaven and earth, the strength and lifespan of the powerful in the imperial realm are slowly degrading. The lifespan of the strong in the original this emperor realm is at least 1,000,000 years or more. However, because of this change, some of the emperor realm powerhouses in Qianlong continent broke through the void and wanted to go to the outer world to find a way to break the catastrophe. Some want to do something for Qianlong continent in the remaining time. Slowly, with the passage of time, I don't know when, there will be no emperor in the world. However, things are far from over. Just after all the emperors in the world disappeared. One day 120,000 years ago, the sky of Qianlong continent turned blood red. This represents bad luck and a sign of impending doom. In the first 10,000 years, the blood red color of the sky was still there, but there was no real misfortune. So, people in Qianlong continent gradually got used to this blood red sky. Until, 2 years later, Saint of Qianlong continent finally discovered the clue. That is, the lifespan of everyone in Qianlong continent actually began to decline again. Their qi and blood power is also weakening, and these lost human energy are heading towards the blood-red sky. The news spread. It directly caused the entire Qianlong continent to fall into panic. It's okay if you know who the enemy is. The point is, the entire Qianlong continent, from mortals to saints, has no idea where the blood-red color comes from. At this moment, all the forces of the Wanzhou put aside their past grievances. The powerhouses of all races united together, and they wanted to figure out what the blood-red sky represented. If they do not think of themselves, they think of the descendants of the race. If the lifespan continues to decrease like this, maybe in the future, Qianlong continent will even disappear with the Saint and Emperor realm powerhouses. Because the lifespan is not enough, how to come to the time breakthrough? In the end, the 10,000 races sent half of the saints at that time to explore the secrets outside the sky. Unsurprisingly, the first batch of saints who went to explore the outer space were just like the former emperors. Gone and never returned, no audio. When all races were in despair, one person stood up. That is the only great emperor powerhouse surviving in this world. Chongsheng Great Emperor. He showed up. Just like his name, he is the only strong man in the imperial realm who has survived for nearly 1,000,000 years after the rules of the world changed. The title of longevity is really well deserved for him. In order to save the Qianlong continent, the great emperor of longevity also embarked on the road of flying to the sky for the sake of the common people in the world. This walk, once again, is a full 10,000 years. One day 10,000 years later, a huge golden red wave suddenly rose in the sky. This is the collision of the power of rules. An explosion resounded throughout Qianlong continent. The blood-red sky that had covered Qianlong continent for 40,000 years finally disappeared. However, after the return of the great emperor of longevity, his life will not be long. In the end, the great emperor of longevity sealed the sky of Qianlong continent with his body. From now on, there will be no more emperors in the world. Longevity, the year when the great emperor sacrificed himself to become the Tao. Known as the year of the emperor's fall. After hearing this story, Ling Tian looked at the illusory old man in front of him, and couldn't help but be awed. If an outsider is telling this story, perhaps others will really listen to it as a story. But it was the great emperor himself who told this secret story. Undoubtedly, it adds a bit of tragic color to this secret matter. What's in the sky? And this matter, shouldn't the world know about it? Why has it become a secret instead? Hearing Ling Tian's question, the Chongsheng Great Emperor didn't answer immediately. Instead, he fell into thinking. After a while, his vicissitudes of life came slowly, that blood-red sky is just a projection of thoughts. And after I transformed into a Dao, in order to hide this matter, I stripped off this memory of all the powerhouses below the Emperor realm. Because, the owner of that projection can perceive everything with the power of sentient beings without accident. That is to say, if everyone in Qianlong continent thinks about this, then they will definitely make a comeback again. Next time, they may no longer be projections, but the deities will come. At that time, even if the powerful emperors are still there, it may be difficult to resist. Chapter 23. Is it really that scary? Ling Tian's tone is also very dignified. Just a projection can devour the lifespan and energy of all living beings in Qianlong continent. What means? Indeed, I was able to break the projection, but it was actually a bit of luck. Chongsheng Great Emperor laughed at himself, and said a little lonely, because the phantom was not deliberately placed here. Didn't you do it on purpose? Ling Tian muttered to himself when he heard this. Could it be that he just happened to hit Qianlong continent? The former seemed to see what Ling Tian was thinking, and continued, that's right, it just drifted unconsciously, and happened to hit Qianlong continent. But if you let it go for another 10,000 years, maybe the owner of the phantom will perceive it. This is also the reason why I, regardless of my life, blocked the breath of Qianlong continent with my body. But, even so, I think in another 20,000 years, the catastrophe may come again. At the end, the tone of Chongsheng Great Emperor became obviously dignified. Looking at Ling Tian, he continued, so, my backup is to prepare for the catastrophe in the future. Heard the words. Ling Tian was startled. Could it be that this so-called Great Emperor opportunity is related to becoming an emperor? After all, the other party has already said that this great emperor must at least be a strong emperor to deal with it. Thinking of this, Ling Tian couldn't help being a little excited. Hehe, I guess you already know what I mean, young man. The Chongsheng Great Emperor chuckled and regained his benevolent look before. Senior, please speak. Ling Tian straightened his expression, and his tone was quite solemn. Very well. You are indeed the most promising person. It's not in vain when I transformed into Dao, at the price of destroying samsara, I saw that glimmer of secret. Longevity Great Emperor expressed his appreciation and satisfaction towards Ling Tian. After a pause, he continued, actually, the main reason why no one has been able to become emperor for hundreds of thousands of years. This sky lost heavenly Dao. Without heavenly Dao, naturally it can't sense the rules of heaven and earth. And when I went to Tianjiao, I discovered that Tianjiao has the power of complete rules. I sealed all the comprehension of the power of rules, including the power of rules that I comprehended when I became emperor, in this remnant soul of mine. After finishing speaking, the Chongsheng Great Emperor looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian also looked at the Chongsheng Great Emperor. This meaning is already obvious and can no longer be obvious. That is, the Great Emperor of Longevity needs to find an excellent junior to pass on the understanding of the power of these rules to him. This person is Ling Tian in front of him. According to the statement in the previous life on the earth. This is. The master bestows his lifetime skills to those who are predestined. You don't need to practice anything at all, and you can directly become a top powerhouse. This opportunity is not small. This is simply a huge opportunity hitting on's head. However, Ling Tian was not immediately dazzled by the chance, but asked suspiciously. Senior, since that's the case, why don't you just choose an excellent saint powerhouse, wouldn't it be more troublesome? Ling Tian's question kept seeing blood. Saint has had a preliminary peep into the rules of heaven and earth. If the Longevity Great Emperor passed on his understanding of the rules of heaven and earth to a saint, maybe it is possible for the latter to directly become an emperor? Why do you want to go to the sky, and choose a genius with the limit of the physical body? As expected of the person in the fable, I saw through a glimpse of the secret. You have such a calm, clear and composed mind at your age. I have to say that even in ancient times, there was no second one. Chongsheng Great Emperor smiled even more, he was more and more satisfied with Ling Tian. As if, he didn't care about own sacrifice at all. After all, after this remnant soul dissipated, there would really be no immortal great emperor in the world. Even 6 paths of reincarnation, he can't get in, it's his own choice. Because the rules of Tianyi are different from the rules of Qianlong continent itself. If I pass this understanding on to a saint who has already glimpsed the power of the rules, the two will definitely conflict, and the latter will die unexpectedly. Even the martial arts who opened up Dantian can't do it. Only a practitioner in the body-tempering realm can fully comprehend the power of rules that does not belong to Qianlong continent. But the general body-tempering realm practitioner can't bear this pressure at all, whether it's physical or mental. That's why I need to find a person whose physical body reaches the limit of the human body, and whose mental energy is far beyond ordinary people. And this person is you. Ling Tian, are you willing to accept the inheritance of my immortal great emperor and protect this continent? The last sentence, under the majestic blessing of the great emperor, hit Ling Tian's heart directly. At this moment, Ling Tianzi felt his mind roaring, and an irresistible majesty made his body gradually bend. This is Dai Wei. Inheritance of junior should be respectful rather than obedience, but the matter of protecting the mainland, can we discuss it again? When Ling Tian's words came out, Chongsheng Great Emperor was taken aback for a moment, and then Dai Wei also disappeared. The latter looked at Ling Tian with strange eyes and asked, why? Under such circumstances, shouldn't ordinary people raise their right hand and swear immediately that they are willing? This is the inheritance of the great emperor, Ling Tian actually wants to discuss it. Senior, to tell you the truth, I also cherish my life. I have the ability to prevent future disasters, so I will do my best. But if it's true as you said, then the mysterious projected deity has arrived, and I can't beat it, so I still have to die. These words are Ling Tian's sincere words, he doesn't want to go against his own heart for inheritance. As a human being in 2 lifetimes, Ling Tian cherishes his own life even more. He traveled to the fantasy world, not to be a savior. For the time being, he didn't have the idea of self-sacrifice. Of course, if he gets this inheritance, he will do his best for the senior. This strength is not for Qianlong continent, but to repay the other party for this inheritance. Ling Tian is such a straightforward person, he will not sell his own heart for profit. All right, if you agree without hesitation, it will change my opinion of you. Now, you can keep your heart before the greatest temptation in the world. This is the hope of Qianlong continent's future. Then, let's get started. Chapter 24. How to start. Ling Tian took a deep breath, he knew that the most exciting moment was finally coming. You just need to let go of your mind, my soul will enter into the sea of divine sense that you haven't opened yet. Then, I will pass on all my lifelong cultivation, comprehension and understanding of the power of rules to you. Remember, the future Qianlong continent depends on you. Longevity Great Emperor looked dignified, with a sense of desolation. This time, he will really dissipate in this world. Wait a moment. Senior, I only know your name Chongsheng Great Emperor, but I don't know your real name yet. After accepting your inheritance, the senior can be regarded as the half-master of the junior. So, I want to remember your name. Suddenly, Ling Tian took the initiative to speak, with a desolate tone in his tone. The two people who clearly met for the first time already felt a sense of sympathy and reluctance for each other. Hey? Oh. I am Ye Chongsheng, Jr., do you remember? Chongsheng Great Emperor was taken aback for a moment, and then recalled for a moment before saying his own name. So it's Ye Chongsheng Sr., so let's start. Ling Tian nodded, he wanted to write down this name. Okay, you can close your eyes now, open your heart completely, relax your mind and mental energy. After finishing speaking, Chongsheng Great Emperor had a look of anticipation in his eyes. It was only for a moment that he was hidden. It is good. Ling Tian didn't say much. With an expression of excitement and expectation, he immediately closed his eyes and sat in the lotus position. Soon, Ling Tian's complexion gradually eased, and his whole body began to enter a state of incomparable relaxation. Next, open your mind and wait for my remnant soul to enter. In Chongsheng Great Emperor's tone, there was a hint of comfort in the soul, and it slowly penetrated into Ling Tian's ear. At this moment, Ling Tian's face that had just been soothed and calmed gradually showed a faint smile. As if something very happy happened. Seeing this, Chongsheng Great Emperor also had a happy face. With both hands sealing, invisible blue rays of light emanated from his body, heading towards Ling Tian's eyebrows. This overlapping mustard space also gradually fluctuated accordingly. After a while, the space calmed down. Longevity Great Emperor's already illusory and transparent remnant soul gradually faded and disappeared. There is only one handsome young man sitting in lotus position. Tianjiao City, on the 8th floor of Dantian Tower. Iron Sword King, Silver Sword King, and Gold Sword Emperor, the three brothers are clenching their fists. Hey! With a sigh, the three of them seemed to have aged decades at the same time. Their Jian Xin, which was just awakened by Ling Tian, also slowly fell silent. Did even such a talented person fail? Perhaps, this so-called chance is simply a lie. In the future, the matter about the 9th floor will be sealed up and will not be mentioned outside. The Golden Sword Emperor looked unwilling, because just now, the figure of the young man who had been sitting in the lotus position in the field disappeared completely. Just like the divine body 10,000 years ago, it disappeared without a trace, and there is no trace to be traced. Dage, why didn't we stop him? It's all my fault, I shouldn't have told him about it. The old man who initially claimed to be in charge of the 8th floor is now the Iron Sword King. Also a look of remorse. In the hearts of the three of them, even if Ling Tian doesn't have a special physique, his future achievements will definitely not be low. The power of vitality and blood that breaks the limit, and the mentality of a fearless strongman. This kind of genius who is almost perfect and can't find any faults. It was the first time they met each other in the tens of thousands of years they had ascended to the sky. But what's the use of regretting now? It's too late too. Third brother, please order that all deacon members of Dengtianlu stop talking about the 9th floor. If even this young man named Ling Tian can't get the so-called Great Emperor opportunity. In this world, there is no hope for anyone. The last sentence shows how highly the three of them think of Ling Tian. The Golden Sword Emperor is the real emperor. Saint can't come out, the real invincible powerhouse in the world. He has seen dozens of geniuses in his life, at least tens of millions. But who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Ling Tian? Even he can't find the second one. But did Ling Tian really disappear just like that? Where is this? What's going on? In a grey void, the phantom of the long-body Great Emperor's remnant soul was looking solemnly around. What is this scenario? Didn't he successfully enter the sea of consciousness of the young man in front of him? Where is this void filled with grey mist? Did I make a mistake? He is a great emperor powerhouse, even a wisp of remnant soul is a great emperor. So, he couldn't have been wrong. So, there is only one truth. This is Ling Tian's sea of consciousness, a vast spiritual ocean that is so big that even the great emperor is shocked. He, longevity great emperor. The clear and energetic young voice came slowly. Who is it, pretending to be a ghost? Chongsheng Great Emperor snorted coldly, but he began to feel a little bad in his heart. Great emperors, who comprehend the rules of heaven and earth, have a connection with heaven and earth, and their intuition is very accurate. Senior, of course I am Ling Tian waiting for your inheritance. After speaking, a blue and transparent youth figure slowly emerged. This young figure is Ling Tian. Junior, you are clearly a body-tempering realm, how can you be useful to the primordial spirit? Longevity Great Emperor frowned, Yuan Shen body, which can only be possessed by martial arts masters. And Ling Tian is the body tempering realm. There are 3 big realms, Pahai, Kaling, Jinwu, and so on. So, this boy must be weird. Chapter 25. Humph, why didn't you answer this emperor? The Chongsheng Great Emperor snorted coldly, but he was shocked in his heart. Even the Great Emperor who was once the peak powerhouse between heaven and earth was briefly shocked by Ling Tian's hand at this moment. The scene in front of me was something that shouldn't exist at all. Even in that ancient period, it was impossible for the body-tempering realm to give birth to the primordial spirit. Senior, I don't have a soul. I'm just a little bit too strong in mental energy, it's my mentality. Ling Tian picked his ears, this is his favorite action when mocking others. Hehe, so you found out a long time ago, and you dare to let me in. The long-lived Great Emperor heard Ling Tian's words, and he no longer hid it, and no longer had a kind face. On the contrary, the whole person has a gloomy and hideous look. I dare to let you in, of course I have some confidence and capital. Ling Tian smiled slightly, very calmly, as if what he was facing was not some great emperor at all. Oh. Really? Then tell me what you found. Longevity Great Emperor's tone was clearly unwilling. A junior saw through the tricks of his majestic Great Emperor? He doesn't believe it. Unless Ling Tian can really tell one thing or two. It seems that the Great Emperor Senior is still a little bit dissatisfied. Yes, you are the strongest in the world, even the remnant soul is also the Great Emperor. And I'm not even a real martial artist, so how could I see your flaws? The corner of Ling Tian's mouth raised, the question he said was exactly what the other party thought. Yes, where is the problem? Because you have so many flaws. Where should I start? As soon as Ling Tian's words came out, the latter immediately became angry. Junior, are you farting? This emperor has many flaws. Longevity Great Emperor had a gloomy face, even Saint dared not speak like that in front of him. Hey, don't get excited, listen to me slowly. First of all, as the most admired emperor ever, why can't you just choose your own successor? 2 identical sky-climbing towers were built, and a space passage was built with means that even Saint could not detect, forming an overlapping mustard space. Of course, you might say that you are worried that some evil-minded people will take away your inheritance. If so, it would be even more unreasonable. This remnant soul of yours has a sense of your own theme, so the majestic emperor can't tell the good or bad of the incoming people. So, this so-called great emperor's opportunity was not in the light of day. This is your first flaw. After hearing Ling Tian's words, the Chongsheng Great Emperor also frowned. Indeed, although he did deprive the strong below the imperial realm of the memory of that catastrophe. But the saints that still exist in this world are aware of his great achievements. He wants to choose a successor, and these people will definitely do their best to choose the most outstanding genius in the entire continent for him. There was absolutely no need for him to be so mysterious, and he even felt a little sneaky. Even so, I'm worried that this matter will be too sensational, and I'm afraid it will disturb the temporary peace of the mainland. Longevity Great Emperor's tone was obviously a little annoyed. But his explanation is not without reason. If all the sacred lands and 9-star sects know that there is a great emperor inheritance, they will definitely fight for outstanding talents and destroy the rare peace of this continent. Okay, let's not talk about that. In addition to the above, you still have 3 doubts. There are 3 more. Chongsheng Great Emperor was a little stunned this time, he knew that he had a flaw. But how come so many? First, since I came in, you have been emphasizing how great you are, the Great Emperor. If you just simply told me the truth about the year of Emperor Yun, it would be understandable. After all, you are looking for the hope that can protect Qianlong continent. This hope must know what you need to protect. But your purpose is not the latter at all. You want me to let go of my guard against you from the bottom of my heart, and to have trust and awe in you. Speaking of this, Ling Tian paused, but the latter had a gloomy face and had no intention of speaking. Second, why don't you talk to me about the young man who entered here 10,000 years ago? You kept saying that it was for Qianlong continent. A god body that is rare in the world has disappeared from you, why don't you explain it? If it's someone else, you, as the great emperor, don't need to explain at all. After all, the great emperor has the arrogance of the great emperor, so why explain anything to the ants? But I'm different. The purpose of coming here is the same as that of the disappeared young man with a divine body. In this regard, as the person concerned, you have the obligation to explain to me. Speaking of this, Ling Tian's voice was obviously much harsher. If you don't have any means, you really believe in the long-lived great emperor in front of you. Perhaps, I will disappear into this world just like the young man with a divine body 10,000 years ago. So what? I am the great emperor of longevity, what else do I need to explain to a junior like you? Chongsheng great emperor's tone became even more annoyed, seeing that he was about to go berserk. Ling Tian spoke next. It directly made the whole air strangely quiet. Third, you are not the great emperor of longevity at all. Ling Tian's words were sharp, and he didn't flinch even when he was facing the Emperor Realm Peak powerhouse. The other party already wanted to call his attention. Why should I be in awe of the other party? Ling Tian is such a fearless person. However, he also has the means to protect himself. Otherwise, what Ling Tian said now is tantamount to courting death. Just because I hesitated for a moment when answering your name. Longevity Great Emperor's tone calmed down. When the truth was in front of his eyes, it was pointless for him to be angry any longer. As a former Great Emperor, without the ability to quickly adjust his mentality, it is impossible to step into the Emperor realm. Since you know that I am a fake, you still dare to let me come to your sea of consciousness so confidently. Of course, because I dug a hole, just waiting for you to jump down by yourself. Facing the threat of the great emperor in front of him, Ling Tian didn't have any fear, instead he smiled strangely and confidently. Of course he has the means to wait for the other party. Ling Tian is not a reckless man. Chapter 26. I'm still curious, Junior, how did you find out that I'm not the main body of the longevity great emperor? The tone of the fake longevity great emperor in front of him gradually calmed down. The great emperor has already returned to his original nature, and he will not lose his temper easily. Now that the two of them have a complete showdown, it's better to have a clear chat before it's too late to make a move. From your remnant soul, I feel the profound meaning of the fire element or the power of rules. As for the longevity great emperor, it is said that he has mastered the power of wood attribute rules, which is why he can live for so long. How can two people with different powers of rules be the same person? Do you think I'm right? Looking at Ling Tian's sharp eyes. This fake longevity great emperor couldn't help trembling in his heart. Unimaginable. A practitioner from the body tempering realm, a practitioner who is not even a martial arts practitioner, talked to him about the power of rules that can only be accessed by saints. Who will believe this? I didn't expect it. I really met a peerless genius. It's not in vain for my many years of planning. It seems that with your body, I will see the sun many times faster. This fake long-lived great emperor no longer hides anything. Looking at Ling Tian's eyes is like looking at rare treasures. Such an excellent young man had never appeared even in ancient times. Really? It means that your remnant soul wants to take my body. The corner of Ling Tian's mouth raised, he already basically knew the main purpose of the great emperor in front of him. Yo? Do you still know about Duosh? Since this is the case, then obediently wait for the control of this emperor. Finished talking. The figure of this fake long-lived great emperor began to change slowly. His stature gradually became taller, his grey hair turned red, and his old face gradually became younger. At last, Standing in front of Ling Tian was a strange young man with red hair. So young? This was really beyond Ling Tian's surprise. He didn't expect that this great emperor was actually a young man who looked less than 30 years old. Moreover, his excellent destiny induction told him that the other party did not use methods such as changing appearance. This is what the great emperor originally looked like. Junior, you never expected this time, did you? Seeing the astonished look in Ling Tian's eyes, the former great emperor finally couldn't hold back the joy of victory. This weird boy can guess everything. However, he would definitely not be able to guess the real body of On. Otherwise, this great emperor will really doubt his life. I really didn't expect it. I'm curious, which great emperor in ancient times is the senior? Ling Tian nodded and admitted that he is such a straightforward person. I didn't expect it, I didn't expect it. No matter what the other party said, it was also a peak powerhouse that once stood on the top of the continent. Before the emperor died, I was as famous as the great emperor of longevity. The one who controls the power of the flame rules, Emperor Yan. The young man spoke proudly, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his expression. It's been almost 200,000 years, and this is the first time he has voluntarily reported his own name like this. Emperor Yan. One of the former ancestors of Luo sacred land, that Emperor Yan. Yes, I am. Obviously, this Emperor Yan was very satisfied with Ling Tian's attitude. Unexpectedly, this kid still knew the name of On. In ancient times, there were not many great emperors, but there were definitely not many. If you have to name a few that are now widely praised by the world, the Emperor Yan in front of him is definitely one of them. With the power of the rule of fire, there is nothing in the world that he cannot burn. Junior, since you already know my name, you can leave with peace of mind. Your body is unique in this world, and I will control it from now on. Yandi's words fell, and red flames burned all over his body. A huge imperial prestige. To be precise, it was the huge soul emperor prestige that swept away. Look at what's behind you. Ling Tian also almost lost his mind at this moment. If it wasn't for the ocean of own spirit, he might really lose his mind. Hey? Behind? Emperor Yan sneered, could there be anything in this world that could resist the power of his own primordial god? But at the moment when he turned around. Roar, ouch! A huge roar like a dragon's roar, a tiger's roar, and a lion's roar spread throughout Ling Tian's entire spiritual ocean. At the same time, a pair of blood-red pupils of unknown size slowly appeared behind Emperor Yan. This Emperor Yan was also horrified. Then, a lion head, antlers, tiger eyes, elk body, dragon scales, and dragon tail. The phantom of a huge dark red giant beast slowly appeared in front of Emperor Yan's eyes. This is the martial Dao spirit, and it's not a human martial Dao spirit. Could it be the legendary king of beasts, the divine beast Kailan? Who are you? At this moment, Emperor Yan finally panicked. The boy in front of him actually has the spirit of martial Dao. If you want to step into the imperial realm, the most important thing is martial Dao Yuan Shen. Martial Dao Yuan Shen can communicate with heavenly Dao and control the power of the rules of heaven and earth. But, after all, the Yuan Shen came from cultivation the day after tomorrow, so there are more or less flaws. However, those who are strong in the imperial realm don't care about these flaws, they are already the peak powerhouse between heaven and earth. And except martial Dao Yuan Shen, there is another kind of person in the world who is born with the spirit of martial Dao. This is a more advanced soul form than the acquired martial Dao Yuan Shen. There were only two people with martial Dao spirit in ancient times. These two have disappeared into the sky without a trace. And their martial Dao soul can't compare with Ling Tian. Those two martial Dao souls are nothing more than ordinary divine beasts. One is a beast with 4 wings and 3 heads. One is a golden crow bird representing the power of the sun. Although both are mythical beasts, how can they be compared with Kailan, the king of beasts. According to legend, there are three most powerful beast races in the world. The family of true dragons who rule the world, and the family of true phoenix who rule the birds in the sky. Finally there is the king of beasts, Kailan. From this, Emperor Yan began to be curious and apprehensive, who is Ling Tian? To have the most powerful martial Dao soul in the world. Chapter 27. Junior, who are you? Could it be that you are from that clan? Emperor Yan's tone was obviously serious. The current Ling Tian is still junior in his eyes, but he will never underestimate Ling Tian again. Ling Tian, Ling Tian's Ling, Ling Tian's day. Forward. This is not nonsense. But, whatever, as long as the momentum is in place. Junior, don't think that with the spirit of martial Dao, you can compete with the great emperor. I advise you not to engage in this fearless resistance. There was no provocative or sarcastic tone in Emperor Yan's tone, he was just saying a very common fact. A strong man in the imperial realm will not talk to you. The reason why he didn't act for a long time was that he was temporarily shocked by Kailan martial Dao's spirit. I also want to see how much tricks this young man named Ling Tian has. You don't need to fool me. You were once a great emperor. It's not wrong that this remnant soul is also a great emperor. Unfortunately, you don't have the power and strength you once had. What you have now is pure soul power, that's all. Ling Tian's tone is equally calm, he can be very sure of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken this risky move. You are right, but even so, I will let you know that Emperor Wei cannot be offended. Even if you have one of the most powerful souls of martial Dao in the world. After Yandi finished speaking, golden flames ignited all over his body. This is not an ordinary flame, this is the power of rules, this is the fire of the soul that can burn the soul. Roar! At the same time, Ling Tian's martial Dao spirit roared, and the whole body also ignited dazzling red rays of light. Is this 5 elements out of fire? Unexpectedly, this is still a fire Kailan. This is even better, if I get your body plus this fire Kailan's martial Dao soul. After I'm resurrected, I can break through again and reach the legendary realm. Looking at Huo Kailan in front of him, Emperor Yan's eyes became even hotter. If he got such a talented body, he would definitely be able to step out of the Emperor's realm. That is the legendary realm that can obtain eternal life. In ancient times, when the emperors were prosperous, no one had ever reached the realm. How could he not be excited, how could he not be hot? Who told you that his martial Dao spirit is fire Kailan? Suddenly, a cold voice seemed to come out slowly from the 9 netherworlds. An illusory and transparent figure slowly floated beside Ling Tian. This figure actually looks exactly like Ling Tian himself. How is it possible, twin souls? Or symbiotic souls? As a former great emperor, the strongest in the world. Emperor Yan. At this point, he was completely bewildered. How many secrets are still hidden in this boy? It's not fire Kailan, is that? Ling Tian himself was also slightly surprised, could it be that his own martial Dao soul was more than that? Kailan is already the 3 most powerful races of beasts in the world. Could it be? Is there a more terrifying existence in this world? Of course, your martial Dao spirit, simply put, can be regarded as the ancestor of all divine beasts. The ancestor of the beast? All? Does all this include the 3 most powerful beast races, True Dragon, True Phoenix, and Kailan? Pretending to be a ghost. Emperor Yan snorted coldly, and the regular flames around his body burned again. Roar! Ling Tian's martial Dao spirit was also not to be outdone, and after a roar, he took the initiative to pounce on him like Emperor Yan. Rumbling! The invisible soul flame raged in Ling Tian's spirit divine sense C. What? Ling Tian also felt at this moment that his own brain seemed to explode. This is the soul of a strong man in the imperial realm fighting in the sea of own consciousness. If it weren't for Ling Tian's sea of consciousness beyond ordinary people, if it wasn't for him possessing the most powerful martial Dao soul in the world, if it were an ordinary king realm powerhouse or even an emperor realm, I am afraid that they would not be able to withstand this power at this moment. Ling Tian, it's now, let your mind and soul completely communicate with martial Dao. Then you perceive a power that devours everything. Use it to swallow the remaining soul power of that guy. The phantom of destiny next to him hurriedly reminded him. Ling Tian's destiny induction is produced after connecting with the destiny system. And the ghost of destiny is also deliberately guiding Ling Tian to find this so-called great emperor opportunity. The purpose of the destiny system. It is to let Ling Tian completely establish a connection with his own martial Dao spirit. After that, Ling Tian's talent will increase several times again. From now on, Ling Tian will surpass the heavens. Not just talk. This will become a reality. Hearing this, Ling Tian didn't hesitate, and hurriedly endured the pain in his brain. Try to calm on down. The next moment, a kind of invisible mental energy is slowly moving towards Huo Kailan from Ling Tian's idea condensate. Invisible threads were slowly built up one by one. Suddenly, Ling Tian's expression was full of shock. He felt the real useful power of his martial Dao spirit. That is a power that all the stars in the sky will be dimmed by. That is the power that makes the gods and beasts tremble. That is a truly unrivaled force. Swallow the sky. Roar. Following the words Ling Tian swallowing the sky, Huo Kailan's body gradually changed. The red flames around him gradually disappeared. I saw that Huo Kailan's body gradually expanded again, and 4 golden wings gradually appeared. Purple gold scales slowly appeared on the limbs. This is not a dragon scale, but the aura surpasses the dragon scale. Roar. With a loud roar, faint purple flames gradually ignited in both eyes. This is the Zijin Hongmeng Dao Huo headed by heaven and earth. You. This is the ancient god. How is this possible? Emperor Yan muttered to himself, as if he had met the most terrifying existence in the world. This is not the king of beasts and beasts at all, Kailan. It's the universe. One of the 4 ancient gods. Chaos swallows the sky. Chapter 28. Oh, how did you know it? Ling Tian's mental body slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to be like a real emperor, calm and restrained, yet exuding a majesty that wanted to make people submit. Hehe, I didn't expect that you are not from this world at all. And the phantom next to you that is exactly like you is also not from this world. You guys, who the hell? At the end of Emperor Yan's speech, his tone was visibly trembling. His remnant soul had no ability to react at all in front of chaos swallowing heaven. Even if he is the remnant soul of the great emperor, this is the suppression from ancient nature and blood. It can be said that as long as Ling Tian moves his mind, chaos swallowing heaven can instantly devour Yan Emperor's remnant soul. I'm really not from this world. But what makes me curious, why do you know the name of my martial Dao spirit body? I think people in this world shouldn't know about it. Chaos swallowing heaven is one of the 4 great ancestors of all divine beasts. It is also one of the 4 ancient gods. The ancient god, that is the existence that created the universe starry sky, and everything in the universe. Because he's not human at all. The destiny phantom next to Ling Tian spoke slowly. As soon as the words came out, Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Isn't Emperor Yan a human being? You. Emperor Yan himself was also taken aback. He was a mighty emperor realm powerhouse trapped in a junior sea of consciousness. It is simply a matter of the Arabian Nights. Now you can't even keep your biggest secret? Let's change back to the original body, so we can save some trouble. Destiny Phantom's voice came out again. Emperor Yan almost ran away again after hearing it. It's really a man who can't be killed or humiliated, he is also a former peak powerhouse after all. Can't you give Yandi some face? Are you talking to the great emperor, or are you talking to ordinary people? But When Emperor Yan saw the illusory and hazy eyes of destiny Shuiying, fear arose in his heart. This is the fear from the soul. The majestic emperor was frightened by a look. This is not true. Emperor Yan shook his head, thinking that he must be hallucinating. Look at it again after it is clear. Fear appeared again, even stronger than last time. This. Okay. The great emperor must also know how to understand current affairs. He is a hero. Change as you please, anyway, he prefers to show his own body. Roar. There was a roar of a ferocious beast. This time, it wasn't the voice of chaos swallowing heaven. Rather, Emperor Yan. I saw Emperor Yan's figure gradually swell. It looks like a tiger but not a tiger, like a lion but not a lion, with wings on its back, golden barbs on its limbs, and pale golden flames burning all over its body. Yandi's body is actually a demonic beast's. This is. Ling Tian frowned slightly. What kind of divine beast is this? Let's just say it first, this emperor just likes to show his true colors. It's not that I'm afraid of the figure next to you who looks similar to you. Emperor Yan's body uttered words, but he didn't dare to look directly at the destiny phantom while speaking. Obviously, it has been completely frightened by the eyes of the phantom of destiny. But, as a great emperor powerhouse, you have to have some dignity and backbone, right? I can only explain myself in this way, and comfort myself. This is Qianqi, the first of the 10 fierce beasts in the world. That's why, he was so excited just now when he thought your martial Dao spirit was Huo Kailan. The words of the destiny phantom came out again, and Ling Tian also suddenly realized. Between heaven and earth, if there are divine beasts, there will naturally be corresponding fierce beasts. The status and strength of the two are not much different. The most difference is one for good luck and one for bad luck. For example, Kailan is the head of auspicious beasts in the eyes of all races. If Kailan appears, it is an auspicious sign that can bring good luck. As for the beast, it is a sign of bad luck. And this Qianqi is the head of the 10 fierce beasts. Regardless of whether he is good or bad, his status and strength are not much different from Kailan. No wonder Emperor Yan was so excited when he saw Ling Tian's martial Dao spirit just now. Qianqi and Kailan can be said to be deadly rivals, it's their nature. In addition, Huo Kailan and Qianqi both control the earth-fire rules. If Qianqi swallows fire Kailan, Emperor Yan may really be able to enter the realm of eternal life in the future. Humph, you know how powerful I am, the head of the 10 fierce beasts. Do you understand? Emperor Yan was annoyed when he saw the two people commenting on him. Can you give me Yandi a face? His heart is howling. Helpless, it didn't dare to do anything because of its grumpy temper, so it could only emphasize its own power. Yes, yes, Emperor Yan, Qianqi, please be quiet first. Boy, don't go too far. Scholars can be killed but not humiliated, and I, Emperor Yan, are also on the same side. Ah, just kidding, you guys continue. Qianqi who spouts people's words, a generation of great emperor and strong Yandi. This time I was not frightened by the destiny phantom. It was the chaos swallowing the sky, Ling Tian's martial Dao, who was watching covetously beside him. This kind of racial suppression is absolutely possible to swallow Emperor Yan in one gulp. Chaos swallowing heaven is a peerless ancient god who feeds on real dragons and drinks the blood of rocks. Destiny, if Qianqi swallows the fire, Kailan will be of great benefit. Then my martial Dao spirit swallowed Qianqi's remnant soul, so can I get great benefits theoretically. For example, let me comprehend the power of fire rules in advance before the Emperor's realm. When Ling Tian's words came out, Emperor Yan Qianqi's eyes widened. There is no mistake. A boy from the body tempering realm wanted to swallow the remnant soul of the great emperor. How dare he think about this idea? The point is, Ling Tian can really do it. In theory, yes. But you, you can't swallow him. Destiny opened his mouth slowly. Yandi Kyanki, who was on the side, heard this voice, and felt grateful and moved in his heart. It seems that although this phantom called Destiny is a bit scary, he has a conscience. It doesn't look like this ferocious young man named Ling Tian actually wants to swallow himself. Why not? Because this Emperor Yan, Kyanki, the head of the 10 great beasts. His body is your future mount. Chapter 29. Silence. Whether it was Emperor Yan Kyanki or Ling Tian himself, they all fell into silence. The great emperor is his future mount? This sentence, Ling Tian believed it. It was because he believed that he fell into silence. The news was so shocking. Destiny is a system. It is also a system full of humanity. However, the system has rules. Ling Tian knew that under the constraints of the system rules, Destiny would not tell such a lie to deceive himself. And why is Yandi Kyanki himself silent? The great emperor of his own generation, one of the most powerful beasts in the world, Kyanki. It will be the mount for the kid in the body tempering realm in front of him. Just kidding? Are you sure you're not kidding me? If this sentence did not come from the mouth of Destiny, Yandi Kyanki would definitely go berserk on the spot. As soon as he took a photo, he would vent his inner anger. In this case, I will reluctantly let him go. It seems to be a very comfortable thing to have a great emperor as a mount. After a while, Ling Tian's expression was firm, and his tone didn't sound like he was joking at all. Etc. Let this emperor give you a mount. Are you crazy? Kyanki's huge figure, his huge eyes carry a look of disbelief. If his identity is put aside, the Yandi Kyanki's body at this moment, with his huge pupils, looks a bit ridiculous. Why, don't you want to? The great emperor has the pride of the great emperor, I know it. But you have also seen the current situation. As long as I move my mind, your remnant soul will immediately dissipate in the world. Ling Tian's tone seemed calm, but he was a little excited inside. Threatened a great emperor to make him his mount in the future. This feeling, just thinking about it, is a little exciting. What's more, Ling Tian is really doing this. Just don't be too cool. So what, you also know the pride of the great emperor. It's true that this emperor is afraid of death. If I wasn't afraid of death, I wouldn't be lingering until now. However, this does not mean that this emperor can be insulted by you. I, Emperor Yan, Kyanki, even if I die, I will not be insulted by others, and I will not be used as a mount for others. You do it. Kyanki uttered words, and his tone was full of heroic grief and indignation. The great emperor of the Tang Tang generation, the most terrifying beast in the Tang Tang world, has now fallen into this situation. Even Ling Tian couldn't help but feel pity in his heart after hearing this. Yes, how can the dignity of the emperor be insulted? Especially Kyanki, who has a noble bloodline, with the arrogance in his bones, he will be killed in battle. It is impossible for him to become anyone's mount. In this case, then I can only swallow your power to comprehend the rules of fire. Ling Tian sighed. At this moment he admired Kyanki a little. In the end, Kyanki did not let go of his bottom line. He is willing to sacrifice his life to protect his dignity. Even if he dies, he will not compromise. Emperor Yan Kyanki is a senior worthy of Ling Tian's respect. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Kyanki closed his huge eyes. Let's die, anyway, he is a person who has died once. No, it was a beast that died once. Etc. Destiny next to Ling Tian interrupted Ling Tian, who was about to make a move. He said to Kyanki, what if he can let you walk out of this sky in the future? That's not okay. Even if this emperor dies, he can submit to a human being, and he still serves as his mount. Emperor Yan Kyanki's tone was very firm, without flinching in the slightest. What if he could help you collect the remnants of your soul, and bring you back to life with the most powerful vitality? That It still doesn't work. I'm the great emperor, Qianqi, the head of the 10 great beasts. It's impossible for me to subdue a human being. Yandi Qianqi quietly opened his eyes, his tone was hesitant at first, but still firm. Can he help you restore the power of your bloodline, so that you can truly return to your ancestors? I think this issue can be discussed, but as a mount, with all due respect, this emperor would rather die than obey. Emperor Yan Qianqi's tone was struggling, obviously his heart was moved. In the future, he can make you feel the Dao, and even let you prove the Dao of flame. Hehe, how is it possible? As for the Flame Avenue, this emperor has lived for nearly 1,000,000 years, and he has never seen anyone who can sense the power of the law, let alone the law. Qianqi's tone was trembling, and his already huge pupils were staring even wider at this moment. Since you don't believe me, let him swallow you. Etc. I don't think this matter can't be discussed. Look, can you change the title of Mount to Comrade in Arms? This time, no one responded to Qianqi. Destiny didn't speak anymore, neither did Ling Tian. Only Qianqi with staring eyes and struggling expression remained. Of course, there is chaos swallowing the sky behind him. Don't discuss it if you don't discuss it, but you have to let me know that this kid really has that ability. Otherwise, if I agree, where will I put my face as a great emperor? Qianqi's tone slowly began to compromise. In fact, he was already slowly recognizing Ling Tian. It's just the arrogance of the great emperor, and the unruly blood in his blood as a beast, has been stopping him. I am the spirit body. This time, it was Ling Tian who spoke on his own initiative. Just 5 words, without too much explanation. Not to mention any rhetoric, just 5 words are enough to prove everything. What? Spirit body. Growing up is that kind of physique. Okay, if you can really become that strong. So what if this emperor is your mount? In the end, Qianqi bit his huge fangs and finally made up his mind. In fact, isn't he looking forward to it in his heart? The boy in front of him was simply beyond his cognition. Flesh talent that breaks the ultimate strength. Before becoming a martial artist, a spiritual body was born. The body has the most powerful martial Dao spirit in the world. And Ling Tian actually possesses the myriad spirit body. Actually, Qianqi himself doesn't know what the 10,000 spirit body is. However, as an ancient ferocious beast, there are memories of his ancestors in his blood. This myriad spirit body is a terrifying physique that can make the universe tremble. Very good. Ling Tian smiled slightly, looking at Qianqi in front of him who would rather die than surrender just now. Ling Tian suddenly remembered a very famous joke from his previous life. That is the law of true fragrance. Sure enough, this sentence is also very useful in the fantasy world. Before he became an emperor, he accepted the mount of a great emperor. That's easy. So cool. Chapter 30. What do you mean by that? Ling Tian, who was still excited and joyful just now, still darkened. This guy actually said that even if he is willing to be his own mount, he doesn't have the ability now? Hey, to tell you the truth, first of all, my remnant souls haven't been gathered yet. That's why I need to find young people with strong aptitude, and then use my remnant soul to control their cultivation. When the youths controlled by these remnant souls have reached the holy realm, I can control them to save my body. Emperor Yan Qianqi spit out words, but at the same time his expression was somewhat embarrassing. There are some schadenfreudes? This kid has been cheating on this emperor. Now, he was finally tricked by this emperor once. Isn't your body in another ascending building? Ling Tian stared, it seems that things are not that simple. Also, if Qianqi's body can be awakened instead of the remnant soul, the two of them will not appear in the current situation. It is also impossible for Ling Tian to let the other party enter the sea of own consciousness. Of course not, going to heaven is just one of the means arranged by my remnant soul. My physical body is actually Inside the Emperor's curtain of Qianlong continent. It's the Diun stream you're talking about now. Yandi Qianqi shook his huge head, and there was a hint of regret when he said this sentence. If he had known that he would meet such a pervert as Ling Tian, he would not have protected himself so well. He is optimistic about Ling Tian, but how long it will take for Ling Tian to grow to the Holy Realm, who knows? FK, what are you doing with your body there? Yo, do you know that Tianjiao is not successful? I do not know. Then what do you rely on? You are my mount, how did you talk to me? Then you have to find my physical body and help me restore my true resurrection. I will be your mount. After finishing speaking, an ancient fierce beast and a handsome young man. A pair of huge pupils, a pair of attractive eyes. Just staring at each other. In the end, Ling Tian could only accept this fact. But well. He has nothing to lose. A Qianqi who subdued a great emperor and one of the proud 10 evils. It really doesn't make sense without putting in some effort and price. Then your remnant soul should live with me now. However, you'd better be honest, or I'll let my chaos swallower clean you up. Roar. After finishing speaking, Chaos Swallowing Heaven also raised his huge head and let out a breathtaking roar. Yandi Qianqi couldn't help but tremble when he heard the roar. All kinds of thoughts in my heart, what kind of monster is it that can obtain the soul of martial Dao like Chaos Swallowing Heaven? Even in his blood inheritance memory. It has never been heard that there is any race that can awaken the soul of the 4 ancient gods martial Dao. The ancient god, that is the existence that lived the same life as the universe and was born together. Okay, then this emperor will live with you. Remember, this emperor is not afraid of you, but because I like this place. In addition, when this emperor is in a good mood, he will also teach you the power of fire rules. For Emperor Yan Qianqi's words, Ling Tian didn't refute anything. Anyway, sooner or later he owns the mount, so let him sit down for a while. Moreover, he is also the great emperor anyway, so give him a little face. Destiny, can you really perceive the future? Ling Tian turned his head to look at Destiny, who looked almost exactly like him. He should be a system, but he can communicate with himself in a humanized way like a soul. It's weird. Of course, but the number of times I can remind you is also limited. If it wasn't for you to practice immortal skin this time, your body would have enough qi and blood energy to support it. Once I come out, you will be weak for several years. Destiny nodded, and finally added, remember, you must go to Xiantian sacred land. Also, you don't have to worry about this little beast's remnant soul, he can sense it himself. After the last word fell, the ring on Ling Tian's right hand flashed slightly. Destiny's figure also disappeared. Yandi Qianqi's eyes widened at the side, not daring to refute anything. What kind of existence is that guy who calls himself Destiny that can perceive the future? Most importantly, call yourself a little beast? Daddy is Qianqi, the leader of 10 evils, you call me a little beast? As for Ling Tian himself, he frowned slightly. He can feel it. All that happened today. It seems that everything is within the expectation of Destiny. But Destiny has some words that he can't say to himself for the time being. It was also because of this that he clicked to stop and disappeared on his own initiative. Thinking of this, Ling Tian felt the urgency of cultivation even more. After the Sky Test Conference, I must break through realm quickly. If you really make yourself weak for a few years, it will be really boring. Emperor Yan, I think your flame rule power is quite good. Give me some insight first, let me figure it out first. Ling Tian didn't think about the destiny anymore. In front of the strength of one's own strength is the most important thing. As long as you can become stronger. He believes that those unknown secrets can naturally be solved. A little insight is enough for you to have insight for hundreds of years. If this emperor remembers correctly, the Sky Test will be held soon, why don't you hurry out? Emperor Yan Qianqi didn't reject Ling Tian, and even kindly reminded Ling Tian not to forget the Tian test conference. Now he and Ling Tian can be said to be almost tied together. Just a little bit, maybe I can use it in the Tian test conference. Ling Tian smiled confidently, owning myriad spirit body. These people don't understand. However, he can show it to everyone in the form of a separate attribute. Okay, if you delay the Tian test conference, don't blame this emperor for not reminding you. Yandi Qianqi shook his huge head, and then a blue light shot out from the center of his eyebrows into Ling Tian's mental body. Moment. The things in the foreground of Ling Tian's eyes changed, as if he had come to a world of flames. Every plant, every tree, every flower, and everything here are all made of flames. Looking at the power of these ever-changing flames, he seemed to think of something. Chapter 31. Hey, I can't chew as much as I can. This 1% understanding of the rules, no matter how talented you are, you will have to digest it for decades. Aside. Emperor Yan Qianqi stretched his limbs forward, just like a human being stretching. He was right. 1% rule comprehension. Even Wang Jing power can't fully digest it in decades. Because, this 1% understanding of the rules is enough for a king realm power to advance to the emperor realm. It can even lay a good foundation for entering the holy realm in the future. The reason why the great emperor is the peak powerhouse in the world is not without reason. They represent the rules of this world. This emperor wants to sleep. Forget it, I'll change places. Emperor Yan Qianqi glanced at Chaos Tunshan beside him. This guy is too much of a deterrent to him. Whether it is in the soul or in the blood of nature, he is a little scared. Rumbling. Just when Yandi Qianqi was about to change to a better feng shui treasure land and have a good sleep. Ling Tian on the side. To be precise, it should be Ling Tian's spiritual body. Now. The originally light blue transparent figure was surrounded by golden flames. How is this possible? Yandi Qianqi's eyes widened. How long has it been? I can't read it wrong. Yes, I must have read it wrong. Shaking his huge head, he looked at Ling Tian again. It doesn't matter if you look at it, but you are shocked when you look at it. Ling Tian's whole body was shining with golden light, and invisible forces radiated to the surroundings. It's not just the power of the flames, there's a masculinity to it as well. Kilu, it seems that being his mount doesn't seem to be a disadvantage, and his savvy is so amazing. Seeing Ling Tian, who was like a golden man, Emperor Yan Qianqi's heart really moved. Is this the power of the flame rule? Ling Tian looked down at On's body and muttered to himself. Of course not, at best it can be regarded as a mystery. Emperor Yan Qianqi didn't show any mercy to hit him, his tone was full of disdain. But his heart was extremely shocked. Profound meaning. That is something that only those who are strong in the realm of life and death can begin to comprehend. To break through life and death, to comprehend the profound truth is to be a strong king. Ling Tian is still a body tempering practitioner. If it weren't for the miracles I saw today too much. As the great emperor, Qianqi Yandi really wondered if he had an incredible dream. A former peak powerhouse was almost made suspicious by Ling Tian. So that's the case. I said it seems that something is almost there. Hey, it seems that there is not enough time, and we need to continue to work hard in the future. Ling Tian frowned, and the golden flames all over his body slowly dissipated. Boy, hurry up and get out, this emperor doesn't want to see you anymore. Yandi Qianqi finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. Did this kid come here to attack this emperor on purpose? As one of the most powerful beasts in the world, he is Qianqi. She was originally compatible with heaven and earth, and with the rules of flames. Even when he was comprehending the profound meaning of flames, it took him nearly 10 years. It's only been less than an hour for Ling Tian. And one is that the Master of Life is beginning to comprehend. One is that the body tempering realm practitioner begins to comprehend. Comparing people to people makes people mad. The point is, Ling Tian himself is still not satisfied? Still complaining here? This is simply unbearable for uncle, and even more unbearable for auntie. Hehe, thank you very much. Ling Tian looked at the aggrieved Qianqi, but he didn't feel any anger in his heart. Because Emperor Yan Qianqi gave On a feeling just now, and he really didn't have any reservations. Although only 1%. But it contains not only the rules of the flame heaven and earth, but also the hundreds of thousands of years of analysis and perception of Emperor Yan Qianqi himself. This is definitely a gift from the bag. For this, thank you, cannot be too much. Ling Tian is a person with clear grievances and grievances. Emperor Yan Qianqi and himself. Although at the beginning, both of them had the mentality of plotting against each other. But now, the two are slowly building a friendship. Theoretically speaking, this product will be an own mount in the future. But Ling Tian wouldn't really treat him just as a mount. Perhaps on the road of future cultivation, Emperor Yan can still be regarded as half of his master. Okay, thank you, it's just a trick of this emperor. Faced with Ling Tian's sincere thanks, Emperor Yan Qianqi was taken aback for a moment. Then he waved his hands, or rather his paws. He looked proud and disdainful. Hehe, see you next time, I will find a way to get you some medicine pill or heavenly and mortal treasures to supplement your soul power. After speaking, Ling Tian's mental body slowly dissipated. And the soul of martial Dao belonging to Ling Tian, chaos swallowing heaven, also gradually walked towards the depths of the sea of consciousness. In this grey space, only Emperor Yan Qianqi was left alone. Only then did he slowly open his eyes, looking at the position where Ling Tian was just now. What a funny kid! That's all, this emperor admits it, let's just use the mount. After finishing speaking, Emperor Yan Qianqi closed his huge pupils again, and slowly fell asleep. His actions made Ling Tian feel warm and grateful. But why didn't Ling Tian's actions move Emperor Yan Qianqi? If it is an ordinary person, he knows that he has a mount of the great emperor. It is estimated that I have already been so embarrassed that I can't find the world. However, Ling Tian did not. Not only is Ling Tian not complacent, but she has a calm and grateful heart. Even Ling Tian is a careful person. He had long noticed that Emperor Yan Qianqi's figure was slowly fading. This change is hard to spot if you don't look carefully. This shows that the longer Yandi Qianqi's remnant soul is active, the soul power will continue to decline. So, only Ling Tian would say to help him find heavenly and mortal treasures or medicine pill to supplement his soul power. One man and one beast. Destined to go out of the sky in the future, and dominate the universe starry sky. Chapter 32. The two deacons, the boy I recommended in Linen City, disappeared. Outside the Tianlu Tower, Ting Xian, the backbone of Linen City, looked at the two middle-aged men in disbelief. The latter looked at each other and sighed in their hearts, they are the ones who killed Ling Tian. Why did you tell Ling Tian to find that 9th floor at the beginning? Why should Ling Tian's talent be told to Elder, the steward of the 8th floor? Now, it's too late to say anything. A future all-powerful genius just disappeared. Just like the divine body 10,000 years ago, no one knows where it disappeared. Now, what no one noticed was, in the space on the top floor of the sky building, an invisible and transparent light beam descended from the sky. As the light beam descended, the space fluctuated slightly. Changes that even Saint can't detect, this is the method of the strong in the imperial realm. What? City Master Ting Xian, that boy is back. On the 8th floor of the ascending tower, 3 old men with strong breaths were walking in small steps, holding their chins and turning in circles. In the circle of 3, there is a handsome young man with a slender figure. This boy is Ling Tian. The 3 old men are, of course, the principals of Dengtianlu. Iron Sword King, Silver Sword King, Golden Sword Emperor. How did that happen? Jin Jianhuang muttered to himself, his tone full of look of disbelief. Ling Tian, who had obviously disappeared. Unexpectedly, it just reappeared in the place where he disappeared without any warning. The point is, the divine sense of the three of them can't perceive at all. Where did Ling Tian come from? Forward. 3 seniors, you look at me like this, which makes me a little embarrassed. Ling Tian spread his hands, and the 3 looked at him. It's like seeing some peerless treasure. In other words, it was like a man admiring the most beautiful woman in the world. Ahem, we're just a little too curious, gaff, gaff. Hearing Ling Tian's reminder, the 3 looked at each other. I found that they were indeed a little out of control. The majestic King Realm and Emperor Realm powerhouse are now the same as an ordinary martial artist who has never seen the world. It's not their fault, it's mainly because the boy in front of him is too perverted. There are too many miracles created. Can you tell us what happened to you? Driven by strong curiosity, the 3 couldn't help asking. Be reasonable. They shouldn't have asked such words. After all, this is the opportunity of the great emperor, and it belongs to Ling Tian. If other people intervene, it is really a bit difficult. But it was precisely because it was the method of the great emperor that they couldn't help but be curious. Certainly. Ling Tian could directly refuse to answer the 3 of them, and they wouldn't be angry. Disappointed at best. Actually, there is no great emperor opportunity there. Tell me, maybe the 3 seniors won't believe it. There is only an overlapping mustard space, which can comprehend the profound meaning of space. Maybe, I think the meaning of great emperor is to cultivate a strong man who can sense the profound meaning of space. Ling Tian pinched his chin with a serious expression, as if what he said was true. With the help of his powerful mental energy, ordinary people can't tell whether he is telling the truth or lying. Space mystery. The 3 of them frowned when they heard this. It was a very rare and obscure power of profound meaning. Although the 3 of them are also strong in the King Realm and the Emperor Realm, each of them has mastered at least one kind of profound power. But this space mystery is really too obscure. In the entire continent, martial arts masters who can master the mysteries of space are basically well known. They also have a common name. That is, Space Martial Artist. Time is not out, space is king. It can be seen that the space secret is indeed a very rare and powerful attribute secret. As for the profound meaning of time, after the ancient times, no one can master it anymore. Could it be that the great emperor wants to cultivate some space martial arts? The 3 of them looked at each other and were basically sure. It seems that this is the backhand of the great emperor. Ling Tian himself was also slightly taken aback. A lie that I casually told, is it so credible? The looks and eyes of the 3 of them, that is what they believed and couldn't believe anymore. After all, the opportunity for space mysteries is indeed very great. Then have you ever seen the young man with a divine body 10,000 years ago? The 3 of them already believed what Ling Tian said. With this question, it can also be seen that the 3 of them are indeed very responsible. In addition to caring about Ling Tian, they are also thinking about the divine body from 10,000 years ago. I think he may have been swept away by the turbulence in space. Actually, this mustard space is already very unstable. Even Junior, I had a near-death experience, and I chose the right passage by luck. I just came back here, it's hard to say. As he spoke, Ling Tian also showed a frightened look. This acting, Oscar winner, nothing to say. Hey, it seems that the divine body is indeed not as good as you. Whether it's talent's heart, or this chance and luck. Since it's so dangerous there, you can still get out, it's God who will not kill you. Jin Jianhuang's tone was quite sighing. There are quite a few talented geniuses. But there are very few people who can really become stronger all the way. The current Qianlong continent seems to be peaceful, but it is for resources and for the development of power. There are still all kinds of bad things that the major forces are secretly doing. In addition, how many geniuses have died in the life and death realm? Genius, that's 1 in 10,000. Tianjiao is a genius among geniuses. And even Tianjiao can really grow to the king state. It is also impossible to save one. In addition to their powerful talents, they also have their own luck. No doubt. Ling Tian. All are covered. Genius or Tianjiao can't describe Ling Tian at all. This is simply a peerless monster. Next, it depends on how far Ling Tian can go. The three of them didn't even mention anything about accepting apprentices. Such an evildoer, only the saint of sacred land is qualified to teach him. Chapter 33. This is Wangtian Tower. Looking at the blue sky in the distance, looking at the sea of people under your feet. It's completely different from going up to heaven. Dantian Lu is a quiet closed space, mainly for more than 100 outstanding geniuses. Let these geniuses have a better cultivation environment and a better state to participate in the Tian Test Conference. And this Wangtian Tower is also composed of individual spaces. However, it's completely open-ended here. There is an attic connected to the outside world next to each room, so you can see everything outside clearly. Looking at the resplendent and magnificent scenery behind him, the scenery in the distance, Ling Tian couldn't help sighing a little. Just ask. Who in this world can imagine? A boy from a remote place. In just a few days, you can go to the famous Dantian Tower in the southern region. Now, it is Wangtian Lu, which is as famous as Dantian Lu, and even has a higher status. The three most representative aerial buildings in the holy city of the southern region. Only Tian Nangong, Ling Tian has not set foot yet. But Ling Tian himself also believed. This day is not far away. He will be a blockbuster in the Tian Test Conference, and he will set foot on the Sky Nangong, which stands at the highest point of the holy city. Mr. Ling Tian, the front is the resting place for honored guests, slaves and maidservants are not eligible to enter. Please. It's okay, just follow me in. Ling Tian waved his hand, interrupting the words of the woman beside him. This woman is definitely considered a genius in the outside world. Less than 100 years old, true martial realm early stage cultivation base. In Wangtian Lu, he can only be a guide servant who receives guests. Young master, but I. Nothing but, just follow me in. The woman was still a little hesitant, but seeing Ling Tian's strong words, she could only obediently follow behind Ling Tian. Looking at the young man's handsome and slender back, her heart couldn't help but feel a little rippling. What kind of boy is this? The reason why Ling Tian did this was that he still couldn't understand this kind of too obvious class society. This woman was very warm and gentle when she received her from the very beginning. He also explained a lot about Tianese city to Ling Tian. Now, he didn't even have the qualifications to actually step into Wangtian Lu's residence. What's the point? Ling Tian doesn't care about others, but the woman in front of him is helping him lead the way, so he must be qualified to enter. Such an approach is indeed in line with Ling Tian's character. Straightforward and unafraid. By the way, you can also test the attitude of the person who invited you to Wangtian Lu. If the other party has any opinion on one's behavior, then this person should not be seen. Coming. Entering the gate of light, a middle-aged man in a light golden robe greets his eyes. The man, who was around Sai Wen's age, looked at Ling Tian with a kind smile. The whole body is introverted, and the eyes are shining. Needless to say, such people are generally those in positions of power. Your Excellency. Ling Tian also cupped hands slightly, the other party was very polite to him, and he couldn't lose his manners. The woman who was in charge of reception behind her was extremely disturbed in her heart. To be able to have a separate residence in Wangtian Lu, it must at least be the power of life and death. It may even be a strong king. You guess. Ling Tian was also slightly surprised, this man was still a bit naughty. Miss Xinyao's father, Linan City, the main city Tingxian. However, since let yourself guess. Then guess, anyway, Ling Tian has indeed already thought of who the other party will be. Hey, the temperament is really extraordinary. Qian Tingxuan's tone was full of appreciation. But Ling Tian's expression didn't change much. This made the former a little embarrassed. If you are praised by the majestic city lord, can't you be a little more excited? Joke. Even Emperor Yan Qianqi was Ling Tian's mount. Your little city lord's praise, Ling Tian really hasn't to put in one's eyes yet. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was Gan Xinyao's father, Ling Tian wouldn't have wasted time coming here. However, since he has accepted someone's favor, he has to give the other's father some face. Uncle, let's be honest, Junior is not a stupid person. Ling Tian's tone is very direct. Uncle, it's because the other party is Gan Xinyao's father. Call yourself Junior, that means thanks. As for the last sentence, it means that he is very busy and doesn't want to argue here for too long. Looking at this young man who spoke and acted impeccably, Gan Tingxian showed a hint of surprise. It seems that this young man is bound to shine. This intuition has not appeared in Qian Tingxian for a long time. Such a calm mind and talent have also been recognized by Deng Tianlu. It was definitely the first time he had seen him for so many years as the city lord. If he knew that Ling Tian was not only approved by ascending heaven, but also lived in room 4 on the 8th floor. What will he look like? You mean, there is a gamble between your city lord's mansion and the person who can get to the top 30 of ascension to heaven will be the winner. The top 3 can still have nearly 10 times the income. Ling Tian played with the wine glass in his hand, and he didn't feel uncomfortable here. He was born like a superior, a real young king. That's right, so I hope you can go all out this time to win the ranking. If I enter the top 10, I can share 1/3 of my profit from this bet with you. At the beginning, Qian Tingxian mainly wanted to see who the boy his daughter had taken a fancy to was. Now, he's changed his mind. He also wants to take the initiative to win over Ling Tian. Who would not go all out in the Tian test conference? Who has reservations? To put it bluntly, this 1/3 of the income is given to Ling Tian, driving Ling Tian's capital. Too little, a few spirit stones veins, the 3-year income is only a few million. And what I can share is less than $1 million. As soon as Ling Tian's words came out, Qian Tingxian almost didn't spit out the fine wine he had just taken. The maid behind her also stared at Ling Tian with her beautiful eyes wide open. Millions of spirit stones, enough to feed a Samsung sect. Ling Tian is too little? Was he really from a remote place? Well, can I raise my bet? Ling Tian didn't care about the other party's reaction, after all, On's words were indeed somewhat shocking. Forward. Can. Qian Tingxian pondered for a moment, what can this boy add? As soon as the words fell, an exquisite jade bottle appeared in Ling Tian's hand. Chapter 34. Young man, your appetite is a bit big. Qian Tingxuan's tone fluctuated slightly. Even though he has dealt with all kinds of forces all the year round and cultivated him who will not change his color in anything, he can't help it. Could this boy be going too far? What good medicine pill can a person from a remote place come up with? Just relying on the lowest mortal level, spiritual level medicine pill, you want half of the proceeds from the lion's mouth? This income, Ling Tian directly asked for it. In order to win over this future genius, he can directly agree with Qian Tingxian. However, Ling Tian's behavior in front of him was really insulting. City Master Tingxian, if the matter is not in the end, why should you treat others with your own thoughts? Ling Tian's eyes were fixed, following the change in Qian Tingxuan's expression. Ling Tian knew that the other party might have misunderstood him. Said, Ling Tian lightly tapped his right hand, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance slowly overflowed from the jade bottle. Okay? Qian Tingxian was also surprised, and reached out to pick up the jade bottle. Smell it, see it. This is the bone-washing pill. Qian Tingxuan's tone was full of surprise. As soon as the words came out, the maid behind Ling Tian almost lost her footing. This boy actually carried a heaven-level medicine pill with him. That is a treasure that even the power of life and death will cherish. City Master Tingxian, how much spirit stones do you think a marrow washing pill is worth? Ling Tian stretched out his fingers and tapped on the table. It's not too late to talk about the price now. This bone washing pill, although it is a low-level medicine pill, is still a medicine pill. For one piece, the value of 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones is there. Little friend Ling Tian, are you planning to bet all three? Qian Tingxuan's tone was obviously more polite. First of all, Ling Tian's talent and courage will definitely be the king of the future. In addition, I also misunderstood Ling Tian just now. Now Qian Tingxian has unconsciously placed his status on an equal footing with Ling Tianfang, the lord of a large transit city, the power of life and death. With a practitioner in the body-tempering realm, so polite, on an equal footing. Who will believe it? But, the facts are right in front of us. The maid behind her kept looking at Ling Tian with beautiful eyes. She wanted to keep this miracle-creating boy in her heart. In this case, your request is indeed not too much. Even if those city owners are unwilling to increase the price in private, there are still bets on the black market. Before your fame is spread, the odds are at least 5 times higher. Qian Tingxian was all smiles. He was not happy about these 3 heavenly medicine pills. What he cares about is that first, he can make friends with this young man with a bright future. Second, he himself is going to raise again in private. This young man is so courageous, he must have full confidence. Ling Tian gave him the impression that he was definitely not an impulsive and hot-blooded boy. For Qian Tingxian, this must be a good deal, why not happy? Next, Qian Tingxian originally wanted to stay with Ling Tian for a longer chat. Unfortunately, Ling Tian doesn't have a giving face at all. Now Ling Tian just wants to go back to Dengtianlu and lie comfortably in the Lingqi to sleep. He was really tired. What he experienced in the mustard space for just a few hours was equivalent to his experience of traveling to this world for 2 years. Both physically and mentally, there is fatigue. By the way, Mr. Ling Tian's marrow washing and bone removing pill is also written by Master Aoki. Before leaving, Qian Tingxian finally couldn't help asking curiously. His city lord's mansion also invited that Aoki to refine 6 marrow washing and bone removing pills, and the appearance is almost exactly the same as the one that Ling Tian took out. Forward. I forgot to tell City Master Tingxian that my bone washing pill was given by Miss Tianjiao. After Ling Tian finished speaking, he hurried away without stopping. To be honest, this approach is really embarrassing. People gave me medicine pill to improve my strength. He used it to raise and forget it. The key is that the person who chooses is the old man. This matter is indeed a bit embarrassing. But this medicine pill is really not very useful to Ling Tian. His physical body has surpassed the human limit several times. The bone washing pill is mainly to enhance the talent of the user and strengthen the physical body. In Ling Tian's hands, this medicine pill is not as good as a few bottles of quick recovery for injury or spirit powers recovery pill. Watching Ling Tian's leaving back, Qian Tingxian did not turn around for a long time. After a while, looking at the jade bottle in his hand, he said to himself, "What an interesting boy. Return to the first floor of Dengtianlu again. It's different from Ling Tian's first day here. Obviously, Dengtianlu is much deserted. Before Ling Tian came, these so-called geniuses were bragging here, pretending to be the best daddy in the world. After Ling Tian came, these people knew the gap with Ling Tian, and also knew the importance of strength. Now, everyone is cultivating crazily in their own rooms. What Ling Tian has to admire is that he has the ability to influence other people. What is strong? Is it because they are powerful and kill anyone they see? No. In addition to having strong strength and a decisive character, the strong man must have a strong personality. The emperor's way, wherever he passes, is subject to the land. The minister here refers to surrender. That is to say, a real emperor Wangqiang, wherever he goes, these people will be influenced by him involuntarily and surrender to him. This is the true imperial spirit. Hey, I thought you weren't coming back. A cold and pleasant voice came, needless to say, it must be the beauty in room 2, Luo Qingcheng. To be honest, Ling Tian was really curious about her appearance. Ordinary beauties don't have the guts to take the name Qingcheng. At the very least, one must have the beauty of the country and the beauty of the country. Chapter 35. Hey, these 3 seniors are quite thoughtful. After a brief farewell conversation with Luo Qingcheng, Ling Tian also returned to own room 4 again. Looking at the 10 battle-wide spirit pool in front of him, Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. The spiritual fluid in the spirit pool has been restored to its original state. Presumably, it was because the 3 managers of Ascending Heavenly Tower thought that Ling Tian would not come back after disappearing. That's why they sent someone to clean up room 4. The person who came to clean up room number 4 was, after all, a strong man in the Master Realm. When seeing the original strong spiritual fluid, only less than 10% of the concentration is left. He was also stunned. Was this really done by a boy from the body tempering realm? This news really shocked the 3 managers. Ling Tian is not a practitioner at all, this is a bottomless pit. Finally, Ling Tian returns. The 3 of them also hastened to get people to fill up the spirit pool again, giving Ling Tian the best cultivation environment. Take off your robe. Wade into the Lingqi. Call. Taking a long and comfortable breath, Ling Tian slowly entered the fragrance of dreams with a satisfied smile. The next day. Early morning. Tianjiao City. The holy city of the southern region. Right now, in the center of the city. On the central square, which is so vast that there is almost no limit, there is a lot of voices. A large number of young practitioners are gathering here continuously. Inside, there are people from this remote place, and they represent all the hopes of a family and a force. Among them, there are also disciples who are descendants of relatively well-known great powers, who are given high hopes and want to come to the Tian Test Conference to make a big splash. Except for these wonderful young men and women. On the outskirts of the square, there are countless men, women, and children looking at the center of the square with expectant eyes. These are the relatives and elders of those practitioners who came to participate in the Tian Test Conference. There was a clanging sound of metal colliding, and soldiers holding big knives or spears were looking around with serious eyes. These soldiers with a killing spirit are the guards of Tianjiao City, and they are responsible for maintaining order. Sky Test Conference. This is a prosperous event in the entire southern region, and also in the entire Qianlong continent. As the name suggests, Tian Test is a talent test. Rather than testing the talents of these people, it is better to screen young people with potential. Practitioners with a bone age below 24 years old and undeveloped Dantian are eligible to participate in this grand event. Among them, many people can actually develop Dantian and become a martial artist long ago. They've been suppressing realm and waiting for this day. Because, on this day, it has been suppressed and baptized by the means of saint. You can unleash your full potential. If you perform well, you can also win the favor of the more powerful sect forces. Some geniuses with special physiques have not yet been discovered. It will also be inspired in this prosperous age. Therefore, many people would rather suppress realm for several years than break through realm by themselves. The height of talent determines your value, and more importantly, your future achievements. This is a prosperous world, but also a competition. Clang! A huge bell resounded throughout Tianjiao City. This is the holy bell in the central square of Tianjiao City. Tianjiao's bell. The ringing of the bell made everyone present feel excited. Because, the sound of the holy bell not only represents the beginning of the Tian Test Conference. There is a deeper meaning as well. That is, during the second strength test level. If anyone can move the sound of the holy bell, it means that he has reached the real genius endowment, the physical strength that he possesses. The body tempering realm, which can reach 10,000 catties of strength, can trigger a bell to ring. Going up, every 5,000 catties of strength can make one more sound. The highest chime of the Tianese bell rings 9 times. The strength of 50,000 jin represents the limit of the human body. You know, the body tempering realm is still a mortal body. A strength of 50,000 jin can directly blast ordinary sea-opening realm martial artists into scum. The last time it was able to cause the bell to ring 9 times. He is a young man with a spiritual body. It has been 5,000 years since now. Rumor has it that the holy bell actually rings 10 times. 9 is the highest number of supreme, surpassing 9 rings means having a talent beyond supreme. But rumors were just rumors, the Tianese bell never rang 10 times. After all, even the god body of Gangling, a power-based divine body, failed to arouse 10 rings. In this world, is there really an evildoer who can make the sky ring 10 times? No one would believe this kind of thing. Divine body, in ancient times, it was a person who possessed the qualifications of great emperor. Is there anyone who can surpass the great emperor? Time passed little by little. When the sun is in the sky, noon has come. In the central square of Tianese city, there are already close to 2 million young men and women who participated in the Tian Test Conference. Simultaneously, above the square, that huge palace-shaped building, Da Nanggong, a figure with powerful aura emerged. Among a grey Taoist robe gradually flew out. A melodious old voice came out. Sky Test Conference, the first level, Force Field Suppression Test. This is a double test of body and spirit, and only those who insist on 10 breaths can pass. Those who can't persist will be automatically sent out of the center of the field, which means elimination. After finishing speaking, the old man waved his right hand. An invisible light curtain lit up around the central square. Accompanied by a terrifying coercion aimed at the body and spirit at the same time. Just for a split second. Hundreds of thousands of young men and women disappeared from the central square in an instant. Chapter 36. City Lord Sen, it seems that this Sky Test Conference is worse than before. Tian Nanggong, middle-aged men and women with strong aura, or old men and women, are frowning and looking at the test below. Just 3 short breaths. Nearly 1 million participants have already been eliminated. This number is much worse than in previous years. Brother, keywords are wrong, although there are a lot of eliminations this time. However, the real Tianjiao is far more than before. In the middle, a man in a golden brocade robe with a resolute face spoke slightly. He is the current city lord of Tianese city. Stone Emperor, Sen Shan. Oh? Could it be that city lord Sen has some news? Hearing this, other people around also cast curious eyes. Hehe, I don't know anything else. After all, I won't know until after the test. But there has been news from Dengtianlu. This time, there may be at least 2 of the Light King body. After Shi Wang's last word fell, the eyes of everyone around suddenly became hot. 2 royal bodies. These people are basically powers above the life and death realm, and those next to the Stone Emperor are all King realm powerhouses. Even so, their desire for the royal body is also very strong. Wang Ti, no accident, may be another strong king in 10,000 years. This is the strongest combat power for an 8-star sect. For the 9-star sect, it is also the core elder who holds great power. The vast majority here are representatives of 8-star and 9-star sect. As for Sacred Land, representatives will be sent to select the best talent only after the Tian Test Conference is over. No way. Who made people Sacred Land? In the previous Tian Test Conferences, it was not bad if there was only 1 king body produced in 10 sessions. I didn't expect 2 statues to appear at the same time this time, and that doesn't include the remaining 1 million participants below. It seems that this Tian Test Conference should have a good harvest. I don't know who it is, but I said a pertinent evaluation. No one else disagreed with this. They have even been secretly figuring it out. There were also people who secretly transmitted voices to Shi Wang Senshin. They want to know what Wang Body's special talent is. It is best to prepare the means of winning in advance. Not every king will choose to go to Sacred Land. Sacred Land Tianjiao grabbed a lot, even Wang Ti and the others couldn't get the best treatment. But it is different in 8-star and 9-star sect. That must be to do our best to cultivate them without reservation. The stress test is over. There are 1,189,651 participants left, and 971,247 are eliminated. The voice of the old man who presided over the meeting came. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Almost 1 million participants were eliminated. Many people here are like the Ling family, who went to Tianjiao city with the power of the family. Unfortunately, the reality is so cruel. It's not that these people are not good, it can only be said that the requirements of the Tian test conference are too high. There is sadness, and of course there is also joy. The rest of these people, even if they are eliminated in the second level, will definitely be able to join the sect forces. At the very least, it proves that their physical bodies have potential, and their hearts are also good. The second level, the strength test begins. First, ask the participants to smash the energy light curtain in front of them with all their strength. Successful ones can start the strength test of the test column. Loser, quit. After finishing speaking, the old man waved his hand lightly again. In the middle of the field, in front of the remaining young participants, invisible light curtains also appeared. Only by breaking these energy light curtains can they be eligible to participate in the real strength test. Boom! The sound of fists colliding with energy resounded in the square. Someone succeeded in one hit. Someone exhausted and finally quit. After half an hour, there were only a tenth of the original densely packed participants. There are 168,561 remaining participants who can come to test the pillar, and those who set the holy bell can leave their names here. After finishing speaking, grey stone pillars nearly 10 meters high appeared in the field. The most eye-catching thing is the huge stone tablet rising slowly in the center of the square. The stone tablet is several thousand meters high and more than 100 meters wide, exuding an aura that does not belong to this era. This is the Tianjiao Sacred Monument. The names of these densely packed names are recorded on the sacred tablet. The young man who caused the 9 rings of the holy bell 10,000 years ago is in the 3rd place. Gangling Divine Body Huo Jianzhan. Above it were 2 blank names. That is to say, this gangling divine body can be regarded as the first. The reason why there are still 2 vacancies above him. That is, in fact, he didn't really trigger the 9 rings of the holy bell. He can only be regarded as 8.5 rings, so he can't win the 1st place. Climbing to the sky, 142 people who have ascended to the sky have arrived. A loud voice sounded. A golden road appeared out of thin air. The starting point of the Golden Avenue is ascending the sky. The end point is the center of the square. This moment, all eyes were on the rear right. All I saw were handsome young men and graceful women. Under the leadership of the Iron Sword King, he slowly came to the central square. What is a genius and what is an arrogance? Under the prosperity of the Southern Territory like the Tian Test Conference, it can still make such an eye-catching appearance. These people don't need to take the first test at all. They are the most promising geniuses in this conference. Among them, the most eye-catching. A woman in white with a veil, Luo Qingcheng. Wu Yangfei, a tall and rough young man in brocade robes. And among all the people, the only boy. The boy was 16 years old, dressed in a purple robe, with a handsome face and a long body. Those mysterious eyes, like comets, were calmly sweeping across the crowd. The young man is Ling Tian. As for the number 1 room of Dengdianlu, there is no one at all. Ling Tian just found out about this matter. That's just a gimmick to inspire geniuses. Chapter 37. Is this the pride of heaven? What a style, if only I could be like them. That's right, look at that woman in white, even through the veil, she has a graceful figure and an ethereal aura all over her body. This must be a rare and peerless beauty. The young people talked a lot, and even those who were eliminated just now couldn't help but yearn for it. Cut, you know how to look at beautiful women. Didn't you find that purple-clothed boy? He is the youngest among these people, but he can walk in the forefront, and he looks so handsome. Hey, if only he could kiss Fangs. When men talked about beauties, these women talked about Ling Tian not to be outdone. As for the last sentence, they could only think about it. The genius who ascends to the sky is originally chosen among tens of thousands. What's more, he is still a genius at the forefront. That must be even more extraordinary, destined to stand out in the Tian test conference. And they didn't even have the chance to stand with him. This is heaven. Cousin Ling Tian. Somewhere on the outskirts of the square, the Ling family was still in a state of loss just now. Now that he was immediately revived with full blood, even the younger generation of the Ling family have collectively referred to Ling Tian as their cousin. A world where power is paramount. Who told you what age you were? Hey, brother Jinjian, why are you so excited? A few other people from remote places like the Ling family also asked curiously. The complexion of the Ling family changed too quickly. Brother Wen, have you seen those youths climbing to the sky? That youth in purple is the pride of my Ling family, Ling Tian. As soon as Ling Jinjian's words came out, everyone around turned to look at him. Just kidding? The young man who can stand at the forefront of the genius who can climb the sky is a member of their Ling family? Get out of the way! Suddenly, the fierce guards behind them forcibly opened a passage. Patriarch Ling, you are a family member of our genius who ascended to heaven, how can you watch the Tian test conference from the outside? We have specially arranged a place for you here. The respectful words of the soldiers guarding the city came out. Everyone around widened their eyes. It is good that geniuses may come out of remote places. But the genius who can stand at the forefront of climbing the sky, Tianjiao. That was definitely the first time, and it was also the first time they had seen it. Clang! The 78,314th tester, Wang Feng, triggered a bell, superior talent. Finally, after close to 80,000 testers, someone triggered the bell toll for the first time. It can be seen that the conditions for triggering the holy bell are indeed a bit harsh. Body tempering realm, no matter how strong it is still a mortal body after all. On Nangang. Brother Sen Shan, could it be that the young man in the royal body you are talking about is the young man in purple? Several 9-star top sect elders couldn't help inquiring. Because, although there are 3 most outstanding geniuses standing in front of Deng Tianlu. However, the eyes of the other 139 geniuses behind him looking at the purple-clothed boy were the most fearful. There is also this feeling of awe and admiration in the fear. Which of the geniuses who climbed to the sky in the past is not arrogant? When did you ever show that look to someone else? It can be seen that this purple-clothed boy is absolutely extraordinary. No. City Lord Sen Shan shook his head and said, Wang Ti should be the woman in white beside him, and the taller young man. What? Isn't this purple-clothed boy a royal body? How is this possible? Everyone shook their heads at the same time, it was very puzzling. Such a calm breath, such a powerful and sharp aura, isn't it a king body? However, these words came from Naishanan City Lord, Shiwang Sen Shangkao. They don't doubt too much either. Why is it necessary for a strong man in the imperial realm to lie to them? There is no benefit to be gained. Clang, clang. The continuous bell rang, and everyone focused their attention on the test column in the square. Ascend to the sky, Ouyang Fei, the power of qi and blood reaches 20,000 caddies. It triggers 3 sounds from the sky. Heaven-level top talent, can be ranked 94th in the test monument. The words just fell. Immediately afterwards, the sound of the holy bell came again. Clang, 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 clang. 5 tones. A full 5 tones. Climbing to the sky, Luo Qingcheng, the power of qi and blood has reached 30,000 catties. Trigger 5 bells to ring. King level talent, you can leave a name on the test monument, ranking 18th. This time, the square with millions of people was completely silent. This power should definitely be the highest in this sky test conference. Unimaginable. It was a woman who caused the 5 bells to ring? As far as Luo Qingcheng's slender and charming figure is concerned, if she puts aside her status as a climber, and that invisible coldness, go out, like a weak and peerless beauty. But under this beautiful face, under the icy muscular figure, such a powerful force is actually hidden. Next, ascend to the sky. Okay. The old man who presided over the test meeting focused his eyes. According to Ling Tian's order in Climb to Heaven, he should be the third from the bottom. That is to say, it should be in front of Wu Yangfei and Luo Qingcheng. However, Ling Tian was actually the last one to appear in the grand finale. This. The old man frowned slightly. Suddenly, a divine sense sound transmission sounded in his mind. Ling Tian, I am a peerless genius who has never been seen in 70,000 years. Because the physique is unknown, so the ranking is low, and I am actually qualified to aspire to the number 1 room. Hearing this, the old man's eyes suddenly flashed 2 bright lights. This young man actually got the same decision from the 3 managers of Ascending Heaven building. Could it be? Could it be? Is he the hidden sacred body, or even a divine body? Climb to heaven, Ling Tian, please come forward and test. The old words came out. The handsome young man in purple walked out slowly. Everyone held their breath at this moment. The person who appeared at the finale was definitely among the top 5 talents in previous Tian test conferences. Standing up straight, the power of qi and blood bloomed, and he punched out with his right hand. Rumbling. There was a loud noise, and an invisible wave of gang qi came out. But what happened next made everyone a little unbelievable. This young man actually failed to trigger the sound of the holy bell? Chapter 38. What happened? After a moment of silence, everyone finally exploded. The genius who made his debut at the finale of Ascend to Heaven, unexpectedly failed to move the holy bell? This is not normal. Could it be that this boy is a parallel genius? If he can't move the holy bell, then his physical talent is not even a high-end talent. How could it be possible to become one of the top 3 geniuses in Ascension to Heaven? Could it be that the boy has some powerful background? It shouldn't be. This is a test event, and even sacred land won't interfere with the fairness here. Then how do you explain that he couldn't even ring a bell? This, I don't know either. Discussions gradually spread around, and some people thought that this young man had a great background. Some people think that there may be a problem with the holy bell. However, the latter was quickly rejected. The Tianese bell, that is the real holy artifact. In the world, apart from the emperor armament, the holy weapon is the most powerful magic treasures. How could such a small mistake occur? On Nangang, City Lord Sen Shan also frowned. That boy's strength can definitely move the holy bell. But the holy bell didn't respond. There should be no mistakes in the holy artifacts, and there has not been a single mistake in the past 70,000 years. As for why Sen Shan can be sure that Ling Tian's strength is absolutely enough? Because he is known as the Emperor of Stone, and what he masters is the mystery of the power of the earth. The profound meaning of the earth is very sensitive to power. At that moment just now, even with the power in the center of the shielding field of the holy artifact, Shiwang Senshin also clearly felt the fluctuation of gang qi caused by Ling Tian. Stellar qi, at least 20,000 or more in strength, can appear. This is too weird. Inside Wang Tian Tower, Qian Tingxian also looked at the field blankly. At first, Ling Tian's much anticipated appearance made him ecstatic. He knew that this time the bet was right. But then, he was dumbfounded. Didn't the bell sound? He wasn't Sen Shan, so he couldn't feel the physical strength that Ling Tian released just now. Beside, a pretty woman also frowned. Own the future, just bet on it. This woman is Tianjiao. The Tian Test Conference has officially started, and Linan City no longer needs to continue to receive participants who come to the Tian Test Conference. So, she also came here an hour ago. When I saw that young man standing at the forefront of the ascending building like a young emperor, her heart was deeply touched. Joy has not had time to come to my heart. Reality, like a basin of cold water hitting her cheek. Ascension. Jin Jianhuang frowned, looking at the Tianese bell in mid-air. Others don't know Ling Tian's strength and talent, but he knows it clearly. Ling Tian's strength has already surpassed the limit physical strength of the human body in the body-tempering realm. How could it not trigger the induction of the holy bell? If the holy bell really exists 10 tolls, then the person who can arouse 10 rings must be Ling Tian. Even if it doesn't exist, Ling Tian should be able to attract 9 rings and become the top 3 in history. Now, everything is happening too unreasonably, too weirdly. I declare that Ling Tian's score is... etc. Just when the old man who presided over the Tian Test Conference was about to announce the results, Luo Qingcheng stood up and interrupted the old man. Senior, please also check if there is something wrong with the test column or the Tianese clock. Luo Qingcheng's cold and very pleasant voice came out. Everyone was slightly dazed. How dare someone question Saint's methods? How dare someone question the power of the holy weapon? What's more, the voice of doubt is the Tianjiao woman with the best score in the Tian Test Conference. At this moment, the eyes of many people flicked back and forth between that graceful figure and that handsome young man. Could it be? What is the unspeakable relationship between the two? Stand back, how can the holy bell allow you to question it? The old man was also very surprised in his heart, but it was absolutely impossible to question the holy bell. But what else did Luo Qingcheng want to say? Suddenly, a purple sleeve robe stopped her. Thank you, Qingcheng. The gentle words came from Ling Tian's mouth. He himself was also very puzzled, even though he just hit at random. But the bell is triggered to ring 9 times, or even the legendary 10 rings. That's more than enough, so what's the problem? But your strength. Seeing this handsome face with a smile, Luo Qingcheng felt a little uncomfortable. She felt that Ling Tian must be very sad and lost. Obviously has a strong strength. But it couldn't trigger the induction of the holy bell. My strength, of course I have to prove it myself. After the last 2 words of Ling Tian fell, his expression became sharp. Slowly turned around and walked towards another test column. Boom! Blast out with a punch. Still no response. However, it's not over yet. Then, Ling Tian was under everyone's shocked eyes. He punched out again and again. Until the 20 test pins in the field were all hit by him. Only then did he slowly stop what he was doing. Young man, do you have any questions? The old man said lightly, 21 times, doesn't that explain the problem? On Nangang. There was a voice full of air. Qian Lao, please temporarily release the shielding array in the central square. The person who spoke was none other than the Lord of Tianese City, Shi Huang Sen Shan. Sen Shan City Lord is this. Mr. Qian, please trust me, temporarily disarm the formation first. The latter frowned slightly when he heard the words, feeling suspicious in his heart, but he still followed suit. The opponent is the city lord of the holy city in the southern region, and this face is still casual. With a wave of the old man's sleeve, the shielding formation in the center of the isolation field slowly dissipated. Subsequently, boom! Rumbling! There was a loud bang. Everyone looked in shock at the test column that was still standing upright just now. Now, the 21 test pillars all fell down and turned into countless pieces. Kin. It's not over yet. Soon. Clang, clang, clang. 9 distant and majestic bells in a row slowly spread throughout Tianjiao city. Chapter 39. Silence. Deathly silence. Tianjiao city central plaza. Everyone, regardless of men, women, young or old, practitioner or martial artist. It even includes powers of life and death realm and king realm. They all stared round their eyes, looking at the incredible scene below. The test column couldn't bear the young man's strength, and suddenly shattered into pieces. At this moment, everyone understood what was going on. It's not that this young man named Ling Tian doesn't have enough talent. It's that the power is too amazing, causing the test column to be unable to withstand his power. The test column is destroyed, of course it cannot transmit information to the Tianjiao clock above. Therefore, there was no fluctuation in the test column, and the situation where the holy bell did not ring. The test column was destroyed. How is this possible? In mid-air, the old man who presided over the sky test conference muttered to himself. This test column is supported by formation, and the material is also very special. How could it be so easily ruined by a boy in the body tempering realm? He has presided over the Sky Survey Conference for almost 20,000 years. He has seen a lot of geniuses and royal bodies. However, the current situation made him somewhat at a loss as to how to explain it. The test post material is very stiff, which is not bad. But just tough for everyone else. The test column has formation, and the blessing of attribute power is also good. Ling Tian is a person who possesses a myriad of spirits, and the power to protect the attributes of the test pillar is extremely obedient in front of him. How could it be possible to resist Ling Tian? In the end, there was only one blessing of formation defense left. Because of this formation, the test column was not damaged immediately. I declare that ascending to the sky, Ling Tian, will cause the bell to ring 9 times, breaking the record of the 70,000 year Tian test conference. Ling Tian, ranked 4th in the Tianjiao Sacred Monument, no. 3rd. No, it's the 2nd. Ling Tian, the Tianjiao Sacred Monument ranks 2nd. As the old man's passionate voice came out, at this moment, everyone looked at the handsome young man in purple robes in unison. Genius? Or Tianjiao? Neither. This is the real peerless genius, peerless evildoer. Among the participants who came to the Tian test conference, men were jealous, envious, in awe, and yearning. Most of the women looked at Ling Tian with fascinated eyes. However, when they thought of a woman like Luo Qingcheng by his side, these women couldn't help lowering their heads sadly. It is different from the central square. Tian Nangong, which should have been full of discussions, was silent. All the representatives of the big forces who came here are anxiously carrying out the divine sense sound transmission, or using the sound transmission jade slip. They need to inform sect of this news as soon as possible. Make a plan to win Ling Tian as soon as possible. Why, in such a hurry? After the Sky Test Conference ended, people from Sacred Land came. They still have a chance to take away such a peerless arrogance. Father, from now on, my daughter is free, right? Wang Tianlu, Gan Xinyao's face was rosy, and she looked at the young emperor-like boy in the field with surprise and excitement. She was right. You're free. Qian Tingxian muttered to himself, his heart was also surging now. This time, they made a fortune in Linen City. At the same time, he also made friends with a future real king. The king boy who can leave his name in the entire history of the southern region. Not surprisingly, the second-ranked name on the Tianjiao Sacred Monument may never be erased. Another place in Wangtian Tower. The woman in a black long dress, with a beautiful face that would fascinate any man, was also looking at the purple-robed boy below with indescribable emotions. Miss, I admire your vision. Beside him, the old woman who was dissatisfied with Ling Tian before couldn't tell what it was like. At the beginning, my lady predicted that the young man would stand out and even shine. She doesn't believe it. In the end, he slapped her hard. Oh? Did Xian Glan know that boy? A rough old man looked at Mo Xian Glan with curiosity. However, the latter's words made them slightly stunned. When did he like purple? Mo Xionglan's words were of course referring to the robe on Ling Tian's body. Congratulations! In Luo Qingchen's icy voice, there was also a hint of undetectable surprise. Ling Tian's strength is powerful, she knows it. But she didn't expect that Ling Tian could break history. Congratulations, it's just a small trick. Ling Tian smiled slightly, coupled with his already handsome appearance, he could definitely be called a girl killer. TCH, are you yelling? Luo Qingcheng, a true iceberg beauty, can actually be playful and joking at this moment. Only Ling Tian the next moment's actions, let her know. Ling Tian is not joking. Senior, I want to try again, do you have any more tested test columns here? Ling Tian looked at the old man in midair and spoke calmly. He is not satisfied with the result of own. What is history second? Even if the first position is blank, that won't work. Ling Tian, he only wants to be number one. He doesn't want to be a low-key genius. If you want to be high profile, then be high profile to the end. This. The old man also rolled his eyes, could this boy be a little too crazy? However, Ling Tian does have the right to be crazy. The test column was shattered, which means the strength just now may really not be the limit of Ling Tian. I'll help you. A loud middle-aged man's voice came out. I saw, Tian Nangong, Shi Huang Sen Shan pointed. The ground in the central square trembled slightly, and a brand new test column slowly emerged from the ground. The meaning of the earth. It is a stronger manifestation of the profound meaning of the earth. It really is extraordinary. The name of Emperor Stone is indeed not in vain. Thank you, Sen Senior. Ling Tian cupped his hands slightly, he already knew the name of the other side from the conversation just now. No, let's do our best. I believe that the test pillar transformed by my profound meaning of earth will not break so easily. Shi Huang Sen Shan's eyes lit up with a bright light. This boy was very much to his liking. I thought Ling Tian would be complacent. But in fact, Ling Tian's mind is calm, and his words are very well measured. This is a talent and character that can hardly be faulted. Perfect monster. Chapter 40. What's the situation? The surrounding crowd started talking again. Is this teenager ready to test again? He is not satisfied with such a result? Some people even thought that Ling Tian might be complacent and inflated. Climbing to heaven, Ling Tian, the second Ling Tian of the Tianjiao monument, are you sure you want to do it again? This kind of situation has never happened in our Tian test conference so far. In case your actions arouse the wrath of the holy weapon, the previous results may also be invalidated. Have you figured it out? The words of the old man spread throughout the square and even Tianese city under the blessing of the power of true essence. At this moment, not only the participants in the central square heard it. Those watching on the periphery also heard it. Turn out to be. This boy is actually dissatisfied with the current results, and wants to do it again? They no longer know how to describe this peerless genius named Ling Tian. Simply. It is impossible to look at Ling Tian with common sense. A true genius is always a maverick and does not play cards according to common sense. It seems that this sentence is indeed true. God, don't continue. In the attic, the Ling family was anxious. Ling Tian's current results can definitely enter the sacred land. If this kind of arrogant behavior caused the wrath of the holy vessel, the consequences are unimaginable. Hallows, all have spirits, and they also have emotions. How could it be said that everyone was shocked by Luo Qingqian's questioning of the holy artifact just now? How could this young man be so impulsive all of a sudden? His character shouldn't be. The Lord of Linen City, Qian Tingxian, also frowned. Now he can already be said to have won the first place in this bet. Wait a minute for the last level, the physical fitness test. Even if Ling Tian doesn't have a king body, his overall score is definitely in the top 2. Now, why is Ling Tian doing this? Father, I trust him. Please trust him as much as I do. Tianjiao looked confident. This young man is crazy, but he has the capital to be crazy. Could you be interested in him? Qian Tingxian was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly. The latter blushed when he heard the words, stomped his feet and said angrily, Father, what are you talking about? I just know his personality after getting in touch with him. Really? Qian Tingxian looked disbelieving, but he was thinking in his heart, did he take the initiative to match the two afterwards? These people who knew Ling Tian were basically worried about Ling Tian. But there are also some people who are different. For example, the 3 managers who ascended to the sky. This kid really has a temper with him. Golden Sword Emperor shook his head helplessly, but his tone was filled with relief. The 3 of them originally wanted to accept Ling Tian as their disciple. Because Ling Tian has a sword heart that is fearless and would rather bend than bend. To become a truly powerful swordsman, one needs this kind of invincible character. Unfortunately, the 3 of them finally felt that they were not worthy of Ling Tian. Ling Tian's talent, at least Saint is qualified to teach. Even so, the 3 still regard Ling Tian as a real junior, expecting him to become a blockbuster. The behavior of Ling Tian in front of him is indeed quite in line with Ling Tian's character. In Ascend to Heaven, there is no rule of deliberately winning the first place, and Ling Tian has no competition. However, the Tian Test Conference is different. As long as he has strong strength, he can win the first place. How could Ling Tian give up? I've figured it out. In the center of the field, Ling Tian smiled faintly. There was no hesitation at all. After thinking about it, would he take the initiative to make this request? In that case, let's begin. After the old man finished speaking, he looked cautious and waved his hand. The shielding array that had been withdrawn was restored as before. The Tianese bell in the sky has also established a subtle relationship with the brand new test column below. Call. Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He was ready to use his full strength. Use your body as a furnace, don't die. After finishing speaking, the skin of Ling Tian's whole body slowly changed. It turned out to be as white as jade, which was even more beautiful and delicate than a woman's skin. But everyone knew that what was hidden under the jade color was absolutely terrifying physical strength. Otherwise, why would Ling Tian need to make such a fuss? This move also let everyone know. Ling Tian really didn't try his best just now. The power of qi and blood, open. With a burst of shouting, the robe will automatically move without wind. Waves of invisible stellar energy spread from Ling Tian's body to the surroundings. This is the qi and blood after the physical strength has reached its limit. This is actually qi and blood. The old man in mid-air. The Stone Emperor in Tian Nangang. All discovered this mishap. Qi and blood. Actually, blood and blood appeared in a human teenager. The 2 power users couldn't help but look forward to it. Ling Tian in the arena suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. Take a step forward. The power of qi and blood of the whole body is concentrated in the right arm. A punch blasted out, seemingly insipid. Then, rumbling. Accompanied by a monstrous bang, waves of invisible shock waves spread. Some of the participants who were watching the scene were directly thrown to the ground. Everyone was shocked. These young men and women who persevered to the end are definitely geniuses. Genius? But even the shocking aftermath of Ling Tian's punch couldn't bear it. It turns out that the gap between geniuses can also be like a gap. Boom, 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 boom. The holy bell struck 9 again. For a long while, there was silence in the field. Just when everyone thought it was over. Clang! The Tianese bell rang again. The 10th sound. And, unlike the previous 9 bells, this time, the sound of the Tianese bell was not only ringing in Tianjia city. Instead, it spread to the entire southern region. The sound of the holy bell spread throughout almost the entire southern region. At this moment, all powers who are not in Tianjia city, the major sect forces in the southern region, the major sacred lands, all look sideways. Everyone looked in the direction of Tianjia city. The 10 bells ring, and the great emperor's capital reappears. Chapter 41. Tianjiao. Among the mountains in the shape of a moon, several old men with powerful breaths rose into the air at the same time. The bell is ringing 10 times, is the prophecy true? This is exactly the 8-star sect, the Lanyu sect, who rules over millions of lands in Tianjiao. Somewhere, a land of red clouds, surrounded by a faint sense of heat. An old man with shining lights all over his body looked into the distance. The holy bell rings 10 times, and a peerless genius will be born. If my Chixia sect gets this son, there will definitely be a saint in the future, and it will no longer be a 9-star sect, but a sacred land. The most eastern part of the southern territory. In a towering, majestic mountain range. Here, it is known as the highest place in the southern region. Because this is the site of Liang sacred land. Their cultivation technique is to cultivate by absorbing the purest energy of the sun. At this moment, inside sacred land, a few calm and restrained old people raised their eyes slightly. These old men, without a doubt, are all saints. Only saint can truly make the breath introverted, friendly to the world. The holy bell rang 10 times. It seems that a remarkable young genius has appeared in this Tian test conference. We, Liang sacred land, can arrive early. Can. One of the old men spoke first, and the others behind him nodded simultaneously. Faced with the birth of such a peerless genius, sacred land couldn't sit still. Nephew, go to Tianjia city ahead of time, and pass on my holy zone Liang order. The genius who caused the 10 bells to ring can become a personal disciple and worship saint as his teacher. Disciple, accept the order. At the same time, a similar scene is being played out among the top sects and sacred lands. This is the first time in the history of the southern region that the sacred lands will appear in advance. Call. Not bad. Just when the entire southern region was in a sensation. The person who caused the southern territory to shake. Ling Tian. At this moment, he just took a slight breath. Then, to put it bluntly, it's not bad? Hiss. The person involved was very calm, but the surrounding crowd were already so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Snapped. There were crisp applause. What you do? A young man covered his swollen right cheek, looking angrily at the woman in front of him. Oh, sorry, I just wanted to see if I was dreaming. The woman's voice came out, and everyone around her suddenly realized. Just now. They also almost thought they were dreaming. Is this a miracle? This can no longer be described as a miracle. If it is said that Ling Tian broke history just now and created a miracle. At this moment, like a real young emperor, he told everyone. He, Ling Tian, will do what he says. He has arrogant capital. He is the figure that will never be forgotten in the hearts of all the participants of the Tian test conference. I declare. Ling Tian, trigger the holy bell to ring 10 times. Tianjiao sacred monument ranks first. The old man's trembling voice came out. Everyone knows that this moment is real. This is not a dream. Sudden. Not waiting for everyone to have any ideas, or when there is something to do. The originally clear sky suddenly changed color. Big holy characters appeared in the sky one by one. Kanjian Sacred Land, Representative, Jade Fire King, Yu Kixian, here. Flying Star Sacred Land, Representative, King Zikan, Yu Wentong, arrive. Mingzhen Sacred Land, Representative, King Wu Chang, Jia Xian, here. Dangxia Sacred Land, Representative, Dan Wang, Mui, arrive. Loud and hazy voices spread throughout Tianjiao city. Sacred Land, arrived early. While everyone was shocked, it was clear that these people must have come for the purple-robed boy in front of them. He came here for this young man who broke history and climbed to the top of the Tianjiao Sacred Monument. The Sky Test Conference is not over yet. The name of Ling Tian. It has been imprinted in everyone's heart. Watch these representatives of the sacred land walk into the heavenly Nangong. Ling Tian himself frowned. These sacred lands are indeed sacred lands, but in Ling Tian's mind, they are not real sacred lands. In the sacred land that came earlier, there is no real top sacred land force coming. What is top sacred land? That is the sacred land sect that was born in the Emperor Realm Peak Powerhouse, can be regarded as the real sacred land in Ling Tian's heart. Biru, his target, Xiantian Sacred Land. Why, aren't you happy? Luo Qingcheng at the side noticed Ling Tian's dissatisfied expression. The eyelashes trembled slightly, this boy was so strange. What exactly does he want? It seems that the goal in his heart is always far beyond everyone's expectations and understanding. It's okay, I was thinking, wait a minute, you should show your true strength. Ling Tian smiled slightly, instead of mentioning what he was thinking, he asked about Luo Qingcheng instead. The latter froze when she heard the words, and then covered her mouth and said, "You have stolen the limelight, what real strength can I show?" Having said that, Luo Qingcheng's tone clearly carried the confidence and pride of a queen. She really didn't use all her strength just now. In her eyes, it would be unattractive for a woman to exert all her physical strength like a man. In addition, even with all her strength, she was far behind Ling Tian. But Luo Qingcheng's physique has always been a mystery. Is she royal? Or, like Ling Tian, she might exceed everyone's expectations? Is that the purple-robed boy? Sure enough, it is very extraordinary, the heart is like the sea, and the waves are calm. Tian Nangong, several representatives of sacred land, couldn't help being a little surprised when they saw Ling Tian himself. Logically speaking, Ling Tian who has achieved such an achievement. There should be a look of excitement and joy on his face, and even a hint of arrogance. However, Ling Tian was too calm. Just now he just did a very ordinary thing? This boy fits the requirements of my heart, sacred land. With such a heart, the future of Li Mingzhen sacred land is bound to be limitless. TCH, the energy and blood in his whole body are like a torrent, just come to my flying star sacred land. Use the power of star to train his body, and his future is truly limitless. The Sky Test Conference is not over yet. These sacred body representatives have already started to fight for Ling Tian, and they are arguing. Chapter 42. The last test, the physical talent test. The first test is to test whether you have the qualifications to become real martial arts. The second test is the accumulation of power in your body tempering realm, which can determine how far you can go in the future. The last test will discover your own true special talent. If there is a special talent, in the future, as long as they don't fall, they will definitely become a strong one. When the old man's words came out, everyone looked forward to it. Why does Sacred Land usually wait until after the test is over? It is because this third test is the most important. The first test is actually just screening the number of people. They didn't pay much attention to the second test. Of course, Ling Tian was an accident within an accident. His strength has exceeded the limits and imagination of human beings. The last item is what all the top sects and sacred land are most concerned about. A special physique must go further than ordinary people. This is almost without exception. Today's King Realm powerhouses, Emperor Realm powerhouses, including the top saint. Everyone basically has at least one special constitution or special talent ability. The reality is so cruel. You are very ordinary, but as long as you work hard, you will have achievements in the future. Such words are not suitable for the cultivation world at all. Even if there is such a special case, it is extremely unlikely. Mortal, no matter how high your starting point is, no matter how hard you work, your ultimate is limited. Only people with special physiques and special talents have a more distant upper limit and future. So, the third item, the test of special constitution or special talent, is the key. Next, all of you will enter the illusion. In illusion, you will feel the power of heaven and earth of various attributes. And, it will also be suppressed by the powerful body and spirit. You can't hold on, and you can't quit. Unless you pass out, you won't be able to stimulate the true potential hidden in your body. Finished talking. Clang. The holy bell rang. One after another, incompetent threads of energy drilled into the minds of the remaining participants in the field. The screen changed. What? Ling Tian sighed lightly. This illusion seems to be somewhat similar to own mental space. The only difference is, in Ling Tian's spirit divine sense C, there is only grey mist. Of course, now there are two more gigantic beasts. And in this so-called test illusion, attribute energies of various colors are floating in the air. Red, representing fire. Green represents vegetation. Blue, representing water. Purple represents thunder. And so on, many, many. The old man said the pressure. Ling Tian really didn't feel it, hadn't it started yet? Not really. While Ling Tian was very relaxed, batch after batch of geniuses in the outside world had already collapsed, unconscious. It's not that they are not strong, it's just that the last test is too strict. As for Ling Tian, that is simply a monster, these people are no longer qualified to compare with Ling Tian. City Master Sen Shan thinks that the boy named Ling Tian has any special physique. On Nangong, a middle-aged man in blue robes but with fiery red hair, spoke with a smile. As his words spread, other people around also looked curiously at the city lord of Tianese city these days. After all, the highest realm here is Stone Emperor Sen Mountain. In addition, he also knows some news about Deng Tianlu. The person who can cause the 10 bells to ring is definitely the first in 70,000 years. He is even the first person in the entire Qianlong continent. If Ling Tian has any special physique, then his future prospects can definitely surpass everyone present here. Hehe, I really don't know about this CEN. However, the woman in white below should have an amazing physique. Sen Shan smiled lightly. Why wasn't he curious? Does Ling Tian have a special physique? Oh! Hearing Sen Shan's words, everyone turned their attention to Luo Qingcheng. Can a physique that can make a strong man in the imperial realm talk about amazing? Can it surpass the king's physique? Could it be sacred body? The division of physique is also very detailed. They are a mortal body possessed by ordinary people, a spirit body that fits the power of a certain attribute. On top of that is the king body, and sacred body. Above the sacred body is the divine body. Spiritual bodies are born in almost every sky test conference. On average, there will be 1 out of every 10 sessions. As for the sacred body and the divine body, the difference is actually not that great. Now the lack of the power of the rules of heaven and earth. As a result, human beings cannot enter the imperial realm, so the potential gap between the sacred body and the divine body is not very big. Sudden. Below the square, a ferocious flame ignited. Spiritual body with fire attribute. It's not bad, and its affinity with the fire attribute is also higher than that of ordinary spirit bodies. Those who say these words are not representatives of sacred land. It's those 8-star and 9-star top sect people who are discussing. Spiritual body, although the future achievements are not low. But it is not yet qualified for the sacred land representative to discuss. Only the real royal body, the real pride of heaven, is qualified to attract the attention of sacred land. That doesn't mean sacred body doesn't need these spirit geniuses. On the contrary, even if they don't take the initiative to invite, these geniuses will actively apply to join sacred land. After all, this is the place that all martial artists yearn for the most. Boom! Another flame ignited. Just when everyone thought it was another spirit body with fire attributes. In addition to the flames around the young man, there is even a slight sense of vicissitudes. This is the king physique, the Kanjian king physique. The person who spoke was a little excited. Because, he is the representative of Kanjian sacred land, Jade Fire King, Yu Kixian. Kanjian sacred land's founder, Kanjian saint. It is a Kanjian king physique. It is absolutely rare for Wang body cultivator to reach saint. Now, he met another Kanjian king physique. As the representative of Kanjian sacred land, how could he not be excited? However, things are just beginning. In the center of the field, a bone-piercing chill gradually rose, raging towards the surroundings. Chapter 43. This is. Could it be an ice-type spirit body? No, it should be the royal body. The raging chill caught everyone's attention. In order to ensure the normal awakening of the special physique, the center of the field did not continue to use shielding formation. After all, attribute energy comes from heaven and earth. With the coming of this chill, the young man with the spirit body of the fire attribute just now staggered back. The flames of his body are actually being eroded and wiped out by this chill. This is the king body, which can crush the existence of the spirit body. This is the Ice King physique. It should be right. A middle-aged woman with a 9-star sex spoke in surprise. She is the ice attribute cultivation technique cultivated, and she is particularly sensitive to this ice attribute energy. It would be great if I could get this disciple with an ice attribute king body. When she saw the same fiery eyes of those sacred land representatives, she could only sigh inwardly. Although the 9-star sect is a top force, how can it compete with sacred land? Unless, that woman needs a higher status, such as a sex inheritance disciple. This is something that sacred land cannot provide. Because, the inheritance disciple of sect is equivalent to the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of sacred land. The Holy Son, the Holy Maiden, must be won by strength after entering the sect. Even the divine body, it is almost impossible to get the position of the Holy Son or the Holy Maiden immediately. It can be seen that the status of the Holy Son Holy Maiden is very high. Hey, something seems wrong. Shi Huang Sen Shan frowned slightly. He actually felt a threat from Luo Qingchen's raging cold air. This kind of threat is not a threat in strength, but a threat in the induction of heaven and earth attributes. In other words, Luo Qingchen's physique is stronger than his. How so? You know, Shi Huang is also a king body. Brother Sen Shan, did you find something? Beside him, someone noticed the change in Shi Huang Sen Shan's expression, and asked quickly. The voice just fell. Sen Shan didn't need to explain anything. The blue sky suddenly dimmed slowly. In the sky, tiny ice crystals slowly emerged one after another. This is a vision of heaven and earth. Could it be? Is this the birth of a divine body? Then, wearing a white dress with a graceful figure, the veiled woman slowly rose into the air. Her consciousness is still an illusion. The tiny ice crystals in the sky slowly condensed together, forming huge ice cones and galloping towards the woman. Just when people are horrified. However, she found that the galloping ice pick was slowly floating above her head. Formed a very strange shape. Like snowflakes, but also like a formation. The vision of heaven and earth, ice and snow in the sky, this is a divine body. At this moment, in the sky, everyone is no longer calm. This woman, Yao Guang sacred land, will be settled. Humph! I know that sacred land is determined to win. My Dangxia sacred land is also very optimistic about this woman. Old man Mu, do you teach a deity to pill refine? Everyone quarreled again. The first time, it was because of the boy Ling Tian who broke history and caused the bell to ring 10 times. The second time, it was because of this extremely talented woman with a divine body. Shi Huang Senshin shook his head slightly. These people are representatives of sacred land, but at least we can discuss the ownership of the divine body after the Tian test conference is over, right? Helpless, Sen Shan had no choice but to say, everyone, this time you came to Tianjiao city early this time, and you have gained a lot. You have both the spirit body and the king body. This once in a 1,000-year divine body has also appeared again, but it would be bad if you lose your sense of proportion. As the lord of the holy city, Shi Huang Sen Shan does not belong to any faction. For his suggestion, everyone did not refute anything. After all, he is the lord of Tianjiao city, so even if they are the representatives of sacred land, everyone on face still has to give it. Click! A crisp sound came from mid-air. I saw that the ice cones that were suspended above Luo Qingqing's head slowly condensed and overlapped again. In the end, an ice-blue giant sword nearly 100 feet long was formed. What kind of divine body is this? This time, everyone is not calm. This girl's divine body seems to be more terrifying than they imagined. In the illusion, Ling Tian sits in lotus position. He was thinking that since he is a body of all spirits, he has a certain affinity for all attributes in the world. If I focus on absorbing the power of one attribute for the time being, can I create a king body or even a god body with a single attribute? With a glance, among the various energies in front of you, which one should you choose? Water? It's too weak, the first attribute power it possesses must be more powerful. Gold? One of the attributes with the strongest attack power, not bad. But the metallic energy is too little. The fire attribute should be the most suitable for owning. Ling Tian is the one who has comprehended a trace of the mysteries of fire. However, there are too few pure fire attributes here. Ling Tian himself is a real bottomless pit. While indecisive, sudden, Ling Tian felt a bone-piercing ice-cold force beside him. This icy power made him think of flames again. Flames represent fiery power. The hotness also represents the sun. In the world, apart from pure flames, what else is the power of the sun? That's the sun overhead. That's right, the energy of the sun is enough for Ling Tian to absorb, right? Thinking of this, Ling Tian directly mobilized the power of his whole body to communicate with the power of the golden sun. Then, in reality, when everyone was looking at Luo Qingcheng, Shi Huang Sen Shan, King Realm Elder of Scarlet Heaven Sect, representative of Liang Sacred Land, representative of Kanjian Sacred Land. These people suddenly turned their heads and looked in another direction. There was a young man in purple robe slowly rising into the air. A dazzling golden light is slowly blooming above his body. A scorching hot force began to spread violently towards the surroundings. This power is not inferior to Luo Qingqing's divine body. Chapter 44. Is this another divine body? As soon as the words came out, everyone's hearts trembled slightly. That's right, it's the divine body, and it's a physique that represents the power of the Sunday. Shi Huang Sen Shan took a deep breath. He's the tallest realm of all of them here. To put it bluntly, for all kinds of special physiques, all kinds of geniuses. As the city lord of Tianjiao city, Shi Huang Senshin is also the one he sees the most. His words are naturally very reliable. Divine physique, the rarest physique in the world. Unexpectedly, two statues appeared at the same time at the Tian test conference. It's incredible. With the eruption of the scorching sun power all over Ling Tian. In the center of the entire square, there are only two forces. Many participants who are still gritting their teeth and insisting on discovering their potential have felt the erosion and raging of the two extreme forces of ice and fire. In this regard, the old man who presided over the Tian test conference can only temporarily protect these people with shield formation. Doing so will undoubtedly make it more difficult for the remaining people to awaken their potential. But how can these people compare with the importance of the divine body? All of them combined, can't compare to a hair on the leg of the divine body. In order not to delay the awakening of the divine body, they can only be temporarily sacrificed. Boom! In the sky, a dazzling golden light descended from the sky. The source is that golden scorching sun, the sun. The target is the young man who is shining with golden light in the middle of the sky below, like a young emperor, Ling Tian. Is this the power of the sun? It really is overbearing. Ling Tian in the illusion has no idea that the outside world has exploded at this moment. He was still immersed in the comfort of absorbing the power of the sun. As for the surrounding attribute energy, it has not disappeared. If it was someone else, there must be only one attribute power in the illusion at this moment. But Ling Tian is different. All spirits, any power of heaven and earth attributes can be absorbed and utilized. Although he is now concentrating on absorbing the power of the sun, the power of other attributes still exists. An attribute activates a divine body. This is the horror of the spirit body. Outside world. In mid-air, a biting chill to the left. On the right is a scorching sun-like force. The two, at this moment, are slowly eroding each other. This is the appearance of divine body visions competing with each other and not convinced by each other. Simultaneously, the representatives of Sacred Land in Nangong have already started secretly contacting the top management of Sacred Land. This is a divine body. They will do whatever it takes to keep the two of them in the Sacred Land. The background of Sacred Land is very strong and good. They also have more than one saint, not bad. However, the strong men of the older generation will eventually fall into the ground with the passage of time. Sacred Land also needs fresh blood. Divine body is undoubtedly the kind of arrogance that sacred body needs most. Under the strong background of Sacred Land, as long as the divine body does not fall, they are very likely to cultivate a saint again. It is also possible for the spirit body and the king body to step into the holy realm, but compared with the god body, the chance is far behind. Yin. A crisp sound of sword chant resounded. I saw. The ice blue giant sword above Luo Qingqing's head started to vibrate spontaneously. One after another sword chi raged towards the surroundings. Streams of even greater ice power converged on the giant sword. This gigantic sword seemed to feel the provocation of Ling Tian's sun power. It was very angry. Sighed. The same scene is playing out. Ling Tian's side also did not dare to show weakness. When the provocative sound of the sword chant sounded above Ling Tian's head, the power of the sun slowly gathered into a golden long sword. A golden long sword with gleaming lights all over his body. The sword is the king of weapons. The two gods are also the kings of all the geniuses present. Yin. Two sword chants sounded at the same time. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the two huge swords stabbed at each other fiercely. Rumbling. With a loud noise, two waves of different attribute power spread towards the surroundings. Not good. The old man who presided over the Tian test conference was also shocked. He didn't expect that the power of the confrontation between the two divine body visions was almost close to the power of life and death. This is the divine body. It's still practitioner, vision, and can kill most martial arts in seconds. At the same time, whether it's Ling Tian or Luo Qingqing, both of them seemed to feel something. It was as if something was provoking him. But there was a different meaning in this provocation. Amidst the illusion, Ling Tian frowned slightly. He also felt the power of On Tian Yang, as if he was fighting against something. Could it be that something happened outside? Although Ling Tian's mental energy is very powerful, under the influence of the sacred artifact, the whole body and mind are in the environment. It is impossible to feel clearly what is going on outside. It seems that the young master has to play hard for you. This kind of provocation aroused the competitive spirit in Ling Tian's bones. He was not even satisfied with breaking history and ranking second in the Tianjiao monument. How can I stand the provocation of others? Thinking of this, Ling Tian thought, he wants to play a big one. Outside world. The power of ice, snow, and heaven and sun gathered again. There are also signs of another big shot. Suddenly, the sky changed color again. An invisible force swept towards everyone present. It is not ice, nor is it the power of the sun. It seems that it is a kind of power from the soul. At this moment, all the powerhouses in the life and death realm and the king realm were terrified. Among these participants, is there anyone who can suppress their souls? Or, there are power characters coming. Could it be that Saint is here in person? Without waiting for them to think more carefully. Roar! Suddenly, the sound of a giant beast roaring like a dragon's roar, like a lion's roar, spread throughout Tianjiao city. Chapter 45. My God, what is this? At this moment, some practitioners or martial artists with lower strength feel that their own bodies are out of control. Body and mind involuntarily want to kneel down to the purple-robed boy in mid-air. He raised his head with difficulty. I see. The power of the golden sun above Ling Tian's head retreated slowly, as if making room for something more powerful. What would be something more powerful than the vision of the divine body? Roar! There was another loud roar. Soon. A lion head, antlers, tiger eyes, elk god, dragon scales, dragon tail. The whole body was glowing with golden red light, and the phantom of a huge divine beast with a length of nearly 10,000 feet appeared in everyone's eyes. This is Ling Tian's martial Dao soul. But now it is still displayed in the eyes of everyone in the form of Kailan. Because if it wants to maintain its main body of chaos swallowing heaven for a long time, it will consume too much mental energy. In addition, the spirit of Kailan martial Dao is enough to shock the entire Qianlong continent, there is no need to do it multiple times. Even if it was chaos swallowing heaven, these people would not be able to recognize it. After all, it was the existence of the ancient god. Even the great emperor is not qualified to understand the ancient gods. Old man, what did this old man see? After the death of the emperor, there will be no great emperor, no martial Dao primordial spirit and martial Dao soul in the world. I didn't expect. Ascend to Tianlu Golden Sword Emperor muttered to himself, the emperor's realm has a lifespan of nearly 80,000 years. The three brothers have also lived for nearly 50,000 years, and this is the first time they have seen such a miracle. It's different from ascending to heaven. The rest of the place was eerily silent. Tian Nanggong, representative of all factions, including the sacred land. Not a single word was spoken. Apart from watching each other vigilantly at other people around them, they are all eagerly and frantically contacting the sect high-level elder. If it is said that the divine body can let them try their best to win over them, then martial Dao is soulful. Even if it is at all costs, he must get this talented monster. What sacred land's arrogance, in front of this kind of talent that is the best in the world, it is just a cloud. This boy, as long as he doesn't perish in the future, he will definitely become a holy existence. Roar! In the arena, Ling Tian's martial Dao soul raised its huge head. Then, opening his mouth and inhaling, all the spirit power of the world around him was swept away by him. The power of ice condensed on Naluo Kingchen's head was slowly being swallowed by Huo Kailan. He is now appearing as Huo Kailan, so let's call him Huo Kailan for the time being. The former seemed to feel something too. The body is even colder, the dress flutters, and the hair flutters in the wind, like a beautiful picture scroll. It's a pity that no one noticed such a charming picture scroll. In the arena, everyone's minds were all attracted by the fire Kailan in the sky. Hey! A bird's neighing sound came to mind. The power of ice around Luo Qingcheng condensed again, forming a giant blue bird with thousands of wings. The moment the giant birds gathered together, they slammed into the fire Kylan directly. Prepare to make a final struggle. It's a pity that the giant bird just approached the fire Kylan, and it didn't make the loud noise as imagined, and disappeared directly. Although it is the most powerful divine body vision in the world, it is impossible to compete with Ling Tian's martial Dao spirit. Okay. Ling Tian in midair seemed to feel something. Because, after Huo Kylan swallowed the power of ice just now. As the owner of martial Dao's soul fire Kylan, of course he can feel the atmosphere inside. Seemingly. The owner of this icy breath is Luo Qingcheng? Thinking of this, Ling Tian slowly calmed down his own martial Dao's spirit. After all, Ling Tian still has some affection for this woman, Luo Qingcheng. Hey! When fire Kylan no longer devours the power of ice. On top of Luo Qingcheng's head, another beautiful ice blue bird appeared. Moreover, this time the bird's tail seems to be a phoenix tail. The huge bird hovered above Luo Qingcheng's head, as if vigilantly guarding against Kylan on fire. The next scene. Whether it's Ling Tian, Luo Qingcheng, or everyone around him, they wouldn't think of it. I saw that Huo Kylan's huge body was slowly approaching the ice blue bird. The latter was vigilant at first, but hesitated, and finally approached Huo Kylan on his own initiative. The moment the two came into contact, the bodies of Ling Tian and Luo Qingcheng both trembled slightly. At this moment, they finally knew why the body could not fully awaken the divine body. Because, extremes must be reversed. The divine bodies of the two are awakening at the moment. One is one of the most powerful heaven and earth gods. An ice soul god body that is also one of the most powerful in the world. Both are extreme attributes. They repel each other, yet attract each other. This is called yin and yang harmony. Boom! Two consecutive loud noises came out, and two extreme forces swept across the sky again. Ling Tian woke up at the same time as Luo Qingcheng. Under the mutual stimulation of each other's extreme attribute strength, they finally completed the real awakening of the divine body. Opening your eyes, the two looked at each other. With a slight smile, everything was silent. When they looked up, their expressions became strange. To be precise, Ling Tian had a strange expression on his face. However, Luo Qingcheng was blushing. In the sky, the huge ice blue bird transformed by Luo Qingcheng's icy power was rubbing her proud head against Huo Kylan's chin. Huo Kylan also gently stretched out his paws to caress the back of the opponent's neck. This is very similar to that. Ahem, come back. Ling Tian coughed dryly, and with a thought, Huo Kylan's figure gradually faded away and disappeared. As for Luo Qingcheng, she seemed unable to control the ice blue giant bird transformed from the vision of her divine body. Unexpectedly, we helped each other. Ling Tian took the initiative to smile and said, he is a man, so he can't embarrass a woman here. What? Well, yes, just now I always felt that there was some shackle that couldn't be broken, and finally it was thanks to you. Speaking of the latter, Luo Qingcheng's tone visibly trembled slightly. Hehe, it's all the same. Ling Tian waved his hand, very casually and indifferently. Actually, Ling Tian didn't need Luo Qingcheng's help, his divine body was created by himself, rather than awakened from the body. He can actively absorb the power of any attribute. It's not so much that the two complement each other. Rather, it is Ling Tian who made Luo Qingcheng perfect. Chapter 46. To Tianjiao, please enter Heaven Nangong. A mid-air voice came from Tian Nangong in mid-air. The city lord of Tianese city, a generation of emperors, Shiwang Senshin. It is definitely the first time in history to invite two body-tempering practitioners to Heaven Nangong. Sen Senior, please wait a moment. After Ling Tian finished speaking, he looked at Luo Qingcheng again, and said softly, it's time for a breakthrough. The latter nodded, you too. Then, together. It is good. As soon as the voice fell, the dresses and robes on everyone's bodies automatically moved without wind. An invisible energy vortex slowly rose from the abdomen of the two. This is a sign of opening up Dantian and stepping into the sea. The cultivation base that the two of them suppressed for too long for the Tian test conference can finally be released without reservation. Ling Tian is all right, he is only 16 years old now. Luo Qingcheng suppressed it for nearly 4 years, twice as long as Ling Tian. Okay. Quick, control the spirit gathering formation to send the spiritual qi of Tianese city to the area around the two of them. Shi Huangsen Shan's eyes were serious. He didn't expect that the two of them would break through a small sea opening to make such a big commotion. The spiritual qi vortex around the two of them was at least 1,000 or even 10,000 times larger than that of an ordinary practitioner breakthrough. Especially Ling Tian, devouring all the energy around him like a bottomless pit. To make others even more unexpected, this is still under the deliberate control of Ling Tian. Otherwise, even if Luo Qingcheng is a divine body, she would not be able to absorb much spiritual qi by Ling Tian's side, and Ling Tian would swallow all of it. When the spirit gathering formation changed, the spiritual qi of the entire Tianese city gathered around the two of them. At this moment, Ling Tian seemed to have returned to the spiritual pond of ascension to heaven. This feeling is very comfortable. Since there are so many pure spiritual qi, Ling Tian no longer hesitated. Use yourself as a furnace, suck. After finishing speaking, the spiritual qi vortex beside Ling Tian increased dozens of times again. Crack! The shattering sound of the Dantian barrier sounded. Ling Tian successfully stepped into the sea opening realm. Crack! There was another sound of the barrier breaking. Luo Qingcheng also successfully stepped into the sea opening realm. The two slowly opened their eyes, looked at each other, and took steps at the same time. Step on the Hongguang Avenue that just came out from the sky Nangong. One step down. Crack! The Dantian barrier is broken again, and the Dantian space expands again. Open up the first floor of the sea. 2 steps down. Opening up the second floor of the sea realm. 3 steps down. Open up the third floor of the sea realm. When the 9th step falls, the two successfully landed on the sky Nangong. At the same time, their auras climbed to the peak of the 9th floor of the sea opening realm at this moment. If we say that the body tempering realm is to lay a good foundation for the body, so that the body can withstand the power of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. So, opening up the sea is one of the important factors that determine how far Wuxiu can go. The larger the Dantian space, the more spiritual qi you can absorb, the faster you can practice, and the more limitless your future achievements will be. Ordinary martial arts, at the moment when Dantian is opened, the Dantian space generally has a size ranging from 10 feet to 100 feet. Each breakthrough layer can increase the same width again. A genius martial artist, he can reach more than 100 feet at the moment when he develops Dantian. After the peak of the 9th floor of the pioneering sea realm, one can reach the Dantian space of 1,000 battles. A genius among geniuses is someone like Tianjiao. At the moment when Dantian is opened up, nearly 1,000 battles of Dantian space can be reached. The peak of the 9 floors can be as wide as 10,000 feet. This kind of person is no longer 1 in a million, and most of them are king physiques, so they can be great Dantian. Then, the sacred body and divine body above Tianjiao are even more terrifying. Especially the divine body, at the moment when Dantian is opened, there is at least a space above 10 feet. In the future, when Pahai is at its peak, it will reach about 100,000 battles. 100,000 battles is 1,000 times that of an ordinary martial artist, and 100 times that of a genius. This is one of the reasons why the stronger the physique, the higher the future achievements. How so? Luo Qingcheng's heart is trembling. Her Dantian space is actually nearly tens of thousands of miles wide, that is nearly tens of thousands of feet. How could it be so big? It is actually nearly 100 times what the divine body should have. And in Dantian, apart from the ice attributed aura belonging to his own ice soul divine body, there is actually a trace of scorching sun power in the very center. How is this going? As for Ling Tian, he was also a little dazed. Depend on. What's the situation? When his mind sank into his belly Dantian. He is dumbfounded. How can there be any Dantian in own belly? They are all pitch black dots, and if you count them carefully, there are at least tens of thousands of them. Sweeping his mind again, Ling Tian found a golden spot of light. This is the solstice of the sun. Could it be? Ling Tian entered into the golden spot with a little excitement. It is a golden world that cannot see the edge. Other people's Dantian space is measured by battle. Own Dantian space may be measured in terms of 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, or 1,000,000 miles. Moreover, I have more than one Dantian. Every time a spirit body devours and activates the power of an attribute, can it open up a Dantian space? Thinking of this, Ling Tian, who has always been poised and calm as water. I can't help but have some dry mouth. This is too scary. There are three factors that affect Wuxia's strength. First, realm, cultivation technique and martial skill. Second, the size of the Dantian space directly affects the amount of your spirit power. Let me ask, if others use a powerful martial skill, it is possible to drain the entire spirit power of Dantian. And Ling Tian can be used thousands of times, tens of thousands of times. What is this concept? Thirdly, spirit power or the purity of true essence. Does Ling Tian need to say anything about this? Now his Tianyang body absorbs the power of the sun. In Qianlong continent, is there any more pure sun power than the power of the sun? It is no exaggeration to say that Ling Tian has not yet entered the true martial realm. The purity of his spirit power at this moment is already comparable to the power of many true martial realm martial artists. What is an evildoer? This is just so. It is said that Ling Tian is a peerless evildoer in the entire Qianlong continent, including the ancient times. Absolutely not exaggerated at all, not excessive at all. Chapter 47. Ling Tian, a very meaningful name, but I think you are worthy of this name. Shi Huang Sen Shan looked at the purple-robed youth in front of him with a friendly smile. His first impression and feeling of Ling Tian was very good. This young man is completely different from those geniuses with spiritual bodies and royal bodies in previous years. No matter how much he has achieved, he always looks like this, calm and calm. If this feeling appears to others, it may be pretending, disdain and so on. But on Ling Tian, it was so real. The miracles and history created by Ling Tian don't need him to deliberately pretend at all. The power of qi and blood broke the 70,000-year history of the Southern Territory. Tianjiao Sacred Monument No. 1, Tianyang Divine Physique, One Step One Realm and other achievements. Any item can make him walk on his nose, and no one dares to refute anything. So, what is the need for Ling Tian to pretend? This is the disposition that a true future king should have. Thank you senior for your help just now. Evaluation of Sen Shan. Ling Tian didn't make any answer, it should be like this, so what is there to answer? But Shi Wang did help himself and Luo Qingchang a lot just now, this thank you must say. This move seemed a bit disrespectful, but it was in line with his character. Hehe, as the city lord, it's just my responsibility. Shi Huang Sen Shan waved his hand. He was not angry because of Ling Tian's behavior style, he already liked Ling Tian's straightforward character. Turning his head slightly, looking at the woman in the white dress in front of him, Sen Shan frowned. Is Luo Qingchang right? Yes. Luo Qingchang's tone was very cold. Apart from her physique, she herself was a woman who rejected people thousands of miles away. Even if the opponent is a strong man in the imperial realm, it is the same. But one thing, even she herself didn't realize that her attitude towards Ling Tian was different from everyone else. Luoshi. Sen Shan muttered to himself, he seemed to be familiar with this surname. After thinking for a moment, his eyes flashed brightly and he said, could it be that you are from that clan? As the words came out, Ling Tian next to him was also slightly focused. It seemed that Luo Qingchen's background was more complicated than he imagined. That's right, but I am me, and I don't have much to do with that clan. The curved eyebrows hidden under the veil slightly frowned. Obviously Luo Qingcheng didn't like the other party mentioning her origin. I see, no wonder you have such a powerful physique, a family of digital gods. Shi Huangsen Shan muttered to himself, but he seemed to feel that he had said too much, so he immediately stopped talking. He knew that no matter how much he said, he might be in trouble. After finishing speaking, Sen Shan turned around slowly, sat on the main seat, closed his eyes and said nothing. At this moment, everyone understood what Sen Shan meant. Even though, there are still tens of thousands of participants below who are still gritting their teeth and waiting, hoping that they can also have the potential of a special physique. However, this has no power to pay attention to. Master Ling Tian, my 9-star sect Chixia sect also cultivates a fire attribute cultivation technique, which is more suitable for someone like you. Can your Chixia sect's cultivation technique be compared to my Kanjian sacred land? My Kanjian sacred land, with the most sincere heart, invites Mr. Ling Tian to enter my sacred land, and Saint will personally guide his practice. Miss Qingcheng, our Yaoguang sacred land needs an excellent woman like you very much. The voices of invitations continued one after another, even with a hint of hospitality. These people are all from sacred land, both in terms of cultivation base and age, they are far beyond the two, but they don't have the slightest heirs to speak of. In the future, the two will definitely surpass their existence. As the parties involved, Ling Tian and Luo Qingcheng did not fluctuate in the slightest. Ling Tian didn't know what Luo Qingcheng was thinking. But Ling Tian's character is obviously very dissatisfied with this. How? Those powerful kings in the back are still putting on airs with the young master? It's obviously in the dark, why do you have to send some younger brothers to entertain yourself? If these people knew what Ling Tian was thinking, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. Everyone in front of them is also a powerhouse above the master realm. In the outside world, which one is not an existence that walks sideways? In Ling Tian's eyes, he is the younger brother, the little one? The two Tianjiao are really extraordinary. Finally, seeing that the two of them remained unmoved, those king realm powerhouses couldn't sit still. Chixia Zong, King of Chasing Wind, Huan Qing. Kengyan Sacred Land, Jade Fire King, Yu Qixian. Fixing Sacred Land, King Zikan, Yu Wentong. Mingzhen Sacred Land, King of Impermanence, Jia Xian. Dangxia Sacred Land, Dan Wang, Mui. A king power, step out at the same time. There was a kind smile on their faces, as if they were not all powerful powerhouses at all, but kind elders instead. These kings really wanted to test the minds of the two geniuses at the beginning. If the two heard sacred land, they immediately became excited. Then, the next method of wooing will be much simpler. What saints' teachings, personal disciples, as soon as they come up, the two of them will not be dizzy with surprise. But now it seems. It's not so easy to be fooled by the two gods. The conditions they can offer now can definitely make any young martial artist, even Wang Ti, laugh from ear to ear. But for the two who are gods, it's not enough. Young Master Ling, what I Kanjian Sacred Land just said is still valid, and. And what, Jade Fire King, but I'm just waiting for the defeat of my subordinates, so I deserve to speak like this. Suddenly, a huge golden bird in the sky, full of hot aura, slowly stopped above the sky. This should be the sunbird, the offspring of the mythical beast Golden Crow. The man in the light golden robe above the sunbird said slowly, Ling Tian, you are the god of heaven, very suitable for my cultivation technique of Liang Sacred Land. Join Liang Sacred Land, in addition to having countless cultivation resources and saints' personal guidance, you can also become my fifth Liang son of Sacred Land. When the man's words came out, everyone around took a breath. Unexpectedly, this Liang sacred land is so decisive. How long has it been? The elder group has already agreed to this request. The holy son of sacred land, that is the future master of sacred land, this status can be compared with some core elders. In sacred land, those who can become the core elder must be at least at the peak of the emperor realm or saint. Hey, the holy bell is ringing 10 times, and the body at least has the qualifications of a saint. This kind of arrogance should come to my heavenly martial saint. A cold snort came out, and the majestic power of qi and blood bloomed in the sky, overwhelming many king realm powerhouses who felt a little out of breath. Chapter 48. Gang Spirit Lord, Huo Jianzhan. The Tianjiao sacred monument was originally ranked 3rd, but now it is ranked 4th. As expected of the gangling divine body, it's only been less than 5,000 years, and it has already become an emperor. Listen to the voices of these people's powers. Ling Tian also raised his head to look at each other curiously. He has a face in his mid-30s, a tall and rough figure, and is dressed in a civilian vest, casually dressed. Young man, come to my martial saint land. Not only can you get everything promised by these people just now, you can still become the 3rd holy son of my heavenly martial saint, and your status is equal to mine. As soon as Gang Spirit Lord's words came out, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. Ling Tian's talent is absolutely worthy of all the previous treatment. But sitting on an equal footing with Gang Spirit Lord, it can be seen that martial saint is indeed sincere. If there is no accident, Gang Spirit Lord is likely to become a saint within 10,000 years. For a disciple who just joined sacred land to be able to sit on an equal footing with him, this promise is not insignificant. No matter how strong the genius is, how many of them can be destined to become holy before they fall? Huo Jianzhan, don't go too far. The man in the pale gold robe above the sunbird had a gloomy face that was originally smiling. After all, he is also a top player in the king realm, a representative figure of sacred land, and now he is being slapped in the face like this. What, daddy suppresses his own realm to fight with you, dare? Huo Jianzhan is also a casual person, he speaks like a daddy, just like his clothes, he doesn't care about these superficial things at all. This point made Ling Tian have a good impression. Unfortunately, martial saint was not his target today. You. Humph, I don't know as much as you do. Junior, join me. Liang sacred land, cultivation technique, martial skill, fate, materials, cultivation resources, all are up to you to choose. The man's words came out, and his tone was obviously tinged with displeasure. Ling Tian frowned slightly, suffered a disadvantage from others, and ran to the young master to vent. It's not bad that you are trying to win over the young master, but with your attitude. Sorry, Ling Tian, don't eat this set. Sorry, I'm not interested in Liang sacred land. When Ling Tian's indifferent and calm words came out, everyone was taken aback. You can refuse sacred land, and you also have the right to refuse sacred land. But you have to be a little more tactful, right? So direct without giving face? Junior, you are very... Clang. Before the man finished speaking, a stone halberd was thrown in front of him. This is Tianjiao city, please pay attention to restrain your own emotions and actions. The rules of the holy city cannot be broken. Shi Huang Sen Shan stood up slowly, his eyes sparkling. Hearing this, many sacred land representatives quickly woke up. Some of them, like Liang sacred land, almost robbed Ling Tian directly. After all, Ling Tian's talent is really amazing, as long as he is brought into sacred land, even if the other party disagrees at first. In the future, when he sees the powerful background of sacred land and the powerful power of saint, I believe he will accept it soon. Now, after being reminded by Sen Shan, they realized that the rules of the holy city were formulated by the sacred lands of the entire southern region. Can't break. Okay? Suddenly, everyone seemed to feel something, Kikai looked up at the distant sky. Just restored blue skies. The clouds and mist gradually changed, and blue silk threads descended from the sky, forming a thick blue light curtain, tightly wrapping everything between the sky and the earth. A chill spread from the light curtain to the surroundings. Tianjiao city, which was originally under the scorching sun. Now, snowflakes gradually began to fall in the sky. Looking at the snowflakes flying all over the sky, everyone's eyes were slightly condensed. Shooting the sword against the cloud, blowing the snow and flying thousands of miles. The celestial maiden scatter flowers, but the snow sword does not leave a place. The ethereal voice seems to be far away from the sky, yet close to the ear. In an instant, a blue ice sword that lasted an unknown number of battles slowly stood in midair. Crazy! With an icy bird neighing, a huge and beautiful blue bird slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. The ice kite bird is a direct descendant of the mythical ice phoenix. Even if it is a descendant, it is a real beast. This can be comparable to the existence of vermilion bird. Use the sword to clear the way, and the beast is the seat. Could it be that the one from the flying snow sect is here? Shuang just spoke, and everyone seemed to think of something. Flying Snow Holy Sect, also known as Sacred Land. Why is it called Shengzong? Because it is not a power in the southern region. It is one of the two great saint sects of the Arctic ice field. It is also the only sect in the entire Qianlong continent that has produced a female emperor. Sect only accepts women, and only women with outstanding looks who fit the ice attribute cultivation technique. It is no exaggeration to say that every female disciple of Fixu sect is even the most ordinary female disciple. On the outside, it is also the existence of a beautiful country. The Flying Snow sect has 9 peaks and 3 halls. Among them, the most famous one is Fixu Sword Palace. Fixu Sword Palace is famous throughout Qianlong continent. The female disciples of the Sword Palace are almost invincible against realm when they go out at random. What does it mean that a woman does not give way to a man? This is it. Judging from this posture, the person coming is very likely to be the current hall master of Fixu Sword Hall. Jimyugzhu, dear. When the aura was strong, the noble and cold ice kite slowly shrunk to about 100, and stopped in front of the sky in the middle of the sky. In the eyes, women in blue and white dresses, holding long swords, and wearing veils appeared in everyone's eyes. Especially the one at the head. The body is slender and plump, the steps are light, the fingers are slender, and the skin is like cream. She was wearing a blue dress, with a white ribbon around her waist and black hair fluttering in the wind. Cherry lips curled up, and her voice was cold and ethereal. Luo Qingcheng, is that right? Yes, may I ask senior? Luo Qingcheng was taken aback for a moment, and soon asked back with the same cold tone. Although one of the two women is junior and the other is senior. But no matter the graceful figure, the simple yet beautiful dress, or the temperament that is cold and repulsive thousands of miles away, they are so similar. I am Fixu Sword Palace, the contemporary palace master, Jimyugzhu. Your physique is more than what they see. Are you willing to worship me as my disciple and be my first disciple? Chapter 49. The cold and noble words came out, but there was silence in the field. The representatives of the major sacred land who were still arguing just now, no one raised any objections. Flying Snow Saint Sect, although it is not a power in the southern region, but in the entire Qianlong continent, it also belongs to the top sacred land forces. In addition, the person who spoke is still a holy master. Saint is also graded. The saint of ordinary people, that is, saint. Above the saint is the great saint. Above that is the Holy Lord. After the death of the emperor, the Holy Master is definitely the top powerhouse in the Qianlong continent. There is no doubt that Jimyugzhu is definitely an existence of the Holy Master level. I do. Luo Qingcheng glanced at the calm Ling Tian before quietly replying. Jimyugzhu cast a casual glance at Ling Tian when she heard the words, very well, come to teacher Wei. This meaningful glance can't help but make all the representatives of sacred land feel tight. This woman, no one in the southern region is more qualified to teach than Ji Mixu of the Flying Snow sect. So although they were reluctant about this, they didn't have a lot of resistance. But this Ling Tian can't do it. This physical talent, this unparalleled physique, this 70,000-year-old soul of martial Dao. Absolutely cannot let go. After Luo Qingcheng walked to her side with slender and long legs, Ji Mixu turned her head to look at the others. As if seeing through the thoughts of these people, he said, "Don't worry, my Flying Snow sect does not accept men. However, with such talent, even I, the Flying Snow sect, have considered whether to make an exception for him." Hearing Ji Mixu's noble and cold words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, this tone has not been completely subdued, and then the heart raised the throat again. It's a pity that even if I make an exception, I'm afraid that I, the Flying Snow sect, will have no chance with him for the time being. Ji Mixu's voice came out again, and everyone was slightly stunned this time. What does this mean? Clang! Suddenly, a melodious bell sounded throughout the entire southern region. This is not the sound of the Tianese bell. Because there is actually an imperial prestige in this bell that makes people want to surrender. This is the voice of Emperor Bing. The sky, which was still full of snow just now, gradually returned to clear. A blurry phantom looms in the sky. Then, freeze slowly. Looking up, thick and sometimes light clouds and mists are lingering around the mountainside, rolling and falling like waterfalls for a while, and rushing like broad Zhonglu for a while. The spears of the peaks peeked out of the clouds. Majestic and majestic. Above the mountains, in the smoky land, luxurious and majestic palaces are looming. In the mountains, there are huge and beautiful birds circling and flying in the air. This is a world surrounded by clouds and mist, and spiritual qi is like a real world. Clang! Another bell with imperial prestige rang. The spiritual qi and all attribute energies of the entire Tianese city converged towards the midair. After a while, majestic and majestic, two big characters exuding imperial prestige appeared. Tian. The bell full of imperial prestige, that is the imperial soldier. In the entire southern region, there is only one bell-shaped imperial soldier. That belongs to Tian sacred land. Tian clock. A method that can instantly project the world across tens of millions of miles to Tianese city. Obviously, this is Saint again manipulating an imperial weapon. This is in Tian sacred land. Emperor Bing Shanhai mirror. Tian sacred land, if it doesn't come out, it's such an astonishing handwriting. Two pieces of imperial soldiers, may I ask which other forces in the southern region can get them? Let me ask again, which faction has so many saints and can activate two pieces of imperial power at the same time? There is no doubt that there is no other besides Tian. This is the foundation of the number one sacred land in the southern territory. This is the holy order of Tian. Except for the time when the great emperor of Chongsheng fell, the Tian holy order appeared, ordering the southern territory to obey the last wish of the great emperor. Since then, the Tian holy order has not appeared for 70,000 years. Now, what is the meaning of reappearing? Everyone. At this moment, all eyes were on the purple-robed boy. Ling Tian. That's right, Tian sacred land is here for Ling Tian. Ling Tian, would you like to enter my Tian sacred land and receive my Tian sacred order? A melodious voice came out. Everyone held their breath. All the young participants of the Tian test conference looked at the handsome purple-robed boy with fanatical eyes. The onlookers were all shocked and longing. As for the representatives of the major forces, they all had gloomy faces. Who would dare to disobey the Tian sacred order? Just when everyone thought Ling Tian would be impatient and excitedly nodded in agreement, Ling Tian's voice broke everyone's perception. I can't get it. He can't get it? What do you mean? Ling Tian is right, but he can't fly? It's good to welcome yourself once you make such a great deal. However, at any rate, send a character worth a lot of money to stand in front of him and speak. Who is this with? The scene fell into an eerie silence. Some people don't quite understand what Ling Tian means, but among those martial arts powers, which one is not human? Obviously, they understood Ling Tian's meaning. Roar. There was a breathtaking roar. In the distance, a giant beast with a huge body and a golden red light all over its body slowly appeared in front of everyone. How similar is the appearance of this giant beast to Ling Tian's martial Dao soul, Huo Kailan? Could it be that one? Someone recognized the origin of this giant beast and looked horrified. It was even more shocking than seeing Jimyugzu appear. This is the Jinhuo Rulan beast, one of Kailan's descendants. Although it is a descendant, it is undoubtedly the existence of a divine beast. In Qianlong continent, it is also difficult to find a second beast that can stand shoulder to shoulder with it. His master. It is Xiantian Sacred Land's chief elder, Duan Tianyu. He is recognized as the number one person in the southern region. Even, some say he may already be the realm of the quasi-emperor. In the era when the rules of heaven and earth were incomplete and it was impossible to become an emperor. Being honored as quasi-emperor shows how high his strength and status are. Ling Tian, I am Xiantian Sacred Land's chief elder, Duan Tianyu. I invite you to enter my Xiantian Sacred Land, named Xiantian Ninth Son, you are willing. A middle-aged man in Xingyi appeared in front of Ling Tian with a body that was illusory at first, and then gradually solidified. He has a handsome face, a restrained breath, and a very easy-going tone. This is the first feeling for people. Then, the man casually glanced at everyone. Just a glance. All the people below the Holy Realm all bent down involuntarily, and said, "See the Holy Lord of Heaven." Chapter 50. I am willing to join Xiantian Sacred Land. Ling Tian took a deep breath, his heart was not at peace. If other people say that the God of God in front of them may be quasi-emperor, it is because of his strong fighting power. After all, these people are just guessing. But Ling Tian is someone who has experienced the real emperor way and seen the real great emperor. The Emperor Yan, who was once as famous as the great emperor of longevity, lives in his divine sense see. The excellent destiny induction told Ling Tian that the person in front of him was indeed quasi-emperor. His aura is almost the same as that of the real emperor realm peak powerhouse, returning to the basics. It's a pity that he couldn't comprehend the real rules of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would not be a holy lord, a quasi-emperor. It is the real emperor realm peak powerhouse. Can get such a person, personally invited, Ling Tian will not play any more temper. He also respects people like him from the bottom of his heart. Besides, his original intention was to join Xiantian Sacred Land. Very good. Duan Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. As the number one powerhouse in the southern region, he rarely showed such a smile. It can be seen from this that he is very optimistic about this young man named Ling Tian. The simple 4 sentences between the two fell into the ears of other big men in Tian Nangong, but they were not peaceful. If Xiantian Sacred Land simply made Ling Tian the Holy Son, they might be a little surprised at this point, but they wouldn't be very shocked. After all, this young man is indeed worthy of this position. However, Ling Tian is the 9th son. It is true that Xiantian Sacred Land can have up to 9 holy sons at the same time. But this 9 does not mean the end. In the current Xiantian Sacred Land, there are only 3 holy sons and 2 holy maidens. In the middle, there are still 6, 7, and 8 holy sons empty, and no one can take them. 9 is the ultimate number of supreme, even in Xiantian Sacred Land. The 9th son, Xiantian Sacred Land has not appeared for a long time. Among the first 2, one is already the sect leader of the contemporary Xiantian Sacred Land. The second place is Duan Tianyu, who is the most powerful in the southern region. Tian Sacred Land Holy Sun Holy Maidens minimum requirements must be at least the early stage of the Lord Realm to be eligible to participate in the competition. Especially the first Holy Sun, who is only 200 years old, has already entered the realm of life and death some time ago. But even so, he is not qualified to aspire to the supreme throne of the 9th Holy Sun. Now, a newcomer who just participated in the Tian Test Conference has obtained the position of the 9th Sun. How can people not be shocked? Even Jimyagzu, who was at the side, showed a surprised look, and kept looking at Ling Tian. She was also very curious about what made Tian Sacred Land, the quasi-emperor, make such a bold choice. Now, the dust has basically settled. The people who were still in shock just now gradually showed disappointment. A divine body, a person who broke the 70,000-year history of the Skydust Conference, and a genius with the soul of martial Dao. Which force doesn't want it? But, what do they use to compete with Tian Sacred Land, the number one sacred land in the southern region? They can only sigh inwardly. As the person involved, Ling Tian, he couldn't help but start to feel hot inside. He achieved the goal of joining Tian Sacred Land. And also got the position of the Sun. This means that he has already determined his future status before he even arrived in Tian Sacred Land. He still doesn't know what the position of the 9th Sun means. But at least, the cultivation resources he needs, such as cultivation technique martial skill, are absolutely available. And it is also the top in the southern region, even one of the top in Qianlong continent. Regardless of background and strength, this is the number one sacred land in the south. Also, who did you learn from? When Dantian's restrained and calm tone came, everyone was taken aback again. Could it be? No. Very good. Hearing that Ling Tian had never worshipped a master, Dantian smiled slightly, giving people a feeling of spring breeze at this moment. Coupled with the already extremely handsome Ling Tian, the two men standing together is also a beautiful landscape. Son, this position is not so easy to take. As he spoke, Dantian's smile gradually subsided, and his tone became serious and continued. My Tian Sacred Land can stand at the top of the southern sacred land for millions of years. Genius, that is never lacking, and Tianjiao is also not lacking. I, Sacred Land, have always lived for those who can, and speak with strength. In Sacred Land, no one can challenge the majesty of the Holy Sun, and no one dares to disrespect you. Speaking of this, Dantian's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he stared at Ling Tian and continued, if you are defeated by other disciples in the same realm, or if you overestimated your ability to challenge someone higher than your own realm, and thus lost, then the position of your Holy Sun is no longer yours. I believe that you will have no face to continue doing it, right? Finished talking. Dantian's eyes were still fierce, pointing directly at Ling Tian's heart. He wanted to see how this boy would react to these words. As a result, Ling Tian is often unconventional and unexpected. If I don't even have the determination and strength to be proud of realm, what's the difference between everything I've done today and all the honors I've received? When Ling Tian's extremely confident words came out, everyone was slightly stunned. Especially the word bullshit, which is a bit vulgar. But in Dantian's ears, he felt a strong emperor's heart. If Dantian is the quasi-emperor of the southern territory, the strongest, then Ling Tian is the young emperor. Dantian was very satisfied with this. Since this is the case, it is good for you to have this determination, but I hope you can also have this strength. Otherwise, as you said, anything that breaks history and has a divine body is bullshit. In addition, if you can sit firmly on the position of Holy Sun, I will find a good master for you. Promise of Tian Sacred Land's number one person, the most powerful number one person in the Southern Territory. It seems something is wrong. According to the plot, shouldn't he accept Ling Tian as his disciple? How to find a master for Ling Tian? Ling Tian himself is also somewhat curious about this. What does this mean? Could it be that Xiantian sacred land is hiding more powerful characters? If so, since it is a hidden character, Dantian shouldn't have said it directly. Dantian sold this pass. Successfully aroused Ling Tian's curiosity. Chapter 51. You guys did a great job. Tian Nanggong, a man in a brocade robe and a woman with a graceful figure and a pretty face looked at the person in front of them, trembling all over, not knowing how to speak. God. Xiantian Sacred Land's Chief Elder of Law Enforcement Hall. The most powerful fighter in the southern region, the Holy Master of Heavenly Mandate, actually praised them for being good. Senior, Junior dare not. After pondering for a moment, Qian Tingxian finally mustered up the courage and replied respectfully. This old fox who has been the lord of the city for thousands of years, this strong man in the realm of life and death who has seen countless people and contacts, is really like an ordinary martial artist who has just stepped into martial dao at this moment, feeling uneasy. Hehe, recommending the Holy Sun is meritorious and should be rewarded. In the future, Linen City will be protected by my Xiantian sacred land for 10,000 years, and the owner cannot be changed during this period. In just one sentence, Qian Tingxian almost jumped up excitedly. 10,000 years is not easy to master. It is said that it is 10,000 years, even if this deadline has passed, will anyone move him to do his homework? In the past, although Qian Tingxian was the lord of the city, there were also many other powerful forces in Linen City, who were always eyeing him. Now, who dares to say no to the city lord? Even other forces around Linen City will take the initiative to curry favor with him in the future. In the future, Tianjiao will surely prosper. Thank you so much, Holy Master. Qian Tingxuan's tone trembled, he was almost moved to tears. But Tianjiao next to her was not very happy. From now on, she will no longer be qualified to meet this boy. Uncle Tianyu, I am now the 9th son of Xiantian. Ling Tian at the side suddenly spoke. Certainly. Tianyu smiled slightly, as if thinking of something. In this case, I would like to bring Ms. Tianjiao into the sacred land to practice together. There should be no problem, right? When Ling Tian's words came out, Tianjiao's heart trembled. In fact, Ling Tian didn't have much thought for Tianjiao. He just felt that this woman should get what she deserved. Ling Tian once took away the medicine pill with one hand and returned the medicine pill with the other hand. It has already expressed everything to the other party. Own favors cannot be exchanged for a few sky-level medicine pills. In less than 8 days, this sentence has been confirmed. The current Ling Tian is repaying this favor. You are the Holy Sun. No one else has the right to ask about such a trivial matter. Dantian had appreciation in his eyes. This Ling Tian is indeed a born superior. If someone else has just obtained the position of Holy Sun, they will definitely be cautious, for fear of losing their position by doing something wrong. But Ling Tian, he has already started to use the rights of the Holy Sun before he arrived in Xiantian sacred land. As if, everything should be like this. This is a born superior, a born emperor. Miss Xinyao, don't you want to? Ling Tian smiled slightly, with a hint of frivolity in his tone. The latter immediately nodded when he heard the words, I am willing. I am willing. His tone was excited, as if he was afraid that Ling Tian would go back on his word. Looking at Tianjiao with flushed cheeks, Ling Tian smiled and nodded. Subsequently, looking at Qian Tingxian again, he said, Master Tingxian, my things. Ling Tian's voice also aroused the curiosity of other people around. Forward. Master Ling Tian's income is all here, a total of 9.8 million low-rank spirit stones. In order to make it easier for you to carry and practice, I have had people replace all of them with 980 top-grade spirit stones. With that said, Qian Tingxian took out a storage ring and handed it to Ling Tian. Gan Tingxian, the old fox, is still very thoughtful. The storage space of the storage ring has a certain limit. 9.8 million low-grade spirit stones are indeed not very convenient to carry. Moreover, although the conversion ratio between low-grade spirit stones and top-grade spirit stones is 1:10,000, there is almost no real exchange for this price. At least 1% must be added to the normal price. I saw the conversation and actions of the two. Some people around couldn't help but sigh. I just gave someone a favor, and now I have to charge a little interest, isn't it too much? In this regard, Ling Tian directly ignored the eyes of others. Does he need to explain to others what he does? Everyone, don't get me wrong, this is the reward that Mr. Ling Tian obtained by betting on 3 heaven-level medicine pills, the marrow cleansing pill. Seeing this, Qian Tingxian quickly explained that this was Ling Tian's own benefit after all. Ling Tian cared about this, but Qian Tingxian couldn't. It would be bad if the Holy Sun caused some criticism because of his own behavior. Heard the words. These people immediately showed a look of sudden realization. Duan Tianyu's eyes flashed an undetectable light. This son is calm and meticulous. Moreover, Ling Tian doesn't care about other people's opinions and visions at all. This kind of free and uninhibited heart that goes its own way is what the real strong need. Or how to put it, the real top powerhouses are all lonely. After finishing all this, Duan Tianyu and Ling Tian looked at the group of people on the left again. This group of people trembled, and when they saw the gazes of the two, many of them knelt down directly. See here. Duan Tianyu waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force penetrated into their bodies. Crack! There was a sound of the realm barrier being broken. Thank you for the gift of the Holy Lord. The voice of a middle-aged man was filled with indescribable trembling and joy. These people are the Ling family. He, as the family members of the Holy Sun, you have made more contributions, and this reward is not worth mentioning. After Duan Tianyu smiled slightly, he didn't continue to speak. He wanted to see what Ling Tian would do. Everyone get up, we are all family, I am still Ling Tian. Ling Tian's tone was very friendly, but he also knew that the sense of distance between the two parties would be unavoidable from now on. To be honest, the Ling family didn't have much affection for Ling Tian. He is a time traveler after all. For the past 2 years, he has basically been practicing alone, and has never dealt with these people. Including bringing the power of the family to the Tian Test Conference, and more for the future of the Ling family. However, Ling Tian is a person with clear grievances. Now that I have occupied this body, I must fulfill my due responsibilities. In the future, the Ling family can choose a good city within Xiantian sacred land for development. In addition, for the young disciples of the Ling family, on the occasion of the Tian Test Conference every 3 years, those who can survive the first round can have 10 places to enter the sacred land to practice. When Ling Tian's words came out, many people were stunned, including the king realm power of some other forces in the distance. Chapter 52. Hearing Ling Tian's plan, some people were puzzled and some were shocked. Only Duan Tianyu showed a very satisfied smile. Is this really a boy? The helmsman of some forces couldn't help but asked out loudly. This Ling Tian, speaking and dealing with things, except for being a little crazy, basically can be said to be impeccable. As the Holy Sun, he has the right to arrange the entire Ling family into Xiantian sacred land. But if he did, it would definitely upset a lot of people in sacred land. No matter in any faction, no one said to bring the whole family into the sect. Otherwise, the sect is full of old, weak, sick, and disabled, how can it develop? Ling Tian doesn't care what other people think, but it doesn't mean he is a selfish person. Since I choose to join Xiantian sacred land, I will be the 9th son. Then he also has to think about Xiantian sacred land. He must not only think about Xiantian sacred land, but also fulfill his responsibilities as a member of the Ling family. Undoubtedly, the way of handling it just now must be the most perfect. Give the Ling family a good place and let them develop on their own. With his background, no one will get in the way. Then, they gave the Ling family some places to enter Tianjiao sacred land, ensuring that they have powerful fresh blood. Of course, the premise is that they can pass the first round of the Tian test conference. This is already the back door of the back door. If you still don't live up to it, you can only say that you deserve it. If you change to someone else, or it is hot-headed to bring the whole family into the sect, such a person, with such a heart, will not be long, and the position of the Holy Son will definitely disappear. The second situation is that you are timid, worrying about this and that, not thinking about your own responsibility at all, and only caring about self-protection. This kind of person who doesn't have the heart of a strong man will get out sooner or later. Therefore, Ling Tian's behavior is definitely not inferior to some old foxes who deal with people all the year round. The Ling family also did not expect that Ling Tian would do this. Some young people may feel that they can be exposed. Those who are older know that sacred land is not a place where people open the back door to accept the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. It can be said that Ling Tian's actions definitely exceeded the expectations of all the elders of the Ling family. Many people almost cried with joy. The Ling family is sure to prosper. After doing this, Ling Tian looked at Dantian and said, "Master, I think it's almost done." The latter nodded upon hearing the words, and they don't need to deal with the rest of the matter. Naturally, sacred land came to do chores. For a person of Dantian's level, even many powerful kings may not have the opportunity to meet him in his lifetime. For Ling Tian, Dantian is definitely the most friendly one. An expert naturally has the indifference and pride of an expert. Etc. A cold female voice came. Luo Qingcheng next to Jimyuxu suddenly spoke. Then, the scene fell into an awkward situation. Etc. And then? You said it. Miss Qingcheng, is there anything else? Seeing this, Ling Tian smiled softly, an absolute girl killer. Will we meet again? Luo Qingcheng spoke quietly, with a hint of inexplicable meaning in his tone. Beside, Jimyuxu looked a little weird, but no one could see it because of the veil. But Dantian was different, but he was watching this scene with great interest. It seems that we, Xiantian 9 sons, have a tendency to abduct Fixu sacred land's future descendants of the Sword Palace? Thinking of this, Dantian's eyes flickered even more. Unexpectedly, closed-door training has been around for thousands of years. As soon as I left the customs, I met such an interesting boy. Should it be? Ling Tian's tone was a little uncertain. He didn't know if he would go to the extremely cold place of Kitahara. Because, next, he has to improve his strength quickly, and gather more remnant souls for Emperor Yan Qianqi. Then, go to the Emperor's tomb, which is the Emperor's meteor stream. You two will meet, and soon. On the side, Jimyuxu seemed to sense Luo Qingcheng's slight mood swings. Indeed, you will meet again. Dantian, who was beside Ling Tian, also spoke. The thoughts in the hearts of the two are very clear. Look at these boys and girls, they seem to be interested in each other. The next practice is especially important, so they can't be distracted by it. Why? Ling Tian was taken aback for a moment. The southern territory and Kitahara are separated by at least hundreds of millions of miles. What communication between the two sacred lands is impossible? Because, 10 years later, there will be the 4-region martial arts competition held once in 100 years in the Qianlong continent, also known as the Tianjiao Grand Competition. At that time, young heroes under the age of 300 from the entire Qianlong continent will all go to the Wuyu Central Plains. Listening to what the two said, Ling Tian frowned and said, 10 years? So long. Okay? Luo Qingcheng was overjoyed when he heard the words. Dantian was taken aback when he heard this. This kid shouldn't be so unconfident, right? Forget it, 10 years is 10 years. Ling Tian sighed, 10 years. I am 26 years old, and the realm at that time is estimated to be able to punch the life and death realm and kick the king. Can Qianlong Dabi stand up to own toss? If others know what Ling Tian thinks in his heart, they will definitely look down on him. In Qianlong continent, strictly speaking, anyone under 1,000 years old is considered a junior. There are a lot of geniuses, and the most true martial realm is pretty good at the age of 26. As for the Tianjiao conference, although the top 10 in previous years were basically the Tianjiao of the life and death realm, the number of times the real king realm appeared was very small. The Tianjiao who has truly reached the king state will participate in the more cruel competition, competing for the once-in-a-thousand-year Qianlong luck for himself and the power he belongs to. Whether it's Dantian or Jimyxu, the two of them said this just to let the two young people temporarily dispel some thoughts. The most important thing is to practice with peace of mind. Even if the time is up, at most the two of them will be just spectators. 10 years, what kind of cultivation base can there be? The next Tianjiao Grand Competition will be the stage for the two of them. In this case, you have to remember me, and see you in 10 years. After finishing speaking, Luo Qingcheng stretched out her slender jade hand, and gently stroked her forehead. The veil that blocked her face was slowly taken off. A beautiful face appeared in front of Ling Tian. Her pale blue eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky, and her crescent-like willow eyebrows trembled slightly. A pretty straight nose, a cherry-like mouth, and snow-white skin. Coupled with her graceful and slender figure, every move seems to be dancing. The indifferent expression slowly changed, her cherry lips slightly curled up, evoking a touching smile. Like the fairy who does not eat fireworks in the world, ethereal and brilliant like fireworks. At this moment, Luo Qingcheng's beautiful face was finally imprinted in Ling Tian's heart. Chapter 53. Brother Tianyu, and the little guy named Ling Tian, we should go. You must not slack off in your cultivation, otherwise you will be thrown away by Qingcheng at that time, then you may be the worst 9th son of Xiantian sacred land. Jimyxu's noble and cold words came out, especially the last sentence, which was quite meaningful. With a wave of her slender and white hand, a gentle force enveloped Luo Qingcheng beside her. The two slowly soared into the air and landed on the beautiful ice kite in midair. Okay, we should go too. Duan Tianyu nodded slightly to Jimyxu, waved the same hand, and he and Ling Tian disappeared in everyone's eyes. Seeing the disappearing figures of the two, Luo Qingcheng tightened her hands, as if she had made up her mind. As for Ling Tian's thoughts, who knows? His ability to control emotions is simply stronger than some old foxes. In addition to the excellent mental energy, there is also the blessing of destiny induction. Hey! A bird's neigh sounded, and the beautiful ice kite disappeared from everyone's eyes like a stream of light. Call! I don't know who let out a deep mouthful. At this moment, everyone let go of their minds at the same time. She is the strongest person in the southern region, and the most famous woman in the extremely cold place of Kitahara. The pressure on everyone present was too great. Wow, it's Wang body again. Below, the central square. A purple thunder flashed. The king body of the thunder attribute has great potential in the future. However, no one pays attention anymore. There are two gods and so many shocking characters behind them. Who is in the mood to care about the rest of the supporting people? Ling Tian's name will soon spread throughout the entire southern region. Here, some people are jealous, some people are envious and yearning. Here, some people are happy and some are worried. The representatives of sacred land looked at each other without saying anything. Since, if you can't get it, you can only find a way to make it a stumbling block. Hey, you don't reject this kind of space-jumping movement at all. Looking at the calm and composed Ling Tian in front of him, Duan Tianyu was slightly surprised. This kind of spatial jump, one step at a time, the distance of each movement is close to 1,000,000 miles. Not to mention ordinary martial arts, even a power character like life and death may faint. After all, space jumps are different from teleportation arrays. It's okay, maybe my body is tougher. Ling Tian made a haha, he has even personally experienced the overlapping mustard space. Although this kind of space jumping method is indeed very profound, Ling Tian can't understand it for the time being. But if you want to scare him, you almost do. Uncle, where's your golden fire auspicious Lin beast? Seeing that Ling Tian took the initiative to change the subject, Dantian didn't say anything, but shook his right shoulder. The former looked up. A small palm-sized beast was lying on Dantian's right shoulder, grinning at Ling Tian. Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. Yo, it's pretty cool. With the thought, a wave of spiritual power appeared. The Jinhuo Rulin beast, who was grinning just now, looked terrified, and couldn't help but shiver. Immediately restraining his ferocity, he turned his head and no longer looked at Ling Tian. Okay. Interesting. Dantian, of course, saw this scene. His golden fire auspicious Lin beast is of the authentic bloodline of a divine beast. Even if it is not yet an adult, it is only equivalent to the age of a human teenager, but that is still the real beast emperor. If you are an adult, you can enter the holy realm. To be frightened away by a sea-opening martial artist's eyes is indeed a bit inconceivable. It seems that Ling Tian's martial Dao spirit is more difficult than he imagined. Uncle, is this space jump similar to the overlapping mustard space? Ling Tian looked at the constantly changing scenery around him. He seems to have discovered something. At the moment of each space jump, Ling Tian found that the space they were in overlapped with the scenery for an instant. This overlap is invisible to the naked eye, and requires strong spiritual insight. Okay. Dantian's expression froze. Ling Tian also understands the mustard space? It seems that Ling Tian has even seen the mustard space with his own eyes. The true peerless geniuses and evildoers have the opportunity to own. Dantian understood this very well. What surprised him a little was how old Ling Tian was. When did he encounter such an opportunity? If it is said that an expert discovered Ling Tian's talent since childhood, took him as an apprentice, and then saw some power methods, it would be understandable. But with Ling Tian's character, he can't lie. If he doesn't have a master, he is sure or he doesn't. Then there is only one possibility. Ling Tian must have been to the hidden place of Dengdianlu. As expected of an evildoer who broke history, in addition to his strong talent, his luck is also amazing. You're right, the two actually have the same origin. Dantian nodded and continued after noticing Ling Tian's serious expression, it doesn't matter if it's overlapping mustard spaces or space jumps. They all make an instant compression link between two different spaces. Before this compressed space expands and recovers, jumping from one point to another can achieve space jump. After speaking, Dantian stopped what he was doing. The figures of the two also stopped above an unknown place. The reason for stopping to move is to allow Ling Tian to concentrate and think quietly. Space compresses, space folds. He pinched his chin, frowned, and muttered to himself. Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something, but couldn't grasp the key point. This feeling of being overwhelmed is very annoying. Suddenly, Ling Tian's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hands, opened them first, then slowly closed them, and said, "Master, is that so?" The latter's eyes flashed when he heard the words, "That's right, your understanding is better than I imagined." Dantian nodded in satisfaction, this Ling Tian is really a monster. Actually, Ling Tian really didn't understand at first. He suddenly thought of the memory of his previous life on Earth. According to the scientific theory of previous life Earth, space jumping is actually a folding of two two-dimensional plane spaces. 2 points coincide and jump from one point to another. In this way, a simple space jump can be achieved. The scientific theory of the previous life, I didn't expect that it could actually be realized in the fantasy world. Ling Tian, at this moment, he has become very interested in the mysteries of space. Chapter 54. Southern Territory, in a self-contained space. Thick and thin clouds linger around the mountainside, rolling and falling like waterfalls for a while, and rushing like broad Jiangliu for a while. The spears of the peaks peeked out of the clouds. Majestic and majestic. Above the mountains, in the smoky land, luxurious palaces are looming. In the mountains, there are huge and beautiful birds circling and flying in the air. This is a world surrounded by clouds and mist, and spiritual qi is like a real world. This world is almost exactly the same as the projected world before the Southern Territory Tian Sacred Order appeared. This is the number one sacred land in the south. Tian Sacred Land. In the Zhongnay, one of the most majestic and majestic places is also on the highest mountain. Inside the simple yet majestic palace, there are a few old men who are restrained and look like ordinary people. He was looking at the middle-aged man above the head seat with a slight frown. Sect leader, being old doesn't mean to question your actions. However, the Tian Holy Order has not been issued for 70,000 years, why not discuss it with us in advance? The old man is Tian Sacred Land, one of the 7 powerful elders. According to Tian Sacred Land's regulations, among the 7 powerful elders, at least 5 agree. And the sect leader and the chief elder of the law enforcement church agreed at the same time. Only then has the right to use this Tian holy decree. Today, several of them are still seeking a higher realm in closed-door training. As a result, he was woken up in such a daze, and then mobilized the emperor's soldiers in a daze. Although they don't know exactly what they sent, they didn't refuse the sect leader's order request. Now that things are over, you should know what happened, right? Masters, don't worry, junior brother Tianjiao will be back soon. The tone of the middle-aged man in the first seat was very peaceful, but with the invisible majesty of a superior. The old men didn't say anything more after hearing the words. They knew that their nephew, as sect leader of Sacred Land, would know how to measure. The space fluctuates slightly. Tianjiao and Ling Tian slowly appeared in the eyes of everyone. I glanced away. Looking at the old men who hardly had any breath in front of them and the middle-aged man in the first seat. Ling Tian's pupils shrank. What kind of battle is this? There are at least 2 holy masters here. Not surprisingly, the others are definitely great saint-level figures. You don't need to spend so much money to welcome yourself, it makes you feel embarrassed. A saint is eligible to create a sacred land. Above the saint is the great saint. Here, no one's realm is below the great saint. Is this the strength of the number one sacred land in the south? Several senior uncles, senior brothers in charge. Tianjiao spoke calmly and did not salute. In this regard, he is very similar to Ling Tian, they are both casual people. Nephew Tianjiao, the Tian Holy Order is not just for this little guy in front of you, is it? An old man with a very kind face said with a smile. While speaking, he kept stroking his goatee that was growing to his chest. Uncle Goat, that's right. This time, the sect master and I activated the Tian Sacred Order. The first reason is to welcome this little guy. The second thing is to tell some people that Tian Sacred Land, are still there, and I won't allow them to behave wildly. When Tianjiao's words came out, everyone began to look at the purple-clothed boy in front of him. As for the latter sentence, they didn't pay much attention to it. As the number one sacred land in the Southern Territory, it is still necessary to occasionally beat some forces with ulterior motives. Brothers, sect master, Shan Haijing has been placed in the Emperor's pavilion, and the spirit of Qi has also been silenced. An old and tired voice came. Ling Tian looked back, and there were nearly 10 saints again. But at this moment, these saints all look haggard, and their breath is also a little sluggish. It seems that the mountain and sea realm should be the Emperor's soldier who successfully projected Tian Sacred Land. The soldiers of the great Emperor, even if nearly 10 saints mobilize them together, the consumption is unexpectedly so high. It is indeed the most powerful weapon in the world, magic treasures. But this is not what surprised Ling Tian the most. What surprised him was that Tianjiao Sacred Land didn't play cards according to the routine, right? He had read time travel novels in his previous life. According to the plot, shouldn't the big characters appear slowly one by one? When I first came to Tianjiao Sacred Land, I basically saw all the top forces here. It's so out of line. Thank you, elders, please sit down. The middle-aged man in the first seat smiled and spoke. His breath was somewhat similar to Dantian. However, Dantian was more restrained. This middle-aged man is the sect leader of Tianjiao Sacred Land. Tianhua. He is very likely to be the late stage of the Holy Master, or even the peak cultivation base. Tianjiao Sacred Land, it is truly terrifying. Okay, let's talk about this little guy first. Ling Tian, 16 years old, was born in a small mortal city called Yunqi City in Tianjiao in the southern region. The Sky Test Conference has reached the 4th place in the sky. When Tianhua said this, he temporarily paused. The expressions of the elders present here have not changed much, and the 4th place in the Sky Tower is not in their eyes. In this Tian Test Conference, the power of Qi and blood broke the limits of the human body, triggered the 10 bells, and spread throughout the entire southern region. As soon as this sentence came out, the expressions of the first few elders finally changed. The Tianjiao Sacred Monument is the most famous, breaking the historical record of the 70,000-year Tian Test Conference. In addition, he is still a divine body. This time, most of the elders present showed a satisfied expression. It seems that this little guy is indeed extraordinary. Definitely has the capital of Saint. Tianhua glanced at the crowd, and his tone gradually became solemn. My junior brother and I agree that Ling Tian can be my Tianjiao Sacred Land, the 9th Holy Sun. Along with the spread of Tianhua's words, the elders, who had just shown satisfied expressions, gradually softened their complexions, and even looked a little unsightly. Sect leader, it is not too much to be elected as the Holy Sun with such qualifications, but does the 9th Holy Sun need to discuss it again? That is, the matter of the Tianjiao Holy Order has exceeded our expectations. Now let a disciple who has just entered the sect become the 9th Holy Sun. Hear these objections. Ling Tian himself looked slightly condensed, and his pupils gradually became sharper. The 9th Sun seemed to be more important than he imagined. Otherwise, these saint old men would not have changed their expressions in an instant. If Saint hadn't encountered a big event, it would have been impossible for him to have such a slight gaffe. But the more this happened, the more Ling Tian wanted to be the 9th Sun today. Chapter 55. Everyone, uncles and uncles, be safe and don't be impatient. Dantian's tone was flat. He had already expected this scene. These people are not dissatisfied with Ling Tian's talent, and it's not that they have any opinions on their 2 senior brothers. Only, the position of the 9th Sun is really too important. Because 9 is even the number of extremes. In Tianjiao Sacred Land, the 9th Sun represents the inheritance of Sacred Land. The 9th Sun is also regarded as the inheritance sun. Throughout the ages, in Tianjiao Sacred Land, there are no more than 10 people who are qualified to be the 9th Sun. Among these 10 people, there are 8 great emperors. There are 2 more who entered the Holy Lord realm in less than 10,000 years. One is the current head of Tianjiao Sacred Land, Tianhua. One is Dantian, who ranks first in strength in the southern region today. Now, it's really hard to justify it for a little guy who just joined the sect. Mr. Nephew Tianrui, how are you going to make our hometowns feel at ease? Faced with such doubts, Dantian didn't say anything more, but slowly looked at Ling Tian. At this time, Ling Tian needs to prove his own value. Reason, Ling Tian also understands. That being the case, let these old guys be convinced. Use the body as a furnace, the power of the sun, open. No fancy moves. The moment the words came out, a dazzling golden light burst out from Ling Tian's whole body. A scorching hot force swept across the surroundings. This power is already close to the power of the true martial realm early stage. And Ling Tian is only at the peak of the 9th floor of the sea opening realm. In the middle, there is also a large realm that opens the spirit realm. This point surprised everyone for a moment. The divine body is powerful. But it is so handy to be able to control the divine body just after awakening. Ling Tian is definitely the first. The little guy is very good, but if it's all there is, it's not enough. The powerful elders looked at each other, and shook their heads while speaking. Open! Seeing this, Dantian stretched out his hand and pointed slightly, and the ceiling above the palace disappeared out of thin air. The misty spiritual qi also slowly dispersed. The golden sun in the sky appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this, Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all. Mobilizing Dantian, who belongs to the power of the sun in the body, a greater suction force swept away. The sky, the golden scorching sun, seemed to sense Ling Tian's movements below. One after another, the golden threads-like substance slowly fell on Ling Tian's body. At this moment, the already dazzling Ling Tian became even more radiant. As if, Ling Tian himself is a miniature version of the sun. How is this possible? It's already close to the mastery of the divine body. This time, these saint elders were also a little restless. The divine body also needs to be grown and controlled. The first is the awakening of the divine body, and then the preliminary mastery. Then to Xiaocheng, Dacheng, and finally the peak of consummation. This does not refer to the power growth of the divine body itself. It refers to the control over one's powerful physique by a person with a divine body. If you have a divine body but can't master it, then you won't be able to explode the strength and potential that your divine body should have. What is the difference between that and a mortal body? In general, most of the realms that can initially master one's own divine body are in the true martial realm. Xiaocheng is the master of fate. Dacheng is the realm of life and death. Most of the gods can only truly control the power of the gods in the king state. And Ling Tian, the control over his own Tianyang divine body, is actually close to complete. Seeing this scene, the elders who threatened to oppose it just now began to hesitate. With this talent, I am afraid that he is indeed qualified to be the 9th son. Little guy, stop. Several of us old guys recognize that you have the talent to be the 9th son, but we don't think it is now. The meaning is obvious. They recognized Ling Tian. But Ling Tian is still young, and his strength is not enough. He should go through some training in sacred land before considering the position of the 9th son. Since this is the case, it seems that Junior and I can no longer keep a low profile. Ling Tian sighed, must he show his full strength? Oh! Hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone became interested. Does the little guy in front of him still have some hidden means? As for Dantian and Tianhua, they looked at each other and smiled. This little guy, or their future junior, really has a temper with them. Lotus position, eyes closed. Introverted mind, fine communication, divine sense. Suddenly, a huge soul coercion gradually rose. Roar! A roar full of imperial majesty resounded. The top of Ling Tian's head. A lion head, antlers, tiger eyes, elk god, dragon scales, dragon tail. The phantom of a giant beast with a blood-red body and raging flames around it slowly appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, even sect leader Tianhua, who had already known the news, changed color slightly. He knew that Ling Tian possessed the spirit of martial Dao. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a powerful martial Dao spirit. Teng teng teng. In front, the two old men involuntarily took a few steps back before stopping. Stretching out his hand, he said with a trembling voice, "This is Kailan, the divine beast of the king of beasts." Kailan. Divine beasts also have strengths and weaknesses. The most famous of them are the three major races. The true dragon of the Lord of the Seas, the true phoenix of the ancestor of birds, and the Kylin of the king of beasts. I saw two old men who staggered back. Ling Tian frowned slightly. It shouldn't be. Own martial Dao's soul is indeed very powerful. But with his current strength, it is impossible to scare Saint away. The old man with the goatee should still be at the level of the holy master. And another old man with a gutter nose and a pointed mouth is at least the great Saint Cultivation base. Masters and uncles, do you think there is any opinion on my decision with my junior? Sect leader Ji Tianhua spoke with a smile, with admiration for Ling Tian in his expression. Forget it, it's up to you. Several old men shook their heads and sighed. However, there was a flash of brilliance in his expression. Obviously, they have been completely moved by Ling Tian's talent. Why shake your head and sigh? Does Saint want face too? I was slapped in the face, so I have to cover it up. Chapter 56. Uncle, those two elders just now. After everyone left, in the hall, Ling Tian finally couldn't help but speak curiously. Hehe, because the two of them are afraid of you. On the first seat, Ji Tianhua smiled and walked down by himself, sitting in a row with the two of them. Seeing this, Ling Tian slightly cupped his hands and saluted, "Disciple Ling Tian, see the master." This ceremony, Ling Tian should have done it long ago. First of all, as a disciple of Xiantian sacred land, this is what he should do. Secondly, the sect leader gave Ling Tian a very good impression. From the very beginning, like Duan Tianyu, he was helping himself. Moreover, Ling Tian still has an inexplicable sense of familiarity with him. This feeling also exists in Duan Tianyu's body. This is the intuition brought to him by destiny induction. Don't be so polite, get up. Ji Tianhua is obviously also a casual person. All three of them had the word heaven in their names. The three of them have somewhat similar personalities. In the dark, is it a coincidence, or there are other secrets? This still needs the future. Ling Tian will solve this mystery personally. Uncle, why are the two elders afraid? After the ceremony, Ling Tian asked eagerly again. He was curious how he could scare the saint and even the Holy Lord. Don't worry, let me tell you about the identities of those two elders. Hearing this, Ling Tian no longer spoke, but listened carefully. He hadn't had this feeling for a long time. Count the 17 years you lived in the previous life, plus the 2 years in this world. In his mind, he was only 19 years old, and generally speaking, he was still a teenager. In the face of unknown and curious things, it is inevitable to reveal a touch of youthful disposition. The old man with the goatee is our sacred land elder regiment, the Goat Lord, one of the 7 powerful elders. His name is Gongsun Yang. After speaking, Ji Tianhua paused and continued, you must also be curious now, why everything about this elder is related to sheep, right? Hearing this, Ling Tian nodded immediately. He is indeed very curious. Because it's not human, its body is a goat. Goats are also beasts, and your martial Dao spirit is Kylin, the king of beasts. Suppress him from the soul and make him feel instant fear. Ling Tian couldn't help being shocked when he heard this. The Lord of Goats, Gongsun Yang. He really is a goat. No wonder he has such a long goatee and has a sheep in his name. However, demonic beasts are different from humans. Humans are not as powerful as demonic beasts by nature, but on this continent, humans are the most powerful among all races. Because, the starting point of demonic beasts is higher than human beings, but their end point is limited. How far demonic beasts can go in the future is mostly determined by their own blood. How far a human being can go in the future depends on his talent, understanding, and hard work. Often, in the end, human beings are the last king with a smile. So, Ling Tian was shocked and astonished. How did an ordinary goat cultivate to the Holy Lord realm? In the year of the Emperor's death, there is no more emperor in the world. The Holy Master is definitely one of the most powerful people in this world. Etc. Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something and continued to ask, could it be, that gutter-nosed, sharp-mouthed elder, too? That's right, that person is Heavenly Crane Saint, and the body is a Yugzu Crane. As for why he was frightened by you, I don't quite understand that either. Maybe it's also because of the suppression of blood and soul. Tianhua frowned slightly when he said this, but he relaxed it soon. Hearing this, Ling Tian was also secretly speechless. Kailan is the king of beasts, so it is understandable to suppress the lord of goats. However, Yusuhi should not be suppressed too much by Kailan. This point, Duan Tianyu and Tianhua actually have already obtained it in their hearts. But of course it's Ling Tian, it's really clear. Own martial Tao's spirit is not as simple as Kailan. That is one of the four ancient gods, the ancestor of all beasts, chaos swallowing heaven. It is not an exaggeration to say. Those who walk on the ground, those who fly in the sky, and those who swim in the sea. That had to be suppressed by Ling Tian's martial Dao spirit. Now, the first is for safety reasons. The second is that Ling Tian does not have enough mental energy to support the existence of chaos swallowing heaven. It seems that the soul of own martial Dao also needs to be promoted in order to slowly restore to the body of chaos swallowing heaven. As for how to advance, Ling Tian doesn't know yet. Are there any other questions? Not anymore. Hearing this, Ling Tian quickly recovered from his thoughts. His words just came out. A loud and majestic voice immediately sounded throughout Xiantian sacred land. Ling Tian, let me Xiantian, the ninth son of sacred land, stay in Haoshan Peak. Hearing this, Ling Tian also concentrated his attention. Then, there's no after that. Two uncles, is this gone? Ling Tian was stunned for a while. Why doesn't Xiantian sacred land always play cards according to the routine? Let's spread the word about own's glorious deeds. Although, Ling Tian didn't have that kind of intention to show off. But this is too hasty, especially for other disciples of sacred land and those elders. Suddenly there is an extra son, and there is no information at all, anyone will be confused, right? No, do you still want sacred land to show you how amazing your talent is? Strength, you can play it yourself. Just don't hurt other people's lives easily. Hearing Tianhua's words, the corners of Ling Tian's mouth rose slightly. This is what he wanted. The strength is indeed achieved, which is also in line with Ling Tian's character. The most important thing is the last sentence. Don't take someone's life lightly. That is to say, as the ninth son, I can still take the lives of others? It's not easy, so I'll use two more tricks. It's not easy. Ling Tian believed that as the ninth son, no one would dare to challenge him. However, all hot-headed Erbai youths cannot be avoided. When encountering such a person, the best way is to kill them as an example. It directly cut off the thoughts of everyone else. The majesty of Ling Tian cannot be challenged or questioned. Chapter 57. Okay. What happened? Could it be that you have hallucinations? Xiantian sacred land. Now, whether it is outer sect, inner discipline, or core disciple, personal disciple, even those uncles and uncles of the elder generation, all stopped what they were doing. Xiantian sacred land has an extra disciple named Ling Tian, they will not be shocked. Even sacred land needs fresh blood from time to time, and having a new disciple is a perfectly normal thing. However, this new disciple became the holy son right after he arrived? Or the ninth son who hasn't appeared in tens of thousands of years? Boom! Depend on. In the pill refining room, hundreds of disciples made one sound of annoyance at the same time. A moment of fractionated divinity, a batch of medicine pill failed to refine again. Junior brother, you. Brother, I didn't do it on purpose. On the arena, a man clutched his bleeding chest, looking very painful. Of the two people who are discussing, one is already an inner disciple, and the other is an outer sect disciple who just joined the sect. The former was originally here to guide the younger brother in cultivation. But the news of the ninth son was too terrifying, and he stopped what he was doing. As for the latter, I was also shocked. However, he quickly recovered and continued to shoot, leading to the current situation of accidental injury. He has just entered the sect. How does he know how powerful the ninth holy son is and how much money he has? Scenes like this happened in different corners of Tian sacred land. After all, the news of the ninth son. It was a bit too shocking. The space was slightly distorted, and Ling Tian's slender and handsome figure slowly emerged. Looking at the mountain in front of me soaring into the clouds, straight into the sky. Feel the rich and substantial spiritual qi around you. Smell the refreshing fragrance of flowers coming from all directions. Is this where On will live in the future? This comparison, in the entire southern region, I am afraid that only Tian Shengzong can do it. First of all, this Haoshan Peak itself is extremely extraordinary. Looking down at the feet, it is a world of white clouds. The entire Haoshan Peak is suspended in mid-air. Although the teleportation array behind him is average in size. But Ling Tian knew that this teleportation array would definitely not lose to the huge teleportation formation in Tianese city. With a thought, the teleportation array behind him can be large or small. Very likely, it was a means arranged by the great emperor himself. Under the feet, with such a strong spiritual qi, there is also a super large spirit gathering array. Around, those scented flowers and elixir are all true level, above heaven level. Fortunately for the real level, heavenly and mortal treasures of the heavenly level can cause bloody storms in the outside world. None of this matters. The important thing is that Ling Tian's mood is not very good now. Just for a moment. A series of anxious and nervous voices came. Welcome Holy Son Ling Tian. Looking at the beautiful women in palace costumes in front of him. And several burly men. Ling Tian said lightly, if there is a next time, abolish the cultivation base. I also hope that the Holy Son will atone for his sins, because apart from the sect leader and several core elders in Haoshan Peak, no one is eligible to set foot. We also just received the notice, so we came here immediately, and first cleaned up for the Holy Son. First, a big man with a strong breath first explained. His realm, if Ling Tian's excellent induction is not wrong, the other party should be in the realm of life and death. In the outside world, there is definitely a strong person who can dominate one side. In Haoshan Peak, it seems that he is just an attendant who takes care of complicated and trivial matters for himself. I don't need any explanation from you, understand? Ling Tian's tone was very indifferent, as if this guy was a superior person, a young emperor. This subordinate is convicted. If he commits the crime again next time, this subordinate will definitely abolish cultivation base. The man was slightly annoyed, but what he said was sincere. Ling Tian's powerful spirit still has the ability to distinguish these small emotions casually. Come here. Ling Tian pointed to the woman who was dressed the most enchantingly and had the most attractive face and figure among the women. The latter's heart skipped a beat when he heard the words, and he slowly raised his pretty face, his eyes filled with mist. On the chest-length dress, there is a bright and white scenery, and under the slender waist, the slit skirt makes the slender jade faded faintly visible. This is definitely a rare beauty. Especially at the moment, those eyes that I still feel pity for, let alone a martial artist like Ling Tian, even some powers are likely to be addicted to it when they see it. My family has seen the Holy Sun. The woman walked in front of Ling Tian with light steps, bowed her body slightly, and her voice trembled slightly, which was very melodious. Ling Tian didn't speak, and directly stretched out his right hand, grabbing the proud place that the other party wanted to show off. Do you like to show off your own capital? Ling Tian's eyes were a bit strange, but his tone was a bit indifferent. What? The latter let out a crisp and moving scream, and when he saw Ling Tian's bewitching and fierce eyes, he quickly stopped it again. This time, her eyes were really misty. She was very puzzled. What does the Holy Sun mean by this? Could it be that this ninth son is a pervert who likes to play like this? I'm asking you something. No, I thought the Holy Sun would like it. Would you like you dressed like this? Ling Tian sneered. Did someone play tricks on him the moment he arrived? My family, I realized that I was wrong, and the Holy Sun will make amends. The woman also panicked at this moment. She didn't have the charming look just now. Atonement is fine. Who told you to come? I. 3 breath time. My father sent me here. Ling Tian's sharp breath didn't give the woman time to think, so she honestly told the truth. Your dad. Ling Tian was taken aback. Didn't he play a beauty trick with him? I thought it was a disciple who was famous in sacred land, or those other holy sons, who wanted to arrange someone beside him. My father is deacon elder. He said that the ninth son must be extraordinary. Let me come. Come. She was really embarrassed to say the rest. It's not a beauty trick, but the purpose is more or less the same. If the Holy Sun is a pervert, then seduce him. At first, the woman was still a little reluctant. But when she heard about the status and importance of the ninth son, she still decided to come and give it a try. When you see Ling Tian's handsome appearance, and the temperament of a young emperor, she actually moved her heart. Chapter 58. Why are you in a daze? Looking at the pain in front of her just now, but now her cheeks are flushed, and her eyes are also a little dull. Ling Tian's tone gradually calmed down. My family is thinking that the Holy Sun is different from what I imagined before I came. Oh? Tell me, what's different? Because at the beginning, almost everyone thought that the ninth son might be a hidden disciple of a powerful elder insect or something like that. It is very likely that it is also a few hundred years old. But the result was quite unexpected. The ninth son is actually a boy. Still such a handsome young man. A boy who opened up the sea. She was sure it wasn't caused by the cultivation technique that changed her appearance. Ling Tian's realm is still in the sea opening realm, so it is completely impossible to change his appearance and aura. It's unimaginable. Holy Maiden, the son of the saints of sacred land, the lowest realm has also reached the peak of true martial realm. The first Holy Son has successfully entered the first stage of life and death 10 years ago. It is rumored that before the meeting of the 4 realms, he is likely to enter the second stage of life and death. Even such an arrogant and evil person is not qualified to be the ninth son. This shows that Ling Tian definitely has a talent that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Heroes love beauties, women love heroes. This is the reality of a world where strength is the most important thing. The woman who was originally holding the attitude of trying, was really tempted at that moment just now. It's a pity, I didn't expect the ninth son to be so unfeminine. So that's how it is. Ling Tian nodded, and his tone gradually softened. Does it hurt? The latter trembled when she heard the words. What do you mean? My family doesn't hurt anymore. There was a sense of pity in the tone, but also a hint of doubt. Is this Holy Sun close to a woman? This is not nonsense. Of course it's close. Although Ling Tian was still a teenager, he was still a man anyway. He is a genius and evildoer, and he is not a monk or a Taoist priest. The reason why he was angry just now. First, after seeing Luo Qingchen's beautiful face. Ling Tian really doesn't like the woman in front of him, even if she is such a charming and pitiful beauty. Second, it has a lot of meaning. Ling Tian is somewhat selfish in this respect. He would be very happy if a beauty dressed up like this in front of him. Even if you don't like it, it's nice and comfortable to look good, isn't it? But the point is, there are other people here. Wei Wei is barely in the public eye. Of course, you can only look at things that are eye-catching. Although everyone else lowered their heads at the moment, they didn't dare to look directly at him. That still doesn't work, man, this must be selfish. It's fine if it doesn't hurt, go and clean up. Remember. As he spoke, Ling Tian paused, his expression obviously changed. But she still said it, and said, "You can dress up like this, but as my maid of Haoshan Peak, you can only do this in front of me alone, understand? Or, you can also choose to leave here. How you dress up later has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, the woman was taken aback for a moment. Then, there was a huge ripple in his heart. Could it be that the Holy Sun took a fancy to him? Otherwise, why do you have to speak like this? Why don't you want your graceful figure to be seen by others? For this, Ling Tian will definitely not explain anything to her. This is the slightly selfish male chauvinism in his heart, and it has nothing to do with whether he looks up to anyone. Haoshan Peak belongs to the ninth sun, so everything here is also own. Of course, these maids are also included. As just said, it belongs to own things, so you can only appreciate it by yourself. Slave, follow orders. The woman's trembling and pleasant words came out. Before she could make a move, the women behind her, who were equally beautiful, quietly pulled up their own dresses. Obviously, they also had thoughts similar to the woman in front of Ling Tian. In comparison, she is much less timid, and her looks are slightly worse than this woman. Remember, I never say my word once. Ling Tian's voice was very sharp, but the movements of his hands were very gentle. While talking, he also tidied up the woman's dress that was messed up by him just now. The latter, other than trembling slightly, dared not do anything. She didn't understand what Ling Tian meant at all. After finishing all this, the woman hurriedly took out 2 sets of scarves from the storage ring and wrapped them around her upper body and lower body. "Get up too." "Thank you, Holy Sun." Hearing this, they respectfully responded, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Did you see the herbs behind you?" "I see. Does the Holy Sun have any orders?" "Each person picks one he likes and takes it away. Follow the command of the Holy Sun." "Okay." Everyone first accepted the order respectfully, and then looked at Ling Tian with surprised expressions. "What did the Holy Sun do?" "I have been punished. Reward for meritorious service. Although your performance at the beginning made me very dissatisfied, but this is the first time, I can let you go for now. If I commit another crime in the future, I will let you know that I, Ling Tian, will do what I say." After the last word fell, everyone couldn't help but feel a little chill in their hearts. What follows is full of excitement. "But I also know that you have prepared a lot for me. Naturally it should be rewarded." With these 2 sentences, Ling Tian became much kinder, and also restored his usual spring-like smile. Under his powerful mental energy perception, he knew that these people had indeed done a lot to welcome him. For example, the road leading to the Holy Child Hall is covered with elegant orchids. Moreover, there is no spirit power fluctuation on these orchid petals. In other words, these women all use mortal means to do it themselves. Another example is that Ling Tian's name is also engraved on some carvings beside the road on the right. It seems that this is what these male servants did. It can be seen from some details. In order to welcome him to Haoshan Peak, these people really put their heart into it. It is indeed not easy to do this in such a short period of time. Because of Haoshan Peak's special status, no one can enter here. In addition, Ling Tian really didn't like that kind of reception with a lot of fanfare. It's all a gimmick, nothing practical. Hearing Ling Tian's words, these people felt warm in their hearts. In order to show their respect for the Holy Sun, in all their preparations for coming to Haoshan Peak, they almost did not use any means of martial arts. This represents the status of respect and inferiority between them and the sun. It turns out that the ninth sun is quite a good person. Chapter 59. This little guy is really special. Xiantian Sacred Land, on the sect leader peak. Duantianyu and Ji Tianhua were looking at the scene in front of them with great interest. In the picture, a young man in a purple robe is slowly walking into the palace of On living under the leadership of several beautiful women. This kid really has two boys. Haoshan Peak is deserted all year round. At first I thought that he thought the welcome ceremony was not grand enough, and the group would be angry. The results were really unexpected. Tianjiao shook his head, with a touch of relief in his tone. He's better than us at this point. Which point? Treat women, deal with yourself above. After Tianjiao finished speaking, he took a meaningful look at the screen in front of him, and with a wave of his right hand, the screen gradually disappeared. Look at those little girls, they are basically the direct descendants of some powerful figures in the section. Whether it's their appearance or their aptitude, they are definitely considered first class. I've seen a lot of geniuses and excellent men, and after just a moment, they were submissive to this little guy. When we were 15 and his age, we still had wooden fish heads. As for dealing with things, even I, the sect leader, feel ashamed. Hearing Tianjiao's words, Tianjiao didn't refute anything. At the same age back then, the two of them were still teenagers who could only practice hard, and they couldn't compare with Ling Tian. Master, how long will it take to wake up? About 3 years. 3 years. It should be enough for this little guy to completely stabilize the sun's position. Holy Sun, do you think this arrangement is satisfactory? Walking into the Holy Child Hall, several maids followed Ling Tian lightly with lotus steps. As for those male attendants, they can only be outside the hall. Ling Tian doesn't like a few elders freely coming and going in and out of the palace he lives in. Ladies, you can still stay and serve yourself. Well, not bad. You just said that any holy maiden son has the right to name the place where he lives, but only Haoshan Peak can't. Looking around, Ling Tian is quite satisfied with the layout here. There is no deliberate resplendent decoration, but it is restrained yet elegant, and it looks like a residence for dignified people. In the fantasy world where strength is the most important thing, restraint and grandeur represent the status of saint. Yes, this is what my father told me. As for the specific reason, Qiner is not too clear. The woman who spoke was the one who wanted to seduce Tian before. The woman's name is Xiao Qiner, and her father is the chief steward of Xiantian Sacred Land Inner Sect. Don't look at just the inner sect area, but the power is definitely great. He himself is also a power martial artist at the peak of King Realm. Characters of this level can establish an 8-star sect level force outside. Hearing this, Ling Tian also wrinkled slightly. What does this Haoshan Peak actually mean? The places where the other holy sons' holy maiden life can be named by themselves. Bai is the first holy son Liqiu. His place of residence is named Shenwu Peak. That sounds like pretty shitty fart. The third holy maiden Yezin. The mountain where I live is called Xinro Peak. It is named after her own. Most of the places where the other holy sons' holy maiden live are similar to this. Only the name of Haoshan Peak has existed since Xiantian Sacred Land was established. And there is another more important reason, which makes the position of the 9th sun inherently superior to everyone else. That is, Haoshan Peak is the only main peak suspended in mid-air among all the places where the holy maiden live. In Xiantian Sacred Land, almost every area is a self-contained space. Each area is named after a certain peak. Although these main peaks are majestic, they all rise from the ground. There are only 3 main peaks that can float above the sacred land, representing status and honor. The first is Xiantian Peak, which is where the sect leader and the 7 powerful elders live. There is also the Inheritance Peak, which is the resting place of the historical figures of Xiantian Shengzong in the past, and the place where Xinfa is inherited. The last one is Haoshan Peak. Only the main peaks in these 3 areas are eligible to float above the sacred land. Haoshan Peak. A position that makes all Xiantian Sacred Land disciples hang their eyes. It can be seen from this that the status of Haoshan Peak is indeed extraordinary. It is not difficult to explain why the position of the 9th sun, except for Tianjiao and Tianhua, has not been born for tens of thousands of years. After all, the meaning he represents is too extraordinary. Well, thank you for your hard work, let's all back down. Qiner, stay here. Yes, Holy Son. Several women put their hands on their stomachs, slightly lowered their heads, bowed and backed away. None of them called themselves slave family anymore. Ling Tian just asks them to serve his own daily life, and it's not the lady that the old man is looking for to sleep with. Being a slave all day long, sounds like a pervert. Moment. Only Ling Tian and Xiao Qiner were left in the field. The latter's neck was crimson, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her heart was constantly rippling. What does the Holy Son want to do by leaving himself alone? Since your father is the chief steward in charge of the intersect area, then, should he also have the right to deal with the training materials? What? Hearing Ling Tian's words, Xiao Qiner's tone was a little lost. I thought the son really wanted to do something. Ah, what are you thinking about all day? Ling Tian also felt a little, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This woman looked like the kind of person who was particularly arrogant outside. Less than 100 years old, true martial realm's cultivation base, his father is still the chief manager of the Yunmen area. With a beautiful appearance and a graceful figure, she is definitely the goddess in the hearts of many disciples outside. But here, like Xiaojiabiu, he thinks wildly all day long. Ooh, sorry, 773. Forget it, you can directly inform your father to come over. Ling Tian waved his hand, and probably asked her, but she couldn't say anything in her current state. Son of Ling Tian, do you have any instructions for summoning your subordinates? Well, Guanxiao doesn't need to be too polite, just sit down. Looking at the middle-aged man below, Ling Tian's eyes rolled slightly. This person is a character. No wonder he can be the chief steward of Xiantian Sacred Land Intersect Area. A powerful person at the peak of the King Realm, a power figure who can support the 8-star sect forces. In front of himself, the 9th Holy Son, his breath was restrained, and his tone was quite respectful. As if, he is not the king, Ling Tian who is the first seat above is. Such a person can definitely be regarded as a man who is able to bend and stretch, and who knows how to be flexible. Steward Xiao, since you are the chief steward of my sacred land intersect area, can you mobilize cultivation resources and other heavenly and mortal treasures? Return to the Holy Son. If the Holy Son needs anything, this subordinate will go and do it immediately. This manager Xiao immediately agreed without any hesitation. Just kidding, the 9th son wants some cultivation resources, that's a casual thing. The reason why Ling Tian looked for him was probably because he had just arrived in sacred land and was too lazy to walk around. Just because her daughter is here, son Ling Tian wants to find him. With this move, he felt that he made the right move. Chapter 60. Holy Son, are you saying that you need heavenly and mortal treasures that can restore the soul? Guanxi Xiao, who was pleasantly surprised and without any hesitation just now, frowned at this moment. Is there something wrong with it? Ling Tian was also slightly surprised. Heavenly and mortal treasures for restoring souls were indeed very rare. But for the number 1 sacred land in the southern territory, it shouldn't be a difficult task, right? Even if there are not many intersect areas, there should be core areas or pill refining pavilions, right? Could it be that Guanxiao can't handle such a small matter? To be honest with the Holy Son, if it is other heavenly and mortal treasures, it is okay to say, even if it is a holy level heavenly and mortal treasures, if the Holy Son needs it, there must be it. It's just, the heavenly and mortal treasures that restore the soul, I really don't have much in sacred land. Guanxi Xiao's tone was also a little helpless. He thought he could do something for the 9th Holy Son beautifully, and gain Ling Tian's favor by doing so. As a result, what Ling Tian wanted, sacred land really couldn't give anything. Oh? What's going on? Ling Tian's eyes were fixed, there should be some secrets in it. Back to the Holy Son, as early as 10 years ago, the sect leader ordered to take away almost all the heavenly and mortal treasures in sacred land that can repair the soul. We even sent people out to buy a lot. The specific reasons for this, I am not qualified to know. Hearing this, Ling Tian frowned slightly. Does the holy sect also have a certain power that needs to restore the soul? Heavenly and mortal treasures of soul restoring throughout the sacred land, isn't that enough? Even if there are not so many characters in the imperial realm. No wonder, on Haoshan Peak, there are all kinds of genius treasures. There are even a few holy level spiritual trees, but there is no medicinal material for repairing the soul. It seems that this is the reason. Seeing that Ling Tian's face was not very good looking, Guanxi Xiao suddenly thought of something and continued, but the opening day of Dangxia Medicine Valley will be held soon. At that time, my holy sect will also go there, and the disciples inside can obtain medicinal materials in this area according to their opportunities. Hearing Guanxi Xiao's words, Ling Tian's expression didn't change much. Is it impossible to go to the open day of that shit Dangxia Medicine Valley by myself? Son, subordinate means that every holy maiden has some followers. And some of these disciples will go to Dangxia Medicine Valley on behalf of our holy sect. Xiao Guanxi is worthy of being a human being. Just after a little thought, he could see what Ling Tian meant. It is indeed a little inappropriate for the dignified ninth son to go to that medicine valley in person in order to order medicinal materials. I see. In addition, Manager Lao Xiao needs to take the trouble to help me purchase some medicinal materials in this area. Of course it is within the scope allowed by the Holy Father. It was only for a moment that Ling Tian had already made a decision in his heart. He doesn't have much interest in such things as accepting younger brothers. As long as On is strong enough, there will naturally be someone who will send it to your door. Such as Guanxi Xiao, he can definitely be regarded as the number one figure in the holy sect. Isn't it upside down? High-profile nature also has high-profile benefits. As for the allowable range of the holy clan mentioned by Ling Tian, it is easier to understand. His status is very high, but Ling Tian doesn't want to play with his power recklessly. Ling Tian is a person who is always impeccable in his work and speech. Facing Ling Tian's instructions, this Guanxi Xiao once again respected Ling Tian in his heart. The ninth son, the sense of proportion in doing things, is really different from ordinary people as his daughter said, and he is impeccable. Correct. Does the son have any other orders? Guan Xiao, I appreciate your kindness. Ling Tian smiled slightly, but the latter froze at first. Then he said with a smile on his face, it should be done for the Holy Son. What he wanted was Ling Tian's words. You are the ninth son, and it is not bad that your status is even higher than the average elder. But if I please you, it must be for profit. Otherwise, what's the point of currying favor with someone who won't do you any good in the future? Ling Tian naturally understood this truth. Since you do things for yourself, you can't lose to the other party in the future, right? After Guanxi Xiao left, Ling Tian originally wanted to see other places in Haoshan Peak, but thought for a while. Decided to see what happened to Yandi Qianqi first. Collect medicinal materials such as heavenly and mortal treasures in the soul, just for your future great emperor mount. Lotus position closed his eyes, his mind sank into the sea of divine sense. In the eyes, there is a grey world with no boundaries. In front of him, a body had shrunk to less than 10 feet, and the figure of a blue transparent giant beast was lying weakly on its stomach with its eyes closed. Emperor Yan. Ling Tian's pupils shrank. This guy was alive and kicking a few days ago, why is he so weak now? Opening his eyes slightly, he looked at the handsome young man in front of him. Emperor Yan said unhappily, Boy, you are finally here. What the hell is your divine sense see, which swallows my soul energy unknowingly by this emperor? Emperor Yan Qianqi looked remorseful. I thought that staying in Ling Tian's spiritual space would give me a chance to recover as soon as possible. Who knows, I just jumped into the pit. In the backhand he arranged, his remnant soul could last tens of thousands of years at least. What now? If Ling Tian doesn't show up again, let alone tens of thousands of years, it's hard to say how many days it will last. Forward. No way. Ling Tian said so, but seeing Yandi Qianqi's illusory and transparent appearance, he also knew that the other party was not lying. The original Emperor Yan was only translucent, but now the remnant soul is completely transparent. Won't. Although the remnant soul of this emperor doesn't possess 1/10,000th of the power it had in life, it is still an emperor's prestige. Even those saints now, this emperor will not to put in one's eyes. What the hell kind of place are you? It's too evil. Mano how? Emperor Yan looked unhappy, even with a little grievance. Ahem. Ling Tian covered his mouth in embarrassment and coughed twice. Hey, in order to find heavenly and mortal treasures for you to restore your soul, now I have to. As he spoke, Ling Tian suddenly stopped talking, with a look of grief and indignation on his face. Oh? No what? Emperor Yan Qianqi was taken aback for a moment, thinking that this kid has a bit of conscience. By the looks of it, what difficulties have you encountered? Hey, out of desperation, I joined a certain calendar. After all, only the big forces can provide me with these huge resources. In order to prove my strength and talent, I have to go to show business. I think Ling Tian is extremely talented, but now because of you, it's my turn to be a performer. As he spoke, Ling Tian had an impassioned yet sad expression. At this moment, Emperor Yan Qianqi was moved by Ling Tian's acting skills, the wolf. Chapter 61. A certain force, of course, refers to Xiantian sacred land. Number Z. It refers to the Tian Test Conference, Ling Tian's blockbuster. And what's next? In fact, these things were originally what Ling Tian wanted to do. He really needs the help of the former great emperor, the peak powerhouse of the mainland. Your boy. Hey, this emperor is so kind. But with your talent, you are destined to become an emperor. How can you go to perform? This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Emperor Yan Qianqi looked serious. You have a future great emperor mount, and go out to perform? Isn't this a disgrace to this emperor? As he said that, he even forgot the sin he had suffered here and suffered the pain of being swallowed. How about this? Do you have any imperial scriptures or something? Just give me 2 sets. Wait until I complete the cultivation base. What about heavenly and mortal treasures? What resources are still at hand? Seeing Yandi Qianqi's deluded expression, Ling Tian finally happily stated his own purpose. This. Hearing this, Emperor Yan Qianqi's huge body frowned in a very humane way. Could it be some difficulty? If you don't have 2 sets, you can get 1 set. 910. Ling Tian rubbed his hands. He has been in this world for 2 years, and he has been cultivating with his own physical talent and hard work. Haven't learned any cultivation technique at all. Behind my strong physical body, I have paid a lot of pain and perseverance. For 2 whole years, he devoured various energies from the world and washed his body every day. It was comfortable at first. But after reaching the limit of the human body, every time the body is washed, it is accompanied by unbearable pain and torture for ordinary people. Fortunately, On's efforts were not in vain. He pushed the limits of the body tempering realm. Now Dantian, who has opened up the sea by himself, is also countless times wider than a genius. Then, the next thing he needs most is a powerful cultivation technique. And powerful martial skill. Ling Tian is ready to really start the crazy realm improvement, as well as the improvement of his own combat power. It doesn't make much sense if you have realm and physical strength, but you don't know how to fight. Hey! Yandi Qianqi originally had a hard time laughing in his heart. But seeing Ling Tian's expectant eyes, he didn't know how to speak. Dage. This is the cultivation technique cheat book that daging is not a deceitful cultivation technique on the street. BFDF. Do you think you can take it out just by saying it? Qianlong continent, from ancient times to the present, tens of millions of years. There are not many peak powerhouses in the great emperor environment, but there are definitely not many. There are only a handful of people who can truly create their own emperor classic cultivation technique. In addition, Da Finch used his bloodline to inherit memory for cultivation. He is walking the path of a monster cultivator, which is fundamentally different from humans. Where did the imperial scriptures for Ling Tian come from? Let's be honest. I am a dignified great emperor, and I am too embarrassed to speak. Let's not talk. Seeing the look in Ling Tian's eyes, he became entangled again. Seeing Yandi Qianqi's dilemma, Ling Tian's heart gradually calmed down. To tell you the truth, I really don't have this scripture. Or, my remnant soul can't bear the power of Daijing at all. Hearing this, Ling Tian's eyes changed slightly. It would be a lie to say that you are not lost. But more is curiosity, does a cultivation technique still need the ability to bear it? First of all, I cultivated to the Emperor's realm based on my blood inheritance. Although I can transform into a human being, I have not followed the path of human cultivation. So, I don't have the Emperor's book of creation myself. Speaking of this, Emperor Yan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly added, this Emperor wants to create an Emperor Sutra, that is a matter of minutes, but I don't want to create it. It's nothing. In response, Ling Yuzhen nodded. Ling Tian was already used to this bragging appearance. Seeing Ling Tian's confident eyes, Yandi Qianqi continued to speak in satisfaction. Daijing is very different from ordinary cultivation techniques, even holy level cultivation techniques. Cultivation technique, generally, can be recorded and passed down through letter, jade slip, or even any object. But Daijing, that is a power of rules. Not only can he not pass the general carrier record, he even has his own self-awareness. When this emperor once dominated the world, he indeed received two kinds of inheritance from the emperor, and I sealed them in the blood of my body. But now, my remnant soul really doesn't exist. After finishing speaking, Emperor Yan Qianqi spread his paws, as if I were also helpless. So it is. Ling Tian nodded, he basically understood the meaning expressed by Emperor Yan Qianqi. Cultivation technique can be passed on through third-party carrier records. But the Emperor's Sutra is equivalent to the powerhouse of the Emperor's realm personally empowering and inheriting it. In the former, anyone can observe, study, and even practice. The latter has the consciousness of the great emperor, and needs to choose the inheritor by himself. It seems that the great emperor is more difficult than I imagined. It's not Ling Tian's fault either. Emperor realm is the realm that everyone in the world should look up to. The great emperor is the peak powerhouse that everyone should worship. Only Ling Tian. At the beginning, he subdued a great emperor as his future mount. Therefore, compared with ordinary people, Ling Tian's awe of the emperor's realm is much, much less. It's like an ordinary disciple of sacred land, going out to meet other sects Tianjiao, that's not to put in one's eyes at all. Sacred land is full of geniuses and arrogance, and their vision has naturally improved a lot. One's own environment can change a person's vision pattern, and can even change the character of a person. By the way, which faction did you join? At least it should be a sacred land. Yandi Qianqi suddenly remembered something, and asked in a flat tone. But the next answer from Ling Tian made him stare angrily, and almost ran away. Forward. It's not a big force, just an ordinary sacred land. Xiantian sacred land. By the way, I became the 9th son here. As Ling Tian's words came out, Yandi Finch, who was moved in his heart just now, instantly showed grief and indignation. Boy, were you fooling this emperor just now? You are in Xiantian sacred land, and you still need to sell art for resources. Do you think this emperor seems to be easy to be fooled? Emperor Yan Qianqi became more and more angry as he spoke, and his tone became more and more anxious. No, he was really moved by Ling Tian just now. Hee. Don't get excited, do you know Tian sacred land very well? Ling Tian felt a haha and changed the subject, seeing Emperor Yan Qianqi's tone, to Tian sacred land. Must be very familiar. In fact it is true. Yandi Qianqi shocked Ling Tian as soon as he opened his mouth. Tian sacred land, a family of 9 emperors. A top power that already existed in my time. Chapter 62. A school of 9 emperors. Ling Tian, who has always been calm, couldn't help but feel the shock in his heart. That's right, the understanding of this world is inherited from my bloodline. The Qianlong continent should have existed for hundreds of millions of years, and there are tens of millions of years in the history of civilization. During the tens of millions of years, there have been no more than 99 emperor-level powerhouses born. On average, it takes tens of millions or even millions of years for an emperor to be born. Moreover, during the same period, there will not be more than 9 emperor realm powerhouses existing at the same time. Now you know that Tian sacred land is terrible. Even if Tian sacred land began to decline a million years ago, I think it should still be the number 1 force in the southern territory. Emperor Yan Qianqi's tone was full of affirmation. Although I don't know why Tian sacred land began to decline a million years ago. But it is undeniable that even the weakened Tian sacred land is definitely the number 1 force in the southern territory. Even in the central plains of Wuyu, it is one of the top existences. Your boy is actually the 9th son of Tian sacred land. Isn't that right? We are now in Haoshan Peak in Tian sacred land. Suddenly, Emperor Yan Qianqi's eyes flashed with excitement, but he quickly hid it. That's right, do you know the special nature of the 9th son? Ling Tian's eyes also lit up, and he said in his heart, Xiao Mian, in my divine sense see, even if you are a powerhouse in the emperor realm, can your eye movements escape my perception? It's really good to have a great emperor powerhouse in one's own spirit. It seems that I can ask some secret things from the other party's mouth again. Have. This Haoshan Peak is the founder of Tian sacred land, the former residence of Tian great emperor. And. After saying that, Emperor Yan Qianqi paused intentionally, and said with a serious expression, Tian sacred land's remaining 8 emperor realm powerhouses were all the 9th sons. After finishing speaking, those huge eyes gave Ling Tian a meaningful look. As for the latter, he also frowned. Since this is the former residence of Tian great emperor, why is it called Haoshan Peak? Instead, the place where the sect leader and the powerful elder live is called Tian Peak? Hey, I know you're wondering why this place isn't called Tian Peak. Instead, it is called Haoshan Peak. This emperor is not afraid to tell you that apart from Tian great emperor, none of the other 8 emperor realm powerhouses are named Haoshan. The reasons and secrets here, no one knows, including people from Tian sacred land. But one thing, this emperor can tell you. That is, Tian great emperor, a top emperor who is good at the power of time. The power of time, in Qianlong continent for tens of millions of years, there will definitely not be more than 3 emperor-level powerhouses who can see through the power of time. After the last word fell, Qianqi didn't speak. It's time to give Ling Tian some time to digest. What Emperor Yan Qianqi said above, any sentence can definitely cause an uproar in the outside world. Now tell Ling Tian all at once. The latter does take some time to digest. It's been so long, the little guy hasn't controlled Haoshan Peak yet. Somewhere in Tian Peak, Dantian muttered to himself, could it be that Owen has the wrong vision? The space fluctuated slightly, and a group of old men with disabled hands and feet, but a rough and straight body walked out slowly. Thinking about that little guy. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, and the several scars on his face made him look a bit hideous. Uncle Tianjiao. When Dantian saw the visitor, he saluted slightly. If Ling Tian were here, he would definitely be surprised. When Dantian brought him to Tian sacred land, almost all the elders were there. Tianjiao didn't salute anyone, at most it was a slight honor verbally. It can be seen that this old man must be extraordinary. You who came out of Haoshan Peak, originally you were the most promising to become the youngest Emperor Realm Peak powerhouse in the southern region. Unfortunately, the absence of the rules of heaven and earth stopped you. Now, are you going to pin your hopes on him? When the old voice came out, Tianjiao also had some fluctuations in his heart. Sorry? Hate? Say no, that's impossible. That one once said that if someone can break the limit of the physical body, it is possible to disregard the rules of heaven and earth and prove the throne with the physical body. Ling Tian is the most promising person in 70,000 years. During the speech, Tianjiao's eyes gradually became firmer. You're right, but what if he doesn't succeed in mastering Haoshan Peak? You know, the moment when all the holy sons holy maiden take control of their main peak, they will be blessed by my holy sex luck. Please flowers. Without the luck blessing of Xiantian sacred sect, the position of the holy son would be meaningless. The old voice came again. He was not questioning his nephew, nor was he questioning that little guy named Ling Tian. He was just saying one thing, the objective fact in front of him. After half a day passed, there was no movement from Haoshan Peak. Haoshan St. Child Hall has the isolation formation left by the Xiantian Great Emperor, and ordinary people cannot pry into it. Even if they could, they wouldn't. This is respect for the ninth son. I believe in him. Tianjiao's expression remained firm when he heard the words. To Ling Tian, he seemed to see his former self. Forget it, you people in Haoshan Peak are all monsters. Since you and your senior brother chose him, we old fellows will also support you. 0. Haoshan Peak. Inside the Holy Child Hall. The dazzling golden light slowly dissipated. The flames around him gradually faded. Ling Tian, who was sitting in the lotus position with eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. Has he figured out about Emperor Yan Qianqi? Not at all. Number. Ling Tian didn't think about it deliberately. Since you can't figure it out, why do you still stubbornly go to find out? If I have this ability now, driven by curiosity, Ling Tian will definitely make this matter clear. But, now for him. Strength is the most important thing. Therefore, under the threat of chaos swallowing heaven, Emperor Yan once again honestly handed over 1% of his understanding of the power of the rules of the flame. Before Ling Tian left, he kept saying that Ling Tian was a little robber. For this title, Ling Tian himself is quite satisfied. A bandit who can rob the great emperor, is it cool to say it? Ling Tian has also temporarily solved the problem of Emperor Yan Qianqi being swallowed by his own sea of consciousness. Under the control of my own mental body, I opened up a nearly 10,000 zhang isolated space in the sea of consciousness. After all, it is the sea of own consciousness, so it is not too difficult to do this. Of course, this is just what Ling Tian thought. If it is known to others, it will be another sensational event. Martial cultivators who have not stepped into the spirit opening state can already start to control their own sea of consciousness. It's really hard for anyone to believe it. Chapter 63. Holy Son, do you have any orders? Xiao Qiner bowed slightly, and obediently stood aside and looked at Ling Tian. Clean up here, by the way, after an hour, help me prepare to bathe in the hot water of Ling Chuan, and wait for me to come back. After speaking, Ling Tian stepped forward and disappeared in Xiao Qiner's eyes. Looking at the back of Junyi who left in front of him, Xiao Qiner's heart throbbed against Qi Ali again, taking a bath? Of course Ling Tian just wanted to take a bath. It doesn't matter whether they were in Ling's family or in Dengtianlu in Tianese city. He likes to soak in warm hot water or spiritual fluid to relax himself and relieve fatigue. Now, Ling Tian's purpose is to inherit the peak. Since Emperor Yan doesn't have the Emperor's scriptures, I can only feel wronged and go to the Wanfa building on the inheritance peak. Cultivation technique and martial skill are what Ling Tian needs most now. In the past, he could cultivate physical strength through his special physique, which he could not. Now that 043 is here, he needs to start to truly master Wushu's combat ability. In addition to the physical body, there is also the blessing of spirit power. Especially Ling Tian has such a boundless Dantian space. Coupled with the powerful cultivation technique, cultivation is absolutely extremely fast. The bigger the Dantian, the more spirit power you can store. Can also cast a more powerful martial skill. Adding the two together, Ling Tian's strength can definitely be doubled. Transmission through Haoshan Peak. Soon, Ling Tian came to a calm square. This made Ling Tian slightly surprised. Although here is the foot of the mountain, it's not so deserted. Hurry up, it's too late. Today is the 100-year opening day of the 9th floor of the Wanfa building. I don't know which Tianjiao has the opportunity to enter today. I think it must be the Holy Sons and the Holy Maiden. An urgent voice came. Looking at the back that hastily left. The corner of Ling Tian's mouth raised slightly. Wouldn't my luck be a little better? Soon. Climb to the top. As far as the eye can see, it is a sea of people. Among these people are Xiantian Sacred Land's outer sect and inner disciple. There are also nuclear staters, and the direct disciples of the elders. Look up slightly. A tower-shaped building with a height of 10,000 meters came into view. This is one of the most important buildings in Xiantian Sacred Land. Wanfa House. The inheritance of Xiantian Sacred Land for nearly 10 million years is all inside. Ling Tian knew that, without accident, the method building itself should be a holy weapon. And it's a holy artifact. There is also the protection means of the Great Emperor outside. As for the inside, there must be a space of its own. Senior, I want to ask, can I go directly? When the boy's voice came out, the surrounding disciples, including the old man guarding the Wanfa building, were all taken aback. The old man frowned and said, "No." Then? There's no after that. There are high-minded disciples, but they obviously don't understand the rules. What if? As he said that, Ling Tian's mind moved slightly, and a golden token exuding saint's breath appeared in his hand. The token is the size of a palm, with a 9-character engraved in the middle, and a mountain floating in mid-air engraved on the back. The old man frowned first, then his pupils shrank, and then his expression was terrified. You are SHH, senior, just tell me if you can do it now. Of course, of course. This way please. After speaking, under the astonished gazes of all the disciples around, Ling Tian walked slowly into the Wanfa building under the leadership of the old man himself. Damn, is that man a wild goose? I seem to see him take out a golden thing. Yes, I seem to see it too, but it feels very vague. I want to see it and remember it, but I can't remember it at all. Listening to the discussions around, some core disciples became thoughtful. Gold, can't see clearly, can't remember. There is only one possibility. This object is very likely to be the token of the Holy Child, or the token of a certain elder with real power in the Holy Ancestor. The young man just now was so young, it is obviously unlikely to be the Son of God. How can there be such a young Holy Son in the history of Xiantian Sacred Land? There is only one possibility left. This young man should be the new direct disciple of a certain big shot, or a descendant of the direct lineage. Several core disciples looked at each other, showing a confident expression. Yes, it must be so. Liu Yun Elder, this is the new 9th son of my holy sect, he wants to go directly to the 9th floor. After entering the Wanfa building, the old man did not send Ling Tian directly to the 9th floor. Instead, he looked at the white-haired old man lying on the wooden chair with some anxiety. Oh, you go down. For a moment, this Liu Yun elder opened his mouth slightly. After the people left, he slowly opened his eyes that were a little hesitant. Under the eyelids, there is a pair of pupils that are clearer than those of young people. This is a bit weird. Are you that little guy named Ling Tian? In the tone, there is curiosity, but also a hint of inexplicable meaning. The disciple is none other than Ling Tian, who has met Liu Yun Changni. Ling Tian saluted slightly, with a very respectful tone. Oh! Not bad, not impetuous, good-natured. It's a pity, but I, an old man, have no qualifications to teach you. Liu Yun elder shook his head, his tone was indeed somewhat regretful. This old man, Ling Tian was meeting for the first time. However, he could guess the opponent's realm. This Liu Yun elder is probably the great saint realm. Besides the 7 powerful elders, I didn't expect Xiantian sacred land to have such a person. The background of the number 1 sacred land in the southern territory may be stronger than Ling Tian imagined. If it was before, he would be shocked. Now, even the 9 emperors of the holy sect know about it. What else is there to be shocked about? Facing such a strong man, even if Ling Tian is the 9th son, this gift is still due. Ling Tian is an arrogant person, but not an arrogant person. I don't know, does Liu Yun elder have any suggestions? Ling Tian didn't pursue what the other party said about not being qualified to teach. Instead, he asked why he was here. Don't go to the 9th floor. Ling Tian was slightly taken aback, he wasn't too ambitious. But with his talent, it is not too much to practice the holy law of the 9th level, right? Moreover, the 9th floor may have an emperor-level inheritance. Although 5.8 is not the emperor's scripture, it is definitely infinitely stronger than the holy law. Oh, I was wrong, look at the old man's memory. 11. The old man means, don't go directly to the 9th floor. Step by step, go up from the 1st floor. Perhaps, you will have unexpected gains. After speaking, Liu Yun elder closed his eyes and lay down on the wooden chair again, returning to the leisurely way before. The space fluctuates slightly. 2 light circles appeared in front of Ling Tian's eyes. On the left is the 1st floor space of Wanfa building. There are only some basic, entry-level cultivation techniques out there. But it's the place with the most people. Aperture on the right. It was empty. But outside, there are nobles who are proud, trying to pass the test and enter the 9th floor. No hesitation, no hesitation. Ling Tian smiled freely and walked into the first step of the method. Chapter 64. Looking at the space in front of him with a radius of nearly 10,000 feet. Above the bookshelves all around, there are dense rows of books, jade slip, and even letterheads. It has to be said that Ling Tian was also slightly shocked by the scene in front of him. There are so many cultivation techniques in this fantasy world? Of course not. In addition to cultivation technique and martial skill, there are also some senior cultivation experience here. Hey, junior brother, why did you suddenly appear in front of me? In front of him, a fat young man looked at Ling Tian with a look of surprise. The rest of them entered through the main entrance of Wanfa building. However, Ling Tian seemed to appear out of thin air. Could it be that self-sustaining is addicted to cultivation technique and has hallucinations? Thinking of this, the fat young man can't help admiring himself. It seems that he has worked too hard. Just when he was daydreaming alone, Ling Tian had already left his sight. Soon, Ling Tian came to the very center of the 1st floor of Wanfa building. He ignored the strange gazes of other disciples. Lotus position, eyes closed. 15. Unleash your powerful mental energy. What is he going to do? He wants to do something that others dare not do. When he chooses to start from the 1st floor. The voice of Liu Yun elder came into his mind. People can choose cultivation technique martial skill, and cultivation technique can also choose people. As long as you can activate 1/10,000th of the cultivation technique induction in the hall on the 1st floor, you can go to the 2nd floor. Behind, the same is true. Just for a moment. Many disciples around seemed to feel something. The book jade slip in the hands of many people is trembling slightly. Could it be that there is another Tianjiao to challenge this impossible challenge? Whoosh whoosh. There was a sound of breaking through the air. Paper books, pieces of cultivation technique martial skill jade slip, all floated in front of Ling Tian. This moment, all the disciples on the first floor of the Wanfa building looked towards the center of the field. Countless cultivation technique martial skills scrambled to wrap a handsome young man in purple robes. But, they haven't waited for them to see the boy's appearance clearly. Overhead, a circular passage the size of several battles slowly appeared. At this moment, Ling Tian's figure also slowly flew towards the passage and disappeared. Behind him, all the cultivation technique martial skills are still following him. Wanfa building, in the second floor space. Here, it is much smaller than the first floor. But cultivation technique martial skill, senior's cultivation experience, still hangs on the bookshelves in dazzling array. Suddenly, many disciples looked at the ground in the center of the field at the same time. A small circular light curtain suddenly appeared. A handsome young man whose lotus position closed came into view. Then, books, jade slip, letterhead, etc. appeared on the second floor. Damn, what's the situation? Who is that boy, and how did these basic cultivation techniques on the first floor appear on the second floor? The disciples were also shocked. Before they could react, the cultivation jade slip in his hand trembled. Once again, they flew towards the purple-robed youth in the center of the field. Immediately afterwards, another circular passage appeared in the space above. The third floor. What's the situation, my cultivation technique? Fourth floor. I've been studying you for a whole year, don't even think about running away. The young man's face turned red and his veins burst out. Holding the jade slip firmly in both hands. However, everything is in vain. Immediately afterwards, the fifth floor. Until the seventh floor. Ling Tian's speed finally slowed down. Because, in the space of the seventh floor, there is already the existence of Hauk. The cultivation technique martial skill here is no longer a book, a piece of jade slip. Instead, there are fist-sized light clusters. Hehe, you're quite tempered. Ling Tian's tone was quite surprised. On the lower 6 floors, his mental energy can communicate with those cultivation technique motion senses almost without any obstacles. Now, on the 7th floor, these fist-sized light clusters are somewhat tsundere. It's not that they look down on Ling Tian, but they are unwilling to share such a genius with other cultivation techniques. Aoki Imperial Code, come out. With a light drink, Ling Tian's eyes were slightly condensed, and a majestic power of blood and vitality bloomed. In an instant, those original tsundere light clusters rushed towards Ling Tian one by one insanely. Most of them are body-refining cultivation technique. Ling Tian's power of energy and blood successfully made them put down tsundere. Entrances to the 8th and 9th floors. There are 2 handsome young men. And a beautiful young woman. The woman is in the first place, but the 2 men are behind her. Status, it is obvious. Senior Sister Zinro, I didn't expect you to come to the 5th floor. The 2 youths are direct disciples of a certain elder. Women. It was the 3rd holy maiden of the holy sect, Ye Zinro. Okay. The woman nodded slightly and said no more. Seeing this, the 2 looked at each other and remained silent. Sudden. The 3 turned their heads suddenly, as if they had sensed something. A ray of light suddenly lit up in the space on the 8th floor behind him. A passage the size of several battles appeared in the eyes of the 3 of them. Then, a handsome purple-robed boy appeared from the passage. Behind him were countless cultivation technique martial skill jade slips, books, and dazzling blue light clusters. What's happening here? The expressions of the 2 male disciples were also extremely horrified. As for the 3rd holy maiden, Ye Zinro frowned slightly. Before they had time to think about it, I saw that the purple-robed boy temporarily released a powerful 247 qi and blood power all over his body. Damn, is this human? How is this a human being? It's simply inferior to the energy and blood power of those demonic beasts. On the 8th floor, clusters of blue light galloped towards the boy. There were even a few golden light clusters among them, and after struggling for a moment, they also flew towards the boy. Holy Law! It's so easy to induce the choice of the Holy Law. Ye Xinro muttered to herself. In Wanfa building, cultivation technique martial skill below king level. All sacred land disciples can exchange contribution points for reading practice. But the cultivation technique above the king level needs the status of core disciple and contribution value. You also need to be able to resonate with the cultivation technique to be eligible to observe the cultivation. Blue represents the king level, and dark blue represents the imperial code. As for this pale golden light group, it is a holy grade cultivation technique. Who is this young man? As the third holy maiden of Tianjiao sacred land, she has never seen such a talented person. When she came to the 8th floor of the Tianlu to choose the first holy method, it also took a full 3 days. Even for the number 1 holy son with extraordinary aptitude, Li Qiu spent a whole day at the beginning. Could it be? Suddenly, Ye Xinro thought of something. A legend about Wanfa House. Wanfa pilgrimage, Daisy reappears. Now. The scene in front of me is almost exactly the same as that legend. Chapter 65. Finally reached the 9th floor. Seeing that there was only less than 100 feet of space around, Ling Tian let out a long sigh of relief. As for those cultivation technique martial skills that originally followed Ling Tian, they all returned to their own floors. Not that they gave up. It's that the 9th floor has a special isolation formation, and those cultivation technique and martial skill are not qualified to come up. Just when Ling Tian was about to recover for a while, he began to use the cultivation technique martial skill on the 9th floor with all his strength. After all, there may be an emperor-level inheritance here. Suddenly a melodious bell rang. Then an ethereal but loud voice spread throughout Tianjiao sacred land. Wanfa pilgrimage, inheritance hall opens. After speaking, the space above the top floor of the Wanfa building fluctuates and distorts slightly. A majestic imperial prestige descended from the sky. At this moment, all the disciples at the inheritance peak and the elders of the holy sect all bowed down. A quaint palace is looming. At the same time, a light golden passage appeared on the top floor of the Wanfa building. The moment the passage appeared, Ling Tian's body soared into the air uncontrollably again. Outside world. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the incredible scene in front of them. A handsome purple-clothed boy slowly appeared in their eyes from the top floor of Wanfa building. Afterwards, it entered the ancient palace like a streamer. This looming palace is the palace of inheritance. Who is this boy? Comes fast, disappears even faster. What happened? Isn't the hall of inheritance opened every 3,000 years? And it must be the holy son holy maiden to be eligible to try to enter. Actually just trying. Not really entering? There should be another 1,000 or 200 years before the opening of the next inheritance hall. Some elders and uncles on the inheritance peak were muttering to themselves inconceivably. Some disciples were also shocked when they heard the words. It turns out that this is the legendary Hall of Inheritance in Tianjiao sacred land. Many disciples who have been in the sect for less than 2,000 years have never seen what the inheritance hall looks like. But, they've definitely heard of it. Inside the Hall of Inheritance, there is the inheritance of the cultivation technique martial skill of the strongest in Tianjiao sacred land. In other words, the inheritance of the powerful in the imperial realm. Of course, there are also some inheritances of top holy masters in it. A person like Dantian is destined to leave a name in the Palace of Inheritance. So this is the Palace of Inheritance. I didn't expect that I would have such a great opportunity in less than 100 years after entering Tianjiao sacred land. I have only joined our holy sect for 200 years, and I am so lucky to be able to see the Hall of Inheritance with my own eyes. Some disciples who joined the Holy Clan not long ago spoke excitedly and their bodies trembled. I said, your focus is too weird. Just looking at it is a big opportunity. Aren't you curious about who that purple-clothed boy is able to enter the Palace of Inheritance? This is a great opportunity. A disciple with a fairly calm mind quickly opened his mouth to remind other disciples around him. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Yes, indeed. They were so excited just to see the appearance of the Inheritance Hall. Unimaginable. What a great opportunity to enter the Hall of Inheritance. Everyone, there is only one thought in their hearts at the moment. Who is that purple-clothed boy? Senior brother, which patriarch do you think the little guy will receive? In a secret place of Xiantian Peak, Dantian and Tianjiao sat opposite each other and drank. Hehe, it should be Patriarch Xianyang. Picking up the wine glass in his hand, Tianjiao drank it down in one gulp, his tone full of relief. I think so, after all, he is the divine body of the heavenly sun, and his control over the power of the sun. I am afraid that in the future he will not lose to the all-powerful Emperor Yan. As he said that, Dantian's expression also carried a touch of yearning. He was the youngest genius ever in Xiantian sacred land, but he was unable to reach the imperial realm. Now, Ling Tian takes his place. And it is also possible to truly break history and create miracles. If Dantian knew that the Emperor Yan he was talking about was in Ling Tian's sea of consciousness, he would still be Ling Tian's mount in the future. I don't know how he will feel. Old man, my vision is not as good as you two guys. The space squirmed, and a benevolent old man appeared in the eyes of the two. Uncle Liu Yun. The person who came was Liu Yun elder who guided Ling Tian and gave Ling Tian two choices. This was exactly what Dantian and the others asked him to help with. They wanted to see how far their future junior could go. Ling Tian's performance far exceeded their expectations. They had thought that Ling Tian's talent could attract the Palace of Inheritance. But I never expected that it would come so quickly. In just a few hours, he really succeeded. What is this place? In front of my eyes, there was darkness. Ling Tian is now a true martial artist, a transcendent with 5 senses far away. Plus his mighty mental energy. Still can't spy out what kind of space he is in. Here, it is possible to have the means of Emperor Realm peak powerhouse. Little guy, let me introduce myself. An ethereal voice rang in my ears. Ling Tian was taken aback. Is there anyone here? Junior Ling Tian, the 9th son of Xiantian sacred land. There was still darkness in front of him, but Ling Tian still slightly arched his cupped hands forward to salute. Who knows what kind of temper the person who spoke just now has? The 9th son. You are the 11th term, except for those two, you are the 9th term. After waiting for thousands of years, it finally arrived. The ethereal voice entered my ears again. It was just the last sentence, but Ling Tian didn't hear it. After speaking, the surrounding space gradually lit up. I glanced away. Ling Tian found himself sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. Around, there are only a few yeming beads that fluoresce. The entire space is only the size of a few battles. Here. There is no cultivation technique, and no one else. What's the situation? 9th Holy Son, unleash your strongest ability, and there will naturally be an inheritance chosen for you. Just when Ling Tian was puzzled, the voice just now came out again. Hearing this, Ling Tian felt cold. Since this place is in Xiantian sacred land, I definitely won't be in any dangerous place. It seems that this place may be the legendary inheritance hall of the one who got the money. Thinking of this, Ling Tian couldn't help being a little surprised. Xiantian sacred land, a sect of 9 emperors. Not surprisingly, the inheritance of the 9 great emperors should all be here. Maybe. There will also be the existence of Daijing. Qi and blood are the guide, open. Using the body as a furnace, Tianyang divine body. Accompanied by Ling Tian's sharp voice came out. At this moment, his body exploded like a furnace of qi and blood, and the qi and blood around him continued to wreak havoc. Then, the whole body was ignited with flames, and the dazzling golden light illuminated the entire space. Ling Tian was slightly surprised. This place is obviously a closed and isolated space. At the moment when he released the Tianyang divine body, he actually felt the majestic power of the sun. Here, it is indeed the inheritance hall arranged by the heavenly emperor himself. Hoop, hoop. There was a cracking sound behind him. In front of Ling Tian's eyes, two light clusters with strange shapes appeared. Chapter 66. This is the inheritance of the great emperor. Ling Tian frowned slightly, as if it wasn't as grand as he imagined. The dazzling degree of these two light groups in front of them is not as good as those holy methods on the 9th floor of Wanfa building. But very special. These two light clusters both have own shapes. On the left is a small grass with 3 leaves. On the right is a crimson flame. Forget it, try it, and you'll know. Taking a deep breath, Ling Tian decided to give it a try first. Stretch out your right hand and hold the crimson flame. In an instant. As soon as the screen changed, Ling Tian came to a desolate and silent mountain land. This is... Before Ling Tian had time to respond, the surrounding earth and mountains began to tremble. A series of flames that shot straight into the sky lit up. Countless volcanoes erupting at the same time. Hot magma flows into the boundless sea. The sea water boiled and evaporated, and there was an indescribably hot feeling in the air. At this moment, Ling Tian seemed to feel that On Tianyang's body had lost its function. In other words, the scorching power of these flames is too powerful. Ling Tian, who is a fire-type divine body, actually felt a painful burning sensation. Frowning slightly, he looked at the dry and cracked skin on his body. This is what I want to express to myself. Ling Tian didn't quite understand. However, he, who has always refused to admit defeat, still gritted his teeth and persisted. As time passed, Ling Tian fell into deep thought. The picture in front of him seemed to be frozen at this moment. 760 This is a mood. This is the mood of fire. The control of the power of the heaven and earth attributes is mainly divided into the power of profound truth and the power of rules. It is Wang Qiang who has mastered the mysteries of life and death. The power to master the rules is the power of the emperor. An artistic conception is one's own understanding of attribute power. This is an understanding of the nature of things that all realm martial artists have the opportunity to master and explore. But people who can do this are several times rarer than those who are strong in the king realm. Mastering the artistic conception is equal to breaking the essence of power. At this moment, the picture in front of Ling Tian's eyes is exactly a kind of artistic conception representing scorching fire. Hot and burning. Suddenly, Ling Tian's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand something. Since you want to express the scorching mood. So. I am hotter and more powerful than you. The moment Ling Tian's firm voice fell, the clothes all over his body were broken, revealing his fair but not explosive body. A strand of heavenly yang force slowly rose from the body. Abdomen Dantian, the Dantian space belonging to the power of the sun moves slowly. At this moment, Ling Tian is a bottomless pit as before. But what is different from the past is that he used to absorb energy from the outside. Now, he is ready to unleash his full firepower and release energy to the outside world. Heavenly Yang Divine Body, bless my body. An even bigger scorching sun power rose again. At this moment, Ling Tian's body was shining with gold, like a young emperor, and also like a miniature version of the sun. Click! A broken sound sounded. Ling Tian knew that he was about to succeed. Just a little bit, just a little bit. On the verge of success. Ling Tian's own scorching power and the power of flames in this space formed a stalemate. Is this space an illusion or something else? Ling Tian didn't know. But no matter what it is, Ling Tian doesn't want to admit defeat. Artistic conception. The strength of the flame power is the environment, which Ling Tian has. That is almost meaning. Apart from the understanding of flames, this meaning is not a torture of one's own will. That's right. Thinking of this, Ling Tian seemed to be enlightened. I Ling Tian, when did I ever lose? With a loud shout, the originally mysterious and attractive black pupils gradually changed color. A tiny flame lit up in Ling Tian's eyes. This is not the power of the sun. This is the more pure power of fire. Crack. The sound of space shattering sounded. This piece of heaven and earth suddenly shattered into countless fragments. Ling Tian was also at this moment, his eyes darkened, and the picture turned again. He came to the boundless universe starry sky. In front of his eyes, there is an incomparably huge golden red star that radiates scorching sun power as a whole. Is this the sun? In front of this huge scorching sun, Ling Tian felt very small for a moment. However, this idea was quickly rejected by him. I am a man who wants to be above the heavens. How can you be frightened by a star, even if it is a scorching sun? Fire is one of the most yang forces in the world. Burning is just a first stage mood. Day. An ethereal voice that could not tell whether it was a man or a woman entered Ling Tian's ears. Before he could think, the voice continued, artistic conception is a kind of nothingness but real thing. It cannot rely on other people's teaching and inheritance, it can only be comprehended by oneself, and all I can do is to lead you into the door. However, I can let you see in advance the power of the artistic conception of fire after Dantian. After finishing speaking, the scorching sun in front of him fluctuated violently. Phantoms of birds shrouding the heavens covering the sun slowly appeared. There are sunbirds. There are the real ancient mythical beasts, the golden crow birds, and the fire phoenixes whose bodies are covered in gold and red. Hey! Clang clang! The ear-piercing hissing sound came to mind. Flames of different colors raged. Just a moment. The originally silent and boundless universe starry sky is filled with infinite scorching power at this moment. The blue stars in the distance are burning. Moment. With a loud bang, these stars were burned to ashes by this scorching force. Seeing this scene, Ling Tian couldn't help being shocked. Next, clench your fists. Isn't this the power you desire? I am one of the founders of Xiantian Sacred Land. Xianyang Great Emperor. Today, I will pass on to you the Sutra of Xianyang Burning Heavenly Emperor. I'm in the future, waiting for you. After speaking, scenes of the power of flames unfolded in Ling Tian's mind. A series of obscure and difficult spells exploded in his mind. After a while, open your eyes slowly, the world of flames and the boundless starry sky have disappeared. Ling Tian returned to the enclosed small space of the Hall of Inheritance once again. Xianyang burns the Heavenly Emperor Sutra, really domineering. Ling Tian muttered to himself, his eyes flickering with brilliance. Unexpectedly, I really obtained an imperial scripture. It is still the most suitable one of the Emperor's scriptures for my cultivation. Not surprisingly, with the help of this Emperor Sutra, if Ling Tian can absorb enough flame energy, he can also open up another Dantian that belongs entirely to the power of fire. He even created a divine body with different attributes again, a divine body that completely belongs to the power of pure flames. This cultivation technique is almost like tailor-made for yourself. Control the sky fire and burn everything. But there was one thing that made Ling Tian very puzzled. According to what Emperor Yan said, in ancient times, even the great emperor could not leave Qianlong continent and go to the outer world. As long as they go to the peak powerhouse outside the sky, no one can come back alive except the Chongsheng Great Emperor. Why, this Xianyang Great Emperor has the power to burn down stars. In that scene just now, Ling Tian knew that it was not an illusion. Absolutely a real being that can destroy the terrifying power of the star. Besides, I clearly heard that voice finally say something like waiting for you. But no matter how specific, he couldn't remember clearly. Chapter 67. I don't know if this little grass is also the emperor's scripture. Ling Tian muttered to himself. Now he already knows why in the cognition of this world. There is Emperor Jing cultivation technique, but there is no emperor-level martial skill. Because, what martial skill is needed to refine the Emperor's Sutra? Martial skill movements are in every gesture. It is like the Xianyang burning heavenly Emperor Sutra in his mind, with 9 layers in total. Each level is a qualitative change to one's own strength, and one can also comprehend the most suitable martial skill moves from it. Daijing is not so much a cultivation technique. Let's not let it be said that it is the sum of the experience and moves of the great emperor's life cultivation. It's no wonder that the emperor's scriptures are countless times more precious than ordinary emperor-level inheritances. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind slowly converged, and he stretched out his hand to touch the remaining light cluster in front of him. The scene changes slowly. Ling Tian came to a world of singing birds and fragrant flowers. Could it be that this great emperor controlled the power of the wood attribute rules during his lifetime? Coming! A man's voice came out. Ling Tian looked sideways, and saw a middle-aged man with a broken arm looking at him with a smile. The man was about Sun's age, and he didn't exude any aura of martial arts, just like an ordinary mortal. Ling Tian knows that only characters in the imperial realm can truly return to basics. Junior Xiantian sage. I know, the 9th holy son of the contemporary holy sect. I think back then, I was also the one who came out of Haoshan Peak. Now it's your turn. Before Ling Tian could report himself, the middle-aged man interrupted his words. There is also some nostalgia in the tone. Which patriarch is senior? Ling Tian couldn't help being curious. This man gave on a feeling of conflict. Sometimes ordinary, sometimes sharp, and sometimes sad. I am the 7th emperor of Xiantian sacred land, and also the 7th holy son of Haoshan Peak. Name, Six-Finger Sword Emperor. When he spoke his name, the man could not help exuding the majesty of an emperor. Even though he is already a fallen person, he still carries the pride of the great emperor in his bones. Six-Finger Sword Emperor. Ling Tian looked puzzled. The other party has only one hand, and what's even more weird is that there are only 3 fingers on the finger. Would it be a bit inappropriate to say that he is the Six-Finger Sword Emperor? You are curious. I am known as the Emperor of 6 Swords, but I only have 1 hand and 3 fingers. How do you hold the hilt with 3 fingers, right? There was no anger in Liu Hejiandi's tone, but it seemed to be saying a very ordinary thing. In fact, Ling Tian's astonished and bold eyes were considered disrespectful to the great emperor. There is no way, things are too weird. Even Ling Tian, who is calm, can't help but be curious in his heart. Senior, I do. You don't have to answer me. Would you like to hear my story? The Six-Finger Sword Emperor interrupted Ling Tian again, asking a question that Ling Tian didn't want to answer. Senior, you. My story begins when I was an ordinary practitioner. Looking at the Six-Finger Sword Emperor talking to himself, Ling Tian couldn't help rolling his eyes. You don't need to ask for my own opinion. But, Ling Tian didn't mind, he was also very curious. Wouldn't it be better if the other party took the initiative to explain? Time passed little by little. Ling Tian's mind also sank into it. After a while, he saw the Six-Finger Sword Emperor who had stopped. Ling Tian couldn't hold back anymore and said, Senior, what happened to her later? TT. When I left the customs, due to the problem of her longevity, she had already turned into a dry bone. And I cut off my right hand with the sword in agony. From then on, I no longer use a sword. Hearing the other party's words, Ling Tian fell silent. The Six-Finger Sword Emperor is a real man with a real temperament. He was born in poverty, and he was the son of a servant in a large family in a mortal city since he was a child. When he was less than 10 years old, he stole sword practice from the young master of his family. After being found and caught, the ring finger and index finger of both hands were cut off by the young master. Make him lose his grip on the sword. But he did not give up his attachment to cultivation. One night, the six-fingered sword emperor escaped from the family in the city. Penniless and emaciated, he met a beautiful and kind woman in another city. The other party was a young lady from a certain big family, but she was born with no veins and could not practice. At first, the woman saw that Liu's Hijiandi was very pitiful, so she took him in. That was the first time Liu's Hijiandi felt love and warmth since he was born. In the woman's family, he is still a servant, but he has enough food, warm clothes, and a good place to live. In addition, he is very satisfied to see that beautiful, elegant, and kind girl every day. One day, he was secretly practicing sword in the back mountain and was discovered by this beautiful and kind woman. Looking at the young man in front of her who clearly couldn't hold the hilt of the sword but tried to practice the sword desperately, the woman's heart was deeply touched at this moment. Thus, the sword emperor obtained the first cultivation technique in his life and the first light sword that belonged to him. 8 years later, the grown-up six-fingered sword emperor showed extraordinary cultivation talent. By chance, he was discovered by the elder of the family and sent him into the sect forces affiliated to the family. Before leaving, he told this kind woman that he would come back. After entering the sect, the six-fingered sword emperor, the talent is superb, and in less than a year, he was promoted from the initial outer sect disciple to the elder's personal disciple. On that day, he mustered up the courage to return to the family where the woman belonged. I want to tell the woman that Owen has her in mind. Unfortunately, the news we got was not satisfactory. The ancestor of the woman's family died in an accident. As a result, the status of the family plummeted. In order to restore the decline, the elders of the family chose to marry. It happened that a genius disciple of sacred land fell in love with the woman at first sight. When he heard the news, he was furious and killed the woman's family. Beheaded the elder of several families on the spot, trying to take her away by force. But at a critical moment, Master Owen appeared to stop Liu's Hijiandi. Six-finger sword De Tian's endowment is superb, and he is also a good direct disciple of sect. But how does it compare to the genius of sacred land? If this happened, the entire sect might be affected. In ancient times, the sacred land was a force with powerful emperors sitting in it. It's not just a sect that can be offended. 10 years have passed, I don't have to wait another 10 years. This was the last sentence the woman said to the six-finger sword emperor. Because of this sentence, Liu's Hijiandi, with the help of his master, went to the most famous secret realm of void time in Qianlong continent. There, 100 deaths in a lifetime. But there is an opportunity to change the flow of time. There, Liu's Hijiandi practiced non-stop day and night. Thousands of years have passed, when his sword technique has been completed and his strength has reached the peak of the king realm. I thought the outside world had only passed 10 years. As a result, Master Owen lied to himself from the very beginning. In the world, how can there be such a good thing? With a time flow rate of 100 to 1, even the powerful emperors who control the rules of time cannot do it. His master, just to protect him, or to protect himself, to protect sect, so as not to be implicated. Thousands of years have passed, and the woman I love in my heart has already turned into Lois. She died until she died, and did not agree to marry the sacred land Tianjiao. In order to let the other party completely dispel the idea, the woman cut off her arms. How could Tianjiao of sacred land marry a cripple who lost both arms? Knowing the truth, the six-finger sword emperor was all hopeless. At the woman's cemetery, she sat withered for 10 years. Because 10 years is the time they agreed on. When he turned to leave, a generation of killing gods was born, thousands. Chapter 68. 100 years later. The reputation of the six-finger sword king spread throughout the southern region. The former young master who once oppressed the Owen family was wiped out by the six-finger sword emperor. The woman's former family also died under his hands. Therefore, the six-fingered sword emperor received the sex hunting order. On the road of escape and revenge, he met a rough old man in black robe. The old man claimed to be the man in the sky who could save him and help him avenge him. Having been blinded by the desire for revenge, he agreed to the old man's request without the slightest hesitation. Under the arrangement of the old man, he was trapped in a closed space. And he was asked to become emperor within 100 years, otherwise he would be trapped here forever. He, who was already extremely talented, practiced crazily under the stimulation of hatred. It only took less than 80 years to break through to the imperial realm. When he came out, he realized that he was in a place called Xian 123 Sacred Land. And he also became the 9th holy son of this sacred land. As for the old man in black robe, he has long since disappeared. Driven by curiosity, let him begin to understand this place. In just a few days, his heart slowly calmed down. The disciples of sacred land here, the brothers and sisters respect him very much, and even admire him fanatically. The uncles and elders here are very caring for him. Here, he gets the love he has never felt except from the woman he loves. He decided to be the 9th son. 5,000 years later, he quietly left Tianjiao sacred land. From then on, a man named Six-Finger Sword Master in the southern region slaughtered a sacred land elder and all of the elders' clansmen. Regardless of men, women, young or old, even all those who had a relationship with him were not spared. A generation of killing gods became famous. Hey, senior, what about after that? Ling Tian took a deep breath. It was hard to imagine that the man with a friendly face in front of him could be such a killer. But Ling Tian didn't feel that there was anything wrong. If someone dares to hurt his own woman, Ling Tian will do the same. Even, as long as he doesn't die, he will slaughter the entire sacred land in the future. Later, the great emperor of sacred land came in person. At that time, I was already an invincible existence under the Holy Lord. But it doesn't matter if it's saint, or great saint, or raw. What is it in front of the high and mighty emperor realm? However, I didn't plan to catch him without a fight. If I can fight the great emperor head-on, I will die without regret. But fortunately at the critical moment, Tian was the patriarch of sacred land at that time. Saved me. Having said that, Liu Zi Sword Emperor's tone became somewhat sad. Because of me, the two sacred lands are at war. This battle has been going on for hundreds of years. Except for the powerhouses in the Emperor realm, people in any realm have fallen, even the Holy Lord. Seeing the disappearance of familiar faces, I fell into regret and self-blame. So, I cut off this right arm full of guilt, and I will no longer be rich in swords. After the words fell, Liu Zhijiandi no longer spoke. Ling Tian also waited patiently. The atmosphere fell into a temporary silence. After a while, Ling Tian gradually couldn't sit still. This is the end? Senior, aren't you the six-fingered sword emperor? You'll be gone later. Ling Tian's tone is puzzled. Isn't the end of the other party's story just in the Holy Land? But, the other party is obviously the seventh great emperor of Tianjiao sacred land. Things should be more than that simple. Later, the old man in black robe who brought me to Tianjiao sacred land appeared again. He told me that every holy son of Haoshan Peak must shoulder the responsibility of the future holy sect. At that time, my senior brother, that is, the sixth patriarch of our Sheng Zone, Wuchen Great Emperor. His lifespan is almost exhausted, but the Lord of the sacred land I offended, the astrological Great Emperor, is in his prime. That is to say, if the senior brother falls, Tianjiao sacred land will not disappear, but it will only be able to hide in the foundation protection. If that's the case, why is our holy sect still called Tianjiao sacred land? Hearing this, Ling Tian already understood. The word Tianjiao represents nobility, majesty, and no offense. It's my fault, so I have to take responsibility for it. However, I can no longer hold the sword, so I refined my body into a sharp and peerless sword. Future Junior, watch out! The six-fingered sword emperor, who was restrained like a mortal just now. The moment the words fell, the eyes gradually became sharper, and the face was no longer friendly, full of imperial majesty. Yin! A sharp and melodious sword chant resounded, and sword chi, which seemed plain and invisible, raged all around. In an instant, all the surrounding scenery turned to dust. For future juniors, the most important thing for a swordsman is the heart of the sword that is fearless and would rather bend than bend. With the sword in my heart, I have the edge. Use your body as a sword, cut. At this moment, the six-fingered great emperor's body was like an incomparably sharp and peerless sword. He himself is the sword, and the sword is himself. A light flashed. The ground under his feet slowly cracked. This continent, or the planet where the two of them lived, gradually separated and became two halves. With a wave of the left hand, the space was distorted, and the two appeared in the starry sky. Below, sword chi is raging, and the emperor's prestige is crisscrossing. Huge stars, under Ling Tian's astonished eyes, were twisted into huge pieces by the sword chi. Do you understand? Beside him, the sharp and straight six-fingered sword emperor regained his friendly expression again. The sword chi below also disappeared. As if everything just now was an illusion. Honestly? Certainly. I don't understand. Ling Tian shook his head, saying that he has absolutely no understanding. Ling Tian really doesn't need to be modest about this point. However, the six-finger sword emperor's move came too suddenly. I didn't understand anything, so I asked if I understood. Can you understand? It doesn't matter, although I haven't created the emperor's scripture, but the means of practicing swords by myself can be taught to you. I believe that in your hands, it may not be weaker than the Daijing. After finishing speaking, the eyes of the six-fingered great emperor fluctuated slightly, and the phantom of a long sword slowly emerged. Two fine lights shot out, aiming at Ling Tian's eyebrows. B. Ling Tian 1.9 let out a scream. This method as a sword is too harsh. What came into my mind was only a series of obscure formulas and the six-finger great emperor's own perception. But it's full of invisible and fierce sword intent, if it weren't for Ling Tian's powerful mental energy. I'm afraid his fine divine sense may be directly destroyed by this fierce sword intent. Then a generation of peerless evildoers died unexpectedly. Ah, forgot that you just opened up the sea realm now, but your sea of consciousness can really hold it. The six-fingered great emperor spoke in surprise. He really forgot about Ling Tian's realm, and he wasn't lying about this. Of course, it is impossible for him to make a mistake and make Ling Tian really appear in danger. Just when he was about to appease the sword intent, he found that Ling Tian himself could hold it. It seems that his future junior brother, destined to be much stronger than them. Master's prophecy is indeed true. Chapter 69. He called me my future junior. Leaving the inheritance projection space of the six-finger sword emperor, Ling Tian returned to the closed room of the inheritance hall again. Ling Tian, who carries the inheritance of two great emperor peak powerhouses, is not overly excited. Instead, he thought about this weird title. A character who lived millions of years ago called himself Shidi. This is indeed a bit weird. Could it be because of his identity as the ninth son? Come to think of it, it should be like this. Did you get what you wanted? In the ear, the voice that began to guide On came again. A blue light cluster appeared in front of On. Thank you, senior, I got what I wanted. Ling Tian arched his cupped hands, not knowing what kind of existence the opponent is. But there is no doubt that the one who can take charge of Xiantian Sacred Land Inheritance Pavilion is definitely a terrifying existence. Hehe, I can't afford to be called senior. Would you like to stay a little longer? The voice, which had been devoid of any emotions, was trembling slightly at this moment, and it was even more deeply sad and reluctant. At this moment, Ling Tian suddenly felt that his heart hurts very much. Just when he was about to ask, the space suddenly froze at this moment. The azure light ball gradually grew larger, and an illusory and hazy figure appeared in front of Ling Tian's eyes. Stretching out his illusory right hand, gently stroking Ling Tian's handsome cheek, muttering to himself, "How long will it take before you and I meet again?" After finishing speaking, the figure just looked at Ling Tian without moving. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly withdrew his right hand and turned into a blue light ball again. Now, the outer square of Wanfa building is densely packed with disciples of the holy sect. Whether it is the outer sect, the inner sect or the core disciple or even a personal disciple. After just receiving the news that the palace of inheritance was induced to appear, they all came here quickly. It can be said that at the moment Tianjiao sacred land, 99% of the eyes are focused on the inheritance peak. Except for the square in front of the Wanfa building full of dense figures. In mid-air, there are also powerful personal disciples or elders of sects standing in the air. On the mountainside of Inheritance Peak, there are disciples with lower strength sitting quietly in lotus position, as if they are waiting for something. Even at the foot of the mountain, there are still figures coming from all over Tianjiao sacred land. This is definitely a rare event in Tianjiao sacred land. "Brother, what are you doing to drag me here in such a hurry?" "Junior brother, you don't know the importance of this inheritance hall, it is." After the latter's explanation, the former looked shocked and said, "There is actually a legacy from the great emperor before the holy sect. And the hall of inheritance, which only opened once in 3,000 years, was attracted by someone in advance." Many new disciples who just joined Sacred Land didn't know the importance of the Hall of Inheritance at first. But after the nurturing and detailed explanation of those old disciples, they also joined the shocked team. "Look!" Suddenly, a man's excited and shocked voice came out. Everyone immediately looked up. Above the top floor of Wanfa building, the space fluctuated slightly. A majestic imperial prestige spread out. Those figures floating in mid-air fell down uncontrollably one by one. In front of Dai Wei, they actually dare to fly in the sky? This is disrespect to the emperor. Immediately, the looming quaint palace slowly appeared. Crunch! The quaint gate was closed, suddenly piled up. A purple-robed young man with a tall body cultivator and handsome appearance walked out slowly and caught everyone's eyes. "Okay." The purple-robed boy looked slightly surprised. "What is this doing right now?" It was crowded with people, men, women, and children. There are also embarrassing disciples with their heads down and their feet up, as if they just fell from the air in embarrassment, which is really funny. This boy is naturally Ling Tian. Mysterious eyes turned slightly. Ling Tian smiled lightly, it seemed that he had indeed made a big noise this time. This phenomenon of turmoil in life seems to have returned to a few days ago. In the bustling scene of Tianjiao City Sky Survey Conference, he was also so much anticipated. There, Ling Tian was well known in the southern region, and was brought into Tianjiao sacred land by Tianjiao, the strongest in the southern region, with the Tianjiao sacred order. Now, the same scene is happening again. This time, Ling Tian induced the Hall of Inheritance to show up on his own initiative, and naturally he was the only one in Tianjiao sacred land since the year of Emperor's death. Therefore, he will also be famous throughout Tianjiao sacred land. Excellent people, no matter where they are, will always shine. "Who is this junior brother?" a young man muttered to himself. Although he is only an inner disciple, he is almost 300 years old now, and he is still the cultivation base of the true martial realm middle stage. And Ling Tian, a boy around 16 years old cultivation base song is at the peak of the sea cultivation realm. This made him couldn't help but blurted out and called junior brother. As soon as the words of own came out, he immediately covered his mouth and lowered his head. "In a world where power is paramount, who is younger than you?" Ling Tian can cause the Hall of Inheritance to appear, which shows that the talent is absolutely the best in the world. For such a character, cultivation base can surpass him 100% for decades at most, not to mention his status. He only has the title of senior brother, so how can he have the qualifications to be called junior brother? There are smart people, and naturally there are hot-headed stupid pigs. This junior brother, what's your name? A young man dressed in a brocade robe stood in front of Ling Tian and spoke lightly. The youth did not wear clothes that belonged to the outer and inner discipline. Dare to make such a high-profile appearance, it should be a direct disciple of a certain saint elder. What did you call me? Ling Tian picked out his ears. Up to now, no elders in the clan have appeared, which shows that he can give full play to himself. Since those old guys want to watch the show, then let them watch it myself. I call you junior brother, what's the problem? The young man frowned slightly, he had never seen the young man in front of him. Presumably, he shouldn't be the direct disciple of a certain big shot. As for the holy son holy maiden, it is of course even more impossible. Who doesn't know this kind of sacred land disciple with the highest status? In addition, he had just left the customs because of the appearance of the inheritance building, and he didn't know the news about the ninth son. I have to say that he must be very miserable as a young bird. Kneel down. Ling Tian's eyes were fixed, and his eyes were blooming like an oven. He wasn't interested in explaining this kind of role at all. What's the problem? I can only tell the other party with actions. You have a big problem. You make me kneel. The young man was shocked at first, and then 697 was taken aback. It's just an entry-level martial artist in the sea-opening realm, let yourself, a true martial realm martial artist who can fly in the air, kneel down? It's like the most ridiculous thing in the world. But then, he regretted it. Seeing that the Holy Sun is not polite, he provokes the majesty of the Holy Sun. According to sect rules, kill. When Ling Tian's cold tone came out, some people couldn't help shivering. Is this really the aura possessed by sea-breaking realm martial cultivators? The young man's expression is also shocked. The young man in front of him is the son of God? But just because you don't know this son. Ling Tian's next words made the young man breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this holy son knows that On is not strong enough, so he won't make things too ugly. So the death penalty can be avoided, but the living penalty cannot be escaped. Now abolish your cultivation base, and make you kneel in Haoshan Peak for 3 years as a warning to others. After finishing speaking, Ling Tian's whole body was like a sharp sword, and the young man was so fierce that he couldn't breathe. A light flashed. Hr. Dantian's broken voice sounded. The young man only felt some pain in his abdomen. He lowered his head slowly, and in an instant, his eyes were full of look of disbelief. Own belly Dantian was actually ruined by an entry-level martial artist in the sea-opening realm? The words are not finished yet. Having lost the power of his true essence, he fell directly from mid-air. Boom! The young man fell to the ground in response, and was immediately splashed with blood. His mind became dizzy and soon he passed out. Down below, no one dared to catch him. Not even someone to save him. Chapter 70. Shu. He is actually the ninth son of our holy sect who suddenly appeared, Ling Tian. I don't know who was the first to wake up, and spoke with a trembling tone. I see. No wonder it can trigger the induction of the inheritance hall. As expected of the ninth holy son of our holy sect who has not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Another trembling voice of excitement and envy came out. In this world where strength is the key, in this competitive sect's sacred land. Who wouldn't envy Ling Tian's talent and his status? If it is among some low-level forces. The appearance of a genius like Ling Tian is definitely a voice of envy. But Xiantian sacred land is different. Young people who can join Xiantian sacred land, even the most ordinary outer sect disciples. He is definitely one of the best geniuses outside. Talent is not just talent. Their minds are also far beyond those of ordinary people. Birds of a feather flock together, under the influence of this virtuous circle. Most of them meet people who are more talented and better than themselves. They seldom envy anything, instead they will use it to encourage themselves, and spend more time and sweat to practice hard and catch up. This is why top powers like Sacred Land rarely disappear into the long river of history. They will never be short of truly powerful geniuses. These male disciples looked at Ling Tian with eyes full of awe and longing. As for those female disciples, it goes without saying. There are even some women who have already started to put on their most beautiful poses, their eyes trembling slightly, expecting Ling Tian to look at them. Looking at the hot envious eyes of the crowd below, Ling Tian was secretly speechless in his heart. Sacred Land is indeed sacred land. In this kind of atmosphere of mutual encouragement, even a pig can be cultivated into a human form. Under the core discipline Lin Feng, see the Holy Son of Ling Tian. Dare to ask the Holy Son, is there really the inheritance of the great emperor in the inheritance hall? A disciple with a relatively simple and honest appearance finally plucked up the courage to stand up. Hearing the disciple's voice of inquiry, everyone pricked up their ears. Even some of the direct disciples who watched the theater in the distance, as well as those master elders, were the same. This problem, except for a few real elders with real power. Almost everyone is curious about this question. That is the inheritance of the great emperor. Facing this disciple's inquiry, Ling Tian smiled slightly. His spring-like smile made everyone in the field stunned. Wasn't the ninth son very vicious just now? Ling Tian is not a lunatic who beats and kills anyone he sees. If the personal disciple just now had learned from the simple and honest young man in front of him and had a more respectful attitude, he would not have ended up in such a miserable end. My fellow disciples of the Holy Ancestor, there is nothing to hide about this issue. The Hall of Inheritance does have the inheritance of the great emperor. Accompanied by Ling Tian's affirmative voice came into the ear. Instead, the arena became strangely quiet. So my ninth son just told them so directly? In this regard, Ling Tian felt undeniable. The meaning of the existence of the inheritance hall is not to cultivate the powerful disciples of the holy sect. It's not a secret that needs to be hidden. Holy Son, why are you telling us? Suddenly, a young man looked at Ling Tian with a struggling expression. There are at least 200,000 disciples in Xiantian sacred land. These 200,000 disciples are basically geniuses who are rare in a million. Although most people face people who are better than themselves, they look at each other with an encouraging attitude and chase after each other. But there are also some narrow-minded people. The young man who spoke belongs to the latter. To his surprise, Ling Tian told them directly and boldly without any concealment in the face of their curiosity. This makes young people feel guilty. Whether it is the Holy Son or the outer sect disciple, in the final analysis we are all the disciples of the holy sect. The meaning of the inheritance hall is that it is the inheritance place prepared by our holy sect for outstanding disciples. What is there to hide? As Ling Tian's words like a spring breeze came out, many people couldn't help but secretly nodded. But there are also many people who are asking themselves, if they were Ling Tian, would they still tell everyone the truth in such a grand manner? Presumably most of them will hide the truth. This is due to human nature. Looking at the reactions of these disciples below, Ling Tian was also very satisfied in his heart. Why did he stay in mid-air all the time? Why would he patiently explain something to these disciples here? Ling must have been too lazy to talk to these people before. Now, he really fell in love with Xiantian sacred land, and he is also a member of the holy sect. The second is that he needs to quickly build up his prestige, and then take a trip to Pill Refining Peak. He needs a lot of soul-restoring herbs and heavenly and mortal treasures. Otherwise, looking at Yandi Kaienki's dying soul, he really couldn't bear it. After all, it's also a future own mount, isn't it? Since the younger brother said that it does contain the inheritance of the great emperor. Then, junior brother, have you obtained the emperor-level inheritance? or even the legendary emperor scripture. The space fluctuated slightly, and a young man in a blue and white brocade robe with a handsome face appeared in front of Ling Tian. Okay. The young man frowned slightly. He discovered that he had appeared at Ling Tian's feet unexpectedly. With a thought, he once again used the teleportation that can only be mastered by the Master of Life. But the next moment, he was still under Ling Tian's feet. He is not qualified to maintain the same height as Ling Tian or the looming inheritance hall. This is Dai Wei suppressing him. Which one? Ling Tian's expression also gradually subsided, and he dared to speak to himself in such a yin and yang strange tone at this time. It shows that the other party is likely to be one of the other three holy sons. Second holy son, Chu Hang. Junior brother Ling Tian, don't mind, I've always been straightforward. Chu Hang. Ling Tian muttered to himself. This name sounds like it should be a decent person. Why does the other party have such a strange yin and yang look? Brother Chu Hang, Zhao Hao, is here, there is a good show to watch. Some personal disciples who had been standing outside to watch the show, finally waited for this moment. Junior brother hasn't answered my question yet. I think besides me, the other juniors, including the elder seniors, are also very concerned. With a faint smile on Chu Hang's face, he connected everyone with one sentence. And his tone is very easygoing and friendly, as if he came here just for the disciples. But this kind of person who is good at disguising cannot deceive Ling Tian. Under Ling Tian's powerful spirit and destiny induction, Ling Tian knew that this person had a lot of ambitions, and there were greed and passion hidden in his plain and easygoing eyes. Seeing this scene, Ling Tian was not angry or annoyed, but excited to play. Ling Tian is really excited. It has been 2 full years since I traveled to the fantasy world. From the lowest mortal city to the mightiest of the sacred land. Finally, some people dare to challenge themselves. Chapter 71. You are very good. Ling Tian spoke with a smile, his heart was really excited. As a traverser, he has never experienced what kind of waste would flow, and he is already almost a famous genius in the southern region. I have never experienced any kind of divorce. On the contrary, there are many forces who want to send excellent junior women to themselves. As for being bullied or provoked by others, these are even more non-existent. Now, it is not easy to encounter someone's initiative to provoke, Ling Tian must experience it well. I'm fine. Chu Hang frowned, and muttered in his heart. The 9th son in front of him must be higher than Chu Hang in terms of status alone. However, Ling Tian is still a 16-year-old boy, and he, Chu Hang, has been practicing for more than 200 years and is a late-stage existence in the master realm. Among the disciples of the same period, except for that pervert named Li Qiu, he, Chu Hang, really didn't top out in one's eyes. Xiantian sacred land has a rule, all disciples who have not entered the true martial realm for 300 years after entering the sect, and disciples who have not entered the realm of martial realm for 1,000 years must leave the sect. If you are under 1,000 years old, you will be able to obtain some positions in the outer sect if you have surpassed the realm of life and entered the realm of life and death. Become the inner sect elders by stepping into the kingdom. Therefore, the cultivation base of the late stage of Chu Hangming's main realm is absolutely crushing all the disciples except Li Qiu. As for talent, it's really good that he's banned. But when these words came out of Ling Tian's mouth, he felt a little uncomfortable. As if Ling Tian is a young emperor, praising himself as an ant? Hee, junior brother, just leave me alone. 647. You haven't answered the question just now. Although Chu Hang was a little annoyed in his heart, his tone was still kind. Seeing this, the corners of Ling Tian's mouth raised slightly, it was really interesting. That's right, I did get the emperor-level inheritance. So what? Ling Tian's flat voice exploded like thunder in the ears of all the disciples of the holy sect, including some elders. The 9th holy son Ling Tian, this young man who opened up the sea, actually got the inheritance of the great emperor? After a moment of silence, the eyes of many people looking at Ling Tian gradually became hot. Emperor realm is the peak powerhouse of Qianlong continent. The inheritance of the strong in the imperial realm is the most powerful inheritance in the world. Who cannot be moved? Since this is the case, junior brother might as well share it with everyone. What do you think? Chu Hang was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect Ling Tian to admit it like that. Without even the slightest hesitation? This made him a little confused, but it didn't delay his purpose of coming here today. Oh! I heard that your family wants to find you a fiancé. As Ling Tian said, he involuntarily pinched his chin, which was his standard action when he was thinking or joking. This has nothing to do with the younger brother. Chu Hang's fat eyes froze. His fiancé is indeed a country, and the forces behind it are also extremely mysterious. Unfortunately, with his current status and the support of his family, he came to the door 3 times, but the other party's family power did not fully agree. Even as the holy son of Xiantian sacred land, he didn't even have the chance to see the other party's true face with his own eyes. This is one of the things that annoys him the most. Now being brought up by Ling Tian to speak out, it is difficult for him to hold his breath anymore. I want to say, your fiancé that you didn't even have a chance to meet yourself. Why don't you tell me who it is, and I'll share it for you. As Ling Tian's words came out, the atmosphere gradually became dignified. Chu Hang's face was no longer smiling, but gloomy. In fact, Ling Tian didn't know about this matter at first. But just now, redoubt of incense sound transmission sounded in his mind. If nothing else, it must be one of the 2 holy maidens in Xiantian sacred land. It was a pleasant female voice. It seems that some people also want to make Chu Hang unhappy. This made Ling Tian feel a little weird. According to the time travel routine, shouldn't others unite to bully the protagonist? Why is it that he joins others to rectify the second holy son in front of him now? Junior brother, are you not afraid of misfortune coming out of your mouth? Chu Hang's gloomy voice came out, and some disciples with lower strength below could hardly bear the gloomy feeling. You are not afraid, why should I be afraid? Very good, do you dare to come down and fight with me? You can come up and fight with me. Ling Tian smiled slightly, his tone full of provocation. The former froze when he heard the words. The Hall of Inheritance has not disappeared, and under that imperial prestige, he can't go up at all. How can he fight Ling Tian? As for Ling Tian, he is not a fool. A battle between the pioneering Sea Realm and the Destiny Realm? Ling Tian is confident that his own talent can beat his opponent by 100,000 blocks. Now, he also understands that he is still unable to fight against Chu Hang, who is in the Master Realm. On this point, Ling Tian is still self-aware. Ling Tian is arrogant, but he is not a no-brainer. Humph, do you only dare to hide next to the inheritance hall? Chu Hang was in a hurry and had no choice but to use the lowest level of aggressive method. However, is Ling Tian the kind of person who plays cards according to routine? As soon as Chu Hang's voice fell, Ling Tian really walked down. I'm down, then what? Picking out his ears, he looked at Chu Hang with a surprised face. Chu Hang dare to do it? Of course not. Xiantian sacred land has rules and does not restrict competition between disciples. However, only people with low realm can actively challenge people with high realm. The latter cannot actively challenge the former. Therefore, if Chu Hang dares to do it, not surprisingly, his end will be miserable. If it's another disciple, it's okay to say that his status must have all the privileges. But Ling Tian is the 9th son. Even if he, Chu Hang, is also the holy son, so what? The 9th son represents the future of Xiantian sacred land, as long as the disciples and elders with some status in the sect know about it. Junior brother really has 2 tricks. In that case, why don't we fight realm? Chu Hang's voice just fell. Ling Tian didn't answer him, but took out a sound transmission jade slip. I saw Ling Tian said to jade slip, "Master, can the Holy Sun be killed?" In an instant, a voice that didn't know whether to laugh or cry sounded, "Can't. Then it's abolished." Transzion jade slip. This scene stunned everyone. An entry-level martial arts cultivator who wants to kill the second Holy Son of the Master Realm? Moreover, Ling Tian's tone was very serious, and there was no intention of half-joking at all. If you fight against Realm, in the eyes of others, you will definitely win. Martial artists above the true martial realm have tempered the spirit power in their bodies into the power of true Yuan. Both in terms of purity and power, it is dozens or hundreds of times that of spirit power. Even if realm is suppressed, Chu Hang is sure to win by relying on his true energy. Moreover, there is also the existence of fate in the master realm. Even if it cannot be used, it can greatly strengthen the power of own body. These are nothing in Ling Tian's eyes. He has the boundless Dantian space, and the power of the sun is not weaker than the true essence. As for the body, don't make trouble. Unless you are a body training martial artist, you must be a body training martial artist above true martial realm. Otherwise, a martial artist who normally cultivates spirit power, how can he compare his physical body with Ling Tian? Or in the case of suppressing realm? Master, you also saw it. It was this guy who provoked me first. If you didn't give me, the ninth son, an explanation, then he will die sooner or later. In the end, Ling Tian's words gradually became sharper, killing intent filled the surroundings. Everyone can see that Ling Tian is really not kidding. Chapter 72. Junior brother, you. Shut up. Hearing Ling Tian's voice full of murderous intent, he saw that pair of piercing eyes. At this moment, Chu Hang really shut up. He originally wanted to say that Ling Tian was boastful. But now, the other party actually suppressed him in terms of momentum. What is this scenario? The space fluctuated slightly, and an old man in his 60s with a calm breath appeared beside Chu Hang. Master. Chu Hang quickly saluted when he saw the visitor. Although he is the Holy Son, he is really afraid of himself as a master. Shame. The old man's face was obviously not very good looking. Just now I was sitting and watching a play with several other core elders. As a result, this disciple of the Fate Master Realm is also his best disciple, and even Chu Hang, the second son of Sheng Jing. He was actually frightened by a boy from the sea opening realm. Although it was only for a moment, it was indeed frightening, and there was no explanation. Young people, don't be too arrogant, you won't understand Yi Yao's reasoning just now. The old man watched Ling Tian open his mouth lightly, and the beard at the corner of his mouth was also slightly raised. Ling Tian stared. There was no malice towards him in the old man's words. However, this tone needs to be changed. Presumptuous. I am the holy son of Haoshan Peak, the inheritor of the great emperor, how can you teach me a lesson at will? When Ling Tian's fierce words came out, the old man was stunned, Chu Hang was stunned, and all the onlookers on the ground and in the sky were stunned. Even those sect saints who watched this scene with remote projections in other places almost didn't react. While everyone was in a daze, Ling Tian quickly gestured to Transzion Jade slip a few times. Xiantian Peak. Ji Tianhua, Duan Tianyu, and an old man with a disabled left hand and left foot were staring blankly at the scene before them. Your future little junior brother is really... The old man muttered to himself, even he didn't know how to describe Ling Tian. Call Ling Tian arrogant? What he said and did was completely in line with the rules, without any flaws. It's just that Ling Tian's courage is really too big. Ling Tian has done what others are afraid to do. Ling Tian did what others dared to think or dare not do. He did what others could not think or do. Uncle Tianken, look. Duan Tianyu was also slightly stunned for a moment, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and raised the sound transmission jade slip in his hand. A boy's voice sounded. Uncle, if you don't come again, you will have to find someone else for the ninth son. The three people who heard the voice looked at each other. Then, roaring with laughter. Ling Tian is still a teenager after all, although his mind is mature and steady. But occasionally it is inevitable to reveal a little boyish nature. Junior, no matter how many holy sons you are still my holy sect junior. Today, you dare to be so disrespectful to the elders and teachers, how will it be okay in the future? The old man's tone was also chilling, and his complexion was gloomy. Although he is only saint early stage, he is also saint. Don't look at the fact that Ling Tian met a group of great saints when he first came to Xiantian Sacred Land. But in Xiantian Sacred Land, even the Holy Son doesn't have much chance to meet those people. Holy Sons are chosen every 30 years, and their status is the highest among the disciples. But who can guarantee that these people will be able to sit firmly in the position of Holy Son for a long time? Even if he can sit firmly in the position of the Holy Son, then he can definitely become a saint. Therefore, the status of saint must be higher than that of son. This is also the reason why Spirit Lord, the god of martial saint, promised that Ling Tian would be on an equal footing with him, which would surprise and shock everyone in other forces. I'm Xiantian Sacred Lands Junior. Not bad, but not everyone can teach me a lesson. You just need to take care of your apprentice. As for me, I should be restrained by others. Ling Tian's tone was flat. He hated this kind of power person who sold his old age in front of him the most. In the outside world, I will not say anything. After all, life is the most important thing, so provoking saint is not the same as courting death. But right now in Xiantian Sacred Land, I am really not afraid of the other party. After talking with Yandi Qianqi and Liuzi Great Emperor in the Inheritance Hall, Ling Tian already knew the importance of the ninth son. If he didn't have a background, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. People can be crazy and proud. But it is absolutely impossible to be hot-headed and just rely on enthusiasm. This is a fantasy world, but there are no legal constraints, and murderous things can be seen everywhere. Okay. The old man also said 3 good words in a hurry, and he looked like a saint. In the outside world, if you find any place, even such a casual and ordinary stop, hundreds of millions of people will come to worship. Even in Xiantian Sacred Land, saint is the most important character and combat force. Now he was humiliated like this by a young man who had just entered the path of martial arts. That's right, not only in his eyes, but also in the eyes of other disciples, Ling Tian's behavior is to humiliate each other. I will take you down today, and let you face the wall for 3 years to reflect on your own mistakes. After finishing speaking, the old man's aura bloomed slightly, and an irresistible holy power struck towards Ling Tian. To deal with a junior in the sea-opening realm, the old man only needs to use 1/10,000th of his power, which is also holy power. Humph, old man Gu Qi, how could you be the one to move my people in Haoshan Peak? With a cold snort, the old man was directly imprisoned in the surrounding space before he could react. A middle-aged man with a handsome face and a green robe appeared in the eyes of everyone. Disciple C. Chief Elder. Junior C. My old man sees the Chief Elder. Seeing the visitor, everyone saluted without any hesitation. Especially those disciples of the holy sect looked even more fanatical at the people who came. This is the Chief Elder God of Heaven who is the most powerful person in the Southern Territory. This is what they look up to. Even those sect elders who have lived for thousands of years are no exception. Get up. Dantian opened his mouth lightly, and slightly turned his head to look at Ling Tian beside him. The eyes are a little weird. But Ling Tian said with a hey smile, Uncle Shi, you see I almost have to confess to being here today. You have to ask me for an explanation. When the words came out, everyone was taken aback. Especially Gu Qi Saint, who was imprisoned and unable to move, only felt the blood rolling in his chest, and he almost bleed out a mouthful of old blood. A saint himself, the saint of the sacred land. Just because it was very casual and not even a reprimand, he said to the boy in front of him. It is definitely a great opportunity for this matter to fall on someone else. The majestic and strong in the Holy Realm personally taught themselves, even geniuses can go out and brag for 300 years. But Ling Tian never played his cards according to the routine. In his eyes, is it not an insult to own that other people speak so condescendingly to him? You are rude to yourself anyway, so why should I, Ling Tian, be rude to you? Therefore, not only did he not have the so-called appreciation, but he wanted to humiliate the old man. As a saint, he was humiliated by Ling Tian. Although the heart is very angry, but the ability to calm the ignition is not easy to have. But now in front of my eyes, Ling Tian himself wants to ask him for an explanation? Guqi Saint is the victim, all right. This is really intolerable for uncles, and even more intolerable for dolls. This boy, this ninth son. It's so deceiving. Corpse. Chapter 73. In that case, Guqi Elder, do you have anything else to explain? If we assume. The words of Ling Tian's complaint made everyone feel surprised and stupefied. Then Duan Tianyu's dignified questioning voice made everyone stunned. This is the heavenly mandate Holy Master protecting his shortcomings. Those disciples didn't react, and some high-level officials who returned to sect began to think secretly. It seems that the ninth holy son, Ling Tian, not to be messed with. With such a strong background and no real reason, few people would dare to provoke Ling Tian in the future. Even if there is a real reason, it must have the courage to do so. Of course, there are exceptions among these people. Just like Guanxi Xiao from the inner sect, he was watching what happened in the distance with a smile on his face. He let go of his arrogance as a top king, and took the initiative to curry favor with Ling Tian. He never expected to prove that he was right so soon. Duan Tianyu, you are the chief elder of the dignified law enforcement hall, and you actually handle things unfairly and take sides. Gu Qishan's 000 man's words, a trace of blood directly spilled from the corner of his mouth. It was obviously angered by Ling Tian and Duan Tianyu. The so-called clay figurines are still angry. As a saint, he was first provoked by his juniors, and now he is questioned by Duan Tianyu, who is stronger than himself. It's a shame to throw it at Grandma's house. Ling Tian, do you know how to do it? Duan Tianyu did not answer the old man, but looked at Yiling with sharp eyes. Ling Tian understood what he said, and stepped forward without any hesitation. Then he cupped hands casually to Guqi Saint, the ninth holy son. Ling Tian was reckless just now, hope Guqi Elder will be tolerant. Puff Chi. Seeing Ling Tian's actions, the old man was not only not happy, but actually spit out a mouthful of blood. Ling Tian is a junior, but as the ninth son of the Holy Clan, his status is indeed similar to his saint-long figure. Now Ling Tian took the initiative to admit his mistake first, although anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ling Tian's attitude was very casual. But Ling Tian's move was indeed a statement of opinion. It's impossible for him to be a dignified saint who has to understand the theory of martial arts from the pioneering realm, right? In other words, this matter has little to do with Ling Tian now. Ling Tian set an example for his arrogant behavior just now. So should he also set an example for own behavior? How to set an example? Could it be that he dignified saint apologized to a junior? Without setting an example, Duan Tianyu stood here again. Therefore, the anger hits the heart, and the blood spurts out. All the disciples who saw this scene were secretly stunned. The ninth son was so powerful that he spit out blood from Saint. What a role model for my generation! Hey, Guqi Elder doesn't have to be so guilty, you can see that he is vomiting blood. Since I, Ling Tian, am the ninth son of my holy sect, I should have a heart that embraces all rivers and rivers. So, even if I've been wronged by the sky, it doesn't matter, really. Seeing this, Ling Tian quickly put on a concerned expression, looked at the other party, and his tone was full of sincerity. Ling Tian, are you sure? Uncle Tianyu, I'm sure. As a junior, it's okay to be wronged a little bit. This is the only way for me to grow up. I just need to train my mind. That's right, as the ninth holy son of my holy sect, it should be so. Dantian nodded, and the two just sang together. Now these disciples will not talk about it. It directly made those saint elders who were far away in other places of the holy sect stunned. Is this really the unsmiling chief law enforcement elder? Is this really the heavenly mandate lord who is the most powerful in the southern territory? Guqi elder, you have also seen that since the ninth son does not hold you accountable for taking action without authorization, then my law enforcement hall will not pursue this matter for the time being. But if the same situation happens again in the future, my law enforcement hall will definitely find out, and then don't blame my law enforcement hall for being ruthless. Dantianyu's sharp and majestic voice let everyone know. The meaning of this sentence is obvious, that is, Ling Tian can't be provoked at will. Would anyone be dissatisfied with Dantianyu's behavior of protecting his shortcomings? Absolutely, but that's a very small number of people, perhaps not even 1 in 10,000. This is a world where power is paramount. If you have the talent and courage of Ling Tian, you can also get the protection of the high level of the holy sect. Besides, this matter was originally caused by the son of Chu Hang, who was looking for trouble for nothing, and provoked first. You, Chu Hang, can challenge the ninth son by virtue of your age and high cultivation base. As an elder and a saint, you can attack the holy son of the opening sea realm at will. Then Ling Tian, who is now the ninth son, bullies and humiliates you because of his background, that's fair. Could it be possible to blame Ling Tian himself for failing? Anyone who can enter sacred land is not a genius. If you don't have this kind of mental analysis, then you should be a genius and go home and farm. I will write down my words. Guqi elder also gradually calmed down, cupped hands slightly towards Dantianyu. As a saint, he still has the ability to restore his mentality. Even just now he shouldn't have lost his composure like this. How can one become holy if one has a bad heart? A saint, who has been admired and pampered for tens of thousands of years, now encounters Ling Tian, who doesn't follow the routine. It really caught Guqi Saint a little by surprise, that's why he was so angry. After talking, when everyone thought that the matter was about to end, Dantianyu looked at Chu Hang, and said in a flat tone, "You provoked this matter first, but I don't think nephew Ling Tian will hold you accountable." Hearing this, Chu Hang was filled with grief and indignation, but he dared not speak out. Although he is the Holy Son, how can he be compared with the saint, let alone the Holy Lord of Heaven? He is not Ling Tian. As for Ling Tian himself, his expression also changed when he heard this. If it wasn't for Dantianyu's last words, Ling Tian would definitely jump up. However, my holy sect does not allow this kind of accumulation of contradictions, especially the holy son of my holy sect, the hope of the future. So, after Ling Tian reaches the realm of destiny, the two of you must fight realm. After hearing this, Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. Although he is full of excitement and freshness about provoking himself. But this does not mean that Ling Tian will let the other party go. Disciple order. Hearing this, the corners of Chu Hang's mouth curled up. So what if the ninth holy son, wait for Ling Tian to reach the early stage of the Lord of Destiny? No matter what he said, Chu Hang could go through the baptism of yin and yang killing intent and enter the realm of life and death. However, in order to guarantee victory over Ling Tian, he is ready to start suppressing realm. At that time, as the peak of the master realm, it will still be easy for him to fight against a martial artist who is in the early stage of the master realm. However, when he saw Ling Tian's confident and calm expression, he felt uneasy for some reason. Very good. Dantianyu nodded slightly, and gave Ling Tian a meaningful look. Then, the figure gradually faded and disappeared from everyone's eyes. He rarely appeared in public. Even 91.20% of the disciples here have no chance to meet him. If it weren't for Ling Tian, many people might never have the chance to meet this legendary number one person in the southern region. Let's go, Wanfa building restores order. In addition, if anyone dares to inquire about other people's inheritance at will in the future, Wanfa building will always be open to such people. Even if the old man is in a bad mood, it is possible to throw you out of the holy ancestor. Chu Hang and Gu Qi Saint, who had just turned around and were about to leave, almost staggered when they heard this. Isn't this obviously speaking for Ling Tian? The person who spoke was Liu Yun Saint, who was hidden in the Wanfa building. The real Great Saint Realm. Chapter 74. Welcome to the Holy Sun. Just walked out of the teleportation array and returned to Onhaoshan Peak. He saw a group of beautiful women bowing their heads respectfully and nodding to greet him. Although Ling Tian is not a lustful person, this feeling will undoubtedly make every man feel a sense of joy in his heart. Get up. Thank you, son. Looking at the handsome young man with a smile on his face, these women couldn't help feeling slight ripples in their hearts. When Ling Tian first came to Haoshan Peak, he was not very satisfied with their performance, and also reprimanded them with harsh words. However, no bad emotions arose in their hearts. Ling Tian is a person who distinguishes rewards and punishments. They made a mistake and should be reprimanded or even punished. But Ling Tian did not ignore their hard work, and rewarded each of them with a heaven-level elixir. At present, several women have also successfully entered the true martial realm late stage because of this elixir. It can be said that it is definitely a great opportunity. The most important thing is that after a short contact, they also discovered that this holy sun is actually very kind to their own people. Therefore, Haoshan slightly teleported the moment when the formation fluctuated. All the girls stopped their movements one after another and came to greet Ling Tian. After returning to the Holy Child Hall, Ling Tian did not practice Xianyang burning heaven art immediately. On the contrary, he was lying in the pool of spiritual liquid filled with rich energy. Cultivation must be assiduous, and strength is imminent and very important. Otherwise, life. You can't blindly practice boringly, and learn to relax yourself occasionally and enjoy the fun. The melodious piano sounded, and several women in tulle dresses tapped their lotus steps. The delicate petals flutter down gently, and the charming floral fragrance makes people intoxicated. Listening to the beautiful music, watching the graceful dance of the true martial realm woman, Ling Tian couldn't help but feel a little emotional. These women are basically not over 200 years old. 200 years old. In the fantasy world, it is definitely the age of a little girl. In terms of beauty, they are all beauties who are unique in a million. In terms of talent, in the outside world, it also kills more than 90% of martial arts in seconds. But at this moment, dancing shyly in front of me, I have to say, this also has a sense of accomplishment. Important. These women danced voluntarily. Of course Ling Tian would not refuse either. He is a teenager, not a monk. Holy Sun, is what those people outside are saying true? Xiao Qiner's pretty face was flushed at the side, her slender fingers trembling slightly while holding the spirit fruit, and she asked excitedly. As if what Ling Tian did could make her very proud, after all, this is the own sun. Oh? Let's talk about what matters. Ling Tian pretended to be surprised, but didn't admit it directly. Just now at the inheritance peak, his act of shocking the holy sect was not considered a very great achievement in Ling Tian's eyes. But for men, apart from having fun, it's normal to occasionally want some praise and a sense of accomplishment. They said that you not only attracted the appearance of the inheritance hall, but also obtained the emperor-level inheritance inside. Saying that, Xiao Qiner involuntarily put down the spiritual fruit in her hand, and slightly looked sideways at the handsome young man in the spiritual pool beside her. And, you also put. Is it true that Chuhang Shenzi and his master Gu Qi Saint vomited blood in anger? Hearing Mu Qin'er's melodious voice, those dancing girls also looked shocked and stopped. The first time the Holy Sun went out to Haoshan Peak, he did such an earth-shattering event. Moreover, from Ling Tian's face, they didn't see any self-satisfaction and complacency at all. As if for Ling Tian, these things are just the basic operations of own. Rub my shoulders. Ling Tian didn't blame those women who forgot to continue dancing because they were shocked. He didn't directly answer Xiao Qin'er's question either. Wait until the pair of 10 fingers slenderly pressed on On's shoulder. Ling Tian said lightly, "That's right, are you shocked?" Hearing this, Xiao Qin'er's hands trembled constantly, and her heart rippled continuously. Those other beautiful women in front also blushed. This is to be proud of own son. As a disciple of Xiantian sacred land or a descendant of sect high level. Under the scope of competition where the holy ancestors encourage each other. Since I was a child, I have developed a mentality of admiring the true arrogance and powerhouse. When they knew that they were going to be a disciple's maid, they all opposed it. Whether it's looks or talent, they are considered excellent. Outside of Shengzong, it is not as simple as being excellent, that is a woman who is selected from tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. When they knew that this disciple was the 9th son, they were still somewhat resistant in their hearts, but they were willing to accept this fact for the time being. Especially when Ling Tian met them for the first time, he gave all of them a blow. Some glass-hearted women felt that they were too wronged. They wanted to leave Haoshan Peak, but at worst they would be chased out of the holy sect. But it can be used as Ling Tian's method of distinguishing rewards and punishments later. And Ling Tian doesn't have much airs in his usual life. He was not gentle and friendly to them, nor did he make any extraordinary demands or actions. I also took the initiative to let them pay attention to the image of own dressing. These are all Ling Tian's arbitrary actions. But these simple actions, in their eyes, this is the best respect and recognition of the Son of God. You are the 9th Holy Son, so respectful and gentle to your own maid. Coupled with Ling Tian's talent that is the best in the world, as well as his handsome and delicate face. It is easy to cause ripples in a woman's heart. This moment. Their Holy Son, or in other words, their Master. Several miracles were created in a row in one day. Their hearts also became proud and joyful. Holy Son, you are amazing. After a moment of silence. In the front, she is usually the least talkative, and she is also the most shy young girl facing Ling Tian. He jumped up happily directly, and his voice was very ethereal and melodious. Seeing that pair of charming eyes with burning passion and pride, Ling Tian couldn't help but smile. It turns out that gaining a sense of accomplishment and conquest is such a refreshing thing. This is the real world, unlike those written in those stories. No matter how good the protagonist is, those beauties will come to mock you first. Isn't this sick? As a person with 170 holy sons, such things will be indispensable in the future. Don't be so excited. Ling Tian's plain but refreshing words came out. All the girls were taken aback. The Holy Son is still not satisfied with the current glory? Sisters, I think the Holy Son must be very tired. Let him rest in peace. Xiao Qin'er is indeed the daughter of the chief steward, she is indeed very careful. Ling Tian nodded slightly, and didn't want to say anything more. Some things, point to end. I am very happy to enjoy the hot eyes of the beauties in front of me, but it is only for enjoyment. Not obsessed. Maintain an appreciative attitude towards beauties, that is Mr. Pian. If besides admiring, you have to think about other things all day long, then you are a pervert. This is the true meaning of a fair lady and a gentleman loves you. After finishing speaking, the melodious piano sounded again. The beautiful and moving dance was also staged again. Slightly squinting, enjoying all this. Before he knew it, Ling Tian slowly fell into a deep sleep. Since traveling to this world, it has been a long time since I really let go of my mind and rest quietly, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Now he is Ling Tian, a handsome young man. After waking up, he is Ling Tian, the ninth holy son who is extremely talented and admired by everyone. Chapter 75. The next day. Early morning. After a short period of relaxation and enjoyment, and a good night's sleep, Ling Tian, who just opened the corners of his eyes, felt that not only his own cultivation base has improved a bit, it seems that his own heart has also become more transparent. Regarding this, Ling Tian did not know. Before you want to step into the holy realm, you must first have a flat and transparent heart. On this basis, mastering the way of the emperor and seeing through the power of the rules is the emperor realm. Soon. Come to Haoshan Peak's special training place. Seeing the scene in front of him, Ling Tian couldn't help but click his tongue secretly. This Haoshan Peak is indeed the three main peaks of Xiantian sacred land. There is more than one practice place. Whether it's the closed-door training for meditation, or the martial arts arena for practicing fighting, or pill refining, formation and so on. The holy child token on his waist flickered slightly, and Ling Tian entered the practice space of meditation closed-door training. This is also a space of its own. And, except for heaven and earth spiritual qi in the field, Ling Tian also felt the power of countless heaven and earth attributes. Such a plentiful and perfect cultivation environment is definitely enough for anyone to cultivate to the holy realm. And, that's just the appearance. When Ling Tian really controls the center of Haoshan Peak, more secrets will be revealed. As for why Ling Tian didn't control Haoshan Peak, because he doesn't even know about it. Lotus position, eyes closed. In an instant, the originally complicated heaven and earth attribute power in the entire cultivation space disappeared. There is only one power left that represents the scorching heat. Slowly, traces of red flames began to light up on Ling Tian's body. The practice space also gradually turned into a fiery red world. Ling Tian is not going to continue to practice Tianyang divine body. Although the power of Tianyang also represents the power of the scorching sun. But in the final analysis, it is not pure power of fire. Of course, it doesn't mean that I can't cultivate the two energies together. What's more, the Xianyang Burning Heavenly Emperor Sutra that I cultivated originally contained the pure power of flames and the power of heavenly sun. What Ling Tian has to do is to concentrate on cultivating the power of pure flames before reaching the third level in the Xianyang Burning Heavenly Emperor Sutra. The first three levels of the Emperor's scripture cultivate the control of the power of pure flames. This kind of control does not mean that you can release the flames to be considered control. That is to achieve the real free will, so you can release the power of fire, and you can even master the real power of mystery in advance. This will be of great benefit to future cultivation of flame mysteries, including Tianyang mysteries. One last important point. Ling Tian, he will continue to open up a Dantian space in the future. That is the Dantian space that belongs to the power of fire. He wants to transform his own body, just like transforming himself into the body of Tianyang God. Then make yourself into a sky fire god body. The two divine bodies exist side by side, and they may be able to merge with each other in the future. Own strength, definitely more than doubled. In the future, we will be able to better truly control the Xianyang Burning Heavenly Emperor Sutra. The reason why the Emperor's classics are consciously inherited, and the selection of the inheritors is also very harsh. It is because it is too difficult to ask to control him. How many monsters like Ling Tian can exist in this world? Take your body as your furnace, craftsman. This sentence, Ling Tian will say every time when absorbing the energy of heaven and earth crazily. It's as if, subconsciously, I like it very much. It's worth mentioning though. When Ling Tian was cultivating, he was indeed like a bottomless oven, devouring all energy crazily. Time passed little by little. Ling Tian's skin gradually turned red. The whole body is full of light red flames. Gradually lost over time. Ling Tian's thoughts also turned rapidly. With his extremely powerful mental energy, he can completely think while practicing. The first 3 layers of Xianyang Burning Heavenly Emperor Sutra mainly cultivate the control of flames. Flames can be used for pill refining, for refining tools, and for burning everything. Then why, the flame can't refine the body? If anyone knows Ling Tian's crazy idea, must say he's out of his mind. It is true that the flame can be pill refining, but it is a burning elixir to extract the pure energy inside. It is also good to be able to refine. The flame can melt hard ore, metal, let them change shape. The former is okay, it doesn't need too hot flames, the most important thing is the control of the fire. But for the latter, an ultra-high temperature is required to melt the hard refining material. How can the hardness of the human body be compared with that of metal? Especially those refining materials above the true level. In general, true martial realm, martial cultivators in the realm of life may not necessarily destroy it, let alone melt it. Rather than saying that Ling Tian is a bold idea, it is better to say that he is courting death. But Ling Tian is someone who never plays his cards according to the routine. Now that he thought of it, he really tried it. Body tempering realm. The limit of physical strength of the human body is 50,000 jin of strength, and the limit of 10,000 races is the power of a real dragon of 100,000 jin. And Ling Tian already had nearly 300,000 strength in the body tempering realm. Opening the sea, after the human body is washed by spirit power, the strength of the physical body will be greatly improved. That's why, body tempering is a practitioner, and Pahai is a martial artist. Opening the sea, the limit strength of the human body is nearly 20 million. The true dragon power of the 10,000 race limit is 400,000. At the beginning, Ling Tian, who knew this data, was actually shocked for a moment. As expected of the fantasy world. With a strength of 400,000 jin, on the previous Earth, that was the existence that could lift dozens of trucks with one hand. But the person who can really reach the limit of the physical body is no more than one person in Qianlong continent. The Qianlong continent has existed for an unknown amount of time, and the oldest civilization record is tens of millions of years old. For tens of millions of years, only 2 people have reached the limit, so it can be seen that the 200,000 is indeed a bit too much. It's a pity that the monster Ling Tian has already reached the body tempering realm. So, the next goal. It is the ultimate power beyond the sea opening realm. Etc. Suddenly, Ling Tian remembered something. With a thought, a stone tablet appeared in front of On. The power of Qi and blood blooms. Heavenly Sun divine physique. Not dead skin. With a few soft drinks, Ling Tian looked like a young emperor, full of majesty. The body leans forward slightly, and all the strength gathers in the fist of the right hand. Blast out with a punch. The steel trembled slightly. After a while, a string of numbers appeared on the stone tablet. Strength, 500,000. Ling Tian, who saw this line of numbers, was not surprised by many factors. Originally, I thought about strengthening the physical body again to break the limit. Now it seems that I have already surpassed the limit of this realm. All along, Ling Tian has ignored one point. When others step into the sea opening realm, their bodies will be baptized by spirit power, and their physical strength will be greatly improved. But didn't he also enter the sea opening realm? And he also successfully became Tianyang's body. There are also endless Dantian space fighters in the abdomen. Adding the 3 together, Ling Tian's strength actually increased by 200,000 again. It seems that he is still too strong. Unknowingly, the limit was broken again. Want to keep a low profile. Strength it does not allow. Chapter 76. Holy Son, do you want to learn pill refining? Among all the maids in the Holy Child Hall, the youngest woman. He was looking at Ling Tian innocently and curiously. The woman's name is Lin Qing'er, her parents died early, and she was brought into the sect by an elder steward in the outer sect area since she was a child. Due to her introverted personality, she rarely interacts with people except for cultivation. That's why I have always maintained this innocent and young heart. Looking at the cute and smart face of the other party, one can imagine. It really took a lot of courage for her to say the phrase, "Holy Son, you are amazing." That's right, I heard that you are not only a good martial arts talent, but also a third-rank pill refining master, right? Yes, but... After waking up, Lin Qing'er returned to her usual shy and reserved look. It has to be said that as a maid, she is indeed unqualified. But Ling Tian didn't care, with such a pure and innocent woman in Haoshan Peak every day, his mood wouldn't be any worse. Why, is there a problem? Ling Tian frowned slightly. Could it be possible to let himself go to the pill refining pavilion to make another blockbuster? Although he does have this plan, but not now. Holy Son, I'm just afraid that I'll teach. I can't do 940 well. Lin Qing'er's words were a little hesitant. She wanted to express that she couldn't teach Ling Tian well. But he is the Son of God, and it seems a little inappropriate to preach to the other party by himself. Although the profession of pill refiner is rare, in Tianjiao sacred land, the #1 force in the southern region, it is still very casual to grab a handful of third-rank pill refiners. As if seeing the other party's thoughts, Ling Tian stepped forward slightly and rubbed Lin Qing'er's head and said softly, "You just need to tell me the basic method of pill refining and demonstrate it to me once." As for the others, for Ling Tian, who has an affinity for any attribute, and whose mental energy is extremely powerful, isn't it casual and simple? Then, that's fine. Lin Qing'er took a deep breath. An ordinary little thing needs a lot of courage at this moment. The slender white hands nervously took out a somewhat dim storage ring from the side of the dress. Seeing this, Ling Tian's eyes froze slightly. This is the most common low-grade storage ring. If it is in the country of mortals, it is like the Yunqi city where I used to be, there are absolutely no more than 3 in the whole city. Most practitioners and ordinary martial artists use storage bags. Storage rings are very precious to these people, and their value is not weaker than some middle-grade or even high-grade spiritual weapons. But for the disciples of Tianjiao sacred land, the price of the low-grade storage ring is indeed a bit low. Does this ring have special meaning to you? Ling Tian opened his mouth slightly, seeing Qing'er's cautious look, thinking that this ring should have some extraordinary meaning to her. Well, Lin Elder who brought me back said that when he picked up Qing'er, I had this ring on my hand. At that time, Qing'er was still a baby under 1 year old. I don't have any memory of that time, but Qing'er thinks it should be left to me by my parents. Hearing this, Ling Tian nodded, and after a ray of light lit up in his right hand, he stopped talking. Soon, Lin Qing'er took out a small alchemy furnace that was 1 or 3 feet high and 2 feet wide. This time, Ling Tian frowned even deeper. This is actually just a pill furnace of the middle-grade spiritual weapon level. As a third-rank pill refining master, Lin Qing'er, not to mention having a real-level pill refining furnace, should give him a super spiritual weapon level anyway. If the storage ring has extraordinary meaning to her, then this pill refining furnace will also be meaningful. Thinking of this, a sharp light flashed in Ling Tian's eyes. People from Haoshan Peak can't be bullied casually. Not even once. A ray of pill fire rose from Lin Qing'er's abdomen, flew out slowly, and entered the base of the pill refining furnace. This is pill fire. Any martial artist who opened up Dantian can give birth to pill fire. The pill refining teacher does not necessarily have to master the power of the fire attribute, but it is undoubtedly more suitable for the master to control the flame. Straws of common first-level herbs appeared in Lin Qing'er's palm. Common ginseng, lingzi mushrooms, poria cocos etc. These are the lowest medicinal materials, and Lin Qing, Fi, is preparing to refine the most basic first-rank medicine pill, body tempering pill. Body tempering Dan does not require any medicinal materials. His main purpose is to absorb the pure ability of medicinal materials to increase the power of qi and blood for the practitioner. Under Lin Qing'er's focused control, each plant of medicinal material was put into the pill refining furnace, and after being burned by the pill fire, it turned into drops of green medicinal liquid the size of a thumb. Then the liquid medicine blends together and becomes the size of the palm of your hand. Finally, it is slowly purified and reduced by burning with danhuo. During this process, Lin Qing'er, who was originally young and cute, looked extremely dignified. This is the simplest first-rank medicine pill. As a third-rank pill refining teacher, you can practice it at will. In order to let the Son of On see more clearly and carefully, Lin Qing'er can be said to have used 200% of her usual concentration. As time passed, the green liquid inside the pill refining furnace slowly shrank and became more viscous. Ling Tian also took this process very seriously. He found that Lin Qing'er's control over the purification of medicinal material energy was extremely precise. This is in addition to the fact that she is the third-rank pill refining teacher, and the difficulty of body tempering Dan is very low. Lin Qing'er's sensitivity and affinity for the wood attribute and the power of vitality are definitely different from ordinary people. With a cry, the viscous liquid medicine in the pill refining furnace formed a light green medicine pill the size of a thumb. The medicine pill flew out slowly and landed in Lin Qing'er's hands. Holy Son, this is body tempering Dan, it's even better than what I practiced before. Holding the body tempering pill in her hand, Lin Qing'er stretched out her hand in front of Ling Tian's eyes as if offering a treasure. Those already charming and intelligent eyes were looking at Ling Tian with a look of hope. Ling Tian didn't answer, the storage ring on his right hand shone slightly. A white silk handkerchief appeared in his hand. Then, under Lin Qing'er's hopeful gaze, he slowly stretched out his right hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. The latter was taken aback for a moment, then his pretty face flushed, but he didn't dare to make any moves. Tired? Go back, to the Holy Son, Qing'er is not tired. Lin Qing'er's tone trembled, carrying a hint of joy that she thought was well hidden. Originally, Saint. It's good not to be tired. Ling Tian laughed, picked up the body tempering pill and swallowed it directly. Weak energy enters the body, and it doesn't feel much. This body tempering pill is definitely the best. For practitioners and even general sea-opening martial arts, there are also slight benefits. But Ling Tian's blood power is too strong. This top-grade body tempering pill, in his body, is like a drop of water entering the sea. But then, Ling Tian's expression turned serious. He actually felt a pure wood attribute or vitality from this medicine pill. This power should not belong to those medicinal materials, nor should it belong to the body tempering class. This should belong to Lin Qing'er's attribute power. Difficult to bring. Lin Qing'er is a spirit body of wood attribute. But it's just a spirit body. This power won't make Ling Tian feel pure anymore. Lin Qing'er's physique may be a king's physique. Chapter 77. Holy Son, Qing'er, go prepare a new alchemy furnace for you. Qing'er's own pill furnace, how can he be worthy of your identity as the Holy Son? Hearing that Ling Tian wanted to use the own pill furnace for pill refining, Lin Qing'er hurriedly persuaded him. Her pill refining furnace is only a mere spiritual grade, which was assigned by sect unifiedly when she participated in the pill refining assessment 5 years ago. In Xiantian Sacred Land, it is definitely the worst alchemy furnace. Regarding this, Ling Tian didn't care at all. If possible, there is a place for pill refining in the place of own cultivation. Not surprisingly, the pill refining furnace inside should at least be a holy weapon. If you only rely on auxiliary things to learn pill refining, it will be meaningless. Ling Tian is an arrogant person. As long as he is determined to do anything, he doesn't want to lose to anyone. Okay, I'll try my hand first. If I really want to make a better medicine pill in the future, it's not too late to use a good pill furnace. Squeezing Qing'er's little face, Ling Tian's smile is very kind and gentle. Seeing this, Lin Qing'er gradually calmed down. Even if the Holy Son doesn't need to make a good pill furnace, he will definitely be able to refine the body tempering pill. Tightening her small fist, Qing'er looked at Ling Tian firmly. A ray of flame ignited from Ling Tian's hand. He himself controls the power of the flame and the sun, so he doesn't use the pill fire at all. In fact, most of the pill refining masters above the 5th rank have a certain degree of control and affinity for the power of fire attribute and wood attribute. The medicinal materials of body tempering pill don't need to be in the prescribed order. That's right, Holy Sun. The body tempering pill is just to purify and gather the energy stars in the medicinal materials. It's not as cumbersome as other medicine pills. Lin Qing'er nodded seriously, and her tone was no longer nervous and shy. Ling Tian found that Lin Qing'er seemed to like to concentrate on pill refining, and she would not have any other emotions in her heart. Ginseng, dear Antler. Every medicinal material was placed in front of own by Ling Tian. For the first pill refining, Ling Tian didn't rush to do it. It is impossible for the world to have a genius who can understand pill refining immediately at a glance. However, if you make sufficient preparations and clear your mind repeatedly, there is still a possibility of successful pill refining for the first time. Although it was very small, even Ling Tian, who was prepared to fail, still wanted to try this miracle whose probability was so low that it was almost zero. Close your eyes, release mental energy, and sense the medicinal materials every week. Ginseng is full of wood energy and vitality. Antler has the power of qi and blood. In addition to the energy of the wood attribute, Weiao also has a faint gray air flow, which is the power of the earth attribute. Slowly, Ling Tian gradually realized. Why does pill refining need to be purified first and then fused? Because in addition to similar energy, each medicinal material also has its own different energy. Some may be able to merge with each other, but some are mutually exclusive. This is called impurities energy. The so-called purification is to extract and gather all the energy of the same attribute in these medicinal materials. If there is a mistake in the purification of a certain medicinal material, then the whole batch of medicine pill may be scrapped. Thinking of this, Ling Tian's eyes couldn't help burning slightly. Breathing also gradually increased. For others to purify medicinal materials, they need to burn the medicinal materials with flames to extract pure wood attributes or other energies. The rest of the excess impurities energy naturally needs to be repelled. But I don't need to be so troublesome. It only needs to melt the medicinal materials with flame first, and then absorb all the extra energy, isn't it over? In this way, not only will the medicinal materials not be wasted, but the failure rate is almost pitifully low, and even the purity of the medicine pill is countless times stronger than that of ordinary people. Now that I have repeatedly cleared my mind and found the principle, Ling Tian didn't hesitate either. Just grab a medicine pill and put it in your hand to start refining. Son. Lin Qing'er was shocked. How can there be such a person who refines medicine? Although the pill refiner's flame comes from himself, if the temperature is too high, he will still burn himself. But Ling Tian didn't care about it. By doing this by himself, he could better feel all the different attribute energies in the medicinal materials. This temperature is really not a problem for him, he is a god of Tianyang. Even the Tianhuo divine body can be practiced immediately if he wants. It's just that we still need to wait for the time to rebuild the body of Skyfire, the power will be even more terrifying. Soon. The first drop of pure green liquid medicine appeared in Ling Tian's hand. Whether it is the purity or the color, it is definitely far beyond the average pill refiner. Lin Qing'er on the side was also dumbfounded. Is the Holy Sun really the first pill refining? Wouldn't it be to tease Qing'er to be happy? As soon as she thought of this, Lin Qing quickly put aside this thought. What a character the Holy Sun is, how could he have the heart to joke with a maid like himself? Then, second drop, third drop, until all the medicinal materials are homogenized into green droplets. Ling Tian's eyes gradually became more serious. The step of congealing pills cannot be done by absorbing excess impurities energy. It also includes the mastery of the size of the fire and the time. Even the medicine pill above the second rank has to pay attention to a certain order. Slowly, under the careful control of Ling Tian, Drops of green liquid medicine gradually merged together. To achieve this step, Ling Tian still did not relax in the slightest. For others, perhaps purification and fusion are the most critical and difficult steps. But for a perverted novice like Ling Tian, the most difficult step is to condense the pill. For the other few steps, I can make full use of the advantages of my physique to resolve them easily. But this condensing pill requires experience. ZZ. Not good. The periphery of the slowly viscous liquid in Ling Tian's hand suddenly burst into flames. The flame temperature is too high. Seeing this, Lin Qing'er's eyes were slightly foggy. Son of God almost made it. Almost became a pill refining wizard who succeeded in the first pill refining. It's a pity, after all, it was inexperienced, and finally the condensing pill failed. But who is Ling Tian? He is a person who never plays cards according to routines and never admits defeat. The temperature of the flame in his hand dropped, and then under Lin Qing'er's disbelieving eyes, Ling Tian opened his mouth and sucked. Actually directly inhaled the burnt surface around the liquid medicine into the abdomen. These are unnecessary energies for medicine pill, but they are also the power of attributes between heaven and earth. Others can't absorb it, but for Ling Tian, this is just one of the energies he needs for cultivation. Coagulation. There was an excited light drinking sound. The viscous medicinal liquid in his hand gradually solidified, and a green pill the size of a little finger appeared in Ling Tian's hand. This body tempering pill is much smaller than Lin Qing'er's. The first is because Ling Tian almost sucked away all the other energies except for increasing the energy of the physical body. The second is that when the pill was congealed, 1/3 of the liquid medicine was inhaled by Ling Tian into his abdomen. It worked. Looking at the small but incomparably pure energy body tempering pill in his hand, Ling Tian couldn't help but feel a little happy. Sure enough, the thing to gain a sense of accomplishment is not the bigger the better. On the contrary, the sense of accomplishment is the most useful after the things with a stronger sense of expectation are completed. Holy Son, is this really your first pill refining? Lin Qing'er subconsciously pursed her cherry mouth with surprise and pride on her face. The surprise is that I really can't believe what happened before my eyes. The pride is of course because the own son is not a pill refining genius. No, it's a wizard. If you don't like the plot of pill refining. Chapter 78. Qing'er, let me ask you, how old are you this year? After the pill refining ended, the excitement and joy in Ling Tian also gradually faded away. Ling Tian is a person who never misses being intoxicated by the achievements in front of him. For him, there are still many things to create miracles by himself. Holy Son, Qing'er is 26 years old this year. After getting along with pill refining, Lin Qing'er already knew that Ling Tian didn't usually put on airs. Moreover, Shenzi really treats herself very well, which she did not experience in life in the outer sect area. Although Lin Qing'er was still a little nervous standing in front of Ling Tian, she no longer twitched when she spoke or acted. 26. Ling Tian's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this. This age is almost 10 years older than myself. But Ling Tian knew that in the fantasy world, there was a 26-year-old woman. At least for more than 10 years, I have been practicing September 47 alone. There is still at least half of the remaining 16 years to learn about cultivation or other things. That is to say, for a 26-year-old woman like Qing'er, whose actual age in her heart was on the earth in her previous life, I am afraid that she can be regarded as a girl of about 15 years old at most. Because Wu Xiu's longevity is far beyond ordinary people, Ling Qing'er's cute appearance is completely like a 15 or 16 years old little girl. This is fairly mature. The young ladies of many big families and big powers have a little cultivation talent and have been trained since childhood. By the time I really get along with people in this world, I am afraid that I will be hundreds of years old. But the actual age in my heart may not be as good as Qing'er. This kind of thing is not all, but it is indeed a common phenomenon. This is also one of the reasons why people are always shocked by Ling Tian's mature mind. Of course, Ling Tian's character is indeed too strong and mature. Have you taken the heavenly elixir I asked you to choose? Ling Tian opened his mouth slightly. He didn't pay attention to Lin Qing'er's cultivation base at all before. Thinking about it now, it was a bit careless. Of course, as the Holy Son, he doesn't need to understand these things. I. Qing'er's pretty face immediately became tense when she heard the words, and her little hands clenched tightly unconsciously. What's going on? Tell me slowly. Seeing this, Ling Tian felt a surge of anger in his heart. The excellent destiny induction told himself that Lin Qing'er should have been wronged, and the reason lies in the elixir of that day. It's okay, Qing'er has already taken it, he. Thanks to the Holy Son's elixir, Qing'er was able to advance to the late stage of the spiritual realm. As she spoke, Lin Qing'er tried her best to keep smiling. She who has never told a lie, in front of the human spirit Ling Tian, she really looks a little funny and cute. This also made the fierce Ling Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A sense of pity rose in my heart. Tell me, you belong to my Haoshan Peak, and you belong to my holy son Ling Tian. There are people who bully me now, where do you think the face of my son will be placed? If you have my holy son in your heart, do you want me to be ashamed because of you? The last sentence does sound a bit shocking. But Qing'er's character must go through a truly successful baptism. Otherwise, her innocence and cuteness can only be bullied forever, but she doesn't know how to resist. This is not what Ling Tian wants to see. Son. Qing'er do not want to lose the face of the Holy Son. Lin Qing'er originally wanted to keep concealing it, but after hearing that own behavior was a Holy Son's losing face. I don't know where she got the courage suddenly, and she is not going to continue to hide it. It's because the elder who brought Qing'er back has a daughter himself. This year is almost 100 years old, not only the core disciple of the true martial realm middle stage, but also the middle grade pill refining teacher of the pill refining pavilion. She snatched many of Qing'er's things. As she said that, Lin Qing'er's eyes couldn't help but a little mist appeared. Coupled with her already cute and youthful appearance, she looked even more pitiful. Hearing this, Ling Tian stretched his brows instead. It turned out to be such a small matter. But looking at Lin Qing'er's appearance, it is obvious that she has been bullied a lot, and there must be some shadows in her heart. As far as talent is concerned, the 100-year-old true martial realm middle stage cultivation base is not bad. But as a child in charge of the outer sect, there are many resources for cultivation. In comparison, Lin Qing'er, who was able to enter the late stage of the Kaling realm at the age of 26 without any cultivation resources, is obviously much stronger as a talent. Qing'er, let me ask you, do you hate them? Facing Ling Tian's question, Lin Qing'er shook her head, and the twin ponytails behind her trembled accordingly. Extremely cute. Qing'er doesn't blame them. If Uncle Lin didn't bring me back, Qing'er doesn't know if he can survive. Seeing Nai Zhen's eyes without hatred, Ling Tian's heart was slightly touched. The so-called clay figurines also have a third of anger in desperate situations. The reason why Lin Qing'er didn't resist, besides being temporarily unbeatable, was also because of her innocent and grateful heart. However, I don't want to give the Holy Son your losing face. So Qing'er will definitely practice hard and defeat her in the future. Lin Qing'er clenched her fists tightly and spoke firmly. She cannot care about others bullying herself, but she can't lose Ling Tian's face. The pure and naive Qing'er, the first thing that comes to mind is not own grievances, but the Holy Son who has just been acquainted with him for a few days. Seeing the woman with firm eyes in front of him, Ling Tian felt warm in his heart. In this case, it seems that there is no need to do it yourself. Holy Son, I have brought what you asked for. A crisp voice sounded from outside the hall. Then a graceful woman in a pale pink dress walked in. Excuse me, take a seat. Ling Tian nodded slightly, took the own storage ring from the other party, and then handed it to Qing'er in front of him. Qing'er, if you want to defeat the opponent, a little determination is not enough. There is a cultivation technique that is suitable for you temporarily, as well as a good cultivation aid medicine pill. 5 years, step into the true martial realm and defeat her. Can it be done? Ling Tian's voice was gentle at first, then gradually became sharper, and the last sentence even used his mental pressure. Looking at the ultimate storage ring 0.8 in his hand. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, the son of Ling Tian. Lin Qing'er seemed to have awakened something in her heart. Holy Son, I will definitely get it. From now on, Qing'er will no longer embarrass you to Haoshan Peak or Shenzi. Xiao Qiner on the side was at a loss. What is this doing? It's good that you think like that, but that's not all. How can I be bullied by someone from Haoshan Peak? Remember, even if I'm not around in the future, don't let anyone bully you. Even if you can't beat those girls, as long as you dare to resist, Xiantian is within sacred land. No one dares to touch you. In the last sentence, Ling Tian spoke very calmly, a kind of calm that comes only under a strong self-confidence. If you can't even do this deterrent in the future, isn't the ninth sun just for nothing? Chapter 79. Time flies, 3 months have passed. For the past 3 months, Ling Tian has been immersed in pill refining all day long. He fell in love with this kind of continuous exploration and creation. Pill refining is a creative thing, and each medicine pill is a creative process from scratch. Coagulation. Ling Tian held the seals in his left hand, and the liquid medicine in his right hand gradually solidified. A strong medicinal fragrance slowly dissipated, and a medicine pill, which was light green as a whole, with 3 different color lines of red, yellow, and green on the surface, appeared in front of my eyes. It finally worked. Ling Tian's eyes were full of surprise, and his tone was full of excitement. Sanwendan, 4th rank medicine pill. The 1st rank medicine pill, Ling Tian has never failed once, and the purity is even comparable to the best. 2nd rank medicine pill, Ling Tian still hasn't failed. But starting from the 3rd rank, no matter how talented Ling Tian was, he failed many times. For the 3rd rank medicine pill, the ratio of purification of the main attribute energy of each medicinal material, as well as the matching ratio, and the requirements for flame control have become more stringent. This 4th rank medicine pill, Ling Tian also spent a full month, and finally practiced after dozens of failures. Unimaginable. From getting started to refining the 4th rank medicine pill, Ling Tian only spent 3 months. This totally 15 broke Xiantian Sacred Land's record of nearly 10 million years. Xiantian Sacred Land, the most famous pill refining teacher, is the Zhenglin Danzheng in ancient times. This is a pill refining wizard who does not major in martial dao but specializes in alchemy. At the beginning, when the 4th rank medicine pill was refined, it was also close to 2,500 years old. It seems that it's almost time to go to the alchemy peak. But before that, there are 2 more experiments. Ling Tian's eyes flickered, and he was about to do a big thing again. A light red flame ignited again in the right hand. The medicinal herbs next to it slowly floated up under the control of spirit power. Burn, refine. This time, Ling Tian did not use his own physique to absorb the excess impurities energy in the medicinal materials as usual. Instead, let the flame in your hand present an irregular temperature. The temperature at which each part of the medicinal material and each impurity's energy can be purified by flame burning is different. Ling Tian must use his control over the flames to burn all these redundant impurities into nothingness. After 3 months of pill refining, Ling Tian didn't break through even though realm. But Xianyang Burning Heavenly Emperor Sutra he has successfully entered the 2nd floor. Ling Tian's realm wants a breakthrough, anytime. But in order to have a stronger background foundation, open up a 2nd Dantian, and then enter the spiritual realm, maybe there will be more unexpected gains? Zzz. The medicinal materials in his hands sizzled as they were burned. If this phenomenon is in the hands of other pill refining masters, it means that the flame temperature is too high, and this herb has been destroyed. But in Ling Tian's hands, this is just the sound of excess impurities energy being burned. Slowly, a drop of crystal clear spiritual fluid the size of a little finger appeared in midair. Then, the second plant, the third compartment. On the fourth plant, Ling Tian made a mistake. This medicinal material is called Qilulan, a fourth-level medicinal material, which itself contains at least dozens of different attribute energies. Difficulty is the biggest among these medicinal materials. But it doesn't matter, Ling Tian has never been a person who will have any negative emotions after making a mistake. If you fail, try again. Xiantian Sacred Land. Alchemy Peak, inside the Pill Pavilion. An old man with a faint medicinal fragrance was looking at the list of participating disciples in his hand, frowning slightly. Ling Tian? It can't be that man of the hour, the ninth holy son Ling Tian, right? Probably not. Shaking his head, the old man quickly rejected this idea. The ninth holy son, Ling Tian, is extremely talented, able to induce the palace of inheritance and obtain the inheritance of the great emperor. That is definitely Xiantian Sacred Land's rare genius in tens of thousands of years. But such a genius of martial Dao is only 16 years old. Generally, only 16-year-olds have just started to get in touch with body tempering and entered the practitioner. Ling Tian's talent is beyond doubt, and that is limited to martial Dao talent. Even if a 16-year-old monstrosity starts practicing in the womb, it is impossible for martial Dao and alchemy to practice together. How could he sign up for the competition? With the status of the ninth son, he doesn't need pill refining either. Why don't you have a lot of Heavenly King medicine pills at one command? Even Huang Dan, Sheng Dan may be given to him. Thinking of this, the old man ignored the contestant and continued to look down. Time passed slowly. When the sun is in the sky, the hour of noon has come. A bell rang outside the Dan Pavilion. An old man in green robe stepped forward slowly, and his figure appeared above a square. Looking at the young disciples of the holy sect with excitement and hope in their eyes, the old man said slowly, "I announce that the 5-year pill refining assessment of my Saint Zongdan Pavilion officially begin." After speaking, a pill refining furnace 1 or 3 feet high appeared in front of all the disciples of the holy sect. A wooden table made of unknown materials slowly emerged beside him, and there were also a variety of medicinal herbs on it. These medicinal materials range from first level to third level. After all, not every student participating in the assessment has the strength of a first-rank alchemist. Some of them have already entered the second rank, or even the third rank. Just waiting for the start of the pill refining assessment. Remember, it doesn't matter how many pill refiners you are here to assess. But there are only 3 opportunities to refine medicine pill. So, don't be so ambitious, choose a medicine pill that is more difficult than your own pill refining level. After finishing speaking, the old man slowly fell down, and sat on the high platform with his eyes closed and said nothing. And around him were other deacons from Dange, watching the field intently. If there are outstanding disciples, they will use special means to record their pill refining process and store them in the assessment photos in the pill refining pavilion. Suddenly, the space fluctuated slightly. A boy in purple robe 927 slowly appeared and landed. Ling Tian has not stepped into the true martial realm, nor can he fly in the air. But the teleportation array of Haoshan Peak is too powerful. Except for some forbidden places of the holy sect, basically it can be transmitted precisely wherever you want. Suddenly appearing from such a long distance like now is only possible for a strong king realm. Okay. Some Dange deacons in charge of the exam frowned slightly. The pill refining assessment has already started, even if other people come to observe, they don't need to appear like this. Just when he was about to ask, he was stopped immediately by the old man sitting in the main seat. "Welcome to the son of Ling Tian." When the words of respecting the old came out, everyone was taken aback. Even the disciples who were still in the assessment in the field stopped their movements, and all turned their heads to look at the young man. Fortunately, none of them officially started to extract medicinal materials, otherwise it would be really a bad start. Hehe, go ahead. Also, I'm late, so sorry. Ling Tian smiled slightly, feeling like a spring breeze, not as cruel and arrogant as the rumors said. The old man who presides over the pill refining assessment is an alchemy king. Due to the particularity of the pill refining master, his status can be compared to many imperial realm elders. Even such a character, when they see Ling Tian, they have to salute respectfully together. Can imagine. After what happened in the Palace of Inheritance 3 months ago, it can be said that Ling Tian's prestige has been thoroughly rooted in the hearts of the people. Chapter 80. What? Son, you want to take the pill refining assessment? The old man who presided over the meeting was named Surong, and he was the current vice manager of Dange, and he was one of the few top alchemy kings. There is no doubt that pill refining masters are much rarer than martial arts masters. Even Tianjiao Sacred Land, the most powerful force in the southern territory. Pill King, that's just a dozen or so. As for Pill Emperor, there should be no more than 5. That's right, I did come to participate in the pill refining assessment. Ling Tian explained in a flat tone that it was a bit surprising that his son came to participate in the pill refining assessment. Son of Ling Tian, if you need the identity certificate of the pill refining master, why do you need such trouble? It's enough to just talk to our hometowns directly. Even if you want medicine pill, we can get it from the pill refining pavilion. The old man smiled kindly, and his tone was very friendly. The thoughtfulness in the words can be heard by the people next to him. But no one despised anything. Although Tianjiao Sacred Land is united, it is also full of fierce competition. This kind of competition has already started from the moment of entering the holy sect, and it will never stop. From the outer sect to the inner sect is a competition, because the disciples from the door to the core ranking are also fish. It is also a competition for the core disciple to win the favor of the elder above the imperial realm and become a direct disciple. In the end, the holy sons, who were the only ones selected from the hundreds of thousands of geniuses of the holy sect, were even more fierce and cruel. In the end, no matter whether these people are successful or unsuccessful, they still have to compete for the stewards, elders, etc. in the sect. Strength determines status, so why don't status resources also determine your strength? So, some elders know that their own talent is limited and may have stopped there. In order to maintain their current status, they would occasionally throw olives at highly talented disciples. This behavior can also be seen as a bet. Often, the arrogant and evildoers who can have such qualifications are none other than the Holy Son. And this Ling Tian is obviously a good choice. Of course Ling Tian himself is very clear about this. However, it is impossible to obtain own friendship just by expressing kindness to oneself. It's not that Ling Tian is too arrogant. If Ling Tian remembers everyone who expresses kindness to him, how long will it take to remember? Will he still practice? Surong Elder, even if I am the Holy Son, I should act according to the rules of the Holy Zone. You don't need to change anything because of me, just continue as usual because of your family. After speaking, Ling Tian chose a relatively forward position and stood still. Those people in the pill refining pavilion looked at each other and understood clearly. This Holy Son doesn't seem to be as cruel as the rumors say. Didn't it mean that the Holy Son of Ling Tian was so arrogant that even the Saint Elder was p'd off by him? I thought that Ling Tian wanted to use this method to make pill refining pavilion bleed. It turned out that everyone thought too much, the Holy Son really wanted pill refining. Are you really the Holy Son of Ling Tian? Beside, a female disciple looked at Ling Tian curiously. She has just entered Tianjiao Sacred Land not long ago, and has not experienced the baptism of these status gaps. She only thought that Ling Tian was very handsome and attractive, and he wasn't as scary as the rumors said. Hehe, it's like a fake. In just a few words, Ling Tian stopped talking. Looking at the medicinal materials that just appeared in front of him, he said, "Sua elder, please exchange Qilulan, tricolor flowers, and earth element fruits for me." As Ling Tian's voice came out, those disciples with average pill refining technology were fine. But the talented disciples who are about to come to assess the third-rank pill refining master, as well as the several pill refining pavilion elders sitting above, are all shocked. Ling Tian actually wants to refine the fourth-rank medicine pill Sanwen pill? Some people even think, is this holy son just here for entertainment? Although this is in their hearts, they dare not say it out of their mouths. The wooden table next to him fluctuated slightly, and the three groups of medicinal materials for refining Sanwen Dan exuding spiritual qi appeared in front of Ling Tian's eyes. And the 3-foot-high pill refining furnace was also replaced with a new pill refining furnace with better materials and a height of 5 feet. This actually is not pill refining. The people in the cabinet are deliberately partial to take care of the Holy Sun. The spirit power fluctuations emitted by the fourth-rank medicine pill during refining cannot be tolerated by a pill refining furnace of an ordinary spiritual level. A reddish flame lit up from Ling Tian's hand. Seeing this, several pill refining deacons in charge of the assessment also lighted up slightly. This is not pill fire, it also shows that the Holy Son of Ling Tian has already mastered the power of fire since he opened the sea. With a light flick of the finger, the flame floated into the bottom of the pill refining furnace and began to burn. After all, this time, Ling Tian was just planning to purify the medicinal materials simply by controlling the flames, so he didn't need to refine them in his hands. The latter is also inconvenient for him to wait for the speech content. What? Son Ling Tian went to take the pill refining assessment in the pill refining pavilion. Impossible, did you hear it wrong? What if it's someone with the same name? That's right, this senior sister, the talent of Holy Son Ling Tian is something we look up to, but he's only 16 years old, can he still perform alchemy dual cultivation? Several disciples who heard the news obviously did not believe it. Haha, you think there were other disciples named Ling Tian before our holy sect? Now that the Holy Son exists, does he still dare to use this name? A disdainful voice came. Since Ling Tian's glorious deeds spread last time, there have been many disciples who admire Ling Tian in the holy ancestor. The owner of this disdainful voice is obviously one of Ling Tian's admirers. This is the real world, the real practice sacred land. The strong should be looked up to. Isn't it nonsense to be jealous and provoke the protagonist? Can a young man who can join sacred land be an idiot? Although there are also some people who are jealous of Ling Tian and say some nasty things behind their backs. But such people are very few, and most of these people are followers of the son of Chu Hang. Let's go, let's all go to Dange to have a look, no matter whether the news is true or not, it won't waste much time. If it is true, maybe we can witness another miracle. Someone opened his mouth like this, Wang's good, and other people around him suddenly realized. Rather than arguing about the truth of things here, it is better to know the truth at first sight. Such a scene is being played out in many places in the holy sect. Even some members of the older generation of the holy sect were very interested in going to the alchemy pavilion at the alchemy peak to find out. If it's true, could it be that Ling Tian, the ninth son, really started practicing from the womb, or was Marshal Dao and alchemy fellow practitioners? Do such monsters and evildoers really exist in Qianlong continent? Many people have such curious thoughts and want to find out about Li. Even Saint Elder is no exception. But with Saint's means, there is no need to lose it in person. Project directly from the air, just watch it. After all, it is not the distance of tens of millions of miles like the Sky Survey Conference that requires the projection of the Emperor's soldiers. That's it. Ling Tian, who hadn't shown up for 3 months, would be fine if he didn't show up, but once he showed up, he once again attracted the attention of the entire sacred land. Chapter 81. It really is the son of Ling Tian. Really, look at that handsome purple-clothed boy in front of you, who else could it be if it wasn't the holy son of Ling Tian? A woman looked obsessed, and her tone was encouraging and proud. The strong love the beautiful, and the beautiful love the strong. This sentence is universal no matter what world it is in. What's more, apart from Ling Tian's natural talent, his appearance is indeed handsome and extraordinary. Looking at the already besieged assessment square, several deacons from Dan Pavilion looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Pill refining assessment, when has it been so lively? Even the assessment of the alchemy king, the disciples and sect elders who came to observe, are less than 1/10 of what they are now. ZZ. Looking at the ashes of medicinal herbs in the alchemy furnace, Ling Tian stopped his hands and began to meditate. He found that he was still a little careless. After leaving Haoshan's practice room, the outside air contains energy of various attributes. It was these slight changes that made him fail in the first purification of medicinal materials. See the medicinal materials that have turned into fly ash in the Ling Tian Chenzi Dan furnace. Those who came to watch, some felt sorry for Ling Tian, especially those female disciples who admired Ling Tian, and those admirers of Ling Tian all had a trace of worry in their eyes. But there are also some disciples with disdain and sneer. Especially the disciples of the pill refining peak, they felt that Ling Tian was a little too big for 440. A 16-year-old boy, martial Dao talent is almost unprecedented. Under such circumstances, how can he have time to learn pill refining? Therefore, Ling Tian's failure, in their view, was nothing more than expected. Holy Son, come on! A youthful and ethereal voice sounded, and a spirited girl with twin ponytails was looking at Ling Tian with hope and admiration. This person is Lin Qing'er. After being taught by Ling Tian, now Lin Qing'er dared to speak so loudly in public. What does Zhou Elder think of this son of Ling Tian? Hehe, I don't know anything else, but this old man is also practicing the profound meaning of flames. This son of Ling Tian's control over flames is absolutely rare in the world. That's right, I can see it too, his pill refining technique is different from ordinary people. The so-called layman watches the excitement, while the insider watches the way. Those disciples of the holy sect don't understand, and disciples below the 4th rank pill refining master of pill refining peak don't understand. But these king realm powerhouses can see clearly. Many of them may not know pill refining, or have no interest in pill refining. However, the king realm powerhouse is a person who masters the profound truth, and is extremely sensitive to changes in this kind of heaven and earth attribute power. Ling Tian definitely has the potential for pill refining, and he may even create a special pill refining technique. Just as everyone was discussing, the person involved, Ling Tian, also slowly stretched, fed, his brows. As a man with a spiritual body, he can completely absorb the surrounding impurities attributes with his own weak. But if this is the case, it is meaningless to Ling Tian who is pursuing perfection and pursuing higher achievements. The reddish flame burned again. A purple Zillaround plant was thrown into it. The black pupils slowly lose focus. The vision in the eyes gradually became pitch black. Ling Tian actively blocked own 5 senses. Dedicated to pill refining. The powerful mental energy was released and locked on the Ziroland plant. ZZ. The sound of medicinal herbs burning sounded again. Everyone couldn't help being a little nervous seeing this scene. The second pill refining will fail at the beginning? But what happened next shocked all the onlookers. Even King Surongdan on the high platform is no exception. I saw that Qi Lulan gradually decomposed into pieces. Those impurities energies that pill refining didn't need began to burn one after another. A drop of medicinal liquid the size of a grain of rice appeared in everyone's eyes. This. King Surongdan's eyes flickered, this Qi Lulan was almost 100% purified. How is this possible? Even Pill King can't guarantee that it can be 100% purified when refining the 4th rank medicine pill. Only the Alchemy King who controls the profound meaning of fire and wood at the same time can do it. This is really a 16-year-old boy who participated in the assessment for the first time, so-called? Those pill refining peak disciples who were originally disdainful also stared wide-eyed. Although I don't know how Ling Tian did it, their pill refining master rank is not high. But they are still pill refiners. As a pill refining master, no matter how high or low the grade is, one can tell that Chenzi Ling Tian's purification of medicinal materials has almost reached perfection. At this moment, all the disciples at pill refining peak were no longer disdainful. Instead, they concentrated on observing Ling Tian's purification techniques, or they were learning. Zzz. The sound of medicinal herbs burning sounded again. This is the second herb. Seeing this, many people still couldn't help but get nervous. It wasn't until the medicinal materials turned into drops of spiritual fluid that he breathed a sigh of relief. Just like that, the person who didn't understand the pill refining looked at Ling Tian seriously and curiously. Those pill refiners are more focused, fearing that they will miss even a single detail. Even some strong men of the older generation locked their divine sense on Ling Tian very seriously. But their expressions seemed very casual. Ling Tian is the son of God, and it is right that his status is higher than them. The former is a teenager after all. If they behave too much, face will still have a hard time. Therefore, they used divine sense to observe carefully, so that the disciples of the holy sect would not see their shocked expressions. Time passed little by little. The assessment square was completely quiet, no one made a sound, they were all watching the ninth holy sun pill refining seriously. Even the other disciples in the assessment lost their minds, put down their movements, and joined the crowd of onlookers. 4444. When the last medicinal material also turned into drops of medicinal liquid. The most critical step has finally come. Inside the alchemy furnace, in mid-air, nearly 100 drops of spiritual fluid the size of a grain of rice slowly gathered in the same direction. Slowly, a fist-sized liquid medicine appeared in everyone's eyes. This step, no problem. The next step is to compress and purify again, and then condense the pill. Zzz. The faint sound of air burning came out, and Ling Tian could actually control the purification while burning the surrounding impurities' energy with flames. This multitasking mental energy, I am afraid that true martial realm or even a martial artist who has broken through the fate may not be able to do it. Time slowly passed again. In the pill refining furnace, only a palm-sized viscous droplet can fall. Accompanied by Ling Tian's loud shout, the liquid droplets slowly turned and solidified. The surrounding energy also became violent at this moment. Medicine pills above the fourth rank will draw the spiritual qi of the surrounding world when they condense their pills. This stage is extremely critical. If there are too many spiritual qi, the medicine pill will be damaged and there is even a risk of frying the furnace. If there is less, the spirit power absorbed by the medicine pill is not enough, and even if the pill is successfully congealed, it is just a waste pill without any medicinal effect. But who is Ling Tian? His mental energy and the degree of control over the energy of heaven and earth are definitely far beyond the realm he is in. This step, compared to purification, is much easier for Ling Tian. As the medicine pill slowly solidified, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Was it really that successful? With a wave of his left hand, a burst of red-hot energy appeared. A red line slowly appeared on the surface of the medicine pill, which was originally light blue in color. With another wave, a dark green pattern gradually emerged. Finally, the purple lines belonging to the main drug Qi Lulan reappeared. Call out! The thumb-sized medicine pill spun suddenly and flew into the air. Then it came to a slow stop, quietly floating in front of Ling Tian. A rather refreshing medicinal fragrance overflowed to the surroundings. If you don't like the plot of pill refining. Chapter 82. Fourth rank medicine pill, Sanwen pill. It turned out to be a success. The disciples of the alchemy peak muttered inconceivably. This is a real medicine pill. Sacred son of Ling Tian actually refined a real level medicine pill. The other disciples of the holy sect who were watching were also shouting excitedly. The fourth rank medicine pill is the true medicine pill in Wu Xiu's mouth. It's terrible, the Sanwen pill can be regarded as a fourth-rank medium-quality medicine pill at best. But under the unique pill refining technique of the Holy Son of Ling Tian, the energy contained in the medicine pill is extremely pure, almost without any impurities. The quality of this three-color pill should be regarded as the fourth rank. In mid-air, an old man muttered to himself in a shocked tone. But seeing the strange eyes of the disciples of the holy sect below staring at him, he quickly restrained his expression and said, "Not bad, not bad, the younger generation is awesome." Mu Elder's tone just now is not like that. Another 60-year-old man beside him started to tease. The former could only laugh at the words, "He is not a pill refining master, but his opinion on this three-pattern pill is indeed correct." Because, the alchemy king Surong below also said the same thing. "Sacred son of Ling Tian, can I give this Sanwen pill to the old man to observe carefully?" Surong's tone was full of hope. It can be seen that Ling Tian's refining technique made the alchemy king feel a little curious and excited. A pill refining teacher is a career that pursues creativity and is somewhat boring. "Ling Tian, didn't you just create a pill refining method that they don't know about?" Looking at the way the other party took the Sanwen Dan carefully, Ling Tian also couldn't help feeling fond of this alchemy king named Surong. An alchemy king is someone who can refine 7th rank alchemy. So, how can they trust the 4th rank medicine pill? But Surong's eyes, this cautious movement, seemed to be admiring a work of art. According to the previous life, this is indulging in one's professional ingenuity. This pill king is indeed very focused and obsessed with pill refining. This kind of person is worthy of respect and admiration. Look, the purity of this three-pattern pill has almost no impurities except for the faint fire attribute energy. Looking at the Sanwen pill in his hand, King Surongdan's eyes sparkled and he talked to the other deacons from the pill refining pavilion around him. Although these people did not have Surong's obsessed eyes, they were indeed extremely shocked. "This disciple? No no no. Son of Ling Tian, how long have you been studying pill refining?" Seeing the old man's fiery eyes, Ling Tian felt his eyes turn slightly. "I am afraid that the pill refining method of my own has far-reaching significance. If I were to be honest for 3 months, I am afraid that these people would be dumbfounded. Then just keep a low profile. I'm dissatisfied with everyone. I, Ling Tian, have been studying pill refining for 3 years." As soon as the words came out, the whole air became quiet. 3 years? Become a 4th rank pill refiner for 3 years? The key is how old Ling Tian is. Your martial Dao talent is already a perverted evildoer, and now pill refining is also so perverted? 3 years, become a 4th rank pill refiner. Son of Ling Tian, you are definitely the first pill refining genius in the history of my holy ancestor. I don't know, are you interested? Saying that, Surong rubbed his hands involuntarily, looking at Ling Tian as if looking at a peerless treasure. If Holy Son Ling Tian joins pill refining pavilion, the holy sect will definitely set off a frenzy of learning pill refining in the future. Maybe under this frenzy, the Xiantian Sacred Land Alchemy Peak may even hope to restore the prosperity of the ancient times. Looking at the shocked look of the surrounding crowd, and the group of hopeful deacons in the pill refining pavilion in front of them, Ling Tian sighed in his heart. Hey! You can't even keep a low profile. Then be loud. I can join Dan Pavilion. As Ling Tian's words fell, countless disciples on the right, wearing green robes and with a plant mark tattooed on their chests, all cheered excitedly. The Holy Son has joined our Dan Pavilion. In the future, the number of our Dan Pavilion will definitely not be weaker than Qi Pavilion and these disciples who specialize in martial Dao. An excited voice came out. Ling Tian himself was not too surprised. People's hearts are often like this: if Ling Tian doesn't join the pill pavilion, it's okay, these disciples won't have a big feeling, they are nothing more than shocking a peerless evildoer like Ling Tian. But it will be different if Ling Tian joins the pill pavilion. In their eyes, this holy son is the goal they pursue and yearn for. In this regard, Ling Tian also achieved the purpose of his trip. Isn't the purpose of showing this move to gain the disciples of pill refining pavilion? This matter is casual in the eyes of Ling Tian, but it is very uneasy in the eyes of those direct disciples. In this competitive environment, one's own strength and followers are extremely important. This is related to many unclear interests. Why do these geniuses practice desperately to join Xiantian sacred land? Isn't it just to get a better future and status? Why are so many people fighting for the position of the Holy Sun, fighting for blood? Because everyone knows that if you get the position of Holy Sun, there will be many followers in the sect in the future. Thousands of years later, quit the title of disciple. At this time, your strength and followers can determine your position in the Holy Ancestor. Many elders who hold power came from this way when they were young. Even Ji Tianhua, who is a sect master, is no exception. If he doesn't have the support of so many followers, the position of sect leader is not so easy to take. Of course, there are exceptions. Like Duan Tianyu, his strength is already strong enough to make the entire southern region surrender. In the face of absolute strength, any other bells and whistles are futile. Ling Tian's goal is of course the latter, but now for the sake of his future great emperor mount, he can only show his hand so simply. 0.00. It can be said that others racked their brains in order to get the support of the disciples in the same period. However, Ling Tian just showed his hand casually, and a large number of fanatical disciples admired him. It has to be said that this is a natural emperor. Everyone be quiet. Are you all curious about the pill refining method I just did? Without waiting for Surong to ask, Ling Tian actually brought up this matter on his own initiative. Holy Sun, don't you? Hearing Ling's words, everyone in the pill refining pavilion and the disciples of the medicine refining peak became short of breath one by one. That's right, if everyone is interested, after 3 days, I will explain how I refined the medicine pill at the medicine pill peak. Holy Sun, is what you said true? Hearing Ling Tian's words, there were no cheers, only incredible silence. Ling Tian is willing to take the initiative to share this mysterious pill recipe? This approach even made those very few people who were jealous of Ling Tian feel a little ashamed. Hehe, you don't have to be so surprised. Although I am the Holy Sun, I am also a part of Xiantian sacred land. Xiantian sacred land cannot be supported by anyone alone. So, it's nothing. See Ling Tian's free and easy words. Some people of the older generation are secretly thinking about it. It's time to show kindness and choose sides. Xiantian sacred land, except for the first Holy Sun Likyu. Maybe no one can compete with Ling Tian again. Chapter 83. 3 days later. Early morning. The top of Alchemy Peak. The sermon square was overcrowded. The 9th son of Shengzong, Ling Tian. After mobilizing the inheritance hall last time, obtaining the inheritance of the great emperor, and vomiting blood from the Holy Land elder Gu Jiki in public. Once again a miracle was created. That is, the son of Ling Tian is known as the first pill refining wizard in the history of Xiantian sacred land. At the beginning, some people did not believe it, and some people refused to accept it. I think this is a bit overblown. These people, after knowing that the Holy Son of Ling Tian had refined the 4th rank special quality 3 print pill, no one dared to question anything. The 16-year-old 4th rank pill refining master, in the entire Xiantian sacred land, absolutely cannot find another one. Even the most famous Zhenglin Danzheng in ancient times was 24 years old when he became the 4th rank pill refining master. The pill refining division is divided into 9 ranks. 1 to the 3rd rank is called a pill refiner. 4 to 6th rank are known as pill refining masters. The 7th rank is the alchemy king, the 8th rank is the alchemy emperor, and the 9th rank is the alchemy sage. As for the pill emperor, there has never been a pill emperor in Qianlong continent for nearly 100 million years. Because of trying to refine the emperor pill, the genius alchemy saints who advanced to the alchemy emperor were without exception all dead. The specific reason, Ling Tian still does not know. But in the future, if he really decides to carry out pill refining all the way to the end, he will also encounter those countless murders. Sudden. A purple ray of light lit up in the sky above the alchemy peak. A handsome young man in purple robes slowly appeared in the eyes of everyone. It has to be said that Ling Tian, a sea-opening realm martial artist who can't fly at all. Every time he appeared on the stage, he was very cool, and he would definitely not lose to some strong kings. This is the benefit of Haoshan Peak's special teleportation array. The Holy Sun is coming. I am waiting for the Alchemy Peak disciple, the Son of Heaven. In the very center of the square, there were nearly 3,000 young men and women dressed in green robes. These people belong to the disciplines of the Alchemy Peak. Following the sound of reverence and excitement, the disciples from all peaks who came to watch were slightly stunned. It is good that the sun is higher than them. They also respect the Tianjiao evildoer who can obtain the position of the Son of God. But who can enter Xiantian sacred land is not a genius from the outside world. Now it is a bit surprising that he took the initiative to say such a welcoming word respectfully. Such a situation seems to have appeared only 20,000 years ago. The ninth Holy Son at that time was Dantian, the current chief elder of the law enforcing hall and the first person of the holy sect. And Tianhua, who was thousands of years earlier, who is also the ancestor of the contemporary Xiantian sacred land. It's no wonder that the ninth Holy Son will shock everyone when he comes out. It seems that this rumor is really not false. You don't need to be too polite, you and I are both disciples of Xiantian sacred land. Ling Tian smiled slightly and landed slowly. Looking at these enthusiastic disciples, Ling Tian's own heart is actually not at peace. I used to think that after time traveling, being a better protagonist might encounter all kinds of jealousy, all kinds of tricks and so on. But the reality is completely the opposite. In this world that advocates strength, the more outstanding you are, the more respect you will earn. There is almost no such thing as you being the pride of heaven, and then a group of Urbai youths come to trouble you. There is no such thing as an elder coming to suppress you for no reason. Instead, a group of elders are trying to express their kindness to Ling Tian. Of course, outside forces are another matter. Son of Ling Tian, this way please. The alchemy kings of Dan Pavilion smiled and were very polite to Ling Tian, without the pride they usually have when they are outside. Then trouble the elders. As he spoke, Ling Tian walked to the high platform pointed by the other party, and lotus position sat on the futon in the middle. It's not too late. If it's polite, I won't say much to everyone. I'm here today mainly to talk about my experience with my pill refining technique. Some people say that I, Ling Tian, are pill refining wizards. I have nothing to be humble about this. If I say too much, it will appear that I am too modest and artificial. Accompanied by Ling Tian's calm and humorous words, those disciples at Pill Refining Peak also slowly calmed down. But those high-level elders looked at each other, their eyes shining brightly. This is simply a natural superior. How about a disciple of the sea-opening realm, here to give a group of true martial realm, life master realm, life and death realm? There are even martial arts practitioners who have king power. Sit cross-legged to discuss the Tao, and talk with Kai. It is said that this character is a young man. If he has not seen it with his own eyes, who will believe it? I believe that everyone present here, whether they are the disciples of our alchemy peak, or the elders of sect. Many people's attainments in pill refining must be better than mine, Ling Tian. So, today we will treat it as an exchange between pill refining teachers, and I take back the words of direct preaching. Gradually, with just a few words, Ling Tian was directly drawn into the relationship with everyone. Some thin-skinned pill refining masters also slowly joined the crowd in the center of the field. At first, they were a little reluctant to let go. It is indeed a bit weird for a group of power users, pill refining masters, to listen to a young man who is a fourth-rank pill refining master. Now, Ling Tian himself has taken the initiative to communicate, and they still can't let go of their face, and they are not worthy of being a pill refining teacher. Whether it is a martial artist or a pill refining teacher, the most important thing is to study. Only by constantly learning and practicing can we become stronger. I want to ask you a question: which step in pill refining do you think is the most difficult? Holy Son, I think purification is the most difficult. A young man at the front spoke first, and after seeing Ling Tian nodded, he continued, for medicine pills above the 4th rank, the requirements for the energy ratio of each medicinal material to be purified are too strict. Most of us fail in pill refining, and it's at this step. Hearing this, many people immediately nodded their heads and decided that the young man was right. Although the purification step is the most basic step of pill refining, most of them are often stopped here. Fortunately, in Tianjiao sacred land, there are many medicinal resources that can make them experience failure. But before entering the sacred land, even the price of failure is unaffordable. In addition to talent, a pill refining teacher also needs resources, and there are a lot of resources. This is also the reason why pill refining masters are rare. Not every genius is born in a powerful family. Yes, it is indeed difficult to purify medicinal materials. But I want to ask again, what is your understanding of purification? As soon as Ling Tian's question came out, everyone was taken aback. This question still needs to be asked. Even some martial artists who don't understand pill refining know it. But since the Holy Son asked, he definitely had to answer. At this time, an ordinary-looking woman in Xingyi stood up and said, "Purification is to fuse the medicinal power we need from the medicinal materials into a medicinal liquid by burning it with flames, and to eliminate the excess energy of impurities that are not needed for pill refining." Ling Tian nodded slightly after hearing the words and continued to ask, "Then how did you operate this step 0.4? Huishenzi, our pill refiners generally have 2 refining methods. The first one is to completely melt the medicinal materials and take out the medicinal liquid we need. This method is more suitable for pill refiners below the 4th rank. The second is to use flames of different temperatures to incinerate and expel the unnecessary impurities in the medicinal materials, so that only the medicinal power we need is left. The liquid medicine proposed by this method is more pure, but it is also more difficult to control, and it takes longer, if the spirit divine sense is not strong enough for alchemists. It's quite possible to get halfway through the purification process, get exhausted, and fail. Although the woman looks very young, she is actually nearly 300 years old, and she is still a 5th rank pill refining master. The insights into pill refining are indeed very clear. Very good. To put it simply, purification is to burn the medicinal materials with flames. So, why don't we start with the control of the flame? Chapter 84. When Ling Tian's words came out, all the disciples frowned slightly. Because what the son said was nonsense, right? As a pill refiner, if he can't even control the temperature of the fire, how can he refine it? Not to mention the fusion of medicinal liquid and condensed pill. I think you must feel in your heart that what I said is not nonsense, is it? It was said that some disciples with relatively thin skins immediately blushed slightly on their cheeks. Obviously, that's what they think in their hearts. Hehe, I'm not sorry, because I also think what I said is nonsense. But next, what I want to say is, all of you, including all the Dan Pavilion elder deacon present here. Actually, when it comes to fire control, what you know is only superficial. When Ling Tian's words that sounded very arrogant came out, many people's faces were slightly unsightly. What the Holy Son said was a little too straightforward, right? For this, Ling Tian didn't explain much. Directly pointing at a woman at will, said, "This female disciple, come to me." The latter was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, his eyes scanned the surroundings, and after confirming that Ling Tian was talking about himself, he walked forward with a blushing face and a little nervousness. "Don't be nervous, as I said, we are all here today just to communicate." After finishing speaking, Ling Tian waved his right hand, took out a 3rd-level medicinal herb and placed it in front of the woman. Purify and decompose this fire sandalwood. Ling Tian's tone, in order to make the woman less nervous, was a little gentler than before. Hearing this, the woman's white palm trembled slightly as she took the medicine. Although she didn't understand what Ling Tian wanted to express, she would do as the Holy Sun said. The storage ring on her finger flickered slightly, and a copper-colored pill refining furnace appeared in front of the woman. Call out! A ray of flame slowly ignited from the woman's palm, and was thrown into the base of the pill refining furnace. In this regard, Ling Tian is not surprised. It was precisely because he sensed the slight fire energy fluctuations in the woman's body that he chose her. Because the woman really has the physique of a fire spirit. This kind of special physique is rare in the Tian Test Conference every 3 years. But it is not unusual in Xiantian sacred land. The young men and women who can enter here are geniuses selected from hundreds of thousands. After entering the pill refining state, the woman is obviously no longer nervous. A qualified pill refiner, the first thing to do is focus. Only by focusing can we maintain the most perfect state and refine the medicine pill that satisfies us. ZZ. The sound of the flame-burning medicinal materials sounded. Under the careful control of the woman, first the branches and leaves, then the roots, and finally the king. Burn away unnecessary impurities energy step by step. In the end, what appeared in everyone's eyes was a medicinal solution the size of a little finger. Very good, this is the second purification method that the female disciple just mentioned. It is also a refining method that our pill refining masters must learn to master before entering the 4th rank. Then next, I will show everyone how I own myself. After finishing speaking, a ray of reddish flame ignited directly in Ling Tian's right hand. Without using the pill refining furnace, I directly took out a fire sandalwood plant and put it in my hand. The disciples of the Alchemy Peak and the elders who saw this scene also looked slightly shocked. This method can only be mastered by pill refining masters who are at least 6th rank or higher. If one wants to advance to the Alchemy King, one must be like Ling Tian, who can control the flame so easily without the aid of the alchemy furnace. ZZ. The sound of the flame-burning medicinal materials sounded. When everyone took a closer look, they were completely stunned. Even some Alchemy King elders of the Alchemy Peak were no exception. Ling Tian didn't start with the details like the woman in front of him. It actually directly burns the whole medicinal material all over the body. Every part of all the elixir in the world can withstand different temperatures. By doing this, Ling Tian can undoubtedly extract part of the medicinal power, but the remaining part of the medicinal materials will definitely be destroyed. But as time goes by little, they discovered that the medicinal materials in Ling Tian's hands were not scrapped, but were instead broken into pieces. Soon, a drop of medicinal liquid the size of a grain of rice appeared in everyone's eyes. Then, all the medicinal liquids gradually merged together. It was half the size of a thumb, and the whole body was emerald green with a slightly transparent liquid medicine, which appeared in everyone's eyes. Surong Elder, I would like to invite you to test it. How does the purity of these 2 drops of purified medicinal liquid compare? Ling Tian smiled slightly. Before people could be completely convinced, they had to be completely shocked. After a while, the purity of Ling Tian's medicinal solution is close to 100%, and the purity of this female disciple's medicinal solution is also as high as 90%. Although it was not the first time he had seen Ling Tian's method, King Surongden's tone was still trembling slightly. As the words came out, the expressions of those disciples who came to watch the fun didn't change much. It was just a 10% gap, and it wasn't as exaggerated as imagined. However, the so-called layman watches the excitement, while the insider watches the way. Those disciplines at the refining peak looked at the 2 drops of medicinal liquid floating in mid-air with incredulous eyes. A 10% gap is not that big in the eyes of others. But for pill refiners, that is a wide and boundless gap. How big is this gap? Take the 7th grade medicine pill refined by Pill King, which is also the king level medicine pill. The purity of medicinal materials is required to be 97%. With this number, thousands of 6th-rank pill refining masters were successfully blocked. As for 99%, that's a realm that can only be achieved by a boat rate. Ling Tian actually did it, and it's still close to 100%. What's more, his pill refining technique is so weird and different. Son of Ling Tian, how did you do it? Yes, 99%, maybe some elders can't do it. Some disciples' excited and doubtful words came out. It directly made the cheeks of some alchemy old men on the high platform slightly red. For third-level medicinal materials, they can indeed do it. But if the medicinal materials are of the same level or only lower than their own first level, they can only achieve a purification rate of 97% at most. Hehe, this is what I want to tell everyone. My purification depends entirely on my control over the flame. I believe that some disciples who have observed carefully have discovered that the temperature of each part of the flame in my hand is different. Your purification starts from the details, and gradually burns out the energy of impurities. And I am burning all the unused impurities energy in the medicinal materials at the same time. Under the blessing of spirit power, Ling Tian's voice spread throughout the square on the top of the alchemy peak. His words exploded like thunder in the ears of every alchemy peak disciple and every pill refining master. In a ray of flame, the temperature of each part is different. How much fire control power is needed to do this? How powerful is the spirit divine sense needed to do this? But Ling Tian clearly opened up the sea realm, and didn't open up the brain Nuan palace at all, so how did he come to divine sense? Wang Zhao's, everyone was lost in thought, including those 6th-rank pill refining masters, even the pill king no exception. You don't have to think so much. This is in addition to my natural affinity and control over flames. It's also because I have a unique fire control cultivation technique. 4. Fractionated Divinity Fire Control Method. Ling Tian's calm words came out. Everyone was slightly surprised at first, then horrified, and finally excited with unbelievable emotion. Could it be? Could it be? The sun is going to teach them this cultivation technique? Chapter 85. I think everyone has already guessed it, they just can't believe it, right? Ling Tian smiled slightly. At this moment, all men no longer envied his handsomeness and talent. There is only admiration in their hearts. They can't do such a free and easy move. As for women, they are even more beautiful. Who wouldn't like a young man who looks like a king? Holy Sun, this. Next to him, Surong was extremely excited, but he was not very honest in his reply. Such an exciting moment, you have to be polite, right? Okay, didn't I also join our Alchemy Peak Pill Pavilion? Everyone is a member of the Holy Ancestor, there is no need to be so polite. It is all for the strength of the Holy Ancestor. Ling Tian's tone gradually became serious as he spoke. The people around couldn't help but stand solemnly after hearing this. Everyone, please concentrate and restrain your mind. As he spoke, Ling Tian's eyes gradually became serious, and streams of flames rose from his body. Voices of Taoism that do not belong to this realm came out. A series of cryptic judgments rang in everyone's ears. At this moment, no matter the disciples of the Alchemy Peak, the elders of the Alchemy Peak, or the deacons of the Pill Pavilion, they were all addicted to it. Even the melan-eatering spectators outside, the disciplines who are not part of refining medicine, couldn't help but listen quietly. As a martial artist, who would think that there are few cultivation techniques to learn? The time passed at 140 o'clock. The entire Alchemy Peak also slowly quieted down. The people below range from tens to thousands of years old, from the most common martial arts in the Sea Opening realm, to the power in the Wangtu realm. One by one is sitting intoxicated and pious with eyes closed. Above, a handsome young man from the Sea Opening realm was wriggling his lips slightly, as if he was explaining something. I have to say, this scene is really weird. On the sect leader peak, 5-60-year-olds and 2 handsome and majestic middle-aged men were also watching the scene in front of them. This fractionated divinity fire control method, wouldn't it be the mental method that the little guy comprehended from that inheritance, and then created? An old man with a goatee, stroking his long beard, with a kind smile on his face, and a strong interest in his tone. Apart from Ling Tian's astonishing behavior at the moment, this interest is also interested in his martial Dao spirit. Until now, the Goat Lord has always had some shadows on Ling Tian's Kailan martial Dao spirit. Uncle Goat is right, the little guy has the body of the heavenly sun god, and if he gets the inheritance, he should be the patriarch. Sect leader Tianjiao spoke with admiration and a hint of excitement. This future little junior brother is really good, the old man who wants to come to master, the person waiting for him should appear. Hey, we old guys are really not as good as you two. Another rough old man with purple hair in a blue robe sighed slightly, with a strong overbearing tone in his tone. This is Tianjiao Sacred Land Elder Regiment, Kang Glai Saint, one of Tianda's core powerful elders. He has a thunder-type physique, even though he is a saint, his temper is still a bit irritable and direct. Think 3 months ago. It was he who was the first to open his mouth and feel that it was inappropriate for Ling Tian to be directly the 9th son. But now, it turns out that the opposition of these old guys was a bit ridiculous. Brothers Tianjiao and Dantian's vision is indeed different than theirs. Uncle King Lei, don't underestimate yourself, just like the little guy said, everything is for my holy sect. As Tianjiao said, the last sentence could not help but be filled with passion. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then the old men who stood tall outside laughed boldly together. That's right, everything is for my holy sect. The longer you live, the less you can see things clearly. Didn't they object at first because the 9th holy son is of great significance, and is it related to the future of the holy sect? Tianjiao, who is the sect leader, and Dantian, the chief elder of the law enforcement hall. The two chose Ling Tian to be the 9th holy son, isn't it also for the future of the holy sect? Therefore, everyone's purpose is the same. At this moment, all the elders stopped talking and looked at the projection in front of them, the boy who was only 16 years old but looked like a young emperor. They are old, and the future of the Holy Father should probably rest on him. Junior brother, are we almost 70,000 years old? Somewhere in the holy sect, outside a simple thatched hut, several old men with old expressions, as if they were in their twilight years, were looking at the projection in front of them and muttering to themselves. That's right, too. Although I didn't have the opportunity to see the style of the great emperor back then. But we are on the former nephew Dantian, Psi, and this little guy in front of us. I saw this imperial power again. Even if we are saints, we don't have this natural imperial aura. During the words, there was a look of emotion on their faces. If they were born 10,000 years earlier, they might have the opportunity to see the demeanor of the great emperor. Emperor realm, even if it is only one big realm away from saint, it is the ultimate goal pursued by all martial artists. Even the great saint, the Holy Lord, is no exception. Such emotional scenes are being staged in many places in the Holy See. Tianjiao Sacred Land, standing erect for thousands of years. In addition to having a strong background, it is the cultivation atmosphere where disciples in the sect unite and encourage each other. Here, competition is good and can promote everyone to grow and become stronger. The so-called intrigue among disciples all day long. You are better than me, so I am jealous in all kinds of ways, and it is almost non-existent to think of ways to trip you up all day long. The kind of things that harm others and benefit oneself, except among the major forces. It will only be staged in the mortal world. This is a fantasy world that truly respects strength, not a court drama full of intrigues all day long. Time flies. Just 7 days have passed. These 7 days, the entire Tianjiao Sacred Land has been in an extremely quiet and strange atmosphere. The originally not so humorous pill refining peak. At this moment, it seems like the inheritance peak 3 months ago. Some disciples who had no interest at all, couldn't help their inner curiosity, came to watch, and then indulged in it. Some disciples who were performing missions outside the sect couldn't help coming to the alchemy peak when they heard about this after returning to sect. It is not an exaggeration to say. At this moment of refining medicine peak, apart from the fact that in the ancient times, Dan Sheng publicly pill refining and allowed other people to see their wealth. Absolutely never has there been such a spectacle. Many people don't necessarily come here to learn the fractionated divinity fire control art. They have come to enjoy this spiritual peace. Enjoy the atmosphere where everyone is quietly listening and learning. Cultivation is actually a very boring thing. Whether it is a genius or a waste wood, if you want to become a strong person, you must pay 100 times or even 1,000 times the efforts of others. If one day you find that you can't hold on, you will be extremely irritable. The tranquil atmosphere in front of them is actually the best place for them to vent their emotions. Because, Wuxiu never lacks in fighting. Fighting can no longer allow them to vent the long-standing negative emotions in their hearts. Call. Slightly opened those mysterious and attractive black eyes. Ling Tian swept away the crowd, with a satisfied smile on his handsome face. Originally, I just planned to establish prestige first, and then get rewarded. In the beginning, his preaching was purposeful. You can really relax your mind and send the cultivation technique to decide. Ling Tian felt an unprecedented tranquility. At this moment, it seemed that he was the emperor and the people below were all courtiers. The emperor was sitting quietly and talking with his courtiers. Among them, Ling Tian seems to have gained an inexplicable power zone. This kind of power is inexplicable, and Ling Tian has neither understood nor heard of it. But he sure does exist. In this way, the preaching exchange that should have ended in one day. It took 7 days for him to wake up. Chapter 86. Holy Son, old people are polite. Beside him, Surong woke up first after Ling Tian, and bowed to Ling Tian without any hesitation. I thought this was the end of my life. But he didn't expect that after Ling Tian's enlightenment of the fractionated divinity fire control art, he finally saw through the barrier that had been there for so many years. He believes that within 1,000 years, he will definitely have a chance to be promoted to Pill Emperor. Sua Elder, as I said, everything is for the Holy One. You don't have to be so polite. Ling Tian stretched out his right hand to support the opponent. A alchemy king, whose status is higher than that of ordinary martial arts cultivators in the imperial realm, yet he treated him with such a great gift. It is impossible to say that there is no sense of accomplishment in my heart. Holy Son, I will be polite when I wait. Then, the deacons and elders in the Alchemy Peak Pill Pavilion also woke up one by one. They are the pill refining masters with the highest strength and the highest rank here. They are confident in the control of the flame. But when Ling Tian's fractionated divinity fire control technique passed into their minds, only then did they know about Ling Tian's so-called arrogant words before. It is true to say that they only have a superficial understanding of fire control. Perhaps, many of them now control and have power over flames, far surpassing Ling Tian by countless times. After all, Ling Tian himself is only the cultivation base of the sea boundary. But when it comes to the mastery of flames, here Ling Tian is number one, no one dares to say second. Even those powers who have mastered the profound meaning of the fire attribute feel inferior. Ling Tian, on the one hand, created the Tianyang divine body by himself. On the one hand, there is Emperor Yan's understanding of the rules of fire in his mind, which is the understanding of the real great Emperor Peak powerhouse. Finally, there is the inheritance of Xianyang Burning Heavenly Emperor Sutra. With the help of these three, Ling Tian, who was already a monster with talent and savvy, was like a tiger with wings added. Although he still can't fully insight into the profound meaning of flames, Ling Tian's understanding and control of flames has far surpassed his own realm. Holy Son of Ling Tian, forgive us old men for asking. With a slight fluctuation in the space, 3 elders with immortal demeanor appeared in front of Ling Tian. These 3 people, no accident, should be the 3 elders of Pill Refining Pavilion. The status can be compared to the Holy Land. 3 elders, I am also a disciple of Dan Pavilion, you don't have to do this, it really hurts Junior. Seeing this, Ling Tian also took the initiative to cupped fist and saluted. Anyone, no matter what position they are in, must maintain a mentality of awe of the strong in their hearts. Ling Tian's fearless sword heart does not refer to blind arrogance and conceit. Good good. The old man with a serious face in the lead couldn't help laughing with joy, and even said 3 good ministers. Did not expect. Ling Tian has done such a move to shock the holy sect, but he can still maintain such a xingxing. Most importantly, Ling Tian took the initiative to admit that he was Dan Ji's disciple. With his current influence, there will definitely be many disciples coming to the pill refining peak in the future to learn pill refining. In addition to the disciples in sect, there is a competition between elder and others who are in charge of the school. The main peaks of the different factions, of course, also have competition. Basically, Xiantian sacred land no matter in the ancient times or after the emperor's death. Except for Xiantian peak and inheritance peak, there is no competition. Any other main peak has competition, and a lot of fanfare. The most prosperous period of pill refining peak, that is, the ancient times, when the Zhenglin Danzheng was there for more than 100,000 years. It can be said that among the nearly 300,000 disciples in Xiantian sacred land at that time, at least nearly 1/3 could pill refine. 1/3 is a terrifying statistic. A genius is 1 in a million. Talent who becomes a pill refining teacher is also 1 in a million. Now, although the 3 pill emperors did not have the extravagant hope that pill refining peak would return to its former heyday, they did not want to see the current situation either. Since the growth of Dangxia sacred land, few pill refining talents have chosen to join Xiantian sacred land. In the absence of lack of resources, the geniuses in the sect are also more eager to develop martial Dao. In the final analysis, alchemy is still more difficult and a little stricter. 3 elders, you. Ling Tian looked at the 3 of them staring at him all the time, and it would be a little awkward after a long time. Oh, look at the old man, Wei Wei has forgotten the business in her thoughts. The few of us would like to take the liberty of asking Holy Son Ling Tian. Your fractionated divinity fire control Ju, did you come through the chance obtained from the inheritance palace? When the old man's words came out, the 2 alchemy kings beside him, and nearly 10 alchemy kings around them, all listened intently, afraid that they might miss some details. Isn't the opportunity obtained by the Palace of Inheritance the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor? This was what Ling Tian himself voluntarily admitted 3 months ago. Hehe, Ling Tian won't hide it from you elders, this spell is indeed inherited from the great emperor I obtained in the Palace of Inheritance. As Ling Tian's words came out, his expression became shocked and solemn, and his breath gradually became quicker. It turned out to be true. This holy son actually selflessly told everyone on Pill Refining Peak about the inheritance of the great emperor? Of course, this cannot be the real great emperor inheritance. It's just that Ling Tian created it by himself through the first 2 layers of cultivation technique of Xianyang Burning Heavenly Emperor Sutra, as well as his own perception. It can be said that this fractionated divinity fire control technique belongs to Ling Tian himself. It must be appalling to say the least. Wuxiu of Pioneering Sea created a cultivation technique by himself. Although the grade of cultivation technique is not high, its effect on pill refining people is definitely no less than that of ordinary imperial scriptures or even holy methods. Even if Ling Tian borrowed the emperor's scripture, it was indeed created by himself, wasn't it? Old Wei Jin, the 174th elder of Pill Refining Peak. Old Man Min Xiang, Pill Refining Peak 2 elder. Old Wu Qing Cheng, Pill Refining Fengsen elder. The 3 pill emperors suddenly and without warning began to report their families. When Ling Tian was surprised and puzzled, behind him Surong and more than a dozen alchemy kings in the alchemy pavilion were stunned at first, and then quickly spoke. 0. Old man Zhou Yang, manager of Dan Pavilion. Old man Surong, deputy steward of the Pill Pavilion. Old. A serious and cautious voice came, directly making Ling Tian a little confused about the situation. What is this for? Without waiting for him to think too much, Dan Huangwajan spoke again, and his voice carried the power of true essence, spreading throughout the alchemy peak. I have 3 elders in the alchemy peak, 3 stewards in the Pill Pavilion, and nearly 10 deacon pill kings. Together decided to call up my holy sex alchemy peak, Hall of Fame. Hope Ling Tian, the Holy Son, will be entered into the Hall of Fame of my alchemy peak, and his name and photo will be recorded in the annals of history. For all future disciples of my alchemy peak, stare. Following Wei Jin's solemn voice came out. In the midair of the alchemy peak, a 100-foot cyan stone tablet slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. 100 feet, although not high. But this does not mean that the weight of the steel is insufficient. Because, Xiantian sacred land is recorded on it, the most famous elder or deacon in the medicine refining peak for thousands of years. The names above are very sparse. On the 100-foot tall Hall of Fame stele, there are only less than 150 people's names. Even Wei Jin, the current big elder of the alchemy peak, is temporarily not eligible to be named on the stele of the Hall of Fame. The most famous patriarch of alchemy peak, Zhanglin Dansheng, solid standard. Impressively in the first place. Suddenly, there was a fluctuating holy position. On the stele of the Hall of Fame of the alchemy peak, a blue light flickered. Afterwards, Ling Tian's name slowly emerged. Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. Ling Tian's name is actually in the 10th place on the stele in the Hall of Fame. Chapter 87. It's the 10th place. How is this possible? The top 20 on the stele of the Hall of Fame are all Dan Sheng. How could the son of Ling Tian surpass the contribution of these alchemy sages to the alchemy peak? Wait, look. Just when everyone was shocked and talking about it. On the stele of the Hall of Fame of Alchemy Peak, under Ling Tian's name, a line of small characters slowly emerged. Ling Tian, the 11th Holy Son of Haoshan Peak. Alchemy Peak Pill Pavilion, disciple of the 1389th generation. Inherit the great emperor obtained from the inheritance hall, and selflessly contribute to my alchemy peak. It has greatly benefited all the disciples of the alchemy peak, elder. The path of alchemy, which makes the alchemy peak, will be carried forward even more in the future. Therefore, the son of Ling Tian, can be recorded in history as the 10th place in the alchemy peak Hall of Fame. Seeing this simple 4-line boy, everyone was stunned. Son of Ling Tian, explained that the fractionated divinity fire control strategy of 340 for 7 days was actually written by the great emperor. This. Some people even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and when they looked again, it was still the same. There is actually someone who is willing to teach the great emperor inheritance to others? And it is under the general public, so selfless dedication. The atmosphere at the alchemy peak gradually became solemn. At this moment, everyone looked at the boy with a flat smile. They are grateful and respectful to this holy son of Ling Tian from the bottom of their hearts. Even 3 months ago, some very few disciples who were as jealous of Ling Tian as the holy son of Chuhang felt a little ashamed in their hearts. Ling Tian obtained the great emperor inheritance, it is impossible for these people to say that they are not jealous. But now, Ling Tian's behavior is definitely worthy of being famous in history. The point is, this holy son is actually so low-key. If it wasn't for the introduction of the Hall of Fame stele, none of them would have known that son of Ling Tian had made such an immeasurable contribution. What is strong, what is selfless? This is just so. Compared with those personal disciples who want to show off even the most important things. Or a holy son like Chu Hang. They are completely unworthy of being compared with the son of Ling Tian. This 9th son deserves his name. I am the 1384th generation disciple of the Alchemy Peak. I am the 1385th generation disciple of the Alchemy Peak. I wait. 1389 generations of disciples of the Alchemy Peak. Thank you Ling Tian for his contribution and sacrifice for our Alchemy Peak. Below, the awakened disciples shouted in unison with excitement and reverence. Obviously, they gained a lot during these 7 days. Some disciples even have the confidence to refine medicine pills of a higher rank than their own. All of this was given to them by the contribution of the holy son of Ling Tian. Contributing the inheritance of own to others, what is it if it is not a sacrifice? Everyone, Ling Tian accepts your gift. But I still say that, everyone is a disciple of the Alchemy Peak, and they are all disciples of the holy sect. Everything is to strengthen the strength of our holy section. If you really thank me, then you should improve your own pill refining level and give me the name of medicine refining peak. Strengthen the power of my holy sect, Cultivation sacred land. When Ling Tian's last words came out, everyone was slightly taken aback. Cultivation sacred land? Is it a bit too exaggerated? But if you think about it carefully, they, as the proud geniuses, seem a bit bleak against the backdrop of Ling Tian. But, who doesn't have a strong heart like Ling Yun? Kill it, then kill it. Strengthen the power of my holy sect, Cultivation sacred land. Strengthen the prestige of my holy sect, Tianluodangxia sacred land. There was a sound of excitement and pride, and other disciples who did not belong to the Alchemy Peak couldn't help but join the shouting team. The elders of the uncle generation were dumbfounded in shock. Then, they couldn't help roaring in their hearts. These old monsters who have lived for tens of thousands of years can't remember how long it has been since they were so passionate. Sometimes, it's not that they are old and lose this warm heart. It's that they have seen and experienced too many things, and it is difficult for them to be so excited about anything. But today, at the Alchemy Peak, this young man named Ling Tian, the 11th holy son of Haoshan Peak, did it. True martial peak. Several old men with powerful breaths looked at the young man in purple robe in front of him with hot eyes. Saint, under normal circumstances, will not show off his momentum. It can be seen that even Saint's state of mind was slightly affected by the excited shouts in the picture. This boy, I remember that he set the Tianese bell to ring 10 times, is he unparalleled? That's right, he is more suitable to come to our Jinwu Peak and be a body training martial artist. Yes, yes, after today, we must find a way to let him come to our place. Hey, what the peak master said is right, who stipulated that the holy son can only join one peak. Junior brother, we have been looking for a disciple with a fearless and selfless heart for so many years at Sword Peak, to lead everyone to the peak. Now I think this little guy is pretty good. On Zhangjian Peak, an old man with sharp eyes is looking at the boy in the picture with a smile. It seems that this young man hasn't learned martial skill yet, nor has he mastered a weapon skill. The sword, just right for him. Of course, the old man still doesn't know that Ling Tian has actually received the inheritance of the six-finger sword emperor. Otherwise, use the sword to cultivate the heart of a resolute swordsman. I am afraid. Now the powers of the entire sword-reaching peak have rushed to the Alchemy Peak in unison. Even if it was a big fight, then this holy son of Ling Tian would have to join Zhangjian Peak. Refining Peak. Several shirtless burly men and old men also stared at the young army in the picture with bright eyes. Wu Dai, do we also need such an evildoer in the art of refining? Grandpa, I feel that the flame control requirements of our artifact refining Dao are no less than those of those brats on pill refining peak. Well, that's right, I've gotten a bit more discerning over the years. The old man nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at another big man beside him. Seeing this, the big man quickly flattered him and said, "That's right, what Dage said is right, those people are all skinny. Only..." Before he finished speaking, he was slapped directly on the top of the head by the old man. The old man squinted and stared, with a look of hatred for iron and steel, and said, "That little guy is also skinny, next time you can't talk like this, at least you can't let him hear it." 5.6. The big man is more than 2 meters tall and his body is as strong as a cow, but at this moment he lowers his head like a child who has made a mistake, not daring to say more. The same scene is constantly staged in various peaks of Tianjiao sacred land. Why does the sacred land need the sun? Because even geniuses need a leader who can lead them to become stronger. Why does every peak have an inheritance disciple? Because this is the goal everyone wants to catch up with. Only with stronger and better goals can the remaining disciples become stronger. The reason why sacred land is difficult to decline is because of such a strong cultivation environment that encourages each other to catch up. Now, the disciple they need has appeared. This person is the 9th holy son of the present age, the 11th holy son of Haoshan Peak. Ling Tian. From now on, the name of Ling Tian, the 9th holy son, will be deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone in the holy sect. This speed is nearly 20 times faster than what Duan Tianyu and Ji Tianhua estimated.